The return of the Vellemy Cow Show, baby. Let's go. Yo, saying this Brexit Day today. what what day is it today? Brexit Day, yeah? Alright, alright. We got the chill gang. Yeah. Hey yo, yellow. One sec, one sec, one sec, one sec. Yellow, hello. Yeah, big up the chill gang. Hold tight the people them. Getting ready for this. The return of the Vellemy Cow Show, B. Like I'm saying, I'm not really starting with no music again now. What we're gonna do from now, yeah, is slap music after late time. You get me? After hours and them thing there. Mm, yeah, like that. Then stay away from the tracks and them things there. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, one sec, one sec, one sec. Just load up the cannon. Yeah, man. Seven. Meanwhile, we can't find Baba. Yeah, we got all the early pastures through. Mm. Out with the Get Money gang. Yeah. So, what I'm today? You saw yesterday's stream, like late night. Well, if you never caught it at the time when it was late, then yeah, you probably won't see that bit again still, fam. But hey, yeah, some man are baffled out here, cause trust me, trust me. All right, yeah, big up man like so. Come on, my G, yeah, man, to the world, yes. So just shooting out this tom tom, and then we ready to. You ready to fly? Celebrate love. Jeez. All right. So what going for this Brexit thing though, man? No one even care. You know, it's gonna be one of them ones where you won't notice the difference. I think like more like this time next year when things have been put into place, you'll you'll know what the effects of this Brexit thing is, isn't it? Yeah, man. So, mm-hmm. No worries. Yo, so who we saying though, man? It's the return of the Vellemy. You telling me? So is it finally happening? Boy, today's supposed to be this Brexit day, ain't it, man? 31st, the last day of the last of the month. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah, come on. We got 90 for 99. Come on. It's G Black in this bitch. Nah, we do, man. Yeah. So we're doing, yeah. So from now on, yeah, we'll be slapping on tunes at the end of the show, a little mix or whatever. And yeah, we just start off with some chatting. You get what I mean? Getting used to the monologues and that still. I see what's mad though, yeah. When you drive past if you drive past people or someone you know or whatever, and it's like you're talking to yourself. It's like you're talking to yourself. They'll, they'll. Nah, the link should always be in the description, and yeah, the PayPal link and the stream link should always be in the description. Yeah, so that's how you get involved. Yeah, yo, baby. Yeah, you're loud. You see, that's the only thing about not starting off with a Tuesday, boy. It's like, yeah, man, I just got a fucking monologue, mate. Bye. Yeah, actually, yo, true Vellemy Cow style. We'll chat about my personalities for a little bit, innit, to the people that come in. So, if you never caught last night's stream, it might not mean nothing to you still. But if you caught the end of last night's stream, there was oh shit, yeah, there was yeah, the end of last night's stream, yeah, there was one brother that comes in on racist on. He's quite confused now today. He don't know what he's talking about. He's chat shit though anyway. Apparently, apparently, he's left a message on my video from last night, this morning, saying he reckons, I don't even like using these two words together yet, in a sentence yet, but he reckons that the flattest bite in the world. Oh, sorry, man, sorry. Yeah, but he reckons that Veli snitched him up and now he's getting sections. Kind of idiot business is that? So first of all, your story's false because there's no Veli don't snitch on anyone. Innit? Yeah, don't. So shut up, man. Stop with that. You can you can stop that shit. Second of all, who the fuck are you, bruv? You're nitty. The fuck is gonna like you're some special like you're some special agent or something. I'm up, bro. Dave Smith. Who the fuck gives a shit about Dave Smith? No one, fam. Anyway. Oh yeah, see that? Yo, big up, man. Hello? Okay. Oh
Grand
yeah.
Rising, Bridget. Grand Risings, Grand
Oh, go on,
Risings,
fam.
Grand Risings. Happy Friday.
Mm. Yeah, man. Big up. Happy Friday, man. So, did you catch any of the stream last night?
I was in and out, but not really, man. I went to different settings last night, but what you're talking about, I don't know, though, to be fair. I wasn't really on
Crackers
stream.
anyway, man.
There's enough crackheads out here, man. All type of crackheads are on these streams, fam. All types of crackheads. So what was he saying, though? Well, what was the gist of the stream that we missed it?
Yesterday,
Yeah. I know Rob
I
was
can't even
here,
fully remember. It was, I can't even remember what the stream was about yesterday, but we were talking.
and I see man calling Rob your daddy and all of this type of thing. Uh, you just broke up there for me. I don't know about others, but
Man, I got if the brother's like if the brother's dangerous with what he does, yeah, they'll smear him on something else, innit? Nah, nah, it goes, man. Nah, it goes. Haters gonna hate, you know. Yeah.
Trust
Yeah.
me, believe that, boy.
And you
Well,
know
you
what
know,
it is, yeah? It's like,
you know, they're not religion, so.
yeah, James explained it yesterday, yeah, at the end of yesterday's show. He's like, people were trying to link up G Block to different things, yeah. When obviously the G Block link up is literally uh, atheism versus religion thing. So anything else, anything about racism, anything about so and so, that's a whole different team in it, and that's a whole different thing. So yeah. That's not man's forte, yeah. Man's thing is the religion versus non-religion, yeah. And then yeah. So any criticisms you can make of any of the G Block members on that, yeah, those are the only ones we're hearing. All the other ones are ad hominem and side track. Yeah,
Yeah, but that's all they're good
side
at,
track.
though. You know this already, man. Yeah, I even had to. I was listening even to a little thing that your brother was talking about, man. I just remember that I on, man. You understand? It's a shame, really,
Yeah.
because in the long run, you know what I mean. It's not a good look, but some people that's how they have to play. Cause they can't. Well, they say you can't play the team, so you play the man with these things. Right?
Yeah, but don't play the ball. That's what they're saying. They're playing the player and not the ball. We're saying play the ball, and you won't get suspended. You get me?
I just bear
Just defend
slander.
it.
They want slander here, my virgin. You know what I mean? But it's nothing new. Yeah, it's bare slandering going on out here. But you see, once you stand on truth and rights, as we do, it can't stick. You understand? And it's only gonna stick for them that wanna slander. You understand what I'm saying to you? So it is what it is, man. It's a nonsense, but it's good though, because you know, so it's exposure season, biggage. It's it. So
Come on. And
huh?
even like, yeah, that's what I keep saying, man. That's why G Block's undefeated. You get me? Because when it comes to that, when it comes to the actual topics, what we're putting up, man can't touch to us, man.
And that's
Yeah,
how born them. And when you know what I mean, and that's why you know, so you do something right because the slander is getting higher. You know what I mean? So that's when you know, so you do something right with good dream. Yeah. Try to, you know what I mean? Probably hear people saying, "Rob's your daddy." Yeah, you know, people are in your feelings.
Just,
People are in their feelings.
uh,
You know what I
they
mean?
wanted that. They wanted that one to get me, though, innit?
But that's what I'm
Yo,
saying. Only children, you know what I'm saying to you, or childlike minds is gonna think that's gonna be effective. You know what I'm saying to
lucky I
you?
chat to my dad. Lucky I chat to me and my dad got a good relationship anyway. Yeah. And anyway, yeah, my dad's not a religious guy. So, yeah, he's been running down religion from the start, bro. I never used to see my dad at church or nothing like that. So them things. Clyde your mind and your belly, indeed. Yeah.
But big, you know, as long as we try to remain on logic over emotion, we'll always stand firm. But trust me. Logic over emotion. But there's a lot of emotional people out here. And no fight was won on
That's
emotion.
what you
You
see.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know what, like that's another argument, yeah, that keeps happening, yeah. Is that every time, yeah, my uh, the man them on to man, yeah, or we come up with a subject about this, that, or the other. Yeah, man wanna sorry, sorry, no. Man wanna try and change the subject on some emotional thing like but this one said nigger, or this one said so and so, and then rah 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 rah. That's why I keep trying to say that rah. Man, them need to try and out the logical ones, man, because it's emotional thing every 2 seconds, yeah. Don't work out well for us, really.
Well, you know, I've been saying that for a long time. You get me? Because when you take emotion for a logical fight, you're always gonna look like a madam. And there's some things, you know what I mean? That's what I even said before. There's some things that can't really necessarily be debated or argued with other sets of people because they're never gonna understand where we're coming from. You understand what I'm saying to you? All they can do is empathize. Yeah, and empathy only goes a certain way. Yeah, and that could be the same, could be said vice versa. You know what I'm saying to you in other, you know what I mean, elements or whatever. So sometimes, you know what I mean, like I said, innit, there's certain things we can chat about and debate with others. Certain things for me, make no sense, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. That's what it is, isn't it? Like, it's like, you can only do what you can do. And if, like you're saying, just with the emotional thing, yeah, like, I can't tell you how to feel and how you should act around certain words in certain ways. But if you can see, like, man, them are using tactics, yeah, them emotional tactics, trying to pull out your heartstrings every 2 seconds, just to try to make that argument right. Yeah, it's like, fam, yeah, that's not people. You know what I mean? We got good shot, we got Searle, Karen, shout out the rest, yeah.
Everybody's in their feelings.
Old time, Sour Rovers, yeah, pick up yourself. Old time Right Reaction, Farmwood. Old time Tim Timony.
Oh, right reaction. He's the captain of the what we call them now? The Poor Me Brigade.
The 1% is the captain of the 1% that don't matter. You know them ones that.
Oh yeah, the captain of the indigenous victims. That's what we call them.
No, indigenous victims. Poor me and all that, man. There's one man called Poor Me, one man called My Feelings. You get me? Yeah. Yeah, man. So you get me? It's Vellemy Calbo today. You get me? That obviously it's the morning and that. Yeah. So probably not. Yeah, probably not kicked off like that yet. But yeah, it goes, man. You get me? Part one, the return. Yeah, man. Yeah.
So
Once,
what does this entail exactly then for those that may not know?
so basically, yeah, like, okay, so like Monday to Thursday, we're doing like question of the day with um like topics and so, and we're trying to stay away from the personal insults and this, that, and the other, innit? Like, so basically, every time it starts to get out of hand, then I'll jump on to say like try and rein it back in, yeah. But then like today, it's like it's not really just a jump on and just this sort of thing, but it's going to be less policing, isn't it? Like, so it's going to be more. You're going to be more free with your words, isn't it? Yeah, but like we're saying, it's not going to be a show where you can jump on here and call out this unknown brother from nowhere because he pissed you off on this other live stream, and they're not even in the chat. Like, if you've got an issue with someone, then you're gonna have to be speaking to them, innit? So it's not gonna be I'm gonna jump on here and start calling out Raspet because Ras done a show about so and so, and blah blah blah. He's not even on the panel and shit. Yeah, it's not one of them ones. It's a more of a more of a just try not to police the talking when the people are going off in it. Like you can have a little back about personalities if that's what you don't want to do or whatever.
I hear that.
Man, just a little bit more reckless.
I do think that, like, I hear what you're saying, innit? Because obviously you don't want it to turn out into a Mazza and then way there, which is quite understandable. But I'd also say that sometimes, you know what I mean, if it's the right kind of moment or vibration, just let the thing run organically, you know them ones. Because, like, I don't know. Well, let's see how today goes anyway.
Yeah.
So that means there's people out there carrying feelings and then come up here and call people out, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Well, let's see. But if not, then just let it be organic and try to police it as best you can in real time, man.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be more natural and more real. You get me?
Yeah, because like the way that obviously I've tried to set rules or whatever, standards or whatever, like code that you're gonna be when you're on the panel or whatever. Most people are sort of trying to stick to that now. You know what I'm saying? It's only few and far between that are just coming that are making points with personal insults attached to them. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I think you've already set that trend already, to be honest, Big Age, and I think it's known because if you check it, other formats are we set trend, we're not follow trend like that. Me I say.
Boy, like as you know, the trend is easy to follow, fam, but it's hard to set in it. So you want to be a trendsetter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A place that was known for fucking caucuses. Anyway, let me shut my mouth. Yeah, you set trend anyway, Big. I just got me. I'm done.
Trust me.
But I hear what you're saying.
Say that again, sorry.
But I hear what you're saying, Phil. To maintain a certain order and that. That's not no wrong with that. Well, that's what big people do still.
Yeah, we can't just have it just like even fucking Jeremy Kyle show. Like you can't just jump on there and just blah blah blah. It's like just talk about random people. It's always going to be about the actual people that are on the show, isn't it? So yeah.
But to be fair though, like I'm saying, innit, even when that kind of happens in real time on the G block, it's still not necessarily like a passa team. You get what I'm saying to you? I'd more say it's more natural reactions to what's being said at the time or this and that. You with me? As opposed to like some little passa team. So that's why, you know what I mean? I don't know. But I hear you still, man.
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna try to. Yeah, man. You get me? Like you're saying, it's just in building stages right now, still, man. So don't even know if it's you get me, because like things will change once we get the actual set format and how it works sort of best for everyone. Then yeah, we'll sort of stick with that, man. So like you said, like this week you might be able to do something that you might not be able to do next week. But like we're just in the we're building stages, isn't it?
Biggie. Yeah, I mean, life is fluid, isn't it? So you can't just set one way. You got to move with the tide.
Trust me.
And that's probably the secret to success, to be honest, bro. You get me? Not just standing
Same.
in our own spots or in our own position.
Yeah, you gotta be flexible, yeah.
Capitalize on the movement. So yeah, man. Do your thing, man.
Yeah,
You broke up
yeah,
the
man.
bitch. Do your thing, man.
Coward. I didn't
The
even
more you get, the more no. So you know what I mean. You gotta do something right. No one, if no one ain't hating, then you just, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's dead. It's dead, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Right now, people
And like you're
are
saying, obviously, even I was obviously, I think even other people understand this. The people that get hated on or whatever. I always say to them, yo, bro, if man are fully onto you like that, then you know that you're really doing something right. Cause you get me. So, yeah, you know how it goes. Right. Hold on. So yeah, man, Liverpool's doing things, innit, man?
What you mean, man?
Yeah.
Watching up people for
Isn't it, man? Mad thing.
people for joke. Yeah, it's a wonderful time to be a Liverpool supporter, man. And you know we've had some dank years, so but yeah, our ascendancy in Man United's ascendancy just makes it even sweeter. Sweeter.
Trust me. Yeah, man. Some of the man them got the hotel books already. You get me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember you said I hear that, man. I don't even know what, yeah. Although I want to be up, but I can't. Me, as much as whatever, I can't take that picture. You get me? Yeah, but I want to see though, because I've got some like friends up there still that I met. Yeah, that I went on one holiday. Met them in where did I meet them? Dominican Republic. Yeah, years ago. Robbie and Anne Marie. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? Friends ever since, man. Proper scouts, boy. So you can go up there still back in the day. More so before I had the picnic, you understand? But yeah, man. Well, Liverpool's alright, man. Like even out, Liverpool alright, boy.
So the man, they might just do a stunning one, man. Do you get me? Just rent out a biggers.
One time we went up there, One time we went up there, yeah, and we went to Toxteth, yeah, and we was walking by this barber shop, yeah, and we looked at the barber shop, and the man's cutting hair, yeah. Guess what they're watching while they're cutting hair, Biggage?
What's that?
Porn. Porn, Biggage.
Oh, in the barber shop, yeah?
In the barber shop, Biggage. That's like,
yeah, that's big still.
Damn. No, I kept it moving. But I can't be right, man. You're cutting man's hair and you're watching porn. Something no right about that.
Yeah, man. It's a mad one still.
I mean,
mad one still.
The Pornhub generation it's probably like watching TV to them for real.
Mad thing. Yeah, mad. That's mad fun.
It is, man. Yeah, this sexual evolution has to go. I'm not gonna lie. It's frightening, man. It's alright. God, how our children are gonna see sex and how we see sex might be a completely different thing, you know.
Trust me.
Trust me. That's what I'm saying, and it's not good. It's not good, man.
Definitely not. Yeah.
I think I don't know if the genie can be put back in the bottle now, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, it's mad out there. Mad.
Mad, mad, mad. So especially them, so all them, especially man them out there, man, you lot that have daughters, you need to make sure that you have the most as best a relationship as you can with your daughters, because your relationship with your daughters is gonna set the pace to how she deals with men. You understand? It's not a joke out here, man. We need girl them to be more resilient than ever nowadays. Real, 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 man. You have to make sure the young lady, and not even just young ladies, but we've got to make sure the young people have real self-esteem. You know what I mean? Not no fake it till you make it self-esteem, but real self-esteem, because the hurdles that they or the obstacles that they're gonna face out there, they're gonna have to be strong, man. Stronger than we ever needed to be, biggie. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because when you compare, you know what I mean? Our distractions were fewer, I would say. But you're all good, man. So keep up the good work, my brother. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. Especially the fact one of them is a mathematician, boy. She could
Yeah. The other one's on it now as well, man. He's doing good with the maths as well, still. So
keep them in that lane. They're on to a winner, man. So the question of the day: Brexit. Teacher. I'm a Remainer anyway, so. Right, I can't hear Big Inch. I don't know if that's me or him. People in the chats, can you hear me or really go back to your old format and do the football show for fuck's sake? So TNTS Greek, you want back a football show, yeah? That's if you lot can hear me. Sure. Must be me.
yo.
Must be. Big Inch.
Yeah. I got yeah, I got kicked out still.
I wasn't sure if okay. Man them said they want back out. They want back a football show version.
Yeah. Like I was saying, basically, yeah, my bedroom was in. It's my best friend, his little brother, yeah, was in hospital for a long time, yeah, and I was trying to get just trying to get a bit of a social life because he likes football and all that, yeah. So that's why I was doing the football shows here for him and that. Still, man, but he didn't. Yeah, he don't even really. He don't want to do it no more. Still, so.
Okay. Well, maybe you could do something big, you know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe, man. Just start slapping a football Saturday in it. Obviously, match day is usually Saturday. Man's usually at work on Saturday as well, and it's one little live stream still. But Greeks is saying that, yeah, but he don't jump on and contribute towards no chat on that, though. He sits there complaining from the chats like, oh, you need to do this. You need to come in and you need to jump in and actually chat though, cuz. Never way that.
Talking. They just keep on talking.
I'm trying to find some lamp holders here, but I literally can't find them anywhere.
So what?
Basically, you know, if you got spotlights in your house, the things that hold them in place are called lamp holders,
Okay.
and they burn out quite a lot. So,
Okay.
let's get some more, man. I'm just gonna have to order some from somewhere else, man. Cause I can't
Alright,
find
so
them in this.
like Kushite folks saying 2 cases of the coronavirus in the UK. Then he says
In where?
one
In
in
the
the
UK.
UK. Yeah. Then he says one football shows. Then TNTS
One
says,
football shows.
yeah, that's Kushite. TNTS, I definitely will watch the show. Big up yourself. Look, he says you'll never walk alone. Come on, look.
Covered.
Big up yourself. Red Cole in the building, saying big up the family each and every time. Grand Rising.
We got Fred. We got. Has it got me again?
Okay.
Hello?
No, I can hear you still.
Still here, man. We're still here. Yeah. Yeah, man. So what's gonna happen today then? Because it's Brexit. What is there going to be any changes to what? Is there going to be what's going to be happening now?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you in that I don't think we'll start to see the effects for a little time still.
So the shit's
Then we're
placed
gonna
properly.
find out how much you were lied to. You understand? And all the rest of it. It's bare bullshit as far as I'm concerned. But
Listen, I don't want to hear none of them Brexit dons. Yeah, I don't want to hear them complaining or moaning about nothing. You know, like I don't want to hear them complaining or moaning about nothing, because it's them man that was fasting up themselves. You get me? It's them man that went to fast up themselves with this. Oh, we need to do this and we need to do that and blah 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, so when the bigger heads told you that they was chatting shit about this one and they was lying about this, that fact and so, you get me? We see, we see how the things step from then. But yeah, big up my like scattered buys in the building, my brother.
Big up, family.
Big up, fam. Big up man like Freddie in the building. Come on, old type Fredos, Maximus.
Yeah, man. Yo, what's today? I didn't even check the topic. Oh, the return of Vellemy. That's today,
big up all the family.
The return of Vellemy today, B. So yeah, definitely. If you saying you got some fire to burn there scattered, yeah?
Me, not even, bro. I'll tell you what. This week, yeah, I've been good. Like I stayed off most of the hangouts. I didn't even run my own show this week, to be fair. That was bad. But like I stayed off the hangouts. So I had a bit of work to do and some other things going on. Innit? But every time I joined back in, bro, I swear to you, I would have thought Vellemy Carl came back a lot earlier this week because Lyria, man, what's his name? And Issa have been going in.
Trust me, bro. And them far right people.
You need to bring them two as the first. I'm telling you, bro. You need to make them two the first members
and we got a new far right couple, David and Jupiter. Dave and Jupiter. They're coming in twos now.
Yo, Jupiter's vexed because last week when she was talking, she was on dance panel, some German far right don, innit? And I was talking to him, innit? And I was getting him to basically just excommunicate. Like he was doing mad taxpayer on Jupiter as a joke. She was getting vexed. She's like, you can't tell me what white people want in our country. And the German was like, you're not a proper far right nationalist. You're gonna give the Muslims what they want. It was hilarious, bro. It's hilarious. That's like. Now Jupiter, trust me, she's gonna dig onto them man there, Dave and all them man there to try and give us some little relevance. Anyway, it was jokes. That was me on my Vellemy couch earlier this week when I was talking to Jupes. Yeah, this week has been mad. Like this week has been mad. Every time I tune in, it's been something else random popping off, some madness popping off. It's been a good week on Jupiter.
Yeah.
Good week on the Jupiter.
Been a good week, like fucking hell, man. Been bad things. Fucking Rob got rushed by witness.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot that one.
Fucking up.
That was the classic.
No, leave him alone. Help him. You're gonna kill him. Stop. Hey, no.
Hey, that was funny.
That was hilarious.
Hey, that was funny.
Hey,
yo,
hey,
you have to start editing your best bits.
Have you seen the skit? Yeah. Have you seen the skit on Chappelle's show? Yeah, the Mad Real World. Yeah. Have you seen that?
Man, real world, no.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Have you seen when Chad's dad comes to visit and the man them pour him up in it? Yeah, mad thing. The man them pour him up in the kitchen.
They rush him, really.
They rush him and then they teeth Chad's girl. You get me? Katie. Yeah, mad thing. So that was like one of their ones still. Yeah, man. But like you say, man, obviously, you get me. Like,
you know what? I think about old Rob.
You get me an update. iOS.
Sorry to cut you, Vel. Vel, you know what I think? Sorry to cut you, bro. You know what I think about that Robbie guy? He's got a bloody cheek, bro. How can you be telling people how to live and you got no empathy, no care, no love, no understanding of others? Do you know what I mean? How you want to tell people how to live? You're a fucking robot, bro. We ain't ready for artificial intelligence yet, mate.
Yeah, man.
Trust me.
We got Rob though anyway, man. Come on, man. He's definitely a G-block shooter, cuz, like.
Yeah, no, sure.
Bun up Rob every time, man. Bun down Rob.
I really said bun down Rob. See what? Like, yeah. Politics, I'm definitely interested in hearing his politics. But that's
what I'm saying. Like, obviously, because we're debating on the theism, atheism thing, yeah, Rob's definitely a top shooter in them modes there, like, you get me? Like, on the other subjects, like, obviously Rob's on his own for them subjects there, but when it comes to the atheism and theism, it's G-block mode, you get me? Like,
hey, listen, Phil, Rob's a tape recorder, mate. That's all he does, bruv. I've listened to it for months now. He's just a repeater, isn't it? All he does is repeat the same fucking dead points, bruv, and asks a million questions that lead to fuck all.
Yeah, Rob's name is Bobby Schmurder anyway, man. You get me? Everybody's like mad out here, fam. So. Yeah, the big Bobby Schmurder.
You're funny, bro.
Yeah, no, man. I gotta say, like, Rob, yeah, he's definitely annoying sometimes. Like Fred was saying, like, he does stick on certain things when they've already been answered. There's just he has a certain kind of way he expects them to be answered, kind of thing. But yeah, I also agree with you, Barry. Like, he is it makes sense to have him on a panel because he will provide opposition to other points. But yeah, it can get repetitive. But yeah, no, I think if anyone wants to take on a strong atheist, it only makes sense to debate the people who are the smartest or the most in that field, innit? If we're gonna do them kind of things. But yeah, no, he definitely gets he definitely is like you will answer his question on his point, and if it's not the one he wants, you're gonna stay in that same thing for a little while, boy. But then again, he's not the only one that does that. To be fair, there's a couple of debaters who have that same kind of strategy.
Yeah, because he knows the law very, very well. He knows how to wriggle and maneuver. Trust me, bro. He's been in court thousands of times, bro. He knows how to cross-examine, and you know what I mean, brother. All of that, I've recognised it from court.
I'm trying to set up a debate, yeah, between Ansar and Ezra. I swear down, yeah. If I could get Ansar and Ezra on the same panel at the same time, yeah, fucking hell, cuz.
You mean scientific method?
Popcorn mode, bro. Mad.
Scientific method or Ansar Tawhid?
Nah, Ansar speaks schooler,
Yeah, cool.
Scientific method, scientific method. Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
Obviously, we always chat on Google Hangouts, before, yeah?
Yeah.
We've had some interesting conversations, man, on Google Hangouts. Like, them man have had some interesting conversations on Discord, innit? So, like, that's where, obviously, Witness come up with what he come up with, you get me? Like, from Discord, it's still, man. But, yeah, man. You hear me? But, boys, what you man them saying, though, man? Like, what do you think?
I love this Brexit thing, you know. I just want the BNP to get in power now, and it'll be nice. It'll be a good ass day in Britain. Swear down, because you know what? We work better when I think back when we know who the enemy is, innit? Like, trust me, bro. When we don't know who the enemy is, and man's guessing, and oh, this one's my friend, and this one's all right with us, and bro, if we start flopping.
Yeah, man. Come on. Hey, big up Carl, big up yourself, bro. Big up Beloved. Outside Bowhead. Big up Love is the Law. Big up K. Big up yourself, Carl. Yeah, man.
Yo,
We
bro, I got
building, man. You get me? Big up,
Big up,
fam.
bro.
Yeah,
yeah, big up everyone.
yeah,
Big up,
scattered, man. Big up, family, every time.
love.
Yeah, I just think, Vel, once we start, what if the country gets more worse than it is now? Yeah, sister.
When we start on that basis, we're all right. It's when we start feeling so we have friends. You
I
understand?
true, man. I true, you know. Trust me, man. Cause before, I mean, you know, before we used to understand each other a little more, man. We used to have more like empathy towards each other. We never used to be like, so I'm on my thing and forget about everybody else. I don't care. And that's the type of attitude we got. We took on their thing a little bit. Their little independence, and I'm good being independent, and I'm good on my own, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, you say, man, you used to live in like no new friends, no new friends, no new friends, no new.
It's not even that, you know. But we can
Right.
history, we're supposed to learn, Biggie. Yeah? From events of the past, we're supposed to learn. And what I keep saying to the family is, like I said, we're nice people, you know, Biggie. Yeah? And people know that we are nice people. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah? We will always fight for others.
Just like to go through the tunnel, yeah? You don't forget about hold it down. Carry on.
Yeah, we
Definite, sis, man.
will always fight for others, but will others always fight for us? And in our history in Britain, it tells me no. You understand? So that's why I say you have to be very, very, very wary. Because like I've said before, I'm going to keep saying it, there was a time in Britain when the skinheads and the teddy boys and all them people that was in full effect. Everyone was black. Yeah? Black and brown was black all together and all that. Yeah? When the bus are stopped now, and people can start walking on the road with little, more safe, then everyone ran back to their tribes, as it were. You understand? And they were no longer black. Then they became A, B, C, and D, but not black. But we remained black, though. You see what I'm saying to you, Freddie?
Nah, that's the big fact. That's the big fact, sis, man.
Will
what you're saying this morning is the truth. It's nothing but the truth. Like kindness for weakness. That's all we've got taken for. Like we've showed man enough, and we've got a shit back. We've got like, you know what, fuck you back. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's a bit wrong, really. And no matter how much times we do it, we have to do it till we're dead. Cause we still have that love there. Now I go, cause I'm not for colours, you know. I'm for whoever's for man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I haven't really got that closed off mindset where I'm gonna care about a colour. Just want to know if you're for me, if you're gonna be riding with man. Do you get what I'm trying to show you that? And the way this country's rolling now, you can tell that it's not for us. It's never gonna be for us. It's just gonna get worse and worse. They just want all our children to die, more than likely, on a street death tip. You know what I mean? They want us just have us in the mental institutions, have us in the prisons, and all this good stuff for them because it works out for them. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, it's true, Freddie. And I'm not disagreeing with what you say, brother. But all I'm going to say to add to that is that as well, a point in time has to come where we have to, you understand me? You get me? Because in 100 years' time, I'm saying that your great-great-grandchild don't want to hear certain moanings. You see it? They just want to know. Anyway, chat. But you see what I'm saying?
Listen, I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying, sis. But I've got a little hope and prayer, yeah, that the thing goes back to where it was. You get me? Where we understood that, yo, I have to use your house on Friday. We all have to come to your house and strategize how we're going to move forward. We're not just going to link up and drink drinks and smoke now. We're going to fucking try and build.
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because before we never just used to link up.
It's happening, brother, but we just don't know. Yeah, I think there's little things like that happening. If I was going to be honest, but
definitely.
Huh?
No, most definite, sis. But no, definite, sis. But I remember like every ends had a place you could build. Hackney, Tottenham, Croydon, this place, that place. Every end had a power base. If that makes sense, sis. Do you know what I mean?
No, absolutely. But what it is now is because what that is that remember our foundation in England was based on group economics, innit? And based on being together, innit? You see what I'm saying to you?
And
remember,
if you had something to sell, I would buy it straight away, sis. If you had a Truths and Right t-shirt selling, it's my obligation to cop it right away. Do you know what I'm saying? Remember them days?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're talking about like a more independent spirit, and I think it's slowly happening, man. Because remember, like we said yesterday, Freddie, sometimes or the day before, we mustn't get too carried away in the negativity. You see what I'm saying to you? And we have to remember where we are come from, and you know, even with all the negativity, we're still doing all right, man. You
but
understand?
you know, definite, sis, man. And big up the rest of the panel. Big up the rest of the
Bless
panel.
up, bless
But
up,
you know,
bless up the panel,
Big
bless
up,
up
big up.
everybody. Happy New
man.
Day, guys.
Yeah, man. Come on,
Let's
come
up,
on.
let's up.
But you know the tactic I was loving? I was loving Rich Porter's tactic, innit? I was loving Jedi's tactic the other day where we have to fucking start shaming each other to do things for each other. I'm not even fucking about. We have to really get onto each other. Or there's going to be a drastic fucking movement in the government where they're going to get onto us. Do you get what I'm saying? It's either one of the two. We have to get onto each other real quick or they're going to get onto us. Because if you don't do something I go do you.
But what does getting onto something mean to you, man? What does that mean?
That means the co-unity spend like what we used to do before, sis. Trust me, get at least that element of the thing back. Like you've got a thing and we have to support it no matter what. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like we're not going around your thing no more. Just because we can chat to you and you know what I mean? We're gonna come down and support the thing regardless. Like what all the other nations are doing.
Well, Freddie, 100% agree with what you're saying, except for one thing. It ain't gonna be something where you got a choice. It's gonna be a necessity. Because the way things are going, it's gonna get grim, bro. Trust me. You're gonna see food banks everywhere. You get me? People are gonna be like stacking up their tins of beans and making sure that old people are okay. Do you know what I mean? You're gonna have to start doing patrols, knocking on doors, making sure them old people are right. It's gonna get grim, bro.
But you know what?
Guess what,
Guess what, fam? It's a sad time when it gets like that, obviously. But trust me, bruv. You see, when we got pressure, bruv, it busts the pipes. Do you get what I'm saying? When trust me, when we are backs against the wall, we fly over it.
Definitely.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like serious black people work magic when we're under pressure, you know.
100%.
So them times I've seen it in my own eyes. So them times they can come back again, I reckon.
Obviously, I ain't black, but looking at it from a point of view of this God-given endurance that black people have got. Like if you look at it historically, like who can, like it's not a competition, but who can even come close to what black people have been through and come out of it normal? Like Jews went through the Holocaust and they're still spazzing out about it now. Do you know what I mean? All going to therapy and shit. Do you know what I'm saying?
Fact. Because
black people come out of it like normal. Like I'm not saying it like it never happened, but they're not all running around like fucked in their heads.
We've not come out of it normal, Con. Nah, brother.
No, I'm saying like there is obviously a knock-on effect of it, but I've never met a black person that wasn't normal, bruv. Trust me. Like, or obviously, you understand what I'm saying, innit?
Yeah, you gotta come to America then.
I got to understand of what you're saying. But I still trust me. I still agree with a little bit of what you're saying.
because we come out of it still loving. That's what
Exactly, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So what we gotta ask ourselves is this loving nature something that we can say is part of
But
being black?
you know what? That's not even right
Because
though, you know,
obviously
because like you say,
there's
when
some
we
black
first
people that
wait,
might
at
not
the
agree.
first end of slavery, yeah, when the first ending of slavery, the people that was decided to make their own way, you know what I'm saying? This new loving as I don't know, sort of where I don't know where that's come from still, but even them was making waves, man. First of all, you know what I'm saying? Like it weren't just like man just went straight back. You know what I'm saying? Like there was little towns they made, people was buying farms and doing little businesses and so and so, so and so. They just starting to fall away now. That
Not
music
even
revived that.
people was revolutionizing industries. People made industries, former slaves at them time periods. So, yeah.
That's it. That's it. So that's what the man them and the gal them, the ladies them, the you get me. The whole family needs to start trying to get onto now, man. But like so just said, yeah. If you make a whole new industry, you have to be at the top of it. You know what I'm saying? Like you created a whole new industry.
Yeah, we do it all the time, Phil, man. Look at the youth, them how they're going on now. Obviously, they're not doing the right thing when it comes to the lyrics, but in terms of getting paid, they're doing the right thing because they're gonna try and leave generational wealth for the next generation. I know music and sports ain't a good example, but obviously, I gotta rate people that make something out of nothing. Do you know what I mean?
But the whole thing about that situation is, does the pros outweigh the cons? Is the money and the generational wealth outweighing the detrimental effects of the music? How is it influencing I guess the younger population?
That's a big
So,
fat no.
but we
Yeah,
don't know
that's
that.
right.
We don't know that. I don't know the answer. Maybe in the future it
But
can.
there's so many different genres as well, though. There's so many
Yeah.
different genres. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not just about killy thing, isn't it? There's other genres, isn't it? You can have a rap song about your girl and how much you love her, innit? Or you can have a rap song about you or your mother or this or that or any other aspect in society. So
That's the
and if they
majority and
keep going,
minority, though.
no, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying it's
All
still
right.
available. It's still
Yeah, true,
available,
true,
brother.
true.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm
But
saying? You
like,
can still
but Doyle,
download the conscious song now.
it's not always about majority and minority because sometimes it just takes one spark to start a fire. So do you know what I mean? It's not always about the majority. Like
Yeah,
you got like conscious
yeah.
artists out there that could like when the time is right be the trigger for a big movement.
I'm not saying that they won't, man. I'm just saying that, but based on the facts right now, the majority is, you can say that. Yeah, you say killer. I'm talking about drill or music that degrades our population at the end of the day. I listen to the music. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to make a conversation here to see if somebody could give an actual valid point of how can it outweigh its detrimental effects.
Yeah, it can outweigh it by education, you know, broski. Because
You said
remember, in
generational wealth.
Britain,
That's another top. You could have went more into that.
yeah,
That's deep.
yeah,
So,
most definitely. And in Britain, we're still young when it comes to the music thing. So I can imagine in 30 years, we're going to have like 2 Puff Daddies or 4 Puff Daddies. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like America's a bit more advanced in terms of the music thing, you know what I mean? So it's like, obviously, you sort of got your head screwed on a bit more than us. You've got labels and you don't have to get as ripped off as much as other people. Do you know what I'm saying? But we're still young. Remember, we just started charting the other day. There wasn't no black music when I used to grow up. Like, it was only white acts. Do you know what I'm saying? In the top 10 charts. So that alone, to cross that barrier alone, I have to give that ratings. Do you get what I'm saying? And then the next barrier is owning your thing, which is gonna come soon, because obviously youths ain't dumb. They're not gonna sign to a label unless, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna benefit them. And the more independence they get, the more education music wise they get, it's the more informed choices they're able to make. You know what I mean?
yeah. Okay. Oh shit, Eric.
I was gonna say, like, I respect Veli's like optimism and his entrepreneur mentality, but we ain't really gonna know where we stand until this Brexit thing proper like establishes itself. Because I got a feeling that we're in for a rough ride, and the rug's gonna get pulled out from a lot of people. Like, you know what I mean? Everyone's hoping that, you know, money's gonna filter down from the government for community-based projects and rare. Nah, bro, it's getting the other way. Like, in my opinion, it's gonna be grim. So, you know, we'll see in it where we stand. If anyone's got the backbone to stand up and or the ability to actually move forward, let alone sustain and maintain, I'll be surprised.
Brexit, sorry to
That's a
cut
good
off.
point.
With Brexit, all it is that the rich are gonna get richer and the poor are gonna get poorer. It's simple.
I'm saying, hun, it's grim for the poor ones. You know, they're gonna siphon the money
So
out of our pockets.
Con,
You know, like if you got any sense, you cancel that £70 a month Sky subscription from now. If you got any sense.
Con, what do you think about Boris and the Hawaii deal?
I don't know about it. Tell me, innit? What Hawaii? What you mean Huawei?
Yeah.
The Chinese
Hawaii.
company. Well,
Yeah.
they're allowing them like to have some involvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, like from the start, like when they were banning Huawei and this, that, I knew it was just a game they're playing. Like they're just like tightening up the net so they don't like they show them, listen, you can't infiltrate. This is our thing, innit? And if you want to come in on this, like we're gonna cut a deal, but it's gonna be tight at your end. The reason why they're doing that is because Huawei really could have just took the whole thing. Do you know what I mean? Like these lot really had to put their heads together, like America, England. Do you know what I mean? Like, but as usual, they play that good cop, bad cop, where America and England are like no to Huawei, but France are like, yeah, we can still work with you. You know what I mean? And then when they cut the tightest deal they can, then France will turn around and bring England in, and England would be like, okay, yeah, now we can work with the Chinese and rare. Like that's just their scam that this is a schoolyard tactic. It's a basic thing that they've done, because Huawei had them by the balls, literally. So they had to go militant, like they had to go crazy, saying we're gonna ban them. Don't bother even buying their phones from like Carphone Warehouse. Like they went proper ham on them, innit? Like they had to though, because literally Huawei had the whole thing sewn up, because they come up with 5G, and it was like 5 years ahead of what these lot could do it. Do you know what I mean? So what they're gonna do? They're gonna wait 5 years and develop their own one, and they can't do that, innit? Because by 5 years, China would be on fucking 8G. Do you know what I mean? And they would have rolled out the system. They would have had everything incorporated. They would have the cameras out everywhere and the signals out everywhere. Like the banking system, the music industry, everything all tied into one system. Like, do you know what I mean? Like now in the UK, if you face it, you can't even go online and check your NHS records, or you can't even change your repeat prescription without traipsing down to the doctors and writing them a letter, which they normally lose. Do you know what I mean? Like, but they would have had it sewn up so everything's incorporated. Like, you know, in England, the most incorporated thing we got, which is like you could use your, let's say, your credit card to swipe on the bus. So your credit card's working as a bus pass. Like that to us is like, wow. Do you know what I mean? But the way how Chinese got this, Huawei like got this fucking 5G sewn up, it's just gonna change everything. You're gonna see how things are gonna be different. Do you know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, not just for the good. A lot of people are gonna get sacked. There's gonna be a lot of jobs that ain't needed no more. Do you know what I mean? So they're ahead. These don't need to catch up. They had to bring them in. Do you know what I mean? So that they just done that little maneuver to kind of like get themselves the best deal they could. You know what I mean? Like plain stush, like making that like they don't need Huawei when really they need them. So it was inevitable that England would follow France, I think. It's just common sense, in it. It's just money. Thing is how Huawei had it all, like they got it taken to the military level even. You know what I mean? So the whole system that they got set up, it's literally an integrated system that involves everything, like the government, do you know what I mean? Like everything's all in one system. So that includes the military. So these lot were scared, innit? They thought China's going to infiltrate our military. They're going to have like, you know, the little motherboard that can basically break the code and get into everything. Like they were really shook. Like,
Isn't that
they were up
possible with
against it.
5G now? Isn't it
Yeah,
possible with
well,
5G coming out
well,
of China though? That
yeah.
infiltration. Because if you think about it, I mean, what people may not like what Trump said about China infiltrating into its intellectual property when it comes to dealing with shit, digitally
Mm,
and by computer and
mm,
by, talking about, going into computer systems and finding out the blueprints, the
yeah.
game plan,
What, what
stuff like
what
that,
what I'm
right?
saying, bro, is
That
that
shit,
China would have invented the system without any kill switches. So once you're all integrated, you're all integrated. So these lot would have said to China, we can't do no deals with you because we don't want to integrate our system with your system. Do you know what I mean? It's like when the Turks went and bought the missile launchers from the Russians. They
right.
could have bought
Yeah.
it from the Chinese, but EU was like, nah, that's not integrating into our system. Because if you patch that in, yeah, then Russia can basically tap into the whole system. Do you get me? So
Yeah.
that was a problem for them. So obviously, in the time from they banned Huawei till now, obviously all Huawei had to do is go away, design up some kill switches, incorporate it into the system, and say, okay, now we can move forward with this product. But before it didn't have no kill switches. So like it's like when the Germans sold the missiles to Turkey. Yeah, Turkey couldn't use it to bomb Syria because the Germans had the kill switches. So even the Turkish was sitting on the missiles, they couldn't use them to defend themselves against attacks from the Kurds that was in Syria because the Germans had the kill switches on the product that they sold them. They're saying, wait a minute, we bought this. You're telling us what we can do with it. But
What
that's
about
just
the
how it is.
S-400? What
That's just
about
how
the
it is with
S-400?
technology now.
What about the hypersonic fighter jets they bought from Russia, the S-400s?
Yeah, Turkey just went ahead and bought them, innit? Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? But
but can they use those without Putin's influence over
that's
his
what I'm saying.
military?
That's what I'm saying, bro. They're playing one side off
I,
against the other, which
yeah,
it can
I mean,
work, but don't get
I
too
mean the
happy,
same.
innit?
Yeah,
It can
I
go
mean the
wrong as well.
same thing with that. They ain't the same thing with their how can I say, their minimum purchase of F-35s from the U.S.
Mm, exactly. So what we're seeing that even this technology, like that we know, this internet, Huawei, all this thing, these are all military applications, man. These are military things. Internet's a military thing, no? And they
Oh,
just
they
roll it
split
out
out that way,
for the
bro.
population.
Yeah, I mean, the internet was going on for decades in the States before they brought it online for public consumption.
Mm,
I mean, anything that comes, anything on this scale that we're
mm,
talking about, I mean, even going back to even 1G on up now to 5G, all that
yeah,
shit had military implications before
100.
it ever came
Mm.
public.
See,
They
this
knew
is
it.
what
They
I'm saying.
always,
Unless the military gives Boris the all clear, he can't make that deal anyway. His hands are tied until he gets the all clear from them on that 5G deal. So it's not just
yeah,
Boris and Huawei. There's the higher level that they're not showing us. This is the military application and how it all ties in militarily. Once they get the all clear from that level, then they're like, okay, we can talk about mobile phones and shit. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
So that's
because
why it's taken this much time to sort it out. But it was
yeah, because
inevitable.
the
It would
thing
have got
about
sorted
this,
out because they can't invest all that money in catching up to China when they could just buy it from them. Don't make sense.
yeah. But see, the thing about this is that when you're dealing with China, because China is building up their military, China is building up islands where they're training troops and where they're storing military weapons along the South China Sea. They're building islands on that waterway.
Mm,
Okay, so see, China ain't no joke when it comes to the military front either.
mm,
Their technology as far as military is concerned, the blueprints and all this type of thing, it's not as advanced as, let's say, Putin's Russia or even US right now. But because now with this Huawei deal, see,
mm,
they can infiltrate into how can I say, an inferior, um, um, how can I say, technological framework, okay? And they can get information, they can infiltrate. And this is
mm,
something that Trump was talking about. I'm no Trump fan, but when he's laying it out straight, he's laying it out straight. And he was on point with that when he said that yes, China was infiltrating the as far as the the, the the systems of technology that's been used by the U.S. government and, of course, eventually, publicly by U.S. consumers. They've been doing this shit for decades.
Mm.
And, of course, it's not something that you bring out to the public like that because you don't want to put the public in a panic. You know what I'm
Look,
saying?
one thing though, bro, Eric, one thing you got to realize, yeah, all these military advances, a lot of them is because in the future, like I'm saying, when times get hard, yeah, police ain't gonna be able to hold down population. Yeah, they're gonna have to roll out the army, innit? So this is why we're lucky in a way in the UK that UK don't rely on its standing army. They're not investing in their army to go out and lay claim to resources around the world. So everyone's fighting over these resources now in Antarctica and whatnot. Yeah, England don't really rely on the army. Like they can get what they need to get diplomatically, and they got like a lot of influence, and they use America as their muscle as well. So really, England ain't got that much of an army that when push comes to shove, yeah, like we need to start worrying about our own military turning on us, which you're seeing in countries already. You see that in America, but they'll dress it up different. You get me? They make it sound different on the news, but really, when you see a situation like Haiti, not Haiti, what's it called? New Orleans, where there was like a typhoon or whatever hit them, yeah? Them people, they could have started looting and pillaging and thinking, do you know what? It's
It
survival
was a
time. Like, I don't
hurricane. A
care about
hurricane.
fucking, they could have just
Actually,
gone, they could have just gone savage. But because they know that military is just waiting to go on them, that they can't really go crazy. But do you get me? Like in countries like in China, they're using their own military against their own population.
But check this out,
The
though.
problem.
During Hurricane Katrina, there was a lot of looting. White folks
Yeah,
did
it's
looting
what I'm saying.
just as much
Standard, isn't it?
as much as black folks did looting. Why? But think about it, though. You're in a crisis, okay? You
I'm saying
don't
they
know
should
where your
allow
next meal
you.
comes
If
from.
there were white
Yeah.
people looting, they will allow them. They'll be like, do you know what? We're insured. Don't worry about it. When it's black people trying to survive, they're like, oh, roll out the tanks. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, they're using an opportunity. Get me? You understand what I'm saying?
The Superdome was a death trap for people. And the poorest and most vulnerable people in New Orleans were holding up in the Superdome during the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. That was a fucking nightmare. It was
you're gonna
horrific.
hear a lot of horror stories about that. If you Google the Superdome during Hurricane Katrina, horror stories.
The conditions inside that stadium, okay, are not conducive for keeping large masses of people. It's just not. It's not suitable for that, and people suffered a hell of a lot. I mean, I'm sure people were robbing and stealing and knocking each other over the head in there because all of a sudden you got tens of thousands of people crowded in one stadium. Okay, it's a different thing when you got tens of thousands of people in the Superdome watching the New Orleans Saints. You understand what I'm saying? It's go team, go Saints. That's a whole different thing than when you're in a crisis and that's the only place that you can go in large masses of people. All of a sudden you got 40, 50,000 people in this Superdome and everybody's trying to survive. And nobody trusts anybody. No people didn't trust each other. They had no
It
choice
turned
but to
into a
be.
stampede.
Yeah, I mean, it was horrific.
We had that. We had the Hillsborough disaster when a few people started getting squashed at the back of a stadium, and it caused a stampede. And then everyone pushed forward, and a lot more people ended up dying because stadiums ain't designed for that. It's like you said, that people just normally just walk in, sit down, eat their popcorn, and walk out. When something serious kicks off, there ain't the place to be.
No,
doubt.
it's not. Because it's one thing when you got people going in and out in an orderly fashion. You know, people got to go to the toilet. You may have a football match, and you may have like maybe 1,000 people who have to go to the toilet at one time. But the way that the stadium is built, if you go in an orderly fashion, okay, they've had so many entrance exit points to the seating arrangements in the stadium that it's smooth. You got 1,000 people who can go to the toilet at the same time. Yeah, okay, they're waiting online. The men and women, they're waiting online. But at the same time, it's an orderly fashion. At the same time, you got people who go to the concession stand to buy beer, to buy their hot dogs or whatever food they buy. when they're there in the stadium. Some people go buy t-shirts and hats, all that type of shit. But the thing about it is, when you got an orderly fashion, when you got people moving in an orderly fashion, then it's not a problem. But like you were saying, when it's a panic, and people are, people trying to get out of there, yeah, people trample each other. That's what they do. Become most irrational when we're in a crisis situation. But I would beg to say also, I would beg to argue also, a lot of us become our most rational. Why? We have to depend on each other. We have to share a common space that's uncomfortable for us. Yet that's the only place we can be. So, so it goes both ways, and that crowd control, crowd malaise type situation. But with this 5G shit and this AI shit, um, I'm telling you, I'm worried about 5G. I'm worried about AI because when you put how can I say, those satellite stations and whatnot, the what do they call them things, man? Those huge, humongous light poles where they have now instead of street lamps. Now you got satellite. You got little satellites there that shooting 5G around people's neighborhoods right over their heads. What type of effect is it going to have on people? You know, when this stuff, it's like ether. It's electrical energy, man. You know, what type of effect does it have on people? Well, I know that from the States, from reports that have been written, and from what doctors have said, whether they're psychiatrists, psychologists, or actually medical doctors, who deal with people who suffer from different types of cancers and all this type of thing. Kids suffer from cancers, adults suffer from cancer, whole families suffer from cancer from this ethereal energy, flowing through the air in your town, in your city, in your county, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That shit can be dangerous, man.
Yeah, it's not really an energy. It's more like a frequency, like a wave. Do you know what I mean? Which is detrimental.
That's,
Like
that's energy, though, isn't
energy
it?
can't really, and not really. Like yeah, in its purest form, it is. But like, don't imagine like there's like electric current like running through the air and whatnot. It's not really like that. Do you know what I
No,
mean?
no, no. Well, isn't it though?
Not really. It is a type of energy. Obviously, everything needs energy to function. So sound waves do work with energy. Do you know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, it's like if it was energy, like in a positive sense, it could feed stuff. If there's energy flowing through the air, it could feed
Mhm.
stuff and things can grow off of it. But this ain't energy. Like, when it comes into contact with
Yeah,
trees, it's killing the trees. When it's coming into
yeah,
contact with, you get me? Like, basically,
yeah.
it's a disruption. It's a vibration that is a destructive force that's basically not
But it's,
allowing, let's say, something that's growing that to
yeah,
grow in a. You get me? It's a negative
it's a,
thing. It's not like
yeah,
energy.
yeah.
To me,
Yes,
it's not positive or negative, but this is specifically
it's a
detrimental.
destructive. It's a
Yeah,
destructive energy force towards
yeah,
foliage, towards
yeah.
nature, towards
And
natural
birds,
growing crops,
it's
things
speaking
like
to
that. Yeah,
animals. Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
yeah, animal species. Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
I
But
understand
even
that.
now,
But,
Eric, even
but
now we ain't
yeah,
got 5G. There's people that can't live in London with all this Wi-Fi. Like they hear this screaming sound in their heads. I see a documentary on
yeah,
it. They have to literally move out of London. So I'm just saying that they're the more sensitive types where they can actually hear it and say something's wrong. With us, we can't really detect it, but it's still there. The damage is being done. It's just
mhm,
that we're not aware of it. It's like a sound frequency that we can't hear, but it's still there. But these particular type of people can
yeah.
hear it, and they're like, I can't live with this, and they have to move out of London. Do you know what I mean? So that vibe's
Well, I mean,
already there. That
yeah.
that, that thing's already there, but it's just going to get
Well, see,
worse.
those people are the canary in the coal mine because they're the ones with they're the
Exactly.
ones with
Exactly.
they're the ones with the dog whistle sensitive ears. You understand me?
Yeah.
You see, and they're most sensitive to it. And so when that happens to people where you actually can see people what the effect is, people can't
Mm.
stand it because they can actually They can actually hear a humming or whatever from 5G. You know, they can hear a humming, different types of technology that's being used around them to surveil them. For example, those cameras. Who knows how much effect the cameras are having on these people who can't stand to be in London and hear that steady, disturbing hum from 5G, because they're wondering how the hell is it that our ears are so sensitive that we can hear it, we can feel that current. You understand what I'm saying? So it is a constant current. It's just that we don't all feel it like that particular group of people. They're a special group of people because they feel it, hear it. You know,
Yeah.
and most of us don't. You know, I mean, it's for me, it's a worrisome thing, man, because me myself, I'm, you know, when I read reports and I see demonstrations of AI, okay, and I saw a demonstration of AI where it's like first it's a stick figure, and the stick figure is just learning how to move, okay. The stick figure the stick figure, okay, then has like a little circle for a head on it, right? It starts climbing over obstacles, right? That's it, and the background is black. The stick figure is like a yellowish goldish color, okay. And first it's crawling, all of a sudden it's stepping over obstacles and whatnot. All of a sudden it's running, it's jumping, it's doing all types of shit. But the thing about it is that this thing tends to be thinking and learning on its own to advance its movements. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like, the thing about it is, from what the geeks say that really know about this stuff, and know about AI and proponents of it, they're saying that it picks up a language, okay, of its own, along with the computer language that's being used to bring this development about, okay? And the thing about it is that if we ain't on code, if we ain't understanding that, okay, humans who are developers of this AI, what happens if this AI gets out of hand? What if we start living like people in the Matrix or in Minority Report, such as people in China are living right now?
Terminator
China,
2. Is it Terminator
yeah,
where the robots
yeah,
take over?
but
That's
but
what that
but
is.
but yeah, but see what I'm talking about though with this AI thing and the surveillance thing. The reason why I bring up Minority Report, because in Minority Report you remember that people were being arrested just being for suspected,
Mm.
okay, of perpetrating a crime, and they want to preempt this, right? They say, well, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, but
Mm.
they're doing this shit, man, in Kyrgyzstan, in China, of course, in Beijing and their major cities, China. They're doing this in Kyrgyzstan, and what is that country? This one country that's right, is that Kazakhstan? That's right on the border with China. They're really close to China, okay?
Yeah.
And China is exporting these systems of camera surveillance on people, you know. And she was doing a report. She was doing a report, and she asked this lady. She stopped the lady in the crowd and asked, "Do you realize that when this camera is observing you, do you realize that it's actually taking photos of you?" And this lady was, you know, this lady's eyes got wide because she had no idea, you know. Meanwhile, the government is saying,
Like,
"Well, hey,
there's a thing as well, Eric. You know, if you
yeah,
put cameras everywhere and put a big sign next to it saying camera, sooner or later people still forget that they're there. It's just human nature. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah." This is what I'm saying, man. But I mean, look at London. Look at how many cameras y'all got there, man.
More cameras than
We're
people.
building up, we're building up more camera surveillance in the U.S. also, man. That shit
Mm.
to me is scary, man. The
Yeah.
NYPD uses drones,
Mm.
okay? for coverage for monitoring the activity of the city in general.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what
Well,
I'm
we just
saying? So they,
recently upgraded to face recognition cameras. Like it's been rolled out now. So
yeah,
you
but
know,
in China they already got that. In this I
yeah.
think in
Again,
Pakistan they
they're
already
ahead.
got that.
They're
China's
ahead, no
exporting to
doubt.
them. Yeah,
The
Yeah, they're
man.
county
ahead.
I live in America, Miami-Dade, they did that in 2011. It was in the
Yeah, I mean,
news.
Wow.
So
yeah.
yeah, it started
I
incorporating
mean,
drones.
yeah, that shit is scary, man.
Yeah.
I'm
But
sorry, sorry,
it's not the drones we probably thinking about where we're killing people with. Is the drones
no,
I
no,
guess
no,
that there's for
no.
surveillance purposes.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
Monitoring drones. That shit's scary
yeah.
enough for me. I don't need. I don't. You know. I mean, weaponized drones. I mean, think about it.
That's the future. Yeah, that's the future,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
Less
Exactly.
casualties and shit. Yeah.
Less cops being killed, right?
Like
Less cops having to run into.
recently, Eric, recently, I don't know if you must know that recently in the UK we had all the youths rioting on the streets and that. Yeah. Imagine if
Mhm.
it was a 5G system, right, where they could knock out the electricity for that whole area, knock out all the communications. Yeah. That would have been contained so quickly because these youths were rioting for like 2-3 days. Do you know what I mean? And they were going from area to area looting. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So looking at it from the government point of view, yeah,
Yeah,
like in the future, uh, they're gonna have the population on lockdown,
indeed. And see,
you
for
know, and
me,
there's gonna be more reasons to riot, not just, you know, political reasons. It's gonna be people gonna need water, people gonna need food. Like it's gonna be really
yeah.
bad. I don't
I mean,
trust it myself. Like everyone's
I
got this
mean,
optimistic
right.
mentality, but I got a bad feeling it's all gonna go
Yeah.
wrong.
You know the thing about it, Carnito, as you were saying, okay, you got people who can already right now, they can't stand to live in London
Mm,
because they feel the vibe from
mm,
they literally feel it, man. They literally hear a humming in their ears and they're
yeah.
wondering why,
It's just
which is
driving
this
them mad.
technology. Yeah, this is what I'm
You can't
saying,
even
man.
sleep. Like you can't get no sleep.
Yeah, yeah. So how much easier is it to the point where you say, okay, you find out how these people are so sensitive, okay? You get psychiatrists and psychologists to work with you first.
Mm,
They build up the psyop plan. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
It sounds evil, but shit, Hitler did it already. Hitler's
Oh
already
yeah.
done. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm,
even before Hitler did it, Hitler got the idea of eugenics from somebody else that did it
yeah.
before. You understand? The USA was practicing eugenics in the late 19th century. They were talking about
Oh yeah.
eugenics. When Margaret Sanger came up with Planned Parenthood, she was a proponent
Eugenics.
of eugenics.
Yep.
You know,
Fact.
I mean,
And these are the
so
people that are
mm,
putting up these centers all throughout black areas, telling black women you can get an abortion for free. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, it's
These are
crazy.
that's where eugenics has led to.
Mhm. You see, the thing
Yeah.
about it, now see the thing that scares me about that is once you get to the point where you can get into people's heads. Basically, what it is, you get into people's central nervous system, the connection between the
100%.
central nervous system and the brain.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Once you got that on lock, you can have people walking around like zombies all day, every day, doing exactly what you want them to do physically. They're not
Mm,
thinking about it because the central
mm.
nervous system is fried.
It
Your brain is
overrides
fried.
cognitive
Yeah,
thought. It
yeah,
overrides it.
yeah.
Hmm.
And these people, they become real life Frankenstein. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And once you can do that on a massive scale, for example, using weaponized drones, you don't feel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not dropping no little bomblets or they're not firing bullets or nothing like that. They don't have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
They use laser. They use a laser
Yep.
system, and they may
Mm-hmm.
spread the laser like a mist over the
Yep.
city. Poof, and then all of a sudden, everybody's, everybody's like I said, everybody's systems bodily functions are on lockdown because, as you said, the cognitive forces they use to think and control their bodies don't work because this central nervous system has already been um, fried, or their brains have already been fried. So they're like automatons or little robots. So
Hmm.
this is the shit that scares me about this 5G shit, man.
Hang on
This
a
is the shit
second.
that
Really?
scares me
Is this the Vellemy
about
Cow show? Really?
about this
I was
AI.
expecting to come in and everyone's cussing and shouting and screaming like fucking hillbillies with no teeth. But we're being
Uh-oh.
sensible and
What?
rational.
Man, you know why? Because we know this shit is real. We know
Yeah,
that this 5G
no, to
shit
be
is
honest, I
how,
agree.
how,
No, I agree.
how it's, how it's physically negatively affecting people, man.
No, I
You know what
agree.
I'm saying?
And I've said from early, if you've seen Terminator 2, yeah, you know how
Mm,
this all ends, right?
yeah,
Because at the moment, and I've said this example so many times, if you've got a good phone, right? As soon as you press the
yeah,
shutter button, all you're doing is pressing the button. The AI in the phone decides which picture's the best.
yeah.
What? Huh?
And,
Like
and, and,
normal,
and
like growing up, if you took a
mm,
picture that was
yeah,
closed, that was it. Now
that
you've
was
got
it.
artificial intelligence. I don't think you understand how deep that is. Deciding which picture that you decided or that you took or you think you took is the best. How long before that AI then decides, actually,
Thing,
I,
Ultra. Let me ask
you're
you a question.
irrelevant.
Let me ask you a question.
Ask
If
me three questions.
5G, if 5G can
Uh-huh.
kill trees and kill
Can kill
birds
what?
that's in the trees, like
Oh yeah, no. So
shrubs
I
and
didn't hear it cut out a bit. Yeah, yeah,
greenery,
go on.
like green stuff,
Mm,
yeah?
mm,
If
mm,
it can
mm,
kill green stuff and it can
mm,
kill the birds that's in the air, and there's
mm.
people that can't tolerate living under that frequency,
Yeah.
what effect do you think it's going to have on, for example, a human fetus that's forming?
To be honest with you, I mean, the answer's pretty obvious, right? However, if 5G can kill the coronavirus, is it really that bad? Do we know is
Well,
it?
see now,
That is
but see,
fun.
that's the thing about it.
Yeah, that
But
was
that's the
funny,
thing
man.
about it. Now, if you're using 5G, I understand where you're coming from. Governments will say that. Scientists and doctors will say that. But what I'm saying is this: if you're using 5G, okay, in the medical field, just for killing diseases or just for coming up with cures to past diseases that may reform um, because maybe mutations of a particular strain of polio or Ebola or whatever the case may be may how can I say, basically it may shield itself against antibiotics that we have now. So we use new technologies and they work really fast and we can come up with solutions, to curing these diseases once and for all. Okay, I'm with that. Okay, but the problem I have is this, especially with this novel coronavirus in China. The Chinese government ordered. It was in such a panic. They ordered. What city was that? I forgot where it was, but they ordered that a hospital be built in a week.
Let me just say
You with me?
something. On a cellular level, yeah, Ultra,
Mm.
a human cell
Yes,
or an
yes,
animal
yes, sir.
cell is
Uh-huh.
literally a plant cell that is symbiotic and lives side like together with a
Mm,
bacteria.
mm.
Understand?
Yes, sir.
So we're saying that people that can't live under this 5G vibration are our canary in the coal mine sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Then on a cellular level, the plant
Mm,
is also that
mm.
same thing. So
Oh,
if there's something
100%,
that's getting
100%,
damaged in a
100%.
plant, there's something that's
Mm.
getting damaged in a human.
All right, let me
Facts.
respond to you. Let me wait. Let me
The,
respond
the
to
only
you.
hold on, Ocho. The only
Hold
thing
on,
I would say,
soil,
remember,
hold
plants
on,
has
hold on, hold
cell
on. Let me
walls
before I
and
forget.
we don't. So that's the only
Before I
difference,
forget.
maybe the
So
cell wall.
please let me respond before I forget. Oh fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. No. I remember it now. Hold on. Yeah. Khan,
what you were saying, if it is indeed a fact and people can't live under 5G, boo-hoo. We're going to separate the weak from the strong because apparently the world runs on might makes right. Survival of the fittest. Yeah? If you can't make it, get out of the kitchen or whatever the fucking... Whatever
cool.
the fuck.
Is that your answer?
Yeah.
Is that your answer?
Yes,
cool.
but I'm being
So
facetious.
here's my answer to your answer.
I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious. Please understand.
I know that, but we're just going to go with that.
Perfect.
But what I'm saying
Okay,
is, yeah, like I'm saying, canary in the coal mine situation. You're being damaged, but you don't know you're being damaged. But them lot over there being damaged, and they know they're being damaged. But you're both being damaged. So really, when you take them people out of the mix and they die off or whatever, or they move out of London or whatever they do, yeah, the rest of us are going to be going around getting damaged without no canary in the coal mine. So we're going to be blissfully happy, or we're going to be damaged. And then we're going to see that damage in our children, in our offspring, and things like that. So you're going to see, like, God forbid, but you're going to see the level of miscarriages, for example, go up. Do you know what I mean? Now, when you see the human suffering that's attached to that, then you're going to be thinking, wait, well, what's going on here? And then you're going to have to investigate. Say, okay,
religions cause
5G that's doing this.
No, religions cause more suffering than 5G.
No one's talking about religion right now. We're talking about,
I'm saying, you're talking about
no, but hold on, you're missing the point. You're saying the strong survive. You're saying the strong survive. I'm saying no. The damage is happening to both people. It's just the ones that are detecting it are fleeing, and the ones like an exodus, and the ones who are staying are the ones who are blissfully happy. Yet they're being exposed to the negative. So when you're saying the strong survive, you're wrong. The strong ain't surviving. The insensitive. The insensitive are being exposed to the negative even more. The sensitive are fleeing and surviving. So who's surviving?
The strong.
The ones that are the weak. The ones that are running.
No. Wait. Hold on a second. You think self-preservation is weak? Are you okay?
No, self-preservation is running from negatives.
Bro,
that's self-preservation.
That doesn't make you weak. That makes you fucking clever.
Yeah, you're actually way more smarter than the people who stay because you actually know it's causing harm. You're leaving, and then you're still surviving. Meaning you're doing the same thing they're doing.
You need to listen. Ultra. Forget about trying to construct jokes.
What Camino is saying is that when all the canaries in the coal mine flee from that, they lose their cleverness to flee from that. Those of us who are not canaries in the coal mine, which will be the majority of us, we suffer even more.
Yeah, we just said that, Eric, and he disagreed a while ago. We just said those people are the smarter ones.
Just give him a minute to let it settle down and marinate, because he's on this hype mode of, let me just create some jokes, and I need a little run up, and then I'm going to drop a bomb, and it's going to be funny. No, you need to listen, bro. Yeah? He's been laid out for you, bite-sized pieces. The people who run...
Bro. I want the whole meal one time.
The people who run are the smart ones. The people who stay are going to not be the same as they originally were. So they're not going to be strong and survive. They're going to be changed. They're going to be mutated.
Khan, do you not see the problem that you're having?
Who they were.
You're missing the point, bro. You're missing the point. Listen to me carefully now. You're making the assumption that the people that stayed, you think I was referring to those people are strong. No. The strongest attribute any human being can have is self-preservation.
I'm not allowing you that wiggle room. You were saying as if the people who can't live under 5G will die off, and the ones who can carry on, because you said might is right. So you're saying that
but he did.
The ones so don't try to wiggle.
But Bakar, respectfully, he did say he was being facetious, though.
I know, but we're still running with that argument that he laid out.
Listen to me.
So I know that this ain't his actual belief, but this is the model that we're dealing with.
Khan, I get you, but you remember he said the strong survives, and then he talked about self-preservation. You made it say running from your negatives are weak. He said, no, that's not weak. That's actually strong. So that's why I'm kind of getting confused.
He said it's smart. He said it's not weak, it's smart.
Smart, but that's we're equating that to strong, kind of, right?
All right, cool.
So, that's what I'm trying to say. No,
Yes,
No,
calm. Yes,
no,
calm. Yes, calm.
no,
Just
no,
let it
no,
sink
no,
in, calm. Take a minute.
no.
Let it sink in.
Smart, smart,
But but
and
but see, the thing
strong
about it is that
aren't the
when
same
you
thing. If you're
yeah.
strong, you don't have to be smart. You're enduring. But if you're in a
No,
situation
but
where you're faced with
you're
life and death,
equating you're
and your
equating
intelligence
strong
is
with
telling
physical
you
strength.
to
Though.
run,
But it's
Right?
survival though. Isn't strong mean survival in your analysis, right?
Yes, sir.
um,
Yes, sir. A
yeah,
So
con
so
is
that
equating
means that
strength. A strong
smarts in
is
there.
physical strength. No, strength for me is not the physical stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. I couldn't lift a building. However, I'm sure if a few minds, we came together, we could develop something that could lift building or destroy said building. But strength is not physical, con. And I was trying to
you
allude to
you
that point, but obviously you're not letting it sink in. But that's okay. Don't worry. We take time on
you're
it.
missing the point.
Well,
Strength.
well, I
I'm
would go.
really
I
not.
would go this. I would say this. I would say that. I would say that strength is psychosomatic, and it's both physical and
Yep.
it's both physical and mental. But now, the more mental strength you have, I would say the better off you are,
Yep.
because the
Yep.
more way
But
you can think about
what
how
I'm,
to
what I'm saying,
manipulate using that
Eric,
strength,
if you look at
physical strength.
nature, you always see cunning and smartness pitted against strength and endurance. They're two opposing energies in nature. Yeah. So I'll give you an example. The fox is cunning. Yeah. The wolf is cunning, but he overpowers the bison or the gazelle. Do you understand? These animals
Hold on,
that are
hold on.
fast, these
No,
animals
no,
that
no,
are
no, no,
strong,
no. Wait,
Coco,
wait,
hold on,
they
hold on,
stop,
hold
get
on, hold
stop,
on. Eric, Eric.
outpowered
stop.
by a
If
weaker
no,
animal who has
the
cunning.
single
No, no,
wolf,
but pack
the single
mentality.
wolf,
They're
in
using their
order to
brain.
that they use
Yeah, they're
their
using
brain.
their
They,
brain.
they 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 attack the bison in a pack,
Yeah,
not
Pack.
singly,
Exact. Thank
in a
you. Yeah.
pack. That's pack mentality
yeah.
that you're talking
The
about.
pack
That's
mentality,
intelligence.
because
Yeah.
that's
Now,
intelligence.
if you want
Yeah,
to talk about intelligence against strength, let's talk about the mongoose against the cobra.
Mm.
Now you're talking about mental capacity. Now you're talking about mental instinct. You're talking about instinct prevailing over a snake that is one among the most venomous in the world. If it got hold of that mongoose and bit it and injected that venom in it, that mongoose is going to die in a little of no time. However, the mongoose can move around just as that snake does. That mongoose is smaller. That mongoose is thinking about instinct. How do I survive? It's either fight or flight. Mongoose fight, and mongooses have won against the cobra on several occasions. It can go either way, okay? But when you're talking about strength, the reason why I said that when it comes to when I think even though I will argue that strength is psychosomatic, it's both psychological and physical, working in unison, not against each other, okay, not in opposition to each other. Because the more mental strength you have to imagine how to use and manipulate your
Ah.
physical strength to work to your greatest advantage, the better off you are.
Yeah. Let me
Animals
come in
show
real quick. Let me. Oh, sorry. Finish
and
off.
and human alliances amongst themselves, even amongst people who don't like each other. Human alliances show this. But go ahead, Soil.
Yeah, and let me give you a real practical example. For anybody who ever boxed in their life, they will know this. If you're a bodybuilder and you bench about what 300, and I'm a boxer weighing about like 220 or whatever, or 200, 180, 180 pounds, and be conservative. The way of me punching, the way I turn my body, or the formation I stand in, determines how strong I'm gonna punch. You could bench 100 pounds more than me, but if you don't know how to punch, the technique, you're not gonna have the same punching power. I learned this since
that's
I
a
was
beautiful example.
13,
Beautiful.
13 years old. I've been boxing, so yeah,
Mhm.
it's all about technique, really, and that comes all the way from the mental. You have to. So whoever's a boxing or boxing in their life, whoever boxing in
Mhm.
life should come on talk about that for on top, because the body is
Yeah,
amazing once you understand muscle memory and
yeah.
and different positions. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And it takes the psychological and the physical together to do that, though, to train your body to do that. For example, as a boxer, because I think the boxers like very much like martial artists, they hit certain pressure points, and they hit you in that certain pressure point to the point where it maximizes pain, immediate sharp pain. If you look at the fight between Ali and George Foreman in Zaire, George Foreman was a big bruiser, right? And this makes Soil's point as well. Ali felt those punches when Foreman hit him, but Ali decided, okay, fine. He used the rope-a-dope method, right? He laid against the ropes, okay? He kept his arms up around his body, around his rib cage and stuff like that, okay? The most vulnerable areas where it could really cause pain from one of those shots.
Eric, bro.
Right?
To be fair, yeah, Ali's technique on how he beat Foreman is so out there and so beyond the norm that you can't really use it as an example, because what Ali done was so cut that punishment.
For boxers, you can. For boxers, you can. Look at. Okay.
No one training you is going to train you and say, "This is how Ali beat Foreman.
No,
I'm going to train you." No way.
What I'm saying is this, though. The psychological controls the physical. Okay.
100%. Yeah.
Right. The more psychological strength you have to control the physical strength, to make the physical and the psychological strength work in unison, to make you stronger, the better off you are, rather than using physical strength alone or brute force alone.
Here's where you're mistaken. Like, not mistaken, but this is the point you're missing. Is that, for example, if me and you got chased by a lion and I was scared and my fight or flight hormones kicked in, I would take off like the wind, and you'd be running thinking that you're cool. Yeah. All right. You might be able to spot a little left turn or a right turn, like, whereas I'm going hell for leather. The point is, in that situation, I'm in line with evolution. I'm in line with genetics. I'm in line with survival. I'm in line with the forces of nature. And you're Mr. Cool. So when you weigh up, I would rather my fight or flight hormone. I would rather be scared and be alive.
You may use adrenaline more than I do. Agreed.
Yeah.
You may get a higher adrenaline rush than I do. But I'm thinking about survival too. So now when you're talking about using adrenaline to flat out run the lion, okay, I'm talking about what corner can I go to get the lion off my scent, because I ain't got that speed. I ain't got that adrenaline rush like you do.
Right.
But we both doing the same thing. We're just doing it a different way.
No,
yes.
We're not.
We're both trying to survive. We're both trying to survive.
All right,
and
cool.
we're using
what you don't realize, when adrenaline kicks in, that changes the substrate, the energy that your body's using as well. That's where the energy actually comes from. Like, there's no actual energy in a hormone. A hormone is just a method of unlocking the energy that's there. And I'm doing that and you're not. So I've got bags of energy and I'm flying and you're not. Do you understand? So when you're saying psychology,
if I could take a sharp turn and make a lion run off a cliff, what makes me less effective in surviving than you, who outruns the lion to the point where the lion can't run anymore? You understand?
I hear what you're saying. Like, there's no this is what I'm saying. There's no perfect one answer. But when you look at how humans have evolved and how that's helped us to survive situations like that, you can see that 9 times out of 10, having that adrenaline is a benefit. But as we all know, as kids, that when we got into fights and whatever, and the adrenaline's kicked in, you've made mistakes. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yeah, like a couple of fights that I had, I done things that I shouldn't have done. Do you know what I mean? Like, looking back on it, be cool in a fight. But what I'm saying is the adrenaline's there for a reason, isn't it?
Oh,
so
indeed.
the ultimate way would be to let the adrenaline kick in and then ride it. Just not let it overwhelm you. And then you've got the best of both worlds. Then you're Bruce Lee, isn't it? That's what you're
exactly, right?
But check this out though. how do you ride the adrenaline? You ride the adrenaline
Experience.
with your psychological, experience through what? Through thought. Yes.
Training. Yeah.
Training through what? Through thought, right? You have to imagine how you do that training before you can do it. Okay. The mind has to manipulate the muscle mass, right, in order to train.
Right.
Yeah. But you have to have the muscle mass also to train. So this is why I'm saying psychosomatic. They both.
But this is what I'm saying is, Eric, two things that are opposed to each other can work in conjunction with each other. So when I'm strong and I run out of strength, I switch to my smartness, innit? But when I'm smart and I reach the mental limit, then I just think, you know what, I'm going to switch back to brute force. So two of them things can work together and move you forward in the same direction. But let's not get it twisted. They're two different things, though.
Carl, we on the same page. But
what I'm saying is, what you've done is like you're saying, oh, day is the opposite of night, yet you have to go from day to night to get through the week. I'm saying, to get through the week, you do need to go from day to night. But let's not forget that day and night are two opposite things. Strength and cunning are two opposite things. You have to periodize between them. You have to go from one to the other.
But guess what? Neither the human being nor the animals, neither the human species, nor any animal species works without using the both in humans.
Yeah. So when one species is pitted against another, you can see the difference then. See what I mean? You're talking within a species. I 100% agree with you. When you're going against the species, one against the other, you're saying that, okay, wolves work together in a pact, in a pack system. Okay, they're using the intelligence, to come together. But when the bisons are running, and one of them gets attacked by a wolf, 9 times out of 10, the other bisons don't stop to help him.
See what I mean? No, they don't. You know why? Because the bisons are trying to run away. They're trying to use they're trying to use the force of their speed to stampede and run away. And anything that runs in front of them as they're stampeding will get trampled. So if the wolves run in the pack straight at the bisons, they're going to lose because they'll be trampled by the bison. However, if a pack of wolves attack the bison from the side, they can get the legs. You understand? Once they get the legs and they knock the bison down, the bison is helpless. It's defenseless. And then they attack its gut. Mm-hmm.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that there's two different things. Like in nature, there's two different forces. But I'll give you an example, For example, right? I'm not black and I'm not white, But let's just look at it this way. Okay. Are black people stronger than white people in general? Considering that they're involved in all the sports and whatnot, I would say it's a fair bet to say yes, isn't it?
I would say yeah.
Bro, when you look at Mr. Olympia, for the whole top 10 lineup, you're lucky to catch one white guy in there, bro, to be honest. Not being biased, but this is facts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, well, so on the other hand, could we say that these guys, they are the most cunning, ruthless, and smart people in the world? That's how they are where they are, isn't it? That's been proved, isn't it, through history?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, but see, that's the thing about it. The reason why they're that way, survive. They use survival.
They have the strength.
But think about this: they use survival of the fittest against themselves. The Europeans did for several centuries. They fought against each other. White folks fighting against white folks.
100%. I agree with that.
You understand what I'm saying? So when they fight like that, and they figure that that's the only way they could survive, when they go into another country that they want to take over by conquest, right? Because that country has something that other landmass, and those people who live on that landmass, there's something under that landmass that they feel is worthwhile fighting for.
Yeah.
Of course, they're going to use the best weapon system, the best form of fighting, and usually the most cunning and dirtiest tactics they can use that they use against themselves, against other people. And they're probably going to be more zealous against those other people than they even were against themselves. Yes, I agree with you on that. When the song when the British sing, you know, a rule Britannia, Britannia rule the waves.
All right, cool. Thing, Eric. What's stronger? What's stronger? What's stronger, a human or a bacteria? A human, innit? Yeah, we fight off millions of bacteria a day. Like we even learn to use them in our bodies to help us break down
but we
proteins.
got but
Yeah?
we got
But what's
bacteria
more
called.
cunning? What's more
But check
cunning and
this out.
smarter?
Yeah, but check this out
A
though. We got
bacteria, innit?
bacteria.
Bacteria
Yeah,
mutate all the time. That they're smart, innit?
like the coronavirus right now that's going
That's what I'm
throughout the
saying.
world.
So
Yeah.
again, you can see strength on one side and cunning and smartness on the other side. So you see what I mean? They're two different things again fighting each other.
No, but you know when you know the SWOT analysis, right? SWOT or SWOT or however you want to pronounce it. Strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Like, but the strengths could be power and intelligence. I think we're conflating or confusing maybe strength and power or something like that, or like some physical abilities. I think strength, like is what Eric is saying, is combined with mental ability.
Yeah, it's
not
a
just physical
combination.
alone.
You
Yeah.
can't
But just let me just check out the
strong.
SOWT analysis. I think a lot of agencies in the governments use them around the world. Even people use it,
I mean,
like everyday people use it.
Because animals show us, even animals, okay, they use strategy. For example, the wolf pack. Okay.
But I get what Khan is saying though. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I get what Khan's saying too. I mean, yeah, there is physical strength and there is psychological strength. Okay, cunning, adrenaline. I understand what you're saying. Khan, yes, they're two separate entities, but okay, if you use those two separate entities, how can I say, divisively, actually, you can't even do it. You can't use physical strength without some psychological guidance on how to use it. Even if you're using brute force, you got to imagine how you're going to use that brute force.
Yeah. But listen, let me give you one piece of advice, Eric. Yeah. In nature, yeah, a lot of things are counterintuitive. Yeah. So don't use so much a bipolar way of thinking. Do you know what I mean? Like if you kind of like think about you know, like that symbol Tai Chi. So inside strength is weakness and inside weakness is strength. Yeah. When you use that model, yeah, you can kind of like get out of this trap that you're falling into of being very black or white about it. You know what I mean? And everything seems to throw you off. Like 1 minute you're going one way, and then you come across something else that's throwing you the other way, and it's like
I'm using yin and yang is what I'm using. I'm using yin and yang.
Yeah, but instead of using yin and yang,
I'm saying you gotta have the two work together in everyday life. It does.
No.
It does.
Yin and
I understand
yang
it. I understand it. I
They're
understand
opposing forces.
they're opposing forces that work together.
No, they only work together when you use the Tai Chi model.
That's why it's yin and yang,
No,
not yin or yang.
look, bro, look, let me break it down for you real quick. Like I know, like this is a side point. When you look at the yin and yang, yeah, black is yin, white is yang. Now, when you draw the S in the middle and you look at one side and then you look at the other, people get confused. They think, oh, yang is one half of it and yin is the other. Yeah, where they both combine each other into one shape. It's not like that. Yin is the color, yeah, that is represented on that model. And it's saying that inside darkness there's light and inside the light there's darkness. So like it's not split the way you think it's split, like down the middle where you have
it's combined. This is what I'm saying. It's combined. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say this. Carl, what I'm trying to say is this. I understand that there is psychological strength through cunning. Okay, there is physical strength through brute force. Okay, or adrenaline and the use thereof. I understand that, but what I'm saying is this: most things that human beings do, okay, is psychosomatic, unless it's things that you do a second nature basis. For example, you go to the toilet because you gotta go. You don't really think about it. The only thing you're thinking about is where's the nearest commode when you got to go sit down and defecate, okay?
Right.
Or you understand what I'm saying? Or if you're inside your home, for example, okay? Or where's the toilet I can go to stand over to urinate, okay? You stand over it, if you're a man, you stand over the toilet when you urinate, okay? But you sit just like a woman when you defecate, right?
Eric, look, it's called fight or flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can fly and fight at the same time. Really, you could be running away, and anyone that comes in your path, you're mowing them down. So you can technically fly and fight at the same time. But the reason why it's called fight or fly is because the majority of the time you're doing one or the other. Yeah, you can do both at the same time, but majority of the time it's one or the other. So when we're talking about a population,
but check this
when we're
out.
talking about a population of people, 1 minute, Eric, bro, give me 1 sec. When we talk about a population of people that's fleeing from 5G, it will be the equivalent of saying people who fled from, let's say, when the Hebrews in Israel had to flee from Romans. Yeah, the strong ones stood, and the weak ones or the smart ones, let's say, flew. Yeah, but as we know in history, inevitably, 200 years after Jesus, the Romans annihilated all of them anyway. You get me? So the strong ones that think that they can stand and fight, they're the ones that's going to get finished. And the ones that are smart are thinking, wait a minute, we can never beat these guys. And they don't look like they want to stop. So we need to run. So what I'm saying is you got two groups of people.
Yeah, but guess what, though? The Romans claimed Christianity in Vatican City, right? In Rome, Italy. Do they not? Where the Pope lives, yes? St. Peter's Basilica, yes?
But is that the same religion Jesus was teaching, though?
What the point I'm making is this.
Might be
they
called
claim
Christianity, but...
No, it's not. It's not what Christ taught, but they claim it. Okay? But Jesus Christ did say, Peter, you are my rock, and upon this rock I shall build my church. Yes?
Yeah, but, you know.
People think, but the Roman Catholics put St. Peter, on a pedestal. Okay? As in the form of the Pope. Right? The Pope is seen as a holy man. The Pope is not holy. Christ is holy.
Yeah, but my point, Eric, is that part of the population stood and part of them, the intelligent ones, fled. Now, the reason why we could call them intelligent is because in hindsight, looking back on it, we can see that the ones who were strong, we didn't think that they needed to be so cunning or smart, were actually annihilated.
Yes, they were
So the
annihilated.
only ones that survived were the smart ones, isn't it? The ones that chose to leave.
Well, I'll put it this way. You had smart ones, and you had ones with brute strength. Julius Caesar was the smart one. He ran the empire. His force, okay, his force of Roman soldiers, they were the strength they were the strength, okay? They were the strong ones that fought the wars that he commanded them to fight. You understand what I'm saying? So, as I'm saying now, you have yin and yang. Both forces work together, the psychological force and the physical force. No? Isn't this how empires
like I'm saying,
form?
when you say
were collapsed?
when you say yin and yang, they're two opposing forces. Only in the Tai Chi model can you put them where they work together. Yin and yang are opposing forces.
But they work together in Tai Chi, right? But they do work together.
Yeah.
There's an instance where they work together, right? In Tai Chi, right? So
and in nature, and in nature, yeah.
Okay. All right, fine. Now think about this, okay? Now animals don't think in the same way that humans do. Granted, right? Animals can do things.
They don't have the self-consciousness.
Right? Okay, wait a minute. Oh, right. They think instinctually, right? But animals instinctually, okay, they usually build up, okay, large masses of their species if they can, right? If the males in the group that are the hunters, right? If they're strong hunters, such as the lion, okay, with his pride, right? The lion goes out and does the hunting, right? And
No,
And
no,
what
the
happens?
lioness does the hunting. I think the lion just sits there and protects them if some invader
Oh
comes.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's not right. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right, fine. I got that wrong. I got the scenario wrong, right?
All
Okay,
right,
I
come
got the
again,
sex
come again.
wrong.
Regroup,
Okay,
regroup, and
okay,
come again.
but the lioness does the hunting, right? But the lion still protects the pride, right? Because when the lioness goes out and does the hunting and brings the food back for the cubs, her and the cubs have to be protected so they can eat, so that when the lion humps her again, right, they can continue expanding their pride. Yes?
Yep. Oh, you got it.
So you got the physical strength of the seed, right? But you also have the instinct towards protecting the pride, right? Even though the female lion goes out and does the hunting, okay, still the male protects the
All
pride.
right, Eric. Who's
The
smart?
male humps the lion.
Who's smart in this scenario? Who's smart and who's strong? Men versus women.
Who's I'll put it this way, okay? The man
Who's a
is
smart one and
wait,
who's
wait,
the
wait.
strong one?
Well, listen to what I'm saying. The male, the lion, right, is
Is what?
strong.
Right?
Listen. The male is strong
Strong.
because it can protect the pride. Okay,
Forget the because the male is
right?
strong
The
and the
male,
female is what?
and the female, but the female is
Is
also
smart.
strong. The female goes out and hunts, but she's also strong. She goes out and hunts. You have to have strength, physical strength, to go out and hunt down an animal because
So then why
most
don't the lion go do the hunting then? Seeing as that he's stronger.
the lion protects the whole pride. The lion puts its life on the line to protect the lioness
Yeah,
and the
there we
cub.
go.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, the lioness is always going to stay
You see,
alive. Remember that, because the other predator gonna come in and just have
you see
sex
what
with
I'm
her.
getting at
But
here?
the
By
male lion would
instinct,
die
but
or run
but
away.
but
Yeah.
the instinct is that the lion um will fight to the death for the lioness. Why? Because the cubs comes from where? The womb of the
No,
lioness.
no. It's like Soil
Yes.
said. The male will stand and fight or he will run. When he's confronted by a bigger male who's taken over the pride, he will have no choice but to run.
And you know
But
the
the
new lion
female is the
kills
No, no,
one
no,
them.
no,
who
no.
will fight
It's
to the
not that it
death.
doesn't have, no, no, no.
The
It's
female,
not that,
Eric,
no,
hold on, hold
it
on.
just,
The
but
female
hold on a second,
is the one who will fight to death.
The smaller lion by instinct decides to run or decides to fight. Okay, depending on what it by instinct thinks its chances are on winning the fight. If it by instinct it sees that it's
No,
overwhelmed by
he's
size and
physically
strength of the other
overwhelmed.
animal and it's
No, he's
intimidated, and it takes flight.
physically physically overwhelmed.
If
No,
it
hold on, hold
doesn't,
on, hold on. Hey guys, both you guys, hold on, hold on.
but it,
Eric,
yeah,
listen, Eric and Con, hold on. Let me show you how complex it is. This is why this is an age of argument between you two. Did you know that the female lion will actually determine if she likes the new invader or she likes her husband or whatever the lion that she's with? Then she will
I
determine
didn't
her
know.
if she's gonna. No, hold on. Let me just say how complex it is. Then she'll determine if she's gonna fight with the guy who's there, because she knows that if the person who's running the pride now leaves, dies, or runs away, the new invader is gonna kill the babies.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So and
Too.
start the
You're
whole
right.
thing
I
over.
agree with
So
that.
Right.
it's a gray area. It's all is mixed up with
All right, cool.
intelligence, strength,
Bringing it,
power.
bringing
Yeah.
it to humans, yeah, humans.
Mhm.
Who's
Okay.
strong and who's smart, males or females? I say it's the same as the lions.
I
The
would
males
say,
are strong
But it's
and the
complex.
females
I
female,
seen,
are the
female,
smart
bro,
ones.
no,
females are
women can
strong.
manipulate. Yeah, women manipulate a lot
Yeah.
more. Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
wait. Women are strong in ways that men are not. Women give birth,
Well,
men don't.
childbirth. Yeah.
You understand me? And women are closest to death, physically speaking,
Yeah,
clinically and physically
true.
speaking, when they are giving birth. Yet they do. They have miscarriages. Sometimes women die and they give birth to orphans,
Right, that's what
right?
I'm saying with the
And
lions. The
the child,
female's the one who goes
wait.
to the
But
death.
the child's considered an orphan because the mother dies, not because the father dies. If the father dies, the
Yeah, because they all got the
child's
same
not considered an
father.
orphan. If the mother dies, the child's considered to be an orphan. But the point I'm making is this: yes, the women have strength in a different way than the male does. Okay, most likely a woman, yeah, she'll mentally manipulate you, manipulate a man more so than she's going to be him physically confronting him. We know this. History, science proves that. Physics proves that when you apply it to human life and how the human being functions. Of course. But men have their strengths, women have their strengths. Men have mental strength also. Think about it. Think about when, for example, Erdogan, right? He said, well, okay, fine. The US government, you don't want to sell me the F-35 because I don't want to buy the F-35 by your conditions.
He's trying to trigger you, Con.
I want the blueprints. No. I'm being
You know he's from
about
Turkey. That's why I'm joking. I'm joking, man. But
No.
I know.
Khan, I'm sorry. I didn't even know you were from Turkey, so I'm sorry about that. But the point I'm making is this: men use mental strategy, right, to put the fear of God into other men. Do they not?
Bro, men even carry the X chromosome. Do you get me?
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
determine,
so
they
like you
determine
said,
the
in
sex.
nature,
But wait. While a man determines the sex of the child, the man does not determine whether the child, that seed does not determine whether the child lives or not. Depends on the
that's right,
nurturance from in the womb of the mother if that
100%.
child survives. So you got
Right.
yin and
So,
yang
so
there,
what we're saying is these concepts that we create, like male, female, and whatever, yeah. When
right?
we look at
Yeah.
nature, they're not as clear cut as what we're suggesting. You see what I
Well,
mean?
this
So to
is a
conflate the
bit.
two is a bit mistaken. You see what I mean?
Well, the fact of the matter is this.
So we
Okay,
create in
as
our
far
minds, we create these concepts, yeah.
yeah,
But when we're working
we
in
do.
nature, when we're working in the real life, we have to kind of like understand that they're just like a framework. In reality, yeah,
Yes,
women can be
it's a
stronger than men.
yes, they
But like
can
you
be.
said, it's a different type of strength,
Yes, indeed. I
right?
agree with you.
So
I agree
when
with
I'm
you.
talking with when I'm talking with someone and I'm saying that one group of people
Hmm.
ran away from the 5G and the ones that stayed were
Hmm.
strong, yeah. In other words, what I'm saying is when you're saying the strong survive, what he was hinting at is saying that if the future is
Hmm.
5G and X
Right.
amount of people have to die, then they're just collateral damage. We'll still roll forward with the 5G and with the people who can tolerate it. That's the point he was trying to make,
But you
which
know
is
what,
a
though?
valid point. It's a
Yeah,
valid point.
it is a
But
valid
for
point.
some reason, he wiggled out. He tried to wiggle out of it because he realized that it sounds a little bit cutthroat and it sounds a little
Yeah,
bit heartless.
and
But in
that's why you
reality,
say
when
the
you're
freedom
dealing
of
with
speech.
governments,
Hmm.
governments don't have that sympathy on that level because it, like, from a governmental point of view, if you said, oh, 2% of the population will die if we roll out 5G, it wouldn't even require consideration. They wouldn't even think about it. They'll be like, do you know what? Exactly like Ultra said, the weak has to be separated out from the strong somehow. Do you know what I mean? Because there's
Yeah,
always extra
I would
people
agree. Yeah.
surplus the requirement anyway.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, but think about this though. I mean, 1% of the U.S. population, only 1% of the U.S. population, okay, men's and women's, the United States military, right? These people are not on the conscript, okay? There is no draft, and I don't see any coming draft anytime soon. But as of right now, there is no draft, okay? People have been signing up voluntarily to fight in the military, even though they know they may become expendable. They may become collateral damage, but they do it. And they have a purpose for doing so. And this is what they tell themselves. This is what motivates them, okay, to go, to go. I'll say for Marines because I was a Marine. That
Yeah.
it's what compels them to
The
take
greater,
orders,
the greater good.
to go,
The greater good.
to go. Yeah, the greater good. Yes, yeah,
Right,
the greater good paradigm. Good. Yes, yes,
right.
the
Yeah.
greater good.
So
The greater
basically,
good
that's what
paradigm.
Ultra's saying. He's saying that to have this life where we have this 5G technology and we have all the benefits of 5G and like this futuristic lifestyle, these people that we call collateral damage are acceptable as a loss because of the greater good. So he's foreseeing a benefit to society that he's saying it's fair enough that certain people might have to move out of London, or they might have to not be able to reproduce or whatever. He's saying that's acceptable. Now what I'm saying is you're just speculating from a position of not having all the information. If they roll out 5G and the rate of what's the word? I just said that a minute ago. When the child is stillborn or whatever. What's it called again?
Mortality rate, you know about? Mortality?
Yeah, so let's say for example the rate of children being born stillborn doesn't go up by 1% or 2%, but goes up by 20%. Yeah.
Oh, then you got a problem. Yeah.
We've got a serious problem, and this is something that could happen. It's not something that, you see what I mean? Like, it depends on how serious you take it, and it depends on how much other people's life actually means to you.
I agree with you on that. Because like I was saying before, when I was talking about, these tall telephone poles that now, instead of having street lamps on them, right, to light the scene at night, now they have satellites on them to pass that energy of 5G, that energy of AI, okay, through towns and cities and counties. All right, let's say, well, throughout the Western world right now, where 5G is most likely going to be more prevalent because people can afford it. Okay, the R&D money is afforded to develop the 5G. China knows this, so China wants to sell 5G to governments, countries that are westernized, that have a capitalistic form of political economy, okay, based on consumer consumption. So they make 5G in a way they make 5G manageable into a way that it can be used by the everyday working citizen, the everyday working consumer through a new
Eric,
phone with
let me say something. You know,
like
in the formation of a fetus, right? If the mother doesn't have adequate stores of omega-3 fatty acid, the brain is not formed correctly, and the child is born with birth defects like impaired mental function. Now, the reason why omega-3 fatty acid is the specific important thing is because omega-3 fatty acid as a molecule can cross a membrane, that needs to be crossed for the certain part of the brain to be formed. Now, when you look at the omega-3 fatty acid, it works as a molecule that crosses a membrane, but it also works in a wave form. So let's say, for example, the human brain is being formed, and this formation not only requires the omega-3 fatty acid to be present, but it requires a certain wave form for the membrane to be crossed, so the other part of the brain on the other side can be formed. Now, if the 5G can stop plants growing and can stop birds flying in the sky, it's powerful enough, to stop that. So what I'm saying is there is a possibility that it will work on some people and some people will survive, depending on, let's say, for example, if you're looking at a membrane, some people might have a more tightly knit membrane where like the holes are smaller, and some might have like a bigger one based on genetics. Some people might be able to survive that, and some people won't. Now, what I'm saying is, can we then turn around and say, like, if it's a totally random thing that goes across races and across like everyone because it's just genetic, can we then go and say, okay, it's just completely random, so whoever doesn't survive this, well, they're just collateral damage. Now, if we go with that model, then it's not really as ethically bad as saying, oh, the people that invented 5G tested it on different races of people and found that majority of people, or let's say the majority of the population of the world, can survive it, but there's certain people that can't, that they will die out. Then it becomes less ethical, because we know that if we roll out 5G, for example, argument's sake, all the Bangladeshis are going to die, and their culture is going to die, and their history is going to be wiped off the earth. Go on, Belly.
Yo. Well, go on, man. We saying, man. Yeah, big up.
We're talking about the ethics of mass murder.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. Well, if
Yeah,
we're talking about the ethics of mass murder now, okay, then we have to talk about every country in the world that has a military force that defends its borders. Because when they defend the borders, mass murder happens.
Right.
But it's with the cause. It's with the ethical cause. And it is to defend the land mass and the people who live upon it. Yes.
Right.
So you see what I'm saying? So in
But
this
hold on,
case,
before we go that far, can we prove that 5G destroys plants and birds, and like is there actual resources that we can look up to find this information?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
The papers on that.
Huh?
Where's the papers on that?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. That's why I never really said anything yet about that. But
I actually have seen some papers on that, written on that. I have to look them up though, because I haven't bookmarked. But these papers, they're like, I mean, if you want to read it, paper that's like 180 pages long or 200 pages long, then okay, I can find them, and I can put them in the chat here. You can read over them yourself, But I have seen.
That's a book, man. It's not that serious. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, but what I'm saying is this, okay? Yeah, you have people who say, well, this is what can potentially be done. This could be potentially harmful, okay? The overall system itself, it can be a technological breakthrough, advance. I mean, everything moves that much faster than it did with 4G, right? The previous generation of technology. But the problem is this, though. How fast do you really want to move? How fast do you really want to live life on this planet Earth? And how much do you depend on technology, to bring about that fast movement of life, that living fast, okay? Or how much do you depend on technology to make things so easy for you that you don't even have to think about what you do anymore?
So
James, it
Eric,
has to work faster than your cognitive ability. It has to work faster than your brain.
So I'm asking you guys. So do we all have a problem with advancement in technology, or it's or what is the problem here with it? I understand.
I don't really,
go.
You know what? I'll put it this way. I don't have a problem with the advancement of technology, but we know that with the advancement of technology, okay, the problem is that, for example, there have been documentaries written, okay, and shown about families of people, okay, who have died from different types of cancers and lesions and this type of shit based on the use of that technology, and whatever that energy is, that energy is negative against the human body. It takes people out, literally. It kills people off. All right. The point I'm making is this: while you advance technology, then fine. You have been advanced it in a way that you can protect humankind from harm as much as possible.
But it's just
There's never going to be a perfect system, Soil, and I understand that. Okay. But when you rush technology, you rush AI, to the point where you don't have a grapple on it. You don't have control over it. Then there's a problem.
So if we could remove the capitalism from technology advancements, then you would probably deem it fit for us.
I would say you got to keep the capitalism there, because capitalism.
Therefore you have to rush. But Eric, therefore you have to rush. You have to be the first.
But what I'm saying is this, though: the capitalism can't be the main thing. It can't be the main thing about how much money you make from it. Okay. Money can't buy human life. Ultimately, it can't.
Soil.
It can help. It can help.
Khan, you gave a great example with the Hawaii example.
Eric, is money the root of all evil, or is the
This is the
desire for
love.
money the root of all evil?
This is the love
This
of money.
is the
Yeah.
love of
So
money.
Timothy
it's not
10:14 or
No,
something
capitalism.
like
no,
That's
that. Yeah.
the
no,
Money,
problem.
no,
money is
no,
not.
no, no.
Money is not
It's the
inherently.
lack
Money
of
is not
money.
inherently evil.
Yeah, the
Lack
love,
of
yeah.
money, mate.
Oh, the lack.
The lack of
But
money,
well,
mate. The lack of money.
the fact
Now
that
Yankees your shit when they've got no money at all.
yeah, but the fact of the matter is this: money itself is not inherently evil. No, but it's the
Exactly.
means by which men and women go about making that money that could make it seem evil as hell. The
Mm,
intent of how people go about imagining how to make money, their attitude about the means they go about making money. For example, okay, if you in the hood, okay, and the dope boy is the dope boy is 10 years old. He's making $1,000 a day for selling vials of crack to people in his neighborhood. A lot of them who are old, way older than him, he don't know jack shit about him. All he knows is that he's getting paid. Okay, now
mm,
at the same time, that 10-year-old kid, okay, has got to look over his shoulder. That 10-year-old kid has got to carry some type of sidearm with him. You understand? He's got to know how to use it, okay?
mm,
Because at any moment of any day, just like a person walking across the street, at any moment, of any day, his life can end
mm,
if he can't defend it. You understand? Or he doesn't think about how he lives it. That's the problem.
mm. See, what my point
Capitalism.
is this, Eric. My point is this. Yeah. If we're always
Mhm.
going by the greater good, yeah, and everyone else is expendable or a resource that can be like replaced, yeah, and we only fight for our own rights. So, for example, when um, you know, a minority is oppressed, then only that minority then has to go against the not the majority, but the powers that be, yeah. So no one will really ever have the power to stop the movement or advancement of the elite. So if the elite are saying we're going to roll out 5G and it only affects, I don't know, a particular type of person, yeah, and everyone else doesn't really give a shit because they're like, do you know what? It's not affecting me. I just need to keep rolling on with my life, and it's just a inevitable, thing, a part of advancement. Like, at what point are we going to then stop and say, wait a minute, like we're actually losing groups of people with a contribution to society, and the group of people, for example, let's say black people, yeah, even if all the black people in this world died and they were replaced by white people and we had the same number of people, could we
Con.
then say, oh, we haven't really lost anything because the numbers were made up? I would say no, because that group of people represent more than just numbers, that they
I
offer
agree.
something
Con,
to
con.
Oh, I
humanity.
agree.
But
I
Con,
agree.
this is happening already with indigenous people
Yeah,
all over the world. We're building factories,
right.
industries, farmland. So we're wiping them out
Yeah,
with
Yeah.
our basic
Yeah.
technology. So
right.
Well,
it's happening already. So
Agreed. So
5G
this
just
is
the
why
next.
I'm raising
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
This is why I'm
yeah.
raising it. Like, this is my point of, we're talking about this is G block and we got ethics and we don't need religion and we got our own framework. But we can see that when we take religion out of the mix and we got this whatever goes code of ethics, we can see where it's leading us. So what I'm saying is, okay, that's where it's leading us, but where does it then flip the other way where people are saying, okay, well, we've had enough of this kind of like elitist push forward that really isn't benefiting the majority, and a lot of minorities are suffering and falling by the wayside.
well, I'll put it this way.
And me standing there and
I'll put
watching
it this way.
you die, what I'm saying, Eric, me standing
Mhm.
there and watching you
Yeah.
die for something that I'm not going to
Mhm.
benefit from is not only like making me feel like I got no power and weak, but it's also robbing me of my humanity and making me callous, that I can stand there and watch you get slaved and you suffer and him over there die and him over there get ethnically cleansed. And I'm just sitting here thinking,
Yeah.
well, do you know what? As long as there's petrol to put in my car, and as long as food prices don't go up, then I'm cool. Do you see what
But
I
you know
mean?
what, though?
And
Yeah, I know.
that's
I understand
that's
what
the
you're
problem.
saying.
That's
But
what
you
I'm
know what,
saying.
though? The advancement of civilization has always had some form of how could I say, some form of moral structure, okay,
Right.
that is not considered to be rational, as the atheists would say. Okay, the
Right.
rational idea is a scientific method, which to me is not rational either, because it fails in
Right.
rationality. It fails in rationality
Yeah.
because
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
at
It
one time,
fails.
at one
Straight
time,
fails.
listen.
Go on.
Okay,
No,
listen.
go on.
Scientists changed their mind. At one time, we had a whole bunch of people way back in the day who thought the Earth was flat. Okay, now, okay, years later, okay, we say the Earth is spherical, right? We can show proofs that the Earth is spherical as opposed to the Earth being flat. Okay, we've had many types of scientific innovations that have come upon people developing upon what scientists way back in the day have discovered, and they haven't fully realized it. They haven't fully realized the potential of what they were bringing about, what they were developing. And the proof of that comes years later. It comes centuries later. Okay? So scientists do not always agree with each other. Scientists' ideas, they advance, they innovate, they go deeper. Okay? They do research all the time. Okay? So when you talk about a world that's rational as opposed to religion, I'm sorry. The rationalists do not win. They don't. The rationalists have done some really nasty shit to people in this world. So have people in the name of religion to follow the people of the book, the people of the religion who claim the religion have done some really nasty shit too. Okay, so there's enough fault as far as the thinking of humankind. Okay, there's enough blame to go around on both sides.
I'm glad you said
Both
that because
both
you've now
both both like
proved
both
us.
like
You've
yeah
proved
both
you've proved us against criticism from a certain group of people. So that's
true
not going to derail the conversation. So
yeah.
I'm glad you said
I
that.
mean
But what I'm
I mean
asking
these
is this,
mm,
Eric, in
yeah
this atheistic, rationalized system, this system that we're living in now, where does the
mm.
counter, the check come in that kind of will readdress the balance? Or is it going to keep going in the direction it's going until it falls on its face? That's what I'm asking.
The
It may
check
very
is
well go
supposed to
that
be
way.
the people. The people are
They,
supposed to be the
they,
checks
they,
and balances, though.
the people are checks and balances in their thought and the way they actually live, based upon their attitudes, upon how they think life is best lived on this planet Earth, that life is most fruitful and most prosperous and most peaceful on this planet Earth, puts the check on the rationalists as well as the religious fanatics. History has proven it. Empires based on or built in the name of religion have risen and collapsed. Why?
100%.
Because of the thinking of people, right? Now, on the other hand, since the Magna Carta in 1215, the Magna Carta was no great miracle either, because people
Mm,
still killed each other viciously after the Magna Carta was realized. It was printed out, realized, and people thought about it. Monarchs in Europe who made up the Magna Carta in the 13th century AD, 1215. They wrote it out. They knew what they were thinking. They knew the ethics of it. But the checks, but the check, but the thing about it, it wasn't a perfect fix. It wasn't a perfect check on how people thought about life. Even if you're thinking about it from an atheistic viewpoint. Okay, you have fanatics on both sides. And if you got fanatics on both sides who are fighting against each other, people in the middle are going to die. They become the collateral damage. And then when you see the collateral damage, you realize, oh shit, what the fuck are we doing to each other? We're killing each other off.
But what if we're
I,
manipulated
I,
to not seeing each other as each other, and we're manipulated into seeing each other as the other?
oh, we've been doing that. We do that.
Yeah,
But that's the
but I
point,
mean,
though. But
that
that's what
manipulation is
Shlomo was
there.
saying. That's what Sawyer was
Yeah, I
saying. The
agree.
people have to be the check. The people who are being affected by the elites, they have to be the check on the elite. Okay? And
That
ultimately,
and literally that's the reason why you have such like the Magna Carta, the Constitution of the United States of America, all these
yeah,
things.
yeah,
But it was a test.
indeed.
And the people couldn't
Yeah.
control themselves or control the people, well, they're gonna go right back to slavery. That's the whole test. We failed. So fuck it. At the end of the day.
But at the end, but then at the end of the day, Soil, guess what? People still check. People are still the check. It's how human it's how human civilization advances. Even though it advances and jumps great hurdles, it also slides down the slippery slope of the mountain backward.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah. I hear what
We're
you're saying,
fallible.
but shit. To
We're
me,
fallible
listen, to
that
me,
way.
yeah, but shit, look at the trajectory already of the world. Like, yeah. I don't see this Phoenix coming out of the fucking ashes. I just see it going to
Yeah,
ashes.
I mean, the thing about this is for me, me myself, I have an internal optimism towards humankind. Why do I say
Mm.
this? Because, like the scripture said, oftentimes it always takes a major tragedy for people to wake up and become scrupulous. Think again about, okay, well, how are we going to live life? I mean, because the more people you kill off, the less people you have to work the programs that you imagine in your mind to be consumed, to make money from.
Yeah, but there's only
Well,
certain amount of people they need.
exactly. Yeah.
Well, that that's true, but then at the same time, though, okay, you can say there's only a certain amount of people you need. Capitalism needs consumers from all over the world, and guess what? China has a capitalist economy, political economy. That's what they have. That's why they're exporting all this type of um, um, CCTV monitors throughout countries in the world. They export that stuff. That's the capitalist economy that's
Yeah,
saying,
yeah, but
okay, we got this technology, we'll sell it.
yeah,
We'll
but
sell it to
Eric,
these people.
yeah,
The
that's
more
the
people
age
you kill
old
off,
battle though.
the less you can sell. Yeah, of course, yeah. And it's a battle
Capitalism versus yeah.
it's gonna rage. It's gonna rage because you're always gonna have a group of people on either side.
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely.
but still, even though you have people battling, it's an age-old battle that will continue. You're always going to have, you're still going to have that yin and yang. You're going to have people who are going to learn how to use, who are going to use capitalism to their advantage, provide services to people to advance human civilization. It will never be done perfectly. Okay, people are going to die. That's a fact. Okay, just as people are willing to die to defend their country. Okay, people are. You have some people who are actually willing to die to defend their faith. You have people who are willing to die who are atheists who defend a non-religious perspective on life. It is what it is because the world is all mixed up. You got atheists in the military who are willing to die for their country. You understand? You have people of faith in the military who are equally willing to die for their country. And guess what? When they get out to the battlefield, they fight together or they die together, right?
But do the average citizen or average inhabitant of their the geological region has a common goal to unite, just such as joining the military
Yeah,
to fight for your country?
yeah.
If we don't have that, then
We gotta have
still
it. We
we're
gotta
back to square one. Like what? So
because
what is it?
that's why we got. But think about it. That's why we got billions of people on this planet living on this planet Earth now, in comparison to hundreds of millions of people. Just what? Just a few centuries ago. A
Yeah, I
few
hear that, but
centuries ago.
what's going to unite all of them though?
And you asking me that question?
No, but
That question
but you
is
you gave
that,
the analogy
that
of the
question.
military.
Yeah, yeah, but it goes beyond that, man. Because, like I said, because we're all mixed up. As I said, we have people who are atheists who are willing to die for an ideology that they have, right?
Uh
Uh,
huh.
a secular, a secular lifestyle, right? Such as
Uh
that,
huh.
let's say in U.S. of A., right? Okay, there's no state religion, right? There's no state-sponsored religion yet. People can practice whatever religion they choose, right? People who
Mm-hmm.
are atheists can practice no religion, and they can say, well, we don't think we need to believe in the God. God doesn't
Yeah, okay.
exist. Guess what? But guess what? Groups of those same people fighting for those divergent ideologies go into the same U.S. military that fights for the rest of the population who may think the same and opposite way.
Yeah, I hear that. But remember, the common denominator is that they want to preserve their country that allows them to
Yeah,
establish that
yeah,
way of
yeah,
life. So, but I'm
yeah,
saying for all of us around the world, I'm saying, what is that
yeah.
common denominator, that glue that will help us? You know what I'm saying? To proceed as a
Um,
common accord, walk side by
ultimately,
side
ultimately,
to
I
be
would
the
say
check and
that
balance of what we're talking about today.
okay, the common denominator is this: everybody in the world wants the same shit. They go about getting the same shit different ways, but we all want the same shit. Think about it. In the UN, right? They just celebrated the 35th anniversary, and they had a bunch of youth there, and they were speaking, right? And they were talking about AI. They were talking about 5G, right? And one girl said, "Well, a lot of people give 5G and AI a bad rap, but 5G and AI can be used to build up different types of technologies that can be used by scientists and doctors alike to keep people alive and keep them healthy for longer periods of time. Just as science has been doing this for eons. Okay, we want life. Okay, we want peaceable life. We want to be have the decision to make as to if we want a family. If we have a family, we want to be able to raise that family, right? We want to leave some type of legacy, some type of train of thought, okay? And we want our children and our grandchildren to benefit from that. We want them to do better, advance on what we're doing, stand on our shoulders. But at the same time, we all want the same shit. We want decent housing, we want decent education, we want decent health care when we need it. Um, we want to have um, decent livelihoods that we think, feel, and believe are respectable because of how we serve the human species. Ultimately, that's the linchpin. Humanity serves itself. If it doesn't, humanity will falter, it will fail. Right?
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that.
100%.
So we have to serve each other, but we have to be scrupulous as to how we serve each other and how we prosper from that from serving each other. So it
Mm.
and and like you said, Soil, people are the check. We are the check. The rank and file is the check over the elite. We have to be. Because if we're not willing to do that, then hey, who knows? 5G and AI and the next generation can have us all walking around like zombies. What good is that? But but I mean, that's a hell of a question. I don't claim to have the answer. I don't have the answer, man.
Mm.
I only have my thoughts as to what I think works because based on what I've experienced during my lifetime and what what has been chronicled in history, okay, in written form as to how um, human civilization has formed from its most crudest. We can go back to the cartoon, the funny cartoon where the caveman has a club, right? He sees a pretty girl. He wants to procreate. He wants to procreate, right? Species, wants to pass on his seed, right? He grabs a girl. He hits her on the head with the club. Boom, brings her into the cave. Boom, boom, boom. A few months later, okay, well, now you got new progeny. And they draw this life on their caves, right? We call it cave drawings. We call it hieroglyphics. It is what it
Yo,
is.
this man,
From
yo,
right,
you
right,
compare that
from,
hieroglyph.
right. But what I'm saying is that from there to here, from there
Yeah,
to
yeah,
here,
I hear you. But yeah,
you know, I mean, how many shoulders, how many generations of shoulders of giants have we stepped on to step
mm,
up to 2020? Right?
yeah.
It's gonna keep happening. It's the only way it's the only way that human beings survive through serving, through us, humankind serving humankind. We are the stewards of the earth. We're the ones who work animals. We work animals for our entertainment. We work animals to how can I say, to cultivate land. You know, there's still countries where you got oxen, where you got mules that carry the harvest. You know, when you go down to the field, you got your mule. You're up in, for example, you're up in the mountain, right? Okay, maybe in your Colombia, and you're growing and you're growing coffee seed, coffee beans, right? Coffee beans grow up in the mountains, right? Well, what's the best animal to use to carry coffee beans from down from the mountain? The mule. The mule knows how to climb up the mountain. You train the mule to climb up the mountain. You put baskets on basket. You put baskets on the mule. You fill the baskets up. You take this down to wherever wherever the repository is. You sell your coffee beans, right? The process keeps going, don't it?
And
Right,
confiscate the goods. So every
right.
time like this old guy will come up there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They'll see him, yeah. They'll stop him and they say to him, "Old man, every time we
Uh-huh.
see you, you
Mm-hmm.
got 10 donkeys, yeah, but your
Uh-huh.
donkeys ain't carrying nothing.
Right. Mm.
But you're still in business. But you're still in business. What is it
Right.
that you're selling, bro?" And the man said, "Donkeys, innit?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
I was thinking the
Nice.
same thing. Hold on.
Nice.
Yeah, he's selling donkeys.
Nice.
He's
Nice.
the root of the
Yeah,
whole thing. He's the one that's
Yeah.
yeah,
facilitating everybody. No
Yeah.
one can move nothing without him.
Yeah.
But yet, when you see him, it looks like
Mm-hmm.
he's carrying nothing.
Right.
But really,
Indeed.
he's everything. He's everything.
mm,
Yeah.
You get me?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, think about it, man. Why did mankind decide to, after the last ice age, why did mankind decide to use um trees, chop them down when trees were plentiful, and then cut ruts and holes and things inside the tree trunk there, and then cut wooden paddles and whatnot, and later on make sails and circumnavigate circumnavigate the globe. Why? They
Mm.
want to see what else is
I, th-
out there, right?
mm.
Right?
Yeah, I think they looked at a otter building a dam.
Yeah,
They thought of a house, and then
yeah,
eventually it just expanded from there. It's nature. Remember, the Egyptians
yeah,
showed us this, and the
yeah. I
Greeks
mean,
did also the
yeah.
personification of
The
the
beavers,
traces
the
of
beavers,
animals.
yeah,
Yeah,
the beavers still there, still dams. I
yeah.
mean,
Birds is
I mean,
housing and shit. They take
think
twigs and
about
build houses.
right.
Yeah.
Think about the bats use sonar. So too do whales use sonar underwater, right?
Bro,
Mm.
you know that
Yeah.
there's houses I think it's in Ethiopia, made out of sticks and mud. And they've got 2 3-story buildings that have been there for more than 200 years.
Animals do that. I think ants or some other animals use clay to
Ant hills,
build. Yeah,
ant
yeah,
hills.
out of
Yeah,
clay
yeah,
and
yeah.
shit.
Oh
So,
yeah,
Mm,
indeed.
yeah, I'm saying you mimic nature. Like you can find
that's
Yeah.
it.
everything that humans do back in nature.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah. You know the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, he said,
Mm.
"From my window, I see the whole of creation." He looks out
I
his
mean,
window and he can see the basic, like,
yeah,
energies that are working in nature.
yeah,
And everything that
yeah.
you can see in nature,
Mm.
that would be universal. That would be everywhere.
Yeah.
So you see a
I mean,
little ant building a house out of mud. Do you know what I
yeah.
mean? You can
Think
see, innit?
about yeah.
If you can
Think
see,
about
then you can see.
Yeah. Think about the orca. Think about the orca. Think about the dolphin. Think about that humongous sperm whale. Okay, they all use
Mm.
sonar, right? Where did
Yep.
submarine? Where did the idea from submarines come from?
Bats.
And what?
And
Who's one?
Whales.
One yeah, one of
Gotta
the
be
Yeah, and
biggest
something
whales.
that can stay
whales by
submerged
far.
for multiple
Submerged,
hours or days with the and
indeed,
yeah,
right? And feed itself, right?
yeah.
It
Mm.
can
Now we
maneuver
have
and
nuclear
feed itself.
submarines that don't even need to refill. Just
That's
powers
right.
itself. It
How
stays
about
on there
that?
Yeah,
indefinitely. Yeah.
It
yeah.
stays down there into that nuclear power cell where it's out, and by that time it's time
God
to
knows when that is. Yeah.
yeah. By that time it's time to build a new fleet, right? Well,
Yep.
the fleet is
Yep.
already built, right? Replace that one.
You know, in England now, we've got electric cars that don't need charging. They charge
Really?
themselves. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They charge
Wow.
themselves. I think, is it Honda or Nissan? Someone. I see the advert on telly the other day. The
But
advertisement.
how's it do that? Because that
I
means
don't
that
know.
enemy has
Obviously, it's the
that energy
movement,
has to
kinetic
rotate.
energy. Yeah, the kinetic energy must
Yeah.
the battery regenerate the battery. So obviously, like, they have a rechargeable battery, and they have a
Mm.
method to translate the kinetic energy to the
You know, I
battery.
think they had to have a breakthrough in storing that energy though, because it should dissipate the
Mm,
kinetic
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah.
So there must be a revolutionary technology of storing
yeah,
that
it's the
kinetic
battery,
energy.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's the
I mean,
Yeah.
battery
So
I
that.
mean,
that stores it. The
there must be
upgraded
some. There
battery.
must be
Yeah.
some. Yeah, there must be some miniature type system like of a silo or something to save that
Yeah.
energy,
Yeah. Yeah.
regurgitate it, keep it
Yeah.
going. You know.
What stores the energy is the
Wow. That's,
capacitor, isn't it? It's not the battery.
Mm,
The battery is the source of the energy. It's not. It doesn't store energy though. It's the
mm.
capacitor that stores energy, isn't it? So what a battery
yeah.
is two chemicals that when they're charged electrically, they bond together, and then when you
Yeah.
use the electricity, the two elements separate. The
But
two the
we
two
talking about
parts
a
of it
chemical.
separate. Ain't
So
that how
I'm
batteries
saying,
work?
yeah, but I'm saying with the batteries that we're talking about in this probably this revolutionary car, or is that the same chemical like the liquid battery that we're talking about now that's in modern car? I mean, cars that are like from the past
Yeah.
decade.
I would think.
I'm
You know what?
assuming so.
I
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, yeah,
I would think that it wouldn't be liquid, or if it is liquid, that liquid has to be really it has to be really dense. Um, it has to
Lithium
be
and
and
no,
it has to be all energy, because otherwise it's going to
Is-
dissipate. Liquid water is going to evaporate over time, right?
yeah,
So
it's
it
just
has to
the
be.
energy is stored in the bonds, isn't it? The bonds that exist between the two elements, lithium and, well, forget the other one. The
Yeah,
energy is stored in the bonds between them. So when the bonds are broken, the energy is released, isn't it? So that's how energy is
yeah,
stored in
but
cells, isn't it?
yeah,
So,
but I
so
would think
what
that
I think that they have
the
designed a method that increases the ability of the movement of the car to regenerate up the whole battery.
yeah,
That's
something
what
like
I
that.
mean.
Yeah.
So then it can
and
be
I
in
would think.
profit rather than it being lost. It's in profit.
Yeah. And I think that
Yeah.
the more ethereal it is, that energy, rather than liquid or gaseous, the easier it is to regurgitate itself, to keep that energy rotating, and um,
I'm
to
sure if you
sustain
look
itself.
online, you can find it. I'm sure they
Mhm.
advertise, how they've achieved
Yeah.
this feat. It's amazing, but
I mean, and see that's
it's
another
fully
problem. See,
electric as well. It's not even a hybrid. It's fully
yeah,
electric car.
yeah. You know what though? That's the problem though. The problem that we have now, and if you think about it, we all have the capacity now to be, how can I say, amateur scientists, because there's so much information on the web.
Mm,
We can be how can I say, armchair philosophers. Why? There's so much
yeah,
information on the web
yeah.
about philosophy and how
To be honest,
philosophical schools of
Rick,
thought
to
have
be a
succeeded.
scientist, to be a
Yeah,
scientist, you need a PhD. And a PhD is literally a research degree. So your ability to research dictates whether or not you're a scientist. But on a basic level, as long as you're employing correct statistics and scientific methods, like you can be an amateur scientist still. You know, like a lot of these discoveries, like Einstein and these people, they were all amateurs, really.
Well, my grandmother was a natural scientist. She grew a garden in her backyard for over 50 years.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, it is what it is. I used to be amazed when I remember the first time when I went to visit my grandmother in North Carolina. She lived in Greensboro, and they had a small house, but it was their house. And in the backyard, they had a small garden. In this garden, it was like it was a terraced garden. In other words, like the backyard, it was flat, but then near the end of the backyard, end of our backyard, and the end of our neighbor's backyard across from us, it was like a terrace. There was this buildup, you know, and so there was a terrace, and at the top of the terrace there, the garden was laid out. The garden was laid out there, and my grandmother, she read her farmer's almanac each growing season to find out when she start getting her seeds in the ground and to give her some idea of what the weather pattern is going to be like, you know, when she needs to, as you say, turn over the garden, that is, turn over the soil so that the warm, moist soil, we can bring it up to the top, you know, and get the dry, harder soil in the bottom so they can get the nutrients to warm up, you know, and soften up, you know, so the garden grows successfully. I mean, I'm talking a whole lot of shit here, but this is what my grandmother did for 50 years, you know, and she always had a good harvest, you know. Lightning struck her peach tree in the corner of her garden, and she ended up having 2 peach trees because of how the lightning struck the tree, like damn near perfectly in the middle, and it split the trees in half, and it ended up being 2 peach trees. What I noticed though was different though was that the peaches were smaller now because the tree split into 2. The peaches on the 2 trees now individually, they're about half the size as when the peach tree was just one whole tree before the lightning struck it. But at the same time though, she always got a bunch of peaches. She always made peach cobbler. She always sliced her peaches, put them in the freezer there. Like I said, she made peach cobbler. Or what she would do, she would borrow her peaches. She would borrow a couple of bushels of her peaches for a couple of bushels of Granny Smith apples from our neighbors, her neighbors, the Brooks next door, because Mr. Brooks had big apple trees, big full apple trees. Granny Smith apples, those green apples that you use for making pies and whatnot. Hey, you know, they barter. You know, she gets some apples from them, you get some peaches from her, and before you know it, you got peach cobbler and apple cobbler. You understand? You can make 5 apples for breakfast in the morning, or like I said, later on for dessert after dinner, you got the apple cobbler. You know,
I hear that.
It depends on your purpose for doing things. You know, you know what's in your imagination. You know why did my grandmother grow a garden? Well, for the sake of survival. That was one key thing. That was the base. You know, because they couldn't afford to buy meat and buy all type of stuff from a supermarket, but they could afford to buy the seed. You see, or neighbors they passed on, they bought it, and they grew the stuff.
Yeah, can I add into this you said I think Colin was talking about a PhD is like a technical scientist, and you say I guess people with
research. It's a research degree.
Yeah, it's a doctorate pretty much. Yeah, it's equivalent to you say a medical doctor almost, if you want to say. But at the end of the day, still though, a scientist or research scientist, you know, for example, I was a research assistant when I was doing my undergrad, so you really don't need that high of a degree to or get a technical position like that. Like Lily, I got that at So, but I'm saying, but this science thing, you know, anybody can do science really. Like an amateur
Yeah.
scientist can actually have peer-reviewed research and all that if he knows how to
Soil. You know
source
who
himself
my favorite
properly.
scientist is?
Who?
You know who I love? You know a man called Louis Pasteur.
Yeah.
Louis
Yeah.
Pasteur. No, I gotta look him up. Then I'm gonna look him up.
Hey
From back
man,
in the day.
this guy,
Yeah.
single-handedly saved more human lives than anyone. He actually invented inoculations.
Wasn't he
Okay.
So
married?
he cured
Wasn't he married
rabies.
to Marie Pasteur?
No,
Okay,
you're thinking of some other that lady that done the X-rays and that, innit?
Well,
The
who
one that
came up
died
with
of
this
cancer.
story?
Louis
I thought it
Pasteur,
was,
he come up with
okay.
the idea of cross-contamination of bacteria. So when babies were being born, the doctors would touch them, and the babies would get bacteria because the doctor's hands had been touching other babies. Like they used to, like, go house to house delivering babies, and basically this guy realized, because a couple of his babies died, didn't it? So he blamed the doctor. So he realized that it was the doctor's hands that was contaminating the babies. So when you go now in the operating theater and you see that thing that looks like a chest of drawers, and it's got a steamer at the bottom that steams all the machinery, I mean, all the equipment, it was my man Louis Pasteur that invented that machine. He invented it.
To sterilize.
So he went to the King of France and he told him the situation, and the King of France got vexed and turfed him out of the city because he was basically told by the surgeons, like the leading surgeons, that this guy's a troublemaker, get rid of him. So they kicked him out of Paris and they made him go and live in the country. And in the country, people were using the fields, and they were like rotating the fields. But what was happening is certain fields that had anthrax, they didn't realize that anthrax can lay dormant for so long. So when they bring the animal back to that field and they start dying, they didn't realize why, innit? So obviously Louis Pasteur went and started taking samples and looking, and he realized that anthrax can lay dormant, innit, inside the soil. So basically, he cured, like he resolved that problem for them, for the French dairy industry. So he single-handedly saved France like millions and millions, like this back in the day. Then he cured all these Russians from rabies. But how he done it? He was doing human testing on children. So really, it was a bit unethical. But when he come up with the vaccination for rabies, the Russians took it off him, and basically they gave him like a Medal of Honor because he saved so many people's lives. Yeah, the guy, like, there's a YouTube video of this guy. He shows his whole life story. The guy is an amazing. He's an amazing guy.
Now you inspired me about the soil part where he looked into the microscope, because that's one of my pets. I love shit like that because I got a microscope really at the house.
You know that they had microscopes and soil. They had microscopes and they didn't know what they were for. They were looking inside microscopes and seeing bacteria, and they didn't even know what it was. That's crazy, bro.
It is. It is indeed.
Think about. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I'm back to like the practical part where amateur person could do groundbreaking research. Like literally, there's a technique where you could count the it's pretty much an estimation, but you can count the population of different microorganisms, the communities of different microorganisms under the microscope. And plus, there's ones with video cameras where you record yourself doing it, so you can have objective like observation if you want to send it to like peer review and all that. But you can literally count amateur could do this. Just count the amount of bacteria in this section. You can measure because you're using a microscope by the magnification. You can gauge the area, and you could just do say about 100 different samples, 100 different sites, and then you could just use that same calculation that top researchers use as your data. And right there, you have a science experiment or something that you actually send off as an amateur. And it could be something similar like this. Can compost? We already know this is proven. Does compost have more microorganisms than natural soil? And you see, that's experiment right there. You can prove an amateur can do without this PhD degree or whatever that you.
Of course.
But if you think about,
I'm gonna look up this guy though. He's Louis. Send his name in that private chat, dude. Type his
PASTU. Pasteur, isn't it? Pasteur, right?
I have
He
no
was
idea.
French.
You know, in milk they say it's pasteurized.
Oh, that's from him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh shit,
Pasteur. Mm.
I never knew that. Huh.
Yeah, a lot of the, and that's the
So
thing.
he had no training, or he did have
No,
training.
no, no. I didn't have training. He wasn't a
Oh,
scientist
okay.
by trade. Yeah, he
He
Oh,
wasn't a
was self
scientist.
taught.
Yeah, yeah. I think like one of his first
Yeah,
jobs was, you
yeah,
know,
Louis
like
Pasteur. He was the one. He was the one that
in the
invented
wine
penicillin
industry.
too. Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. In the wine industry, well, a lot of what happens is if bacteria gets into the wine, yeah, it turns to vinegar. So the French wine industry was losing so much money, yeah. And he come along and he basically told them that it was bacteria that was getting into the wine, so they had to seal up the caskets differently and stop air getting into it and things like that. So he saved the
Right. Yeah.
country just from the wine industry. He saved the dairy industry. He cured rabies. He come up with anthrax cure. He come up with like he literally done so much, and he didn't have no like proper formal training in a way what we would expect him to have today. Like he didn't have a PhD. Do you know what I mean?
mm.
Guy's amazing guy. It's just his brain in it, like how it was working. It's like he could just like have that problem solving mentality where he was just like onto the answer, like, and he wouldn't let like like prejudices kind of cloud his judgment. So he was already halfway to a scientific method himself. Like amazing
Hey,
guy, man. Legend.
hey, yeah, Soil. I just put a link in there. www.
Ah,
Biography.
okay, okay.
Find this. Yeah, Louis Pasteur. So you can look about and read about it and whatnot. Read up on it if you want.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now, actually.
He
Yeah, but
invented this thing called the swan neck flask, yeah, where he got a flask, he heated up the neck of it, and he got a pair of pliers and pulled it into an S shape, yeah. And when he put the liquid inside the flask, he proved that the bacteria was traveling on the air and going halfway inside the S shape, and it couldn't actually go any further. So he was proving that air carries bacteria just by that example. Like that swan neck flask that he actually invented that or devised that flask to demonstrate what he was saying, and it was like a repeatable thing that anyone could do. So obviously then it's classed as science, isn't it? Because you know what I mean, if you can come and refute that, or like you can
Yeah.
show him that he's wrong,
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean. But he was like, before him, people didn't realize that air was carrying bacteria. They didn't realize that, you know what I mean.
Hmm.
So like, you know,
Yeah, he was a chemist. Okay, so yeah.
yeah, he was a chemist.
I mean, if you think about how many discoveries has come about bacteria, viruses, and all this type of stuff through chemistry. I mean,
Hello, speaking.
yeah,
Oh, you outside? Or I'm coming down now. All right, mate.
okay,
Yeah, did you not hear that?
yeah. Well, I heard you talking.
Yeah, my delivery's here. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
my food delivery. You know they deliver food to your house now. You don't even have to go shopping.
Bro,
Yeah.
yeah. I listen. I used it the other day. Amazon Fresh got it delivered in like
Yeah,
2 hours. 2 hours. Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I mean, do you all usually get like whole meals delivered to your homes, or is it like takeout? You know, like
No,
that.
no. You like
Yeah, I
talking
get
about
the takeout
groceries
and I get
also?
the
Yeah.
groceries as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because actually they do that over here. Well, they do that over here because it's part of our social welfare system where, when it's meals on it's Meals on Wheels, but it's also groceries on wheels. If you remember Meals on Wheels there, stateside. So um, it's a combination. It's a combination of the two.
And let me just think of something right here. Back to this 5G. Just played the advocate here. So what if 5G it will help the communication between these the systems where they're delivering the food, helping social justice welfare programs, like you know what I'm
Oh,
saying, better education for people who can't access the internet.
oh,
But you know what I'm saying? Well, I
you
can
know what?
imagine it will speed up communications and make sure that your order's on time.
Yeah.
Certain everybody's Like you can feel everyone's orders. No one's orders
Yeah,
are getting missed, and nobody goes hungry.
yeah.
I can
You could
imagine
probably
quite a bit.
you could,
Yeah.
yeah, you could probably use it for emergency surgeries. I mean, when, for example, if you got to medevac somebody out from a traffic accident, you know, you got a 20-pound car, you got a 20-car pileup or something like that, and you need to get people out of there, fly them out of there, get them into the hospital, and get them on you know on under the knife, you know, in the surgery room there. I mean, 5G can do a lot about that, you know, to show, you know, what's in the body, maybe through some type of some newer form of X-ray system or whatever that you can see in the body where the most trauma is, where the most traumatic um, damage is to the flesh of the body. You go to that area and you do the surgery on that, pull maybe bits and pieces of shrapnel or whatever from the traffic accident out of people's bodies that can keep them alive. Yeah, I have no problem with I have no problem with using 5G when you talk about doing it that way. The problem that I have with it is that when it's not the technology itself, it's how people want to use the technology, how they want to use, how they imagine using this technology to make money for them, to make it marketable. Okay, therein lies the rub with me, you know, because history has proven history of economy and capitalism has shown that um, that pure world capitalism on its own, it doesn't work. You have to have some type of scruples as to why you're using capitalism, why you want new technologies to come on board, why do you put billions of dollars into, for example, 5G research and development, AI research and development. You know, why do you do that? Okay, well, you want to help people get access to education that didn't have access to it before, and maybe they don't have a laptop computer. Maybe they can do it on a smaller device. You know, maybe they can do it on a type of tablet that's really cheap that can be sent to countries all over the world using 5G technology. Great, I'm fine with that. You know, 5G technology used to do medical research. I'm fine with that. The only problem that I have is that when uh, this work is being done and it's being done in niche areas in the western half of the world where it starts out because that's where most people can afford to do research and development and also purchase, you know, this technology for the uses that you and I have both mentioned, soil. Um, but when it gets stuck in one part of the world, and by the time it gets to the other part of the world, um, in other words, another part of the world, it's unaffordable because people don't have the resources that way. People don't use uh, the uh, the capitalist system the same way that we use it in the West. Therefore, they perhaps don't have as much money, you know, to do the research and development as to how 5G can best be used by their rank and file people, you know, as well as the government. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to. There's always a lot of kinks to work out, and I ain't saying I got perfect answers. I'm just saying be scrupulous about what you do with technology because technology can come back and bite you in the ass just like karma. You know, that's all I say. Everybody going.
Yo,
Yo, belly,
what's going on, man?
pick up, man. Oh man, I mean, we going round and round in circles talking about, you know, 5G, what's the best use of it, you know, the capital and the money that goes into, you know, investing into research and development programs, you know, for the best usage, the best usage out of 5G technology and AI technology and these types of things. How does it um, how does it make life better for the average rank and file person? You know, as well as the elites who are, of course, most invested into it. You know, or who invent these, you know, these two new forms of technology that's being used, that's being readily used today, and probably readily will be readily used for the next century. You know,
All right, yeah, but
but I mean,
well, but it's Brexit day today still. So,
yeah.
what do you think
Well, I
about?
don't know. You're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me that. You know? I mean, I've heard some stuff about it. You know, going back to Theresa May. You know, the Brits said, okay, we want Brexit. Now, for me, from thinking as a pragmatist, I'm thinking that okay, Brexit may free up the pound and um, and the British banking system, and perhaps they can make better trade deals. You know, doing it bilaterally with different countries within the EU or within the European Economic Community. Okay, that may work well for Britain and that bilateral, you know, or that bilateral the country that does business with. Um, but at the same time, though, when when you talk about freedom of movement, man, for people to get employment, for people to get education, you know, take care of their families and things like that, man. I think that cutoff it's I think that cutoff is going to be negative. I think that the British government perhaps could have been better negotiators, along with, of course, the elites of the European Union, uh, European Economic Community. I think they both could have been better diplomats, you know, and come up with some type of negotiation, some type of game plan where Britain could have stayed in the EU. Because I think I think what's going to happen is that the rank and file people, you know, who have work or who barely have work now, I think it's going to be a problem for those people who don't have, those people who are not business but they work as employees. So, and also for particularly for small business owners who had a certain type of deal, you know, with EU countries by having easy access to them, you know, and if they got a chance to go to, you know, an EU, you know, economics cooperation conference or marketing or trade conference, now it's going to be harder for them to do that because the British government has decided, okay, well, we want to break away from EU. That can cause animosity, which can have a negative effect on people who have small businesses, you know, where their staff is, you know, 50 people or less. You know, they could have had a good deal with somebody. You know, they could have had great bilateral deals with other countries within the EU. But now, you know, it's like, you know, everybody's got a stake on their breast toward each other now. You know, this
Hello,
is
can
how
you
I'm
hear me?
looking, you know. But I mean, this is just how I'm looking at it, you know. And as far as doing business together, you know, um, Britain and the European Union, you know, I mean, you don't want to. I'll put it this way: you don't want to burn bridges, you know.
So,
If
is there
anything, you
any
want to build.
benefits?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you're not in the still, so it'll be hard
Yes,
to.
so I can say, yeah, you got to hit me on that.
Yeah, can you see any? Yeah, I don't really feel like there's going to be no sort of noticeable differences until everything's set in place, sort of thing. So, right, this time next year, you'll definitely
Mm.
notice, right? this has changed and that's changed and so and so and so and so. But before then,
Yeah,
no man.
yeah.
Big up,
Because I'm
big up, Eric.
Hey, what man?
big up,
What
Mama.
one, Mohammed? What
How
you
you
saying,
been,
man?
man?
I'm good, man. I just wanted to say hi to you guys. You know,
Cool.
I know you're talking. I didn't want to interrupt you, so
Oh, no, no, it's no problem. You know, the question is, about Brexit. How does it benefit, Britain, or does it benefit Britain? Or what's going to be the how can I say
I don't I
the
don't
outcome?
I don't know what Brexit means. I know Trump said breakfast one time. And it was pretty funny. So
I mean, well, it's Britain's break from the Britain's exit from the European Union. That's what Brexit is.
So
It's
it's still
British
part of
exit.
Europe, but it's not in the
Yeah,
European Union.
yeah.
Hmm. Switzerland's not in the European Union.
No, they're not. But then Switzerland has been a tax haven for millionaires and billionaires for damn how long? How many centuries?
Hmm.
They're rich.
Right.
The Swiss Guard, guards the Vatican, so they ain't hurt. Uh, now the the Swiss rank and file. I remember this had to be like 10 years ago or even longer. You know, there were some everyday people, rank and file people, working class people who were kind of suffering. They were saying, yeah, well, you think Switzerland's so rich, but listen, um, that prosperity doesn't always trickle down to us here that live in the neighborhoods who work every day for a living. So I don't know what the situation is now.
Yeah, man. So they act differently. True, it's Vellemy Cow Day today. Like, Ross, who's got an issue, man? You get me? Grab a tissue and tell us your issues, B. We need someone to come in here. Let's have a little chat. Make it a little bit exciting. Get a little bit boring today. Wanna? I thought everyone wanted to let their hair down today. Like, come on a
Well,
1, 2, 2, 5 and all them shits. Like, but
yeah.
alright.
Well, see, the thing about it is we talked a lot earlier, Belly, about, like I said, 5G and AI, because now these are the big new ways of modern technology, for 21st century and beyond. And we basically were talking about, well, what effects will 5G have on people? And who was it? It was Carnito. He was saying that there's some people in that were living in London who actually who could not. Their bodies were so sensitive to the I don't know what you call it, the wave or the ether of 5G circulating around London in the air, um, as as an ethereal entity, that these people actually um, they were physically traumatized by it, you know, and
I don't
they
know about. I don't
they
know about. That still, man.
well well
I ain't I ain't been thinking.
I don't know. He didn't show any article or anything about it, but he was saying that there were people in London that they were really really sensitive to it.
So what do you think? Like sometimes where we argue from ignorance, yeah, it's
Mm.
easy for air quotes conspiracy theories to be put out about things that we don't understand because we've got no
Well,
understanding on what the things are and how they're made and this side and that side and blah blah blah.
well, I can agree with that, Belly. But at the same time, though, you do have some instances where um, um, technology, for example, electricity through electrical cables that are above ground, and different areas within the United States, especially rural areas where they run their, where they run their cable, they run 5G technology, different forms of AI technology through, for example, those above ground cables, or through miniature satellites on very tall lamp posts, and these types of things, or very tall metal steel beams and whatnot that carry, that carry the how can I say, the beams of this these new technologies in the open air. And there have been people who have suffered from not particularly 5G yet, but from other forms of electricity and electrical current and other technological currents. Okay, beaming off of satellites into the open air. People have suffered from lesions. They have suffered from cancers. They have suffered from illnesses. I mean, real physical illnesses, and people have died from it. You've had whole family, um, children and parents alike, who have died from the use of these technologies in the open air. Because of the effluent energy that comes from it. The bodies can't absorb it, or the body absorbs so much to the point where the autoimmune system cannot handle it. And so people, they get, for example, cancerous cells grow in their bodies, and things like these. People become physically ill. And the thing about it is that when you build a new technology
What's
that
that
is
from
going,
five?
this is not
Five
necessarily, this is not necessarily, no,
from five G,
this
you
is
say?
not necessarily for 5G. This is not, but this is long before 5G. That's why I said this is not particularly 5G. But what I'm saying is, and what I think a lot of people are worried about is that, okay, when 5G technology bounces off the satellites, miniature satellites and things like that, and it's going through different type of cable systems and whatnot, that are out in the open air, okay, where people live, okay. These these um these steel build these steel beams that carry the satellites, for example, okay, um, that may use 5G and different forms of AI and whatnot. What type of effect is it going to have on people who live near these towers, near these beams, near these cables and whatnot, these electrical cables and stuff like that um, that allows for the flow of this 5G technology and AI technology. What effect is it going to have? Physical effect is it going to have on people? It's something that you got to think about. You know, Me myself personally, I don't have any problem with technology when people who invent this technology, they have their ideologies. Um they want to benefit people, on a larger scale. Okay. Um Perhaps first on a local scale, maybe not even on a national scale, but on, for example, like in a place like the States, a state scale, and then it goes from state to state to state. And the more benefit people get out of it, the more you promote it, the more research and development you do on it, to saturate more areas. You know, with the use of this technology, I'm all good with that. But as we know, with new technology, it can be detrimental to people's health as well. And this is something that you got to look into. And the problem that I have is that when um, the elites who are in the group of people that invent this technology, okay, who have the billions of dollars a year to do research and development on this technology, and they also have um, at their discretion with their patents and things like that, they can also keep secrets about this technology. Okay, if there's something negative about the technology that they don't want us to know, they don't have to divulge that information, okay, until until that information is is discovered by somebody, it's leaked out. You know, it's a lot of stuff to think about. You know, but like I said, on the surface, yeah, 5G technology can be can really be used as a source for good. But I mean, but technology, I think that it takes away skills, survival skills, um, even rudimentary skills such as building furniture, making shoes, tailoring clothing, learning um, how to work a warehouse, and different types of equipment used in the warehouse and things like that. Once you have robots replacing or supplanting a human workforce, what do you do with those people? You know that that's all they know. You know that's another thing to think about. Amazon takes advantage of a lot of people who they work in warehouses, and they work with conveyor belts and things like that. I mean, they know how to manage a warehouse, manually, but now, you know, they don't have to do that manually. The engineers are the ones who are keeping tabs on all these different robotic contraptions that move stuff around so much faster than the human being that the human being is all but null and void. And those human beings that they do need, because right now, people, they drive delivery vans for Amazon. They do certain physical things that still has to be done by human beings that they don't have robots for. Um, these human beings, I've heard some stories from people who work in Amazon. They don't get paid well. They work a hell of a lot of hours. You know what I'm saying? They hustle. You know, and what happens when it gets to the point
Eric,
where these people are not needed?
Eric,
Yeah.
the people in the chat are on to you, man. They're saying they're putting them asleep.
Say again?
You got, you might need to talk about more of an exciting topic in it because the people in the chat are saying they're falling asleep on this one.
Oh, okay. Well, we can go to Brexit, but Brexit is only exciting the more you know about it. The more you know the ins and outs of it, and
I
the
don't
more
really
you
know
know
nothing
what.
about Brexit. I don't
Yeah,
really know
see
nothing
that?
about Brexit.
Yeah, see that's the thing about it. If your audience doesn't know about Brexit and you don't know much about it, and therefore maybe you lack interest in it, then it doesn't become an interesting topic because not enough people know about it to make it to speak on it. So um, I don't know what do people in the chat, what do they want to talk about? What's important to them? What issue do they want to talk about today?
I don't know. I don't
Ask
know,
them
man.
ask them to find out.
Yeah, people in the chat, man. Come on, make a suggestion. Or someone jump
Indeed,
on a Monday fire so we can get the Vellemy cow fired up. You get me? Get the barbecue started, man. Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah.
Because
Where's Mohammed?
if there's
Mohammed,
somebody,
you there?
yeah,
Sorry.
Muhammad's here. Well,
Mohammed,
he's
yeah.
muted.
Mohammed. He must be busy still. I was
He's
gonna
not
ask him how he
answering.
feels. Yeah, I was gonna ask him how he feels about Ali giving him a little slap yesterday.
Mm,
If you wanted to express his
yeah,
feelings about the slap, you know what I mean? About the bullet he got in the neck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, that's See, for me, for me, it's irksome, man. It's irksome and it's petty to me because I'm an old man now, Belly. I'm going to be 57 years old next year. So this type of thing you talk about for me, it reminds me of when I was a teenager, and we played the dozens, and we played the dozen, meaning that we got on each other's parents. We talked about each other's mamas, daddies, aunties, nieces, nephews, brothers, sisters. I mean, and 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 sometimes it would lead to fisticuffs, but it was all jokes, but for me now, it's like it's irksome for me. I think it's like it's something that I will listen to. It's something I'll listen to. I'll get humor out of it, and when I think it's funny, I'll laugh. But then, at the end of the day, if it doesn't stop and lead to something more substantial, then I gotta go because it's only so much of it I can listen to. But I understand that people do banter back and forth. I understand that too. A lot of the younger guys tend to do that with each other.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we're not just gonna make it a thing of where
Hmm.
it's literally only just taking the piss out of each other. Like I say, Truist is
Right.
a Friday, and it's
Yeah.
always been serious towards him.
Hmm.
Friday's a chance for people to unwind and have a little bit more
Right.
freedom with their speech. You know what I'm saying? Like, so,
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Well, that's cool. But I don't know. I don't know where everybody's at. Let's see what time is it now. What time is it there? You're in London?
yeah, it's 12:46.
It's
Like,
you say it's 12:46? Okay, yeah. That's probably why a lot of people aren't on yet. I mean, if people are, if they are working, morning shifts and whatnot, they probably want to eat their lunch and whatnot. Eat their lunch and then
hey,
continue on their
where's
workday.
hey, Walter, jump on, dude. Where's Rob? I see you in the comments, B. Come, jump in, mate. Ali, jump in, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's get a couple more panelists, and it's easier for than one person just going on a monologue. That's all where it gets a bit fucking hard listening,
Hmm.
isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
it's quite
Yeah.
happening.
I love.
Yeah. Jump in,
Yeah.
broski. If you want to talk, bruv, like I'm trying to say, bruv, like I don't know what sort of level your feelings are on here, but if you
Hmm.
want,
Hmm.
if you want to jump on this with me, but that's calm, like, like that's calm still. You get me? But like, obviously, I've got my picture up in it, like, so you're gonna have to put your camera on
Hey,
so I can see what you look
hey,
like, and then we can start peppering. If
yeah.
that's what you really want to do, we can really start peppering, innit? But
Veli, let I love soil do you back in. He said I got kicked out. The Veli, I got
no,
kicked out.
that was ages ago.
I need
Yeah,
to
that
address
was
the
ages ago.
science. He says I need to
That
address
was
the
ages ago.
science topic.
His battery's dead, innit? He's like he's charging his phone
What
up now still.
Okay, yeah, because I did see a message. I did see a comment from him saying that his phone died.
Yeah, man. His stream out thing beats off your battery, man. Like the
Yeah.
100% this morning from 50 something percent, man.
Yeah, yeah. It takes up a lot. It does take up a lot of energy from your battery to run these live streams.
Yo, everyone, hit the like button because it helps the algorithm.
Come on. Yo, Mohammed, walk on, G.
Wagwan, what's up, Belly B?
Yeah, what are you telling me, man? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. I just got up not that long ago, you know.
Hey, you know what? In London, yeah, we got a saying when say say someone does someone, yeah, you
Hmm.
say you got splashed still. So they're saying that Ali splashed you, Muhammad, yesterday still.
Eric, yesterday I had a fit with Ali because he needs to be put in his spot sometimes, even though I do too.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I heard you fired up yesterday. I,
yeah,
I,
man.
I had never heard you that fired up before. I've heard you fired up before, but not like that.
No, at the same time, I felt bad because I was cussing, and I don't want to cuss in front of you guys, especially.
Yeah. Well,
Well, yeah, well,
I mean,
today's the day, boy. If you've got anything on your chest to lay it off, mate, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, grab a tissue and tell us your issue, you know what I mean? Bro, yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
one of
mean,
them days. You're not going to police anyone today, bro.
yeah. I mean, people get excited. I mean, people get excited. People get excited. They get emotional, and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. Profane words can come out as long as you don't do it. As long as you don't do it persistently. As long as it doesn't become your lingua franca of choice. When you're on the when you're speaking with people, when you're communicating with people verbally, then I mean, it's no problem when it comes up every once in a while. You can get heated. You know.
But the thing is, Eric, I've been watching Speaker's Corner for a while, and I've seen how people treat Issa and calling him names and stuff like that,
Right.
and they like ignore him and they cut him off all the time. Every time he tries to talk, they cut him off, and they don't want him to say anything because that will expose them.
Mm.
So that's why like finally I got a
Yeah.
chance to say something about it. You get what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So what, Mohammed, did you speak to Ayo before?
Speak to who?
Ayo.
Who's Ayo?
Ayo, Paterno, Caribbean, Israelite.
No, I haven't.
Like someone said, Ayo.
Oh wow, this is a nice line here. Grab a tissue and tell us your issue.
Yeah,
I was in.
that's the line. That's the bar
Analyze.
for to the Jeremy
Yeah.
Kyle. You
Analyze.
get me? Grab a
Yeah.
tissue and tell us
Yeah.
your issue. You
Analyze.
get me?
Then yeah. Yeah.
Bro, I'm scared of some of the channels on here, bro. I'm not scared, but
Yeah.
they're just weird,
Why which channel you talking about?
huh?
God, they give us an idea of which channel you're talking about.
uh,
What
wow.
channel?
Broski said, you speak. Broski said to me, Eric, you speak more than women. And then Walter said, Eric is all over the place because I was. I mean, when you, I mean, it's just how the subject, it's how the topics came up. I mean, it's so many layers to it.
Mo versus Ali too. Nah, I'm cool, bro. I don't want to talk to that guy. I just don't want to associate myself with people like that, especially people who are associate with murderers and savages and killers and rapists. I don't like that, bro. Because where I'm from in my country, bro, if you get caught and you join the ISIS, you're dead. That's it. You're gone. They don't make it like they don't do no fruity things, put them in jail and stuff like that. It's not like that where I'm from. I don't like that because first of all, these people who they follow are really bad people, criminals. You know, let's say if like if I go to any of you guys' country and start murdering and start making my own Sharia law, how would you guys feel about that? Killing your people. You know what I mean?
Mm, yeah.
But at the same time, Eric, you have to understand that we've been through this for 1,000 years. This is not new to us. It might be
Mm.
new to white people, but it's not new to us. It's history.
No, it's not. Well, but see, the thing about it is that people tend to think that white people didn't make life a living hell for themselves, but they did. If you go back into the history of the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages in Europe, Okay, so we're talking about like anywhere from the year 1000 to the year like 1500. Uh, the white Europeans on what is now considered to be the continent of Europe, they used to fight each other all day, every day. Some king, some king, some queen wants to go over and test the and test the strength of the kingdom of another country on the continent, on their common continent of Europe. And they did this for hundreds of years. So, looking at it from that perspective, um, and just from a pragmatic point of view, I can see how easy it was for them to go to other countries and try to slaughter other people and take their land mass and rape and pillage their women and take their natural resources and stuff like that. They did it to each other for hundreds of years, and then they turned it on, nations of other people, land masses filled with other people,
But
you
at
know.
the same time, Eric,
Mm,
majority of white people who live in this world, they don't associate. They don't really know what's going on in this world, but they're sincere. Some of them are sincere. But the thing
mm,
is, because they caught up in time, because we have freedom of speech now, we have all of that. These
yeah.
people, bro, these people, they don't understand what freedom of speech is. They don't understand that. And then the
Mm,
second thing is, bro, when
mm,
if I go to like Saudi Arabia or if I go
mm,
to like UAE and start talking like this, you know what
mm,
will happen? They will cut my head off.
mm,
They will cut my tongue off first before they cut my head. And they'll be
mm,
like, "Look, anyone who does this, this is what's gonna
mm.
happen to you. This is where you're gonna be." There was a cleric in Saudi Arabia who they cut his head off because that's their execution. They have public.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The public executions. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the difference between ISIS and them? There's no difference. They follow the
Mm,
same ideology. They're the
yeah.
same. ISIS
I
does
mean,
public executions. They
and,
do
and, and
public executions. They kill people. They go to
mm,
Yemen. They murder
yeah.
people. They drop bombs. And they kill innocents.
Mm.
And they bring
I,
ISIS.
I mean,
Wait,
they
wait,
the,
wait. Yo, Mohammed, are you saying that little Ali is ISIS now, yeah?
I exposed them. Yeah. Any Salafi
You're saying
Wahhabi.
that Ali
Any
Ali is ISIS.
look, Veli. The Wahhabis are ISIS. The Salafis are kind of the same. They're no different. Okay, they follow the same ideology. So these two, there's no difference in religion. There's no separation. They are the same. They will defend each other against people like you, against people like Eric, against people like me. They don't care about your human rights. You're not like them, and if they took over, they will kill you, Veli. Unless you act like, oh, I'm with them and shit like that. So
So all Salafis and all Wahhabis are all ISIS, yeah?
also, yeah, they're the same mentality. Ask Isa. They have the same mentality. They follow the same scholars.
Yeah.
The Saudi Arabia, what do? They cut people's heads off. They cut people's hands. ISIS does the same thing.
And
well,
listen, yeah,
I mean,
that's
you
the
know
guy's
what?
got underground car park, yeah?
Mm,
But,
but
I'll jump back on when I get out of the car park.
mm, you know what?
Yeah, shots fired, man. Man said every Selassie and every Wahhabi's ISIS. Shots fired, did it, man? That's it.
mm,
I
yeah.
never said that, agree. Mohammed
But
said that.
Veli. They will turn their heads even if they're not. See what I mean? They will back him up and they will call him my brother in Islam,
well,
because they say Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu Muhammad Rasulullah. All of you guys in the panel, don't forget, the devil prayed for more than 6,000 years. Don't forget, he worshipped Allah, by the way. So I just want to tell you guys on the panel.
yeah. And the thing about it, what I find hypocritical, okay, in Western philosophy, even in the 21st century, is that we pretend that we're so much more civilized than those people over there in Saudi Arabia who do uh, public executions, do decapitation and public punishment like chopping off the hands for thievery, for theft and thievery, these type of things, and a lot of arcane, which I do think is primitive punishments. I couldn't, I couldn't see myself as decapitating someone, even cutting off someone's hand. I can see myself doing it personally, but um, we do a lot of shit in the West to kill off each other, not because of a a religious or even a social political ideology. We do shit because because we're jealous about because of gang association. You know, I can speak for the U.S. anyway. I mean, this is worldwide news. It's probably no. I mean, this is not privy to people who live in L.A. who are happens to be members of the Crips or members of the Bloods. Um, they spread out, they spread out from Cali and they go to Oklahoma, they go all over Oklahoma, Wisconsin.
Well, yeah, but because when I
They go all over and they kill each other so that they can sell more dope to each other. They
check
kill
this
off
out, check this
and,
out. I used to, I
and
used to
all
live, I used to live in South Los Angeles. I used to live in Commerce. Okay,
yeah.
Bloods in the Cribs. They
Mhm.
expanded so far. You'll see Bloods in New York. Do you know that?
Yeah. And you probably go to a different part of New York, you probably see Crips in New York too. The thing about it is once you once they spread out, okay, it's the colors. It's red and blue, red blood, blue Crips. And if you happen to be on the wrong stretch of road, or you live on the wrong stretch of road, that is, for example, if you live on a stretch of road, a block that is, let's say, predominantly Crip, all right, but the corner store begins, okay, on the next block, which is primarily blood, okay. You go into that corner store there, little candy store there, convenience store, bodega, whatever, okay, and you get your head blown off, or as they say, you get wet up. Why? You a
Wait,
crip that went to
check it out.
you a crip that went to the blood neighborhood to go to a candy store.
Yo,
This shit's ridiculous.
Eric, check it out. Check it out. When I used to live in LA, bro, and in Compton, there's places that you can't go, and there's places you can go. And the second thing is, once you walking down in like walk down Compton, because I used to work in Paramount. It's like right across the bridge from Compton. So there's some things that you can't do. For example, you walk down a Crip neighborhood wearing red, you're gonna get checked. First of all, they don't care who you are. There's places in LA. LA has one of the most gangs. It's the gang capital of the world. There's places in LA you can't walk into. You know what I mean? Like for example, if you're wearing a certain type of hat, you're gonna get checked. You're gonna get dressed, right? They call it dressed. Another thing is over there in LA, the Crips and the Bloods, before like this in the 60s and 70s or something like that, they used to protect the neighborhood. They were the protectors in the beginning. They used to be their cops. They used to actually help the community and stuff like that. They were like patrollers. They used to make their money and shit like that. You know what I mean? But then
Right.
they went to war with each other and stuff like that because of greed. So I'm not blaming the Bloods and the Cribs. Let them do their thing. You get what I mean? Those people. I had friends that were Cribs. I have friends that were Bloods, and they would tell me crazy stories. Because they can relate to me. Because I used to live in Yemen. I used to live in the most poorest country in the world. You get what I mean? So they can relate because I've seen some crazy shit. But at the same time, these are human beings. These people don't know what Sunni and Shia is. You get what I mean? These people are not savages like the Sunnis. Because the Sunnis, think about it. If I was in the Middle East talking like this, I know I can't. I will get cut
Yeah.
off. Straight
Yeah.
up. Straight up. You know what I mean? These people in
Yeah.
America, they're civilized people. They have
Mm-hmm.
freedom of speech.
Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. See, but there's nothing civilized about having freedom of speech if you still have the same type of tribal mentality where you kill off people who are the same ethnicity, primarily the same culture, and the same color as you, and you're killing them off simply because one side calls itself Crips and wears red, the other side calls itself Blood and wears blue. Come on, man. That's barbarism, man. And it doesn't matter
No, no,
if
but
it's
but Eric, the thing is, you don't understand is that's someone's culture. That's what someone grew up to.
like,
That's
man,
what.
listen,
No,
listen, let me
no,
tell you something. Let me tell you something. When you killing off people, okay, so you can sell drugs to them, okay? You jumping in young boys and young girls who you groom into killing off people, okay, because of a tribal mindset. Okay, yeah, it's cultural, but it's a tribal cultural mindset.
but
Okay,
but Eric, Eric,
you
you
crip up blood.
but
What I'm saying, Muhammad, is this, okay? You're barbarically killing off each other. And these are people of basically the same culture. Why? Because damn near all of them are black, okay? Damn near all of them are black boys killing other black boys. You understand what I'm saying?
okay,
Throughout the
okay,
United
Eric,
States of
check
America.
this out. Check this out. Okay, let's say I was born in Crenshaw. Okay, let's say I was born there. Okay, I
Yeah.
grew up right, and then I
Mhm.
have to basically adapt. So the only way I can adapt is either join a gang or be one of the victims. So in logically, when you don't know anything, you're gonna most likely join a gang. So okay, so that's established right there, because over there it's not like where are you from, Eric? You're from New York?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
understand this, bro. You should understand it because in New York it's hard, bro. In the West Coast it's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah. But I've never been in the gang though.
I know,
All my
bro.
life I've been in
But
the
when you grow up in a community where you
yeah.
only have when you only have people around you, when you have people around you all Crips, do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? You're gonna
Yeah.
feel like you need protection. You're
Yeah.
gonna
I can only imagine how difficult that could be, for a little boy, a little girl, um, school age children, and even for young adolescents, young teenage people. Yeah, I,
but
I, I can only imagine that's like because I've never lived in a neighborhood where there was you know one predominant gang. You
but
know.
Eric, at the same time, in the street, people see.
Mm,
I'm gonna tell you guys this because I know some of these people on the chat. They're from England, but because they don't understand. But in
mm-hmm,
the street, when someone sees you
mm-hmm,
as educated, they see that as a
mm-hmm.
sign of weakness. Do you know what
Yeah.
I mean, Eric?
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
So,
Yeah, I faced that, and you see, that's the thing, though. When in fact you and see, that's for me, it's defense. Okay, they use that as a defense mechanism to say, well, okay, if you're educated, you speak standard English, if you soft, if you dress decently, you soft. If you got a girl who you like, okay, and y'all decide that, okay, well, it's us two and nobody else, and you stick to that, oh, you soft. Oh, you can, oh, it's like, oh, you can't get no pussy, so you gotta stick with her, right? You gotta play house, you gotta continue married, da, 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 this, that, and the other. See, the problem that I have is this. When I grew up, okay, in the uh, the very late 60s, in the early 70s. Actually, I would say that I'm a 70s baby. I was born in 60s, I'm a 70s baby, mid 70s baby. And when I was growing up, though, I lived in an apartment building. I lived in Brooklyn, New York. I lived in Brooklyn Heights. I didn't live in a rich neighborhood. I mean, it wasn't really tore down, but you had a diversity of groups of people there. and you had your badasses in the neighborhood, and you had those ones who went to school. You had your geeks and whatnot. I was one of those. One of them. I used to go. We had a library. We had a small public library in the middle of our block. So when I look around the block and I didn't see nobody to hang out with, or I couldn't hang out with with the kids in my building, I go to the library. You know, um,
I
but
feel
what
Eric.
I'm
I
saying.
feel you, Eric. But don't
Well,
forget, man. In the West Coast is different than the East. The West
I
Coast is
agree. Yeah,
way different.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree with that too. I
Way
agree with that
different
too.
culture. People are just
Mhm.
different. We're more slower,
Yeah,
more.
but
But at the same time, it's a
mhm.
different culture. It's just I know how New
Yeah,
York. You guys have a lot of people. You guys have a lot of people compact. In the West
yeah,
Coast, it's more open.
yeah. That's true. That's true.
You're
Because
you're gonna
you don't have the apartment block areas like we do. You don't have the projects like we do. Not on that scale as for example in New York City. Yes, so I can understand that. But I mean, see, I tell you what hurts me, okay, about New York City, particularly Brooklyn, New York. All right, there's an area in Brooklyn, New York. It's named Bedford Stuyvesant, and the reason why it's named Bedford Stuyvesant, Bedford and Stuyvesant, there were some famous people way back in the day, in the building up of the nation, the building up of the state of New York and New York City, what have you, its boroughs. Okay, but Bedford Stuyvesant, I would say from probably the late '60s on through to the on up to gentrification in the late '90s and early 2000s. Um, that place was known as the hellhole in Brooklyn. You hear me? Um, you had you had gang activity. You had drug related gang activity. Um, I mean, people were just, I mean, they were ruthless over there. And the thing about it is that at the same time where there were ruthless people over there, and it's predominantly black neighborhood, there were people over there who lived over there for generations. Okay, by the late '90s, they were in their 50s. Actually, they were in their 50s. In the early '60s. Okay, they owned brownstone. Um, Houses and stuff over there and things like that. But these people, what they did was when they saw neighborhood going to shit, they sold the brownstones and they retired and they went back south. I don't blame I don't blame the older people for doing that. But the problem, but always the question comes to my mind: okay, is this cycle change? And when the cycle changed from Bedford Stuyvesant being a hellhole in Brooklyn, New York, to being a safe place to walk your dog at 3 o'clock in the morning, okay, was when gentrification came. And gentrification came through rich young yuppies, what we used to call them in the 80s, okay, rich young kids, okay, who wanted to have a convenient place to live and start a family close to their workplace, close to near a Starbucks, in walking distance from a Starbucks or an art gallery or whatever form of work and entertainment they did. They wanted to move back into the city, right? They wanted they they wanted to move back to the inner areas of Brooklyn and whatnot that they saw building up. It took them to come into the neighborhood, squeeze people out who did not own their brownstone places where the brownstones they lived in, but they were renting. Okay, it took white people to come in and say, okay, we're gonna buy out everything, and we're gonna squeeze all you niggas out of here. Okay, that's their mindset. Okay, we're gonna squeeze all you niggas out of here by raising rent so high you can't afford to pay it, even if you got a steady job. We'll get all you niggas out of here. We'll get the white folks back up in here. They're gonna have money. They ain't killing each other. Okay, they ain't standing out on the street corner, drinking beer. They ain't out on the street corner trying to sell weed, trying to sell crack or heroin, okay? And it's gonna be safe enough for us to walk down the street, okay, at 3 o'clock in the morning. A white woman could walk in a gym suit, okay, and she can walk a little pool at 3 o'clock in the morning in Pep Stuyvesant now. 10 years ago, she wouldn't. No. In the '90s, she wouldn't have been able to do that.
No, no, especially in the 90s and
Yes, yeah,
I know in the 90s and the 80s especially when they're cracking.
yeah,
Because I remember talking
yeah,
to people who were older in LA, and they were telling me that kids, like teenagers, would become millionaires in a week. They start selling crack and they become millionaires.
hmm
I know about the West
hmm
Coast stories. I really don't know about the East Coast stories that much. But at the same time, over there
hmm
over there in the East Coast, I know
hmm
it's hard. I know people over there are real. They're different than us. They have it more harder. I know because I used to talk to some guy. He's really famous because he used to come from
hmm
the West Coast. His name is Fat Boy SSC, and
right,
this guy is like hella funny. I swear to God, like, he's hella cool. I told him, I started teaching him about Islam a little bit, and he started liking it. I told him,
right,
about life and stuff like that, and what you need to do for your future and stuff like that. This guy is really famous, bro. I used to see him in LA, and because he would come around every time, but he's from the East Coast, and he would show me things like crazy shit. He's like
right,
he would show me how the life is because I've been over there, but I never lived there like that much. I lived in Ohio, I lived in like Jersey, but I didn't really like get to see that much. You get what I mean?
right,
Like, I was really busy, but
right.
over there, man, I've seen like I've seen people get shot in the East Coast, especially
Uh-huh.
but in the West Coast it's kind of like calmer. It's a little
Right.
because
Yeah.
the environment is really calm. But in the
Yeah.
East Coast, man, you'll see kids, bro. They'll pull up on you and they'll jack you. They'll shoot you. They'll shoot you
Oh
for
yeah.
anything over there in the East Coast. It's crazy, bro. I swear to God.
Yeah.
They'll
Oh
shoot
yeah.
you for anything, and they don't care, and they'll go to sleep like a baby. And that's
Oh
why
yeah.
when I was talking to Fat Boy, I was telling him, bro, you need to stop the violence over there, especially in the East Coast. Like I see all of that. I see all the problems that we have, especially in the Black community. You know,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we don't have someone that is a leader. Everyone that it's like a leader in America is a coon. You get what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah. Or,
Everyone, because they choose our leaders for us.
right. Or I'll put it this way, or they're seen as clones. See, the problem I have is this. The people of my the kids of my generation, okay, um, for the most part, we still did listen to our parents. Yeah, you're always gonna have your fuck ups. You're gonna have your segment, your group of kids who ain't gonna listen to their parents no matter what. So you're always gonna have your fuck ups. Just like you're gonna have fuck ups with people who are my age, okay? Who my age range, and we were, we were the young parents back in the '90s, okay, coming throughout the 2000s, okay. We were parents, and so I can't blame the kids when they're not getting proper guidance from the adults who gave birth to them, and some chose to take care of them, and some chose to abandon their kids. And I see the result from it, man, and it makes me really sad because this tends to be the norm rather than the exception. And when I was growing up, I'm sorry, I just didn't have it that way. My parents divorced when I was 12 years old, but I still had access to my father. My father had access to me. I lived with my mom, so of course we had access to each other. You know, but and I mean, I did my screw ups too, but eventually I did things to help me grow up. You know, because I didn't want to live in the morass of basically um, how can I say? I want to grow up. I want to live. I want to live to be an old man. I want to live to be a married man, a family man, raising kids of my own. You know, watching them grow up. You know, guiding them and they're growing up. You know, I want to live long enough to be a grandfather if possible, which I will be in a few months now. This is the life I want to live because this is the life that I saw my family live. You know, I knew my grandparents. You know, both sides of my mother's father and mother, and my father's father and mother. I knew them. Um, I learned a lot from them. You know, I spent a lot of time with them, and to see how much time has changed over what? Over half century, over 50 years. Let's say from 1970 to now 2020. I mean, it's just like day and night, man.
But Eric, check this out, Eric. Okay, yo, Veli, what's his name? Rob wants to get in. All right, Eric. Look, I'm from another country, right? I'm from the Middle East. Okay, we live in a community where we don't know everyone, but we know people. Do you get what I mean? Like in the community. All right. So we take care of one each other. Someone's hungry, we go feed them. Someone's like this, we go help them. Someone does that. Okay. In America, everyone is just separated. No one cares. That's the worst thing in the black community because the kids, how do I say this? The kids will be if the community works together and helps the kids, they will grow up to be different. You get what I mean? When the community is right, the people will become right. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is, man, in America, we're just all separated. Even in the UK, we're just all separated. We don't care about nobody. We don't give a fuck. You get what I mean? I don't like that.
Yeah, we're too individualistic.
Yeah, because the village will help. The village will help raise the kid. That's how it is. That's how it is in Africa too. I think because the village is the one that's gonna. Because we come from people, bro. Eric, we come from people like me and you. We come from our ancestors and our culture. We're different, bro. We're different from these white people. We're just way different.
But you know what though? Guess what? Those white folks, they had grandparents too. Now, with the way that the mentality that the school of thought that they picked up from their grandparents, yeah, to be cruel and vicious, no doubt about it. But what I'm saying is this: when you know, okay, say for us in USA, okay, when you know who your common enemy is, you see that every day, okay, and it goes to the point where they are not the common enemy anymore. It's not the white man. It's not white supremacy. Okay, I don't accept that excuse anymore.
No. I'm not saying that all white people. I'm saying white people. There's really good white people, bro. I'm in this country, and first of all, I want to be speaking freely. You know what I mean? But even the white people are separated.
Yeah, indeed, they are. Yeah, they're individualistic. Yeah, I agree. They brought about that, but that's the thing about it, though. I mean, if you think about it, Western society is about individualism, capitalism as we know it now, individualism as we know it now, secularism as we know it now. These are Western concepts. These are European concepts. Okay, because before the European philosophers came to pretty much um, pass on, transmit schools of thoughts that have so how can I say that has so much influence on how the Western half of the world lives. Um, we see the result of it, for good and for ill. It doesn't go, one way where it's all bad, or or good. I mean, there's a mixture of it, and unfortunately, some parts of that mixture is really nasty. But when you get to the point where you're so separated from your own selves that you kill off your own cells based on colors, not skin color, but color clothes you wear in your back. I mean, how primitive is that?
Yeah, man, it's a trip, bro. I'm honestly, the truth is, and this is how life should be. Because we're all distracted, right? We're all distracted with this internet stuff and all the computers, technologies, the phones, and all that shit, the cars. We're getting lazier and lazier and lazier.
I agree.
See, our life, we should be living, bro. All of us, everyone on the panel, we should be actually living. We should be
Hmm.
free.
Yeah,
But, you know, it's how, I guess it is what it is, right?
yeah. I mean, you got neighborhoods where the elders are they literally be held hostage to the gang violence, the drug violence, the prostitution, all this type of crazy shit. Not to say that just started, you know, 20, 30 years ago. No, that means no practice. All this shit that we're talking about is no practice, but it was saying that we would have learned from it so that not to bring it upon ourselves. And we're doing it now in 2020 when our families, the roots of our family are becoming weaker and weaker because the roots are younger and younger. We got younger and younger grandparents now. I mean, you got grandparents that are in their 40s. Um, when I was growing up, I didn't know many people who had grandparents, many kids who had grandparents in their 40s. And I'm talking about the early 40s, you know? And the grandparents, they want to go out and kick it with the young folks, you know? They want to pretend that the 40-year-old wants to pretend that, that he and she is, and, they're 30 years old or even younger, you know? How are they going to provide guidance for their kids who are 16, 17, 18 years old, some even younger than that, who are bringing new life into this world? Where did, where did those kids get guidance from? Because so far, a lot of the guidance that they're getting um, ends them up dead,
Eric,
very young.
Eric, I heard something like Kanye West. He said this. He said your girl is taken by Instagram. You don't control your girl. Your girl is already being controlled. So the problem is in our society, in our communities, is that the internet is making us worse. It's actually causing us to separate. And in Islam, when a person divorces his wife, it's a really, really sad thing. It's really
Yeah.
big, really, really big. I heard someone say that the throne of Allah shakes when someone gets divorced.
Mm.
So all of the stuff that we see on the internet, all these girls online and stuff like that, it's affecting us mentally, especially because as men,
Yeah.
you know, we're different than women. We're just way different,
Yeah. Yeah, we're visual,
and we
you
can't
know.
we can't we can't really control ourselves like how women do. It's really hard for us. So at the same time, we're just we're being mentally destroyed, basically. Veli, Melanated wants to get in.
But that's the thing though. We use modern technology to do this to ourselves. I
Yeah,
mean, it's not an elite rich group of people who use Facebook every day or Instagram every day. You know, it's not an elite group of people. the everyday working man, the everyday elementary school student um, has a smartphone, and on the smartphone, because you need internet for the phone to operate, you can go anywhere on internet, okay? At any time you want, any time of day, and see anything you want. You can see Facebook, you can see Instagram, okay? You can see Tinder, um, you can see porn, you can see sports. You know, you can watch the History Channel, or you can watch Netflix on your phone. You know, and kids these days, by the time they're 10 years old, a lot of them know how to use this new technology better than adults do because they're curious like that. But what I'm saying is that it's not as though there's some type of there's some type of elite group of people who are transmitting what's coming on what we're seeing on Facebook. No, it's our neighbor that we don't know. You understand what I'm saying? It's the kid in the seat next to you that you don't know watches porn or whatever, or is an incel. You know, involuntarily celibate. You know, and so now he hates girls. He hates girls from elementary school forward. Why? Because he can't get a girlfriend. Why? Because he doesn't know how to talk to a girl. You know, I mean, uh, what I'm saying is this. I mean, technology has got its good uses, but people have leaned on technology though to bring um, barbarism to this world on a scale that's much larger than ever before, and they use it. You know, when you hear people on Facebook suggest to somebody, "Oh, go kill yourself," and they say it several times to another person who they're antagonizing, and that person actually goes and kills him or herself. This is crazy.
That shit happens.
Yeah, it does happen.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens more than it happens more than we know. It's not something that you're going to see on headline news. You know, on these these cable news networks. You know, these worldwide cable news networks. You're not going to see that.
So you think do you blame the person who said go kill yourself for that person's murder? I mean for
Do
the
I
suicide?
do I do I blame that person? Hmm. I can't say I can't say that that person has really forced the other person to do it, at least not by gunpoint. But the point of the matter is this, though, Melanie, guys, it happens. It
I
happens
mean
damn near on a
I mean but
day-to-day
to
basis.
say something
It doesn't
a lot
matter.
of stuff happened. I'm just
It
asking
doesn't
I
matter
was
who.
just asking.
Well,
No,
see,
no.
the thing about it is, for me, who you blame doesn't matter as long as it continues to happen.
No, but
There's nothing.
the blame part does happen too. So that's why I was asking
Yeah,
your
yeah.
position. That's why I was asking
I think
because
I think I think if Melody, I think if someone says that to someone else, and because sometimes I go off on people, right? Sometimes you don't mean what you say, but someone can take it seriously, right? And do, like, for example, go kill yourself, right? And someone does it. I don't know, man. What do you think, Melody? I'm gonna put you on the spot.
wait, when you said I don't know, man, that means that you're thinking that it might be their fault though.
What do
That's
you
what
What do you think?
I,
Tell
I
I
don't
put
think it's their fault.
I put it this way. Pragmatically speaking, yes, I blame the person who said that because why did the person have to say it? Why does a person have to be so wild in his or
That's
her
still
attitude
I mean
towards
yeah, they
another
could be
person?
vile and that that's
But this,
I think you
but
have
this is
a
what
very
I'm
good
saying.
point. No, but listen,
Yeah. Yeah.
you make a good point that this person is speaking in a very harsh, mean manner. They're not showing much regard for life. But blame, it's not their fault that another person committed suicide though. It's just not. It's not their fault.
Yeah,
Like
but at the
it's just
same time, Melody,
But
at the same time, the person who said that, he's gonna feel guilty as fuck, huh? Well, actually,
I mean, feeling
you know,
guilty and being guilty is two different things. All I'm
well, no,
saying is that all I'm saying is that it's just not their fault. Like, feeling guilty is, people feel guilty all the time for things that they didn't do, that, and they project it on themselves. That doesn't it doesn't mean that that's actually, it's not actually
Yeah.
your fault for saying, go kill yourself. People say, jump off, hit the road. Am I telling you to go outside and hit the road? I say, jump off a bridge. Or, how many times do we hear the lady say, put a bag over your head? She said it for like 2 hours. Put a bag over
Yeah.
your head.
But at the same time,
If we actually put the bag over our head, she didn't make us put a bag over our head. That was a choice and a decision that we would have made.
But like, check this out, because I know you're a female, right? And I don't know, I didn't expect you saying that. Like, at the end of the day, I'm probably biased or something against females. I don't know, but at the end of the day, I would expect a man to say. Do you get what I mean? I didn't expect.
Yeah, I don't know where you get these. You definitely. I've heard you more than once. You definitely have like some very odd gender role expectation type of things, and I don't know if that's from your culture, but they're very different from my culture and from my understanding of male and female interactions. And I really think that these current generations are way like they're so enabled and coddled and soft. Like
Yeah.
I was raised that, man, do not let somebody, control you with their words. And people are gonna somebody gonna always got something to say. Like nowadays, you know, a chubby kid gets called chubby. Oh, he's a bully. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. Like it's no more
Yeah.
like playground banter. Like
Exactly.
people don't learn how to cope with that, and they don't even their parents protect them from developing the defense against it. It's like as soon as it's take them out their class, they need to be suspended. Like, so when does your kid ever learn how to deal with somebody like not liking them?
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
when's that happen?
The, the psychiatric diagnoses that they come up with, man, for little rambunctious little boys, little girls. Rambunctious little boys, and I'm not going to be able to sit down, for 20, 30, 40 minutes at a time, at a table. The average little boy doesn't do that. The average little girl doesn't do that. But this is what they expect, though, when they go to kindergarten. They
But
expect children to be able to
but
sit down and do
men
that. And if they don't, they say, well, you got ADHD. Oh, your child's got ADD or ADHD. You know, um,
but
your child watches his or her hands 3 or 4 times a day. Oh, well, you got what they call that?
OCD.
Not ADHD, but OCD. Yeah,
OCD.
obsessive compulsive disorder. Yeah, obsessive compulsive disorder. Come on, really?
No.
but
When I grew up, when I grew up in the late '60s, or I'll say the early mid '70s. Okay, every summer my legs used to be full of gauze and white uh, adhesive tape. I had cuts and bruises and shit all over my legs. Why? I wore shorts. So if you wear shorts, you run and you fall down, you scrape your knee. Well, my mom, what she would do, she'd bring me home, clean it up, use some iodine and mercurochrome, or peroxide, clean it up, put the bandage on. Okay, well, hey, see you later.
but I
You
think
know?
as men in America and women, we forgot our roles. Most of them, we forgot our roles, and because you know we both know we're different. We both know we're different, and we have to go back to how we were before. Because
How was that?
you see,
Please enlighten me, Muhammad.
no, check it out, okay? No, check it out. No, I'm not even playing. No, this is serious. Okay, So I'm like the old-fashioned type. All right. So because look what's going on in this world. Everyone's getting separated. Everyone's getting divorced. That's sad. Look at how the kid's gonna grow up. I came from a family who was divorced. I feel bad. You know, the men, especially the men. It's the men, not the women. The women also, but it's more
Wait,
the men.
it's the men. What are you saying? What's you said we forgot our roles. So what are our roles? Please tell me.
Is to love each other, have kids, have family, and then not think only about yourself. You're supposed to think about your kids when you have family. You're supposed to think about your wife. Why is every man being weird these days? How am I supposed to look up to someone when he's just like a little sissy? You get what I mean? How am I supposed to look up to someone who's going around cheating on someone else's who's like my mother? You get what I mean? That's weird. That's just weird. I don't get it. That's hell weird.
Wait, how are you supposed to look up to someone who's cheating on your mom? You mean?
No, I'm saying how can I look up to someone who's cheating on his wife, who's his wife is like a mother to me? You get what I
Oh.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, I agree. I mean, my parents, my parents divorced when I was quite young. I was 12 when they divorced, and I wasn't argumentative, so I did stupid shit to cope with dealing with that issue. However, I wish that my parents would have at least talked to me and gave me a warning ahead of time, because then maybe I wouldn't have been so screwed up by age 16 that my mom said, hey, either you can go live with your uncle or you can go to this military academy. I have the brochure. Make sure you read it well. These are the two options that my mother gave me by age 16, because by age 16, by age 16, I was screwed up. And I won't blame it all on the fact that, my mother and father were divorced and I knew nothing about it. And they felt as though that I didn't need to know anything about it. I didn't even need to be informed about it. Um, it's, I mean,
What do you mean you didn't know about it?
I when my parents got divorced, I didn't know anything about it. Nobody told me anything about it. I wasn't informed.
What,
The way I found out that that my mother and father got divorced was that I didn't see my father at home coming home anymore. That's how I found out about it. I didn't hear nothing about them having to go to court. I didn't hear nothing about them having to go to lawyers. I didn't hear nothing about, oh well, Eric, well, we're sorry, but mommy and daddy, we can't live together anymore. No, I was getting none of that.
so when you noticed that your father wasn't in the house anymore, did you say something?
I I didn't say anything, but I figured it out, because I figured that if my father's not coming home anymore, I had an idea what divorce was. I had an idea that my mother and father were at the very least separated. They weren't living together anymore. We weren't all living together as a family under the same roof. So I figured it out. You know,
It sounds. I mean,
yeah,
it's
it sounds
interesting.
weird. Doesn't
It's No, I'm saying it sounds interesting. Your parents,
it? The
right?
circumstance.
Your
Yeah.
parents had a way
Hmm.
of not verbalizing things and hiding things as a way of just coping with it. And then you did the exact same thing. You
Yeah.
didn't.
Well, I
You
learned it
didn't.
from them. Guess where I learned it from?
So they probably learned it from their parents, though.
But no, but their parent, well,
I'm talking about
my
they probably just learned to hold things in. So maybe like they came
yeah,
from families that didn't speak on family secrets and kind of
yeah,
suppress things.
yeah, yeah. As a matter of fact, yeah, that's there were a lot of secrets in my family. I remember when I went to a family reunion in Baltimore, Maryland. I was visiting my mom during the summer, and so we went down the family tree and whatnot, and talk about family, children and whatnot. most of the children had grown up. And I remember my mother, she was highly upset because her great uncle, uh, her great uncle WB, he had children, outside the marital relationship that he was in when he passed. And but the thing about it was, people in the family knew about these children. But when you read the what is
Obituary.
it? No, the catalog talking about the family tree, the children, where they come from, and all that type of thing. It's like, well, William Du Bois is other children. And my mom's like, what the hell you mean? Those are children. They were his children. His wife knew about these children. Okay. Okay, perhaps he didn't do it right. I agree with that. He's wrong with having children outside of his family. But hey, his wife knew about these children. They took care of these children. They raised his children up to the day he died. And now you're gonna put William Du Bois' other children. What the hell is this? No, that was their family. They're part of our family. It's as simple as that. Okay? And I mean, ain't no saints here. We're all sinners. So let's not pretend. Let's not pretend that we're saints here. And let's not be dismissive towards a member of our family's children who are adults now. Okay? They know who their daddy is. They know who their mama is. Okay? Let's not pretend that it's otherwise. This type of shit. So yeah, I mean, there were secrets that were kept. And over time, as I grew up, my father's mother, my grandmother on my father's side, we were really close, and we were really tight because for a long time I was only grandchild, so she worried about me constantly. And I'm like the little kid that sat there in the corner or sat there at the table that all the grown folks forgot about once they had a little drink in them, and they want to talk, and they got loose with the tongues and whatnot. And I was a little kid that's sitting there innocently with his eyes wide, listening to this grown folk conversation, hearing about the family secrets and whatnot. That's how I found out a lot about, our family secrets and things. But still in all, with all that drama, it was like my father would tell me, say, hey, listen, Eric, you do better than me. You've heard, okay? You see that your mom and I are divorced. Okay, well, if you get married, you keep your marriage together, you know, and you teach your children, about that, about how keeping family relationships together rather than letting it fall apart. My mom, would tell me different things. In other words, it was guidance so that I wouldn't do the same thing. Didn't do things the same way they did it, followed the same pattern, committed the same mistakes. Okay, and it seems like these days that there are a lot of parents who don't do this. I'm sure there are a lot of parents who do it still, but it seems like there's a whole lot more who don't. So the kids don't have any guidance. So
No,
when
no.
you're 16,
All right, so
so when
this I heard the realest shit, and I don't like cussing on here, but I'm sorry, Eric, but I heard the realest shit ever, and I heard it from the Farrakhan. He said, "So the women must feel secure. The women is the most important thing in our society. Don't forget, bro. People used to go to war back then over women.
yeah,
So, the most important thing, a woman must feel secure. That's the number one thing. She must feel secure. She must be happy in order for the man to be happy. So, in order for the woman to be happy, is you have to be brutally honest with her. You're supposed to treat her right. You're supposed to actually take care of her and be a man. That's it. And women like that. I know women like that. I know women want to feel secure. it's our fault, bro. It's Eric. It's our fault. The men.
Well, I can't. No, I won't say that. I won't. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna put it on one side like that, Muhammad, because women do wicked shit too. Okay, and don't. And I'm not going to say that women do wicked shit because men do wicked shit. I'm not gonna say men do wicked shit because women do wicked shit. Okay, both sexes do wicked shit to each other, and when you see the physical result of it, it's shameful, and um, it's shameful, and for me, it's irksome. It's very frustrating to see how men and women treat each other. Okay, um, when when you got these situations with this baby mama, baby daddy drama, and all of a sudden now this type of shit is normal. People are desensitized to it. I can't stand it.
But don't forget what I said in the beginning is the men forgot their roles. So the women, because of the men, they forgot their roles. So the women also. I'm not saying all women. I'm not saying all men. You get what I mean, Eric?
But how do men forget their roles? Men were children at one time,
Well,
right?
look at our society
Yeah,
today, Eric. Look at how
but
sad our society is. It's
yeah,
really sad.
yeah, Muhammad, I understand where you're coming from, and you're talking about the aftermath. You're talking about the result of the lack of guidance, the result of young boys not being mentored and not being guided by older, wiser men on how to become men themselves. Okay, because most of the time the fathers don't live with them. I understand where you're coming from, but the fact of the matter is this: that little boy, okay, when he was a little boy, was an infant, okay, he had a mother and a father, okay, and how the mother and father chose to guide that little boy and nurture that boy's life, okay, will have a major influence on how that boy grows up. So if that boy doesn't know his role, it's because, yeah, it's um, because the father wasn't there to teach him how to grow boy and eventually become a man and act as a man. But at the same time, we can also say that, well, his mother didn't make the right choice in the man that she allowed to impregnate her. You understand me?
Yeah, yeah, I do understand you, but don't forget, the society plays a big role. It plays a big role where we live and where we stay at. It plays a big role. The people around us. Don't forget
Well,
that, man.
I I agree, but that's why people in the West though are so individualistic though, more so than in the other parts of the world. It's because we see that, and we know that if we allow this to happen, if we allow society to dictate what goes on in our homes, in our families, in our bedrooms, then there's a problem. Um, this the LGBTQ whatever else alphabet um, uh, uh, political identity group based on sexual orientation, um, based on gender, okay, rather than biological sex. I mean, this didn't happen overnight. This just happened over generations. You know, it happened over decades, and then it came to a fall, and now you got kids on YouTube, okay, who can be seen by other kids on YouTube walking in drag on stage in their elementary school as a part of entertainment. You know, this shit is crazy, man.
Yeah,
So
I think it's pretty weird.
And you can't blame just men for it. You can't blame just women for it. You blame both the adults for it because they're adults and the children are children.
Go ahead, Melanie.
so like one of the things that like when I guess like my kind of conversation style, right? So
Mhm.
if we're gonna talk about things that let's say women could do better, or things that teachers could do better, or things the police could do better, or whatever, right? If we're talking about police, I don't like to bring up the actions of the criminals, right?
Right.
Because the focus is on the police. Now, if we're talking about ways in which people who are criminals or reasons why people get involved in criminal activity, then I don't bring up the police, right? Because that's
Right.
also the focus is taken away from the criminals. Now it's on the police. I
Right.
noticed that when Muhammad was talking about men forgetting their roles, you felt the need to balance out the conversation and speak about the women. Like by him saying men forgot their roles, that doesn't mean that only men are were the ones who had any sort of wrongdoing or areas of improvement. He just wanted to focus on the men. I I kind of like doing that because then you're able to um like the focus stays on whatever the topic is, and you could brainstorm or tease out and really get to the bottom of whatever that is. But when you say, well, yeah, men, they do this wrong, but then women, we could also say women could do this, then what was the point? What's the point?
Well, I mean, because when you say, okay, oh wait, fine, you can say men have forgotten their roles, and you can see how men have forgotten their roles. They become feminized, and they don't think about um, having families, getting married, having a wife, and having children, and this type of thing. That they don't take care of themselves. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to get education. They don't want to get jobs because in the hood they're seen as soft if they do so. Okay, fine. Um, but the
Then you
thing
can
about it
say
is,
like, okay, well, how do we turn that part around? What is the solution for that? As opposed to listing what women don't want to do, they're still not addressing the men part. And then I
yeah,
have no problem. I'm not uncomfortable by a conversation that is focused on the woman and the woman and the areas where she does
mhm,
wrong and the areas where she, like I'm cool with that. You
yeah,
know, it's
Oh,
just to me, it's
but
more fruitful when you can get to like solutions or and then we could say, do we think those solutions will work? Do you think that plan will work? Do you think what type of men you think will be best for this? But just staying focused on
hmm
one side of the argument, because I don't really feel like we get to that other part of it when we just do this whole balance thing, so okay, we bring up we talking about women and somebody wants to bring up men. Why you do that? And so how
because
are we as women getting any better? We're not.
because
I,
we
I
need
just
to
want to. I
balance.
want to say. I want to
I
say,
can only,
Belly.
I'll put this way. Okay, I'll put this way. I just want to say this real quick, Mohammed, before you speak. Okay, I can only talk from what I've experienced. Okay, I had that balance in my life, even though my parents divorced, even though they hid it. I had access to my mother. I had access. I lived with my mother. I had access to my father whenever. So I had the balance of having both of them in my life. And even though by age 16, when I realized that ooh, I was screwing up, my father had already pulled my coat. Okay, my mother was at her wit's end. She pulled my coat. She said, "Hey," basically what they both told me in their own way was that, "Hey, you need to straighten your life out, okay? Because your life is going to hell." And we see it. And my mother said, "Well, this is the only way I can figure out for you um, to get your life back on track." Okay, but for me, from my experience, I can only speak from that. I can't, I mean, I don't like speaking.
No, no, but that no, that but you're still, even though that you had both your mother and your father in your life, you could have a conversation about the way in which your mother dealt with things in life and not have to bring up your father, right?
Well, no, I can't do that. Not when I'm considering the fact that this is how I grew up in a family life. Even
No,
though
you
my
you
parents split up, but I'm
no
looking
no
at
no
it
no
from
no. What I'm
I'm
saying, I
I'm
said
not I'm,
a
I'm not
conversation
looking at.
about, listen,
But
hear
I'm
what
not
I
looking.
said. Yeah, no, you're
Okay,
responding
okay,
to something. I said
okay.
you can have a conversation about
hmm
how she handled things
Right.
without bringing up someone else. So it's a conversation only about how your mother handled things. There's no need to bring up someone else when you're talking about her. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well,
Wait,
yeah,
Eric, I just want to
feel,
say a couple things, Eric. I just want to say,
okay, go ahead.
everyone on the panel, if you guys want to hop in, you guys can. Just tell me. Just text it on private. But I want to say this.
Who's on the panel?
I don't know. Jen, big up, Jen. I just
Oh,
want to
you
say.
mean in the chat?
Yeah. I want to say this. This is truthful, okay?
Where you at, Carnito? Why you ain't up on here, Carnito?
I just want to say this. So this is real right here. Okay. So as men in society, in this world, they're usually the rulers, right? And then every man has a woman. Every great person, every great man. We have men, right, ruling this country or ruling this world. There are bad people. Okay. But you have to understand this. Every great man in history had a woman by their side. So you have to understand this, that women are more smarter than men, logically, most of the time. I'm not saying all the time, but I'm saying most of the time. Women are more smarter than men, and they could handle things better than men do. That's serious right there. Women are better. When the kid grows up, when he's a baby, he's more likely to be with his mother than his dad. Okay, because the dad cannot like. It's just weird. The man.
What do you mean it's weird? What do you mean it's weird?
I mean, like the man usually cannot handle many things at once. Okay, so the women are usually the best at it. So the women are better than men. That's what the whole world needs to understand, that women are better than men. But we have these people going around killing each other.
And they gonna start calling you a daggone feminist. You better cut it out.
Yeah. I mean, how are you going to say that women are better than men?
Because they are.
Women are.
Even the
Women,
Quran says it.
no. Women.
Eric,
All right,
Eric.
fine. Okay,
Even
fine.
the Quran says it.
No,
Because in the Quran
you
it says,
have
check it out. It says, "Thumma ummak, and then thumma abuk." Your mom is 3 times better than your dad. In the Quran, it even says that. By the way, everyone on the panel, check it out.
Okay, fine. But see, I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Baha'i, and my scripture says something totally different. What Baha'u'llah says is that women and men in their humanity, they are equal. Now, women have certain strengths that men don't have. Men have certain strengths that women don't have. In my mind, it doesn't make women better than men. Neither does it make men better than women. But now, if we're going to go from the side of the man, we go to the woman. Okay, all right, yes. In my scripture, I tend to believe it because I saw it in my life. What Baha'u'llah, the Prophet of the Baha'i faith, says is that the woman is the chief educator of the child. You see it in practical life. You see it. The first person to nurture the child and teach the child anything about nurturing is the mother, because the child from birth goes to the woman's nipple on her breast, teaches from there, and she can breastfeed. Okay, and as long as she breastfeeds, that's where the child gets its most how can I say it gets its best nutrition. Okay, right before it even takes food. Would you agree with that? MG, I'm just calling you MG to shorten melanated gods, okay?
So okay, that's fine. So, your statement was that that breastfeeding is like basically like the optimal thing for a mother to do when she has a new child.
Right.
Hop in here.
To provide nutrition for the child. Also, usually it's the mother's the first one that gives the child its first bath. Okay, the mother is usually the one that puts the first diaper on that child. Okay,
I didn't.
You didn't? Okay, all right, you were different. But what I'm saying is that in the general, okay, with me and my family, my My wife did these things. My wife was the first one to dress our children.
Was
You know,
was your first child a boy or a girl?
it was a girl. It was a daughter.
Okay. And
You
I
know,
don't know. I only asked that question because
uh,
my child is a male, and
right,
he was circumcised, and I just it really bothered me to see him in pain. So
right,
I
yeah,
couldn't watch him, like when he pee and I guess it hurt him. I couldn't
but
change him. I had his father or my mom um do that until he I think it was like a few days, maybe it was about like 5 days, where they stopped like putting a little Vaseline and stuff like that. But I
right,
nearly
yeah,
passed out when I saw that little blood in the gauze. I was like, oh my God, like I couldn't deal. I just couldn't deal.
yeah.
I just want to,
Because
I
I
just
was
want to say, I just want to say to Metilated that I don't care what the panel says, and this is my belief. I believe that women are more superior than men and more smarter than men most of the time, and they can
Oh
handle things
boy.
better.
Listen, I wanted to answer a question, because you really gonna get called a feminist, Muhammad. You need to stop saying that. Let me peace to brother Rasbeck in the chat. Um, I wanted to answer a question. Analyze Dunya asked me a question, but I think we could all answer the question. I don't even know if I'm saying it's a he. It could be a woman. It said, Melanated Goddess, what do you think is responsible for the rise in single parent households? Um,
Wait, Walter, you don't even know what you're talking about in the first place, bro. You can't say
um,
things about Islam and you don't even know what it is.
so listen, what do I think is the rise of single parent households? I would say that, man, I would say that one, the rise in single parent households come from people who come from single parent households, right? And I know that that's okay. So it had to start from somewhere, but I don't think that this current rise that we have now is like it didn't just start right now. Like this isn't the rise. The rise
right,
happened many generations ago, right?
yeah,
So
agree,
I think that the cause was a combination of um social things or environmental things, such as like flooding the community with drugs and integration and all that kind of stuff. So you have like all this environmental stuff, and then you also have a breakdown of you just have a breakdown of like women going into work, and that kind of changed the dynamic, and men having difficulty working, and you just had like people not having the example to replicate it, and I think that now you do have more and more people. I would say definitely in my community, in the Black community, um making attempts at trying something that they've never even witnessed. So you have a lot of people who come from single parents trying to um, like be part of a family. Wait, what? Um, what are you talking about? I ain't got no inner segment. Cut it out, chemo.
Yo,
Um,
Walter, if you have any questions, bro, hop in the panel.
but
I mean, no, Lady Spade, I'm not one of them. I don't feel like I'm better than men. Like, I don't think that, I mean, that's why it's kind of difficult to listen to that. I don't think that women are better than men. I don't think that men are better than women. I think that we're counterparts. I think that, you
yeah,
know,
I agree.
I think women are
I mean,
way better than men. I love
I,
women. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
mean, but you're a man.
I'm
Maybe
fine.
that's the difference. Like, I like
Yeah,
men. I don't,
yeah,
you know,
mm-hmm.
I'm not just
I,
gonna just put women above men. Like,
yeah. I mean,
I
I
don't.
love women too, Muhammad. But you know, I chose to marry one. You know, and from what I've experienced, yes, there are certain qualities and skills that my wife has
Oh, my bad.
that she taught to me. You know, especially when it came,
Let me tell you
especially
something, Eric. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. This whole world is controlled by women. Women
Yo,
control the world, and it's true because without women, we can't reproduce.
without men, we can't. What is wrong with you,
without
Muslim?
men, you can't reproduce. If
I
the
know,
Exactly.
I
the
know what you
ovum,
mean. I know,
no,
bro. But at the same
Muhammad,
time,
listen. Science will tell you, okay? You need, and I'm sure it will tell you in your scripture as well. You need the pure sperm, and you need the fertile ovum, and the sperm has to penetrate the ovum. That is the point of conception. Without that, you have no procreation. Women cannot do it by themselves. Men cannot do it by themselves. That's a
Now,
fact.
I don't really like when men try to act like women are nothing but a vessel and they are this entity of importance and all of this other stuff. You know, like
maybe
uh,
because melanated, maybe because you're biased a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, I'm saying I don't like when men you know take that position, but I think a position of seeing the significance in the other part, right? Men need the woman to produce, and the women definitely need the men to reproduce. Like we just need one another. We balance out one another. We have strength. We both have strengths, and we both have areas where we have deficits, and hopefully you align yourself with a partner where there's balance. But yeah, I just think that it really all boils down to balance. If you have you take your wonderful, precious seed and you put it in a very bitter, angry, uh, low moral having woman, good luck with that seed, that offspring, and you take, some horrible seed and you put it inside of this wonderful woman, good luck with that one too.
I,
You know
I,
what I mean?
I want to say this. I want to say this. This is straight up. This is some real shit right here. Watch this. Watch this.
Oh boy.
All the wars in the world from all the way back then started because of men's ego. Men started these
Okay.
wars, killed each other. We shouldn't have done that in the first place.
You know what? Okay, fine. You can say that, but at the same time, are you when men who had empires, right? And you said this yourself, Muhammad. You said behind every great man, right, or beside every great man, there was a woman, right? Um, Now we can see, yeah, that men fought on these men. They have egos. They want to take what another man has, okay, from him. They can. They have the forces to do so, okay. Well, fine. But do you think that these men do not talk with the women? Do you think that if the woman feels like her life is going to be at risk by aiding and abetting this man in the war that's unwinnable, that she would actually accept it and just go right along with it? I mean, think about it. There were women monarchs too, Muhammad, throughout history.
Yo, Veli, you want to say something, Veli?
Yo, Wagwan, what's popping?
Women
No,
is
What's popping, man?
popping.
Wagwan.
Women is
Yeah,
popping. Muhammad said
yeah.
women are better than men, Valley.
Yeah.
well, they are. I like women, so it's not gonna change my views
Where
or
did he say
anything
that
like
men
that.
are better?
Well,
Where
I
did he
mean,
say he likes men better than women?
I know I like women too, um, but You know, I'm not going to say I'm not going to say that that women are better than men or men are better
But
than women
Eric,
because
to answer your question that you said before,
men and
Eric, to
women
answer
of
the
the
question you
world go
said
round,
before,
Muhammad,
that
together, not apart from each other.
no, checks out. The question that you said before was that women also affected the world by starting wars. That's a little minimum thing. That's like really small than the majority of men who started these wars and started killing each other, over some stupid ass shit. You get what I mean?
And
Women
you know
don't go
what?
to wars for that.
And you know what they
They have more
did?
logic.
And you know what women did? You know what women did when they gave birth to those new warriors, those new warrior kings? Okay, they gave them pep talks about how to be warriors, protect the family name, and to protect their own families. This is what women did during those times when men were fighting the wars. Okay, so it wasn't as though
But
they sat
we
in the
were
corner
talking
and
about
said
society.
it was
We were talking. No,
no,
we were talking about
no.
society
What we're saying,
today.
no, what we're talking about is how what we're talking about is how people live in this world together. Ultimately, yes, men started wars, but guess what? If men did not have access to the woman, and the woman that would not allow herself to be impregnated by men, guess what? Then there would be no warrior kings because there would be no infants being born, no male infants being born, or even female infants being born, right?
Again with the Warriors thing, I don't know, man. I'm not even gonna talk about this no more because I don't feel like talking about it no more.
Okay, all right, okay.
So
Yeah.
what going on anyway, man?
But I'm still going to say that that women and men balance each other out.
Yeah, me and Eric on the same page with that.
Yeah, they have to. Come on. Look at the situation. Look at the situation in what is that? Is it North Korea? North Korea as well as South Korea. There's a dilemma there, and it made national news. This was back, I think, back in the '90s, where they were talking about the the population of men. You know, the ratio was like what? 4-to-1, men to women. This is crazy. So
But Menelated, you're
how
coming
do
at it
you?
in a biased way. By the way, I just want to say that.
I'm not gonna. No, I'm not coming in
Not,
bias.
not you, Eric.
No,
Not you, Eric. Not you, Eric. I'm saying Menelated. She's coming at
You
it.
said what?
how is she coming at it? How is
No,
she
she
coming
is. She
at it?
is. She is.
He
How?
says I'm coming. I didn't even hear what he said.
No, you're coming. You're coming at it in a biased way. So
What?
How?
no,
Wait
but
Tell
a
me,
minute.
tell me what's my bias?
truthfully, it is that
Tell
women
me.
rule the world. No matter anyone thinks that women actually do rule the world because we need women. First of all, that's the most important thing. Okay. The reason why I brought this up is because in today's society, everyone's getting divorced, right? No one has a father figure to look up to. The woman's all by herself. This is how all this conversation started. No. So you got to look at it both ways. You can't just look at it in one way and ignore the other way. Look at today. Everyone's getting divorced. Everyone because of social media and stuff like that. The people all around us. America's new,
But,
bro. America's
but
new.
people,
It's only been here for like
but
300 years.
yeah, but people have been, well, in those last 300 years, right? Men and women have been getting divorced because of what MG said. She said outside environmental factors, such as women getting steady work, steady employment. Therefore, therefore, there was a crowd of women who were saying, "Well, hey, wait a minute now. I got a career. Men have been doing this for eons. Okay, well, I got my break. I can be a lawyer. I can be an astronaut. I can be a teacher. I can be a housewife, even if I choose to be. Okay, or I can choose not to marry. Okay, that's a reality of how society has developed. let's say over the last 300 years, you're talking about. So
Wait, check,
when,
check out, check out, check out what, check out what
wait,
Jordan
let me
said.
finish my point, Ahmed. Let me finish my point. Then you can talk. Let me finish my point. The point I'm making is this. Then you had the feminist movement, right? Particularly in the USA and the Western countries, you had the feminist movement, okay? And what happened was there were a lot of black women who wanted the same human rights as white women wanted. They wanted to be protected by law against being abused by their boyfriends or their husbands or by males or by men in general. Okay, by being physically beaten. Okay, eventually, they also wanted to be able to um, have careers and work, and then also perhaps later on have a family. So what happened was, the women were getting married later. Okay, um, I mean, there were other incidents that in which women on both sides fell through the cracks. Okay, the white feminist women and the black feminist women fell through the cracks when the government started offering them public assistance. Okay, well, you can have public assistance, but you can't have a man in the crib. This is a reality of life. This is another thing that broke down family. I mean, there's a there are a lot of factors, man. You know, and it has to do with the choices that men and women have made for themselves.
Mm.
I just want to say, Jordan, even though I kind of disagree with you because we come from two different types of Islam, but he said we need both men and women for us to continue. But I would
Yeah,
argue
we
mothers
do.
have the greater role to fulfill, and yes, the mothers do have a greater role to fulfill. So that means they're more important, especially in Islam. Because, but then someone else says 708, Aisha started a war against Imam Ali. But don't forget Aisha. The reason why Aisha started a war was because I think she wanted to. I think
You
she.
gotta look it up. You gotta look it up before you start because you
Yeah,
just need to
yeah,
be accurate.
and indeed, yeah, you need to be accurate with that. You
I
need
I
you need,
think I
you need
think
to
she
be.
won. I think because of her father. You know,
But
her
see now,
father was Abu Bakr.
These are Muhammad. You gotta know what you're talking
yeah,
about, Muhammad.
yeah. Wait, when you're making claims in relation to scripture or something that comes out of a textbook, whether it's a science textbook, law textbook, whatever, you need to be specific with that because if you don't, people are gonna chop you up and down. It becomes very frustrating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel you.
You know,
Um.
it becomes frustrating for you because you're trying to explain yourself. But the problem is that when you say, "Well, I think," or maybe it was because of that, but if people are asking you for evidence, they're going to harangue you for evidence until you bring it up, because then you can make a plausible argument and they can try to rebut your argument, but at least, at least they have an idea that you know what you're talking about, as MG was just saying, just pointing out.
Hmm.
I feel you, Eric. I really do.
Never, never,
This is
never
what
put your
I
yeah,
believe in. So I just so everyone
yeah,
else
yeah.
who's Muslim on the panel, so-called Muslims, and you guys disagree what I say. You guys are going against Islam, by the way. I'm just saying that. I'm just pointing that out.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so like we're
Yo,
supposed to be afraid. What are you
hey,
talking about?
Mohammed. So,
I mean on the chat,
I,
not on the panel. I mean
yo,
on the panel.
Mohammed, you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? What's up,
You
man?
hear me? Yeah, man. Um, the other day you told me that Jordan's ISIS, man. You still think he's
Hey,
ISIS?
Veli, I seen you on the comments, Veli. Veli, I can't explain it to you, but I know that's true. By the way, I just want to tell you that, Veli. Let Asa come in here and he'll tell you that. Ask him the same question. I'm gonna actually save it. I'm gonna go up and save it, and I will remind you, Veli, okay? Because you're trying to hate on me now. I see how you are. You're
Oh.
switching sides, Veli. You're switching.
Oh, shit. Shit, I'm hating on you, yeah? I'm telling the truth ain't hating, no, cuz.
I feel you, Veli. I
Okay.
feel you.
Okay, what we going to next? What does Chet have to say there, Vellemy? What they want to talk about? Because I
No,
think this.
they're
I
debating
mean,
between
because
themselves, like
uh,
they're debating between themselves still.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
man.
because when it comes to the roles of of men and women, whether you're talking about traditional roles from way back in the day, or you're talking about the modern roles of today's modern society, where, as I was saying before, women work, you know, um, women work, they have their own jobs, they earn their own money, so therefore they have more control over, you know, if they decide to get married, if they decide to get married, later in life because they want to have their career. A man can't force them into marriage. You know, there are a lot of men now these days, they look at it this way. We go Dutch when we get married. It's like 50-50 this, 50-50 that. I don't see that. At least that's not been my experience, as a married man. It's give and take, you know. Sometimes I got to do 90 and my wife does 10. Sometimes my wife does 85, I do 15. It's give and take, man. But when it comes to raising societies, as far as men being men and women being women, and them knowing their roles, being confident in their roles, it's for me. It always comes down to balance, in the family between the two adults who are responsible for raising the children, the parents, and I just think that the more balance you have, the more that both, the female adult and the male adult on the same page when it comes to giving guidance to a child from infancy to at least the age of consent, the better off the child's going to be.
Funny still, man. Hey, Mohammed.
What's up? You better not forget, Belly. Don't forget, because I couldn't find it.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna ask Jordan when I see him in the speaker's corner. I'm gonna ask him like, bro, what's going on with you and all these ISIS claims that people are putting on you, bro? The ISIS, the devil. The ISIS, I meant to ask him if he's the devil.
Don't ask someone like that, bro. That's someone who's gonna tell you the truth, bro.
So I shouldn't ask you. You should ask.
But I mean,
what is Jordan? What is Jordan gonna say? He's just gonna tell you what you want to feel, how you want to feel about it.
But Valley, hey, tell the chat that if they want to lighten up the subject matter, because we've been talking about we've been talking deep since we got on here damn near this morning, and people might want on the chat, they might want to lighten things up. So if they want to do that, let's do that. I mean, everything doesn't have to be so serious all the time.
Yeah, that's what I said, man. That's why I said that could let your head out of the Fridays on the show. So it's not you know what I mean? Like it's not just raw. We're just moaning all the time, man.
But hey, I'm going to. I know y'all ain't gonna like it, and I know y'all gonna harangue me about it. But I'm going to take a smoke break. I got a nicotine hit that's got my brain and central nervous system reeling right now. So I need some relief. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. I hope it's an overlight, yeah.
Yeah, but no. It's not that. I don't have stash now. It's just regular cigarettes, regular. So, but I need to take smoke right now. So what you can do though.
He said he don't got the good stuff. He said he don't got the good stuff, Belly.
No, it's just got just tobacco and no wacko. Get me? That's it. That's it. Yeah, the mad thing still. So what you saying, Mo? You good, yeah?
Yeah. Everything good? It's Friday. It's Friday.
So it's like, yeah. So anytime we set up the shows for passer, we get a no passer. When we're not having no passer on the shows, fair men are coming on with passer. It's mad, isn't it?
Oh man, listen. All I know if the pasta come here, I'm running. Me running.
Can't schedule. Yeah. Can't schedule no passer. Yeah. Passing off the schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm doing keto. I'm doing keto. No pasta for me. No pasta. Straight keto. Low carb diet, man.
Aye, man. Aye.
Yeah, I don't know. I be watching on other like on Prospect show. I'm like, yo, I don't have the tolerance to be around those people with their views. This is like I was watching for like an hour or two. Their views ain't changing off of nothing. And the way they asking certain questions, they just trying to trip you up, trying to get you to say something. You know, it's like they have their own agenda of what they want you to say, what they want you to be able to say on a live show. And
what they asking? Who's on the show?
The same Dave dude that was
Same
on
crew, yeah?
your show, yeah. He was like, so the Jews are black? I was like he just asking the question like he already knows what a black person is gonna say.
I bet he's an idiot, man. He left a comment on my video today. I don't know if he took it down or YouTube deleted it still, but he was saying he reckons he's being sectioned because someone grasped on him. You might be a dickhead, cuz. You grasped on yourself, cuz. You're talking shit on YouTube. In your bedroom, your mum probably called the police on you, cuz. You get me?
He did what? He being sectioned because of what?
He said that he was sectioned because someone's called the police on him, yeah.
What does section mean?
He's been put in a mental hospital.
No.
Yeah. But he's saying that.
Yeah. What up, bro? What up, guys?
Yo, brother.
What's up?
Right.
Yeah, like I'm saying that he snitched on himself because he was shouting madness in his mum's yard. So his mum probably called the police on him, and that's how he got sectioned. You get me?
Wow. This happened last night?
He left a message this morning.
Yo, Belly, you better not forget, Belly, because the chat is gone.
The chat is what?
I'm gonna put you on the spot, Belly.
What's that about asking Jordan if he's ISIS? Yo, Jordan, click the link, bro. I'll ask you now, cuz, if you're ISIS. What do you mean? Like, I don't think Jordan's ISIS still, man. So I'm expecting him to say no, innit? So.
Wait, he really wants to ask Jordan that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, wait, hold up.
Yeah.
Hold on, Belly.
Made a statement earlier.
Hold on, Belly. Hold on. Why are you bringing in Jordan into this? First of all, Belly.
Isn't that who you talking about?
What?
No, I wasn't talking about Jordan in the first place.
Oh,
you think someone else is ISIS?
Oh, you took about Ali first of all.
Okay.
Yeah, you said Ali earlier. Yeah.
Oh, you know Muhammad he wants that smoke with Ali. He just He sees him like a peer, like, yo, he just want that smoke with Ali Ali, boy.
No,
But
big up,
Ali been getting,
yo, everyone, hit the like button
debate.
so it helps the algorithm. By the way,
he's been getting some debating strategies from Velley, so you better watch it, Muhammad, because Ali Ali is your young protege.
No,
yeah, boy.
We all
Daddy
know
Velley been teaching him.
We all know where Ali Ali stands in the first place. So.
Ali Ali's definitely a jacket cut. Let me tell you that, yeah, he's definitely a jacket cut. So again, you take the DNA off it, bit.
He said he's a jacket.
Yeah,
nah, Ali mom says she wants the baby need milk. Boy.
You're sweet. All that time you spend it on YouTube, you go. Oh,
yep. You got that PayPal, you better come with the milk.
Yo, my sweet. Yeah, my soul. What's the people them saying, no, man?
That's exactly what I was.
Yeah?
No one, listen. Throughout the week, you got all of the YouTube celebs passing through. We was talking about man and woman. Khan ain't even jump on. You know, I be feeling like Khan is he like a lover boy at heart. You know, he like to talk about relationships and women and all that kind of stuff. You know, he just. I thought he was gonna jump on.
You come earlier too.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. You know, the time difference. Y'all be on like 3 o'clock in the morning my time. I can't do it.
So, you know, if you get caught up from one of the shows and then it ends up at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's like, fuck. 3 in the morning.
Yeah, that's why I don't even, sometimes I'll be like, how the hell does Prospect do it? Like, one time I was sleeping my time. It was like freaking, it was in the daytime, like, let's say 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock my time, which is already like midnight for y'all. Then like 1 o'clock in the morning, this dude's still on. I'm like, yo, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I was like, no. You know how he'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna go off in the next 30 minutes. Press 1. He just keeps doing it over and over and over.
Yeah, mate. You know what though, yeah? Let me tell you though, yeah? Let me tell you this. It's peak for some man when I get my laptop back though. You get me? It's gonna be peak. Guys, it's not just a mobile phone thing, you get me? But I could do some other bits and pieces still, but yeah. Now we're going good, man, you get me? Good peak.
Yeah, what's up, Malik? Why Malik jump on here and say nothing? What on for you?
Fair typing.
Yeah, I said hello. I got a mouthful. What's going on?
Bad. Yeah.
What's up, Eric? What's up, Muhammad?
What's up,
yeah, man? Bless.
Yo, my brother. What's up, man?
Yeah, me blessed, man.
That's good, man. Big up Malik, bro. Honestly, big up Velley. Big up everyone on the panel and even on the chat. Don't forget to hit the like button, by the way. I want everyone to hit the like button. Even though I'm kind of disagree with some of Velley's views on what I said or whatever, you get what I mean? What do you think, Velley?
Yeah, too much. You're allowed to disagree, man. You're allowed to have your own mind, bro. think it's the key to freedom.
Y'all said what? Prenup. What you talking about?
Freedom. Free up yourself. Yeah.
Oh, free up yourself. Free up yourself. So what's for breakfast?
Breakfast,
Yeah.
right? It's like nearly
Waffle.
off the stew now around there, man.
You said what?
It's after 2 p.m. over here.
Okay. Well, what did you have for breakfast?
Oh, I don't know. Didn't have no breakfast still. I left early.
Damn. Sorry, Belly. But you can go to
It's a
the
hard
store.
working man, boy.
You can go to the store and get some food. So you're lucky. Someone took my car, you get what I mean?
Somebody stole your car, or you know the person that took your car?
No, I know the person who took my car.
Oh.
I bought a car for $1,000, by the way. And I'm so proud of it. Yo, I bought a car that's 2015 for $1,000.
A 2016 car?
15.
15.
You bought a cardboard.
It has 50,000 miles on it.
What?
You bought a cardboard.
That
I'm
shit was
not even
probably
lying.
was it a salvage vehicle?
Yeah, it was. I bought it in the auction.
Oh, okay.
My brother bought a Dodge Charger, 2013 or 12, and it has like 40,000 miles for only $990.
And so these cars, what kind of auction did they have? Did they have a salvage title?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
See,
you
y'all
go
know
to
Melanated a little smart, right? Melanated is a little smart, just a little bit.
So this is what I do. I learned this from the Russians. I buy a car from the auction, online auction. I fix it up. Let's say $1,000 I buy it. Fix it up for like 900. Sell it for like 4,000 or 5,000, 6,000. It depends on what kind of car it is.
Yeah, but you do. I mean, because you can't get a clean title on a vehicle that's salvage. And one of the things, because I had a salvage vehicle, I learned so much about this stuff. Is so even though it's a 2016, like let's say there's a recall or something on the car, you can't fulfill a recall on a salvage title on a car that's salvage.
No, once you get it expected by the state, it
You
becomes
cannot fulfill a recall on a salvage. So any warranty. So let's say the warranty is up to 100,000 miles, but your car has 50,000 miles, right? But it was already totaled. So the dealership, whether it's Chevy, Toyota, whatever, they're not going to honor any recall on a vehicle that has already been totaled. I'm telling you, been through this.
Yo, Melanated. I make like, because in our state we only can sell 4 cars a year. You can only buy and sell 4 cars a year, and every year I make like, let's say you can make like $16,000 just for doing what I'm doing. You get what I mean? So
yeah.
So you get the
I
car.
mean, it's great. It's great for somebody to have to go from point A to B. Because even if they buy you a car that's like $4,000 or something like that, but if something goes wrong, yeah, I'm just telling you, it's a wrap.
No, it's not. You get the car inspected by the state, and it becomes a recall.
I'm talking about serious damage, Muhammad. I had a car on the road, drove it. I got it inspected for the state. I understand that. What I'm saying is that I had engine issues, right? That happened 2 years after owning the car. I could not have taken that car to a Cadillac dealership. They're not honoring
you have to
the
take
warranty.
It to the normal mechanic. No, you have to
Right.
take it to the normal mechanic.
But what I'm trying to explain to him is that there was a recall on a part, right? So if I had gotten the car with a clean title, I couldn't have gotten that work done for free.
Yo,
Right.
Veli, check it out, bro. Go to Copart.com. There's some in the UK. They sell cars in the UK. Okay, you get it. I usually take it to one of my buddies. They fix the car. They fix the engine. It doesn't matter. The engine parts are really cheap. That doesn't matter. It's just everything with the frame, the framework, the body panels. And stuff
Oh
like
my God, I understand. Okay, so I had a Cadillac CTS. When I went and bought the car, it was smashed up and everything. They fixed the whole car up. I'm trying to tell you that after that, 2 years into owning the car, there was a recall. You know what a
Yo,
recall
no
is,
worries.
Muhammad?
I get what you mean.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know what
Yeah.
recall is. By the way, I just want to say that I know what recall is.
Yeah.
Toyota had that.
We got what you're saying, but obviously this is like for people, like obviously some people can't buy cars or can't afford to buy cars from dealership or anything like that, and they just buy like second-hand cars from someone that's selling it or whatever. And
Oh
it's
yeah,
something
it's a
they,
great split. It's a great, like, if you got you don't even need $10,000 and you can be driving in the late. My car was it had 20,000 miles on it when I got it. It had 20,000 miles. I had a sunroof, heated seats, steering wheel, everything, all of the things, all of the latest. And believe me, I like the car. It's just that yeah, when it started to give me problems, I couldn't get it fixed, and I would have had to fix the dealership. The mechanic told me it's kind of like like some cars have what they call a
I'll
timing
be
belt.
back. I gotta go underground.
Okay, you know what a timing belt is?
Yeah, I know what
yeah,
timing
yeah.
belt is.
So this car didn't have a timing belt. This car had a timing chain, whatever the frick a timing chain is or something.
Yeah,
And
I know what
the
that is.
timing chain was like $3,000. I was like, oh hell to the no.
But you can do this because I know mechanics. Hold up, Veli. Look, mentally, I know what recall is. Okay, that's first of all. Second thing is when you get a car like that, you don't buy a Cadillac because they're high maintenance. Third thing is that's when you get a salvage car. I know about cars.
No, the Cadillac was salvage.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, the Cadillac was salvage.
All right. Just relax. I know a lot about cars. I have like 4 of them, and they're all salvaged vehicles, but they're rebuilt because I took it to the state and they got to inspect it. Third thing is when you go and buy a salvage car from someone else, and then you take it to the mechanic and it says there's a recall on it. Don't go to that mechanic. I don't even go to a mechanic. I have a buddy of mine that comes to my house and fixes my car. That's number one. I never ever been in a mechanic. I do my own oil change and everything like that. I never go to the mechanic. I can take out the whole engine with my friend, and I don't do anything. I just chill and watch it. I don't work on engine problems, but I have a buddy of mine that does that. So what I'm trying to say is that I buy a car for $1,000 or $1,200 at the end, get the parts for like a couple $100, $400, $500. It'll total out to be like almost $2,000. Sell it for $5,000 or $6,000. I'm making gains just for flipping the car. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it. That's a good flip. Like I'm no one's knocking you. I was just because this is on YouTube, right? So someone else can listen to it and they need to know the positives and they need to know the negatives. You're buying the cars not to keep for yourself, but some people don't have cars and they'd be like, oh, and they think like, oh yeah, I got this wonderful salvage car, and they don't understand because I didn't understand like the difference in my title, like what I would be entitled to and not be entitled to. I just knew I got a nice car for a cheap price, so I was happy. And it wasn't until something went wrong that they gave me more information on what this means because that my vehicle is has been totaled before.
No, I do understand what you're trying to say, but what I was trying to tell you.
I didn't buy it to buy it and flip it. I didn't buy it to fix it up. That's similar to real estate, like fix and flip.
Yeah, the reason why I was trying to tell you guys is because someone on the panel, maybe wants to do the same thing as I do, and make profit.
In the chat, you keep calling the chat the panel.
Yeah, in the chat. And also, Velley, you know, there's a Copart in UK, by the way. So you can probably do the same thing, get a car for hella cheap. But you just have to just go to you find a mechanic, you know, like a buddy of yours or something, and then you just buy the parts. Look, that part that she was talking about, the timing belt, that's made out of metal. It was I know what it is. You can just go to the
Timing
mechanic chain. Yeah, see.
Yeah.
You go to the junkyard, you get the part, you have someone install for you. But the timing belts or timing chains are the hardest things to take out. You don't know what you're doing. When you go to a mechanic, they're gonna charge you a lot because they have to take out the whole engine in order to install the timing chain.
Absolutely.
But if you have a friend of yours that does this work, he's gonna do it for you for really cheap. He's not gonna charge you. He's not gonna overcharge you like a mechanic. The mechanic probably charges you for like $3,000.
I need to give me a mechanic boo thing. I need to give me a mechanic boo thing. Hey, boo.
Timing belt. You get me?
I mean, it's good that when you've got a friend with mechanical skills like that. Yeah, you can.
No, bro. In New York, there's people like that all everywhere, man. You can do the same thing, Eric. You can do the same thing, bro. I know Mexicans, bro. I know a lot of Mexicans. They do this too, but I learned it from the Russians.
Yeah, but the thing about it is when you're saying like you can't just be having anybody be your mechanic, because if they mess up your car or if they do stuff to your car, like if you don't know about cars, they do something to your car, it's gonna make you come back to them. You're gonna keep coming back. You know, like you could be just getting robbed, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like
you have to know basic mechanics, especially
and then if
buy new
how
parts.
you gonna locate them? How you gonna locate them if they mess up your car?
No,
they're not an establishment.
What I'm
just saying they're not an establishment.
You're buying a car for like $1,000 or $1,500. Even if it messes up, you know what I mean. You still resell it for more than what you bought it for at the end of the day. So you're still gonna make way more money. I'm saying, like in return. So that's
what I'm saying is that you wouldn't even know what's broken on the car. So now you have to pay someone else to look at the car. What I'm saying is that if you go to you know, Bobby down the street and you have Bobby Bobby tells you, oh, you need new rotors and brakes, I'm gonna do all 4 tires, rotors and brakes. I'm gonna charge you $250, $300, right? You go to somebody else and you go to a mechanic shop, they telling you, okay, it's gonna be $500, you know, for the best quality brakes and and you say, all right, I'm gonna go to Bobby. Bobby does your brakes, but while he's doing your brakes, he loosens up your thermostat, so now your car ain't reading properly because you felt Bobby gave you a cheap price. Who you gonna bring your car to go fix the thermostat? Bobby. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I really do get what you mean. That's why you have to build a relationship with the person. So you have to actually know if he's real or fake. You know, you can't just stick to anyone. I know what you mean. But I'm just giving you guys an idea. Everyone.
That's why. But as a woman, because they take advantage of women all the time. So the woman, I just go to an establishment because if I drive away and 2 days later my car acting crazy, I'm bringing it right back to them. I will report them to the Better Business Bureau. I will do all that stuff. See, because they're an establishment. They're not giving me the hookup. So yeah, I can, you know, hold them accountable, and I could find them. If Bobby take your money and run, all you gotta do is go to another corner. You won't know where he at. You go down the street. You go where he normally at. Bobby ain't there. You know what I'm saying? They're like, fuck, man. Oh man. I gotta stop. I'm like you and your cigarette, me and my coffee. Yeah, I just gotta have my coffee in the morning. I be trying to give up this habit, but
Yeah. I already had my motherfucker for today.
Yo, everything. By the way, once I sell a car, it has to be good. It can't just be like a fucked up car. You know that it plays in the. There's a guy on the chat. He says I've been in a position before. I wanted to fuck up the bastard who stole my tax money with my lemon. Curse you, Muhammad. For me, if I'm gonna sell a car, it has to.
Everything is stupid. He said, "Don't let the mechanic touch the pum pum. They got nasty fingernails."
Yeah.
But I want to say,
Damn.
once I sell the car, it has to run, it has to be functional, and it has to not have any lights on it because I hate when lights pop up on the car. It pisses me off. But yeah, go ahead.
Wait, James Jones, who you calling a loose woman? You is fresh. Yes, where is Bobby?
Listen, yeah. There's a program in the UK, yeah, called Loose Women, yeah, where there's some women just sit there and chat shit, basically, yeah. So, I don't know. There's probably an equivalent program in America, yeah, that comes on every day.
I think it's called The View.
Right, so that's probably the same thing that there.
Well, I mean, I don't know what kind of shit because The View, they go over like world news and local news. I'm sure they cover like Kobe Bryant. Like they really be, hitting all the hot topics that are going on.
You know what? Yeah. Differently, yeah. Fucking it, yeah, right. Differently, yeah, right. Who wants it with Velley in it, man? Jump on in it, man. Someone click the link and let's have some beef in it, man. Who wants it with Velley in it? Who wants it with Velley in it?
Yo, I can't. What's going on with my brother right now?
You want it with Velley? You hear me?
Who mess with him?
You hear me? Yeah, someone click the link and let's have some beef in it. Yeah. All this nice stuff. It's been nice all day, No one's there. Ain't had no beef, no pastel, or nothing.
It's been nice all day. It's not today's not supposed to be the night show. That's why I was gonna watch, and I said, "Oh, it's nice today. Okay, let me jump on, see how the brothers are doing." Let me see. How can we start some shit? So that's what James is trying to do. James trying to start some shit.
You know who wants to start shit? Velley does. Right, Velley?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Velley wants to know if Salafi Wahhabi has
But why don't you put Walter on? Because Walter always wants that smoke. Walter. Walter always wants the smoke. He's like, he is like the gangster Christian, like on Duppy some boy for Jesus.
Still, man. We wanted to
smoke
with Eric earlier still. We wanted to smoke with Eric earlier, but I didn't think so.
It didn't pop up?
He didn't click the link, but he wanted to smoke with Eric, man.
Oh, you see? You gotta click the link, Walter. You can't be shook now.
Yo, Velley, please don't
forget Velley.
Because I tend to forget, I tend to forget.
Jesus wasn't shook.
Forget what?
The thing that you asked me last time.
That what is Ali? You think Ali's ISIS?
Oh, of course he is. He supports them. Yeah, hell yeah. No chance, bro. He's not. He supports them, bro. I don't like that kid.
I agree with Melanated. Walter's retarded still. Walter's fucking retarded. I can Walter say the other day that Adam and Eve weren't the first men in the Bible, weren't the first man and woman in the Bible.
No, there were some other people up in the garden. What you talking about?
Yeah, that's what he said. Where does it say that in the Bible? Fucking
listen. Don't let me get my Hebrew voice on. That's right. Don't let me do it.
Yeah, they wouldn't let you do it.
You know what? Yeah, differently. James, just differently. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bit of Bible work, cause Yeah, because like, yeah, man, yeah, we're gonna have to dust out some Hebrews right there, isn't it? For a little bit of
Oh
smoke,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
boy.
like,
just got the
yeah, yeah,
pigtails
yeah.
on,
So,
and the other one. They're not serious, man.
but
They're
he's getting
Like,
that
man,
from
we already give.
the Hebrews.
Wait,
Hebrews are
wait, wait.
well, the first people I
God,
heard
we've
that say
already
that.
given. Yeah, we giving Islam that work already, cuz yeah, we ain't giving Christianity and them man that work yet, those still man. So yeah, man, you get
yeah.
me.
What
But
was
the
the
Hebrews try
picture?
to say they're not Christian. The Hebrews try to say they're not Christian and that. Yeah, that's funny
No,
still,
they
but
not Christian.
but
You ain't see chemo and Walter. They was going back and forth. Like
You know what it is, yeah.
you.
This quick one, yeah.
Mhm.
All people that believe in the Bible, yeah, condone direct incest. You get what I'm trying to say?
Oh, with Lot and his daughters.
No, no.
Who?
Adam and
But,
Eve.
yeah, 6,000 years
Yeah.
ago, God made a man and a woman, brother, and that's where humanity came from, bro. The man are some incestuous dons. You get me?
No, but God
Yeah,
said
because
it's
like,
okay for a
listen,
certain period of
remember,
time,
wait, wait,
though.
wait. Yeah, but listen. Because remember, everyone's gonna
God is
say yeah
degenerate.
that everyone came from Adam and Eve. Yeah. But then when you say yeah, but it was incest, they're gonna say yeah, but there actually was other people there. So then everyone didn't come from Adam and Eve.
Or if you're like Walter, Adam and Eve were just two random dons. Like, God just started writing a random story about Adam and Eve, like bare people in the garden. He said,
No, bad people. Listen. I'm gonna be the. Okay, so if I get anything wrong, yo, chemo or Ezra, one of y'all help me out here. Okay, this is how it went. It was other people there, but those people aren't the chosen people. That's why he made them separate from them. They was like they was already there, but he created them and formed them. They special people.
nah,
Adam and
makes no
Eve, so
sense.
everybody come
Makes no
from the
sense.
what?
Makes no sense. Nice try, but
How don't make any sense?
that makes zero sense. But
Listen,
I get
it's
the
like
point you're making.
let's say the first part of your life, you know what, I like kids. I'm gonna start fostering. I'm gonna become a foster parent, right? So you get a bunch of foster kids, right? Then you and your lady, y'all just having fun and stuff. Then bam, she gets pregnant. So all of those kids are gonna be like your kids, but the kid that you had naturally with your lady, like that's your kid. See, so like Adam and Eve is like the ones that God created, but then these other ones, they just some riffraff, they just other people.
So that you
You
said
know,
God makes mistakes, then yeah.
yeah. Can I just ask this
Oh,
another
I'm sorry.
question? Yeah. I say, go
God
on.
makes mistakes. He's
First,
got to take
First
attempts at.
Thessalonians 4:9 says that who the Son sets free is. I don't know. I'm just joking.
Do you know, hey, Melanie? Do you know why? Sorry, I'm clutching at straws here, but I've got to start something. Do you know why I feel like American people are retarded?
Why? Go ahead, say
boy. Hey, I say it, boy.
it.
Because yeah, all my little cousins in America, when they were all like 3, 4 toddlers and like young kids when they were kids, yeah, before the age of 10, they all had speech impediments.
Oh, that's probably a family thing, though.
I like that comeback, but no, I see that in American movies.
No, I wasn't even trying to insult. I'm saying
no. Listen.
It's develop. Speech is a very strong part of development.
No.
Right?
I mean, the accent makes Americans like even now when you hear commentators talking about the Warriors, the Warriors. And
Oh,
the Warriors,
that's an accent. That's not a speech impediment. That's an accent.
That's dialect, man. Stop
if you find listen, I bet you now, if I fucking look on YouTube and find an American child speaking, he'll have some kind of speech impediment where he can't pronounce a word like a fully formed word. You listen to little kids, even little kids from the ghetto in the UK, you hear them like, I like Ellie, your kids always sound posh in the beginning, isn't it? Yes, sir. Please, sir, can I have some more? even little kids from poor areas, they sound, but American kids, they all I can't go to school. Like they all sound
There
retarded.
no British kid with speech impediments, right?
No, you're misunderstanding me. I'm saying your accent plus your language equals not like not being able to pronounce words properly at a young age for some reason in America. Let me see if I can find a
I think what
Oh,
he's
and y'all,
saying is more so. I
yeah.
think it's more so of an accent. So
Yeah,
they're
maybe.
not pronouncing it properly because they have an accent. So like the country, the accents vary so much. So like if I went to New England, I would think that this child can't pronounce the word car because they'll go car. But then when you meet a grown ass adult there, they're gonna say car too. They say it funny. I mean, I can't even mimic it the way
I
that
think
they
it's
say
car. I think it's car.
car.
Yeah,
Oh,
car.
car. There you go. They say car.
Yeah, car.
What the
Yeah,
fuck is
car.
car? Park the car.
Car,
What the fuck is that? So the parents are teaching.
You're wicked smart.
You're smart. Yeah. So the kids are hearing because a lot of your speech comes from your hearing. So if you have poor hearing, then your speech is delayed. So if the kids are hearing people speak a certain way, that's the way that they're going to develop their speech. It's not a speech impediment. I thought you were talking about like stuttering
No.
having a list.
We in America view UK people as having speech.
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding. I'm saying, Warriors is a good example. Like there's two R's. In other words, people are able to pronounce those R's, but in that structure of that word with the W in the beginning and the two R's, I guess, in the middle of the word, for some reason, you hear grown ass adults. There are some Americans who are more eloquent, who are able to obviously to figure out how to pronounce the word similar to other words with R's in it. But then there's other Americans, which is like more difficult position. The Warriors. I hear all the time
when British people fight.
But that's a different dialect, man. Because you, first of all, you have a different dialect of English, right? You got British. You have the British English dialect, right? Which you all had before, of course, Americans had, because Americans were speaking English like that.
It's funny.
Okay.
It's funny when.
But you're not.
But there's certain words that you all say that to me, I feel like the way that you pronounce it is wrong or incorrect.
No, but you're
I'm gonna give you an example. You brought up the example of Warriors, right? You guys say Adidas. I was like, what the fuck is Adidas? Adidas, Adidas. What?
But it's funny when British people argue.
I don't understand what are you saying. Are you saying that we say it wrong, or are you saying that we say it different? Because you may say it wrong.
I wouldn't say wrong. I would say it's different. But it's because of your accent.
No, but you're misunderstanding me. I'm saying there are children that have a myriad of them. Like, for example, and the reason I use my family as an example is because I remember one of my little cousins couldn't say the S only when there was a C. So it was like he could say a stop, for example, but he couldn't say school. He would say cool. I'm going to cool. And then another one of my cousins, it's just the way it sounded I'm trying to think of what he used to do. The school one was hilarious though. He just used to have me in stitches, because he'd say S all the time, but he just couldn't say it in these weird combinations. And he's quite a smart kid. It's not, but it's the fact that they grow out of it. So I'm like, I feel like it's something to do with either the educational system in the US, or it's something to do with like the incompatibility.
No, bro.
When you say the education, so he was in school. So you're saying that he was old enough to be in school and he couldn't say the word school.
I think
he was like
British people.
Oh hell no.
That's what in America we think about British people, especially when they argue, bro. It's hella funny. It's hella funny.
Yeah, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not something that is a regional, like is something local to a region. I'm saying it's like they can't learn a certain thing.
No, James, and America. Let me say something. We're lazy, bro.
I understand.
We don't want to talk fancy and shit like that. We don't like
it's
that.
Not about fancy. It's that they cannot. Like he obviously knew what. I'm using him as an example.
Come on, James. We can talk fancy, man. Trust me. I can talk in a fancy way.
Go on.
But we don't like to because
go on then. I talk fancy. Go on then.
No, trust me, it just sounds weird to us. We want to feel comfortable.
But try.
We're not trying to impress anyone.
No, but do it. You said you can do it, so just do it.
No, I don't want to. That's the thing. I don't want to.
Then you can't.
I never want to speak like that. It just sounds weird.
But so what I would say is, I think, and the environment would play a bigger. I would be curious to see if American children in the North, East, South, and the Midwest, right, and the West, North, East, South, West, and the Midwest, if they all have issues with saying school, or if that is something that is more so to their region or their community or their even family. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, I knew someone they were from Mississippi, and she used to say, she couldn't, it was the same SC, I think, because she used to say, don't stream at me. And I was like, what you mean stream? It's scream. And she was an adolescent. That's a parenting issue, that your parents never corrected you. The fact is, you probably heard your mom say streaming too, right? You probably heard your grandma say stream and all this other ignorant nonsense. But I'm from up north, and we definitely don't have problems saying scream. Like, so I was told when I encounter people from down south, they would say, we speak proper in New York, because I would say proper, not proper, or, like however they say it. They would say that we speak proper, that we pronounce the syllables. Like I would say, mad, happen, or I'm trying to think, like this basically was more, the syllables were more distinct. For them, it was like blurred together, and they felt like we were doing the most by, making the effort to say the syllable. But it's just more so of your area, because there were a lot of inaccurate things that I was saying in New York that wasn't, because like in New York, we pronounce our A's sometimes, or our O's as an AU. For instance, like my friend, her daughter's name is, you would say autumn. In New York, we say autumn. It don't matter who you speaking to, they be like, yo, it's autumn, or I'm a order this, order. Instead of saying order, you say order. It's just like an accent, and you don't pick it up until you're around other people, and then they saying it different, and you're like, oh shit, I say it different than you.
Hold on, what? Oh, right, okay, I found it. Well, I found something. So why is making the R sound so hard for some children? What's this place? Super. Because it is, man. I think it's just the R, I think, because, in movies, people always think, girls especially, always think American kids are so cute, the way they talk. But it just sounds retarded to me. Like, I'm like, bro, he's just getting the word wrong. There's nothing endearing about mispronouncing a letter or a word.
Wait, James, why do you care so much?
When I think more about it, part of the reason why I said also development too, if a person's I forgot what they call it, like the roof of your tongue, the roof of your mouth, if that's not like developed properly, or the little string thing at the bottom of your tongue, I don't know what they call that either, but that little stringy thing at the bottom of your tongue, if that is
the infamous tongue string.
Yeah, that can affect how you speak.
That was a joke. That was more or
That can definitely. I knew a girl, she couldn't stick her tongue out. Like that string was attached, like her tip of her tongue was attached down there.
Yo, James.
So she would always talk like her tongue was swollen.
No, he's basically saying that we can't like change our ways of talking. So basically,
no, he's not saying that. He's not saying that. He's saying that in early development.
No, because we all know when we go to a business interview or a job interview.
That's not what he's saying, Muhammad. How are you listening to him and getting a whole different?
I don't know.
Understanding. He's saying that in children in America, the development of their speech is different.
Yo, James.
Yeah.
Do you know who Ben Carter is? Also known as Benny Israel.
No, whoa, what the fuck was that?
Something's wrong with
Mel's phone.
He's right.
You sound like the Terminator. Do I know who Benny Carter is?
No,
It
yeah,
sounds like
Ben Carter, yeah, is known as Benjamin Ben Israel.
sounds like a no. Easy. Sounds like a pussy still.
Yeah, is start of the Hebrew Israelites, one of the first ones here from 1939.
No. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna close my eyes and take 3 guesses. Was he married to a fat white woman?
Nah, but he's got some other dons called Williams, Saunders, Crowdy, and Charles Harris Mason, and they started African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem movement. I moved back to
Did he perm his hair?
Israelite. No, I don't know. You know, no, I think them man there was before them perm out dons still. Snoop Dogg and all them shits. Yeah.
No, like even Malcolm X and them man, they
these men
perm
are from that, yeah, but these men are from that, yeah, but yeah, but them men are from the 1800s, isn't it?
Okay.
So
he couldn't get himself a white wife, yeah. Them ones.
Yeah, nah, he probably wouldn't have wanted one as well anyway, man. Car in them times there, it was anti still.
Bro, he's a Hebrew Israelite, bro.
What are you saying, that all Hebrews have got white girlfriends?
No, they want them though.
You okay, Belly? Belly started joking on that one.
You said they were.
That's like all the Hebrew Israelites be hating on Belly.
Is that why they all when they want the white slaves?
Yeah. That's what they'll tell you in public, fam. At home, they'll be all kissing on their feet and that, bro.
I've seen them say that because their doctrine says you are who your father is, that they can have Israelite children with a white woman. So they basically, I guess, feel like they want to like wash out the white race, I guess, or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I guess that's what the target
It's funny,
is.
but it's sad as well still, because it's like it shows you how much espionage has to be done as well to convince people. You know what I mean? Like to convince people that are warriors, like to be like lower, subservient, waiting for people, sort of thing. Like, yeah, man. You see what? Yeah, what? Yeah, it's like the religion thing. Yeah, why I'm against religion as well. Yeah, because it's just like this afterlife. Everything's gonna happen in the afterlife. So it's okay to have a shit life now, and then when you die, everything's gonna be all good. But it's okay when you're second life. This is only the test now, but in the second life, it's all good. It's like, bruh, fuck all that, man. You have to sort out
my
this life
afterlife's
today.
gonna be lit. I don't know what you're talking about, man. My afterlife's gonna be lit.
Yeah, cause I don't know, but I'm saying that if you don't, if
I'm gonna
obviously I can't
reincarnate.
speculate on no afterlife here, but I can say that about this life right here, though, because you need to try and make something of it, and even something too for your fucking especially if you've got use or something, at least something for your use.
So even the concept of afterlife is retarded, yeah. Like you might as well say dimensions. You know, we're in this dimension now. We're going into a next dimension.
I got you in a bit, yeah. So I need to jump off.
Yeah, say nothing. But you might as well just say dimensions. All this life, afterlife stuff. Life is meant to be ephemeral, isn't it? Like it has a beginning and an end. So if you just go to the next one, the next one, the next one, well, technically you never died, then, isn't it? Technically your life is just, it's not really a life. It's just some infinite stream of
it's a new life. It's just like, you know, when I found Jesus, I got renewed. Okay, I was born again. You understand? I was born again. I was born once and I got born again.
So I'm trying to start conflicts and you're just You're just doing some high level trolling. I hear you. Fuck
Can
it.
I get how many times do I ever troll? You're always trolling. You always get to have fun trolling.
Nah, no, I know, but you just picked such a bad time because we don't have anyone that's just gonna get triggered by it. That's the problem.
Damn it. Look, are you correct? Is laughing in the chat. Okay. Well, what's the caller could get triggered?
What?
Eric could, because he's on the panel and he believes in the afterlife.
All right, should we
Don't you,
trigger
Eric?
Mo?
I believe in the afterlife, but I'm not going to get triggered because somebody jokes on me about my belief in the afterlife. I mean, it is my belief is what it is.
Hey, Eric, let's try this one. Eric, let's try this one. Hey, Mo, why are Shia so cruel to women in Iran?
Oh, damn.
Muhammad,
He don't know.
Muhammad, why do your people terrorize these poor Iranian women and lock them up for not covering their beautiful hair?
He ain't paying you no mind. See?
Listen, I shot my shot. What can I do? I'm trying, Vellemy. I'm trying for you, my brother. Hey, Walter, in the chat. Why? What evidence do you have to support that fucking lunatic theory of there being more?
I want to say, I'm going upstairs now to go to the computer. I do want to say it's all in your interpretation because it's talking about when this masculine deity called Yahweh created life. I want to say that it just, I don't know, some way that you read it, it sounds like it could have been like a other creation of people, and then he created Adam and Eve.
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
Commiseration.
It was a long time ago, though. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, I've never ever read the Bible, to be honest.
I had like mad Bibles in my house. I just threw all them suckers away. I was like,
no,
I know Raspberg is probably like, oh my gosh, you threw the Bible away. That's it where?
Where are you from, Mel? Because I saw you said you speak Spanish.
I speak a little bit of Spanish. My family is completely fluent. It's
where are you
one
from?
of those.
Where's your family from?
Panama.
Oh, you're Panamanian.
Yes.
You're a money launderer.
Yeah, all that illegal stuff.
Where you from, James?
I'm
secretive. Look at him.
What did you say?
I said he's secretive. Look at him. He's trying to figure out what did he say before on YouTube.
I think today I've said I'm from the Seychelles. White English. Italian. White Italian. I think I've said a few other places, but those two I said. Where am I from? It's a good question.
But why do people think that you're white? Because of the way you speak? Like, how do you speak? Okay, I get it. You're not like really. You don't have that like street guy vibe, but
really,
no, you don't. You don't have a street guy vibe.
That's like the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
You have the vibe, like I know street guys.
But I'm not among them.
Yeah, but I'm not a street guy. You know.
The delicate genius. I like that. I'm gonna take that for myself as well. Oh yeah, Morocco. Some people say I'm from Morocco as well. Not really, man.
Oh, so if you're like Moroccan, if you're Moroccan, does that mean like that you like Morocco has like it's like two different groups of people, right? More like what they call like mulattoes and then like black people, right?
The Negros, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I've never been to Morocco.
Yeah, that's how only person that I've heard like really describe their trip there was Nanisa. She said she's been there.
I've been to Morocco too, but it was only for a short period of time. I was coming over from Malaga, southern Spain.
Where?
from Malaga, southern
Oh,
Spain.
Malaga. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we took the ferry from Malaga across the Gulf Strait
Were you
and
bringing hashish with you?
into Morocco. What do you say?
Did you bring any hashish back with you?
They wouldn't
What?
allow it.
Yeah, like he's gonna say that on YouTube.
You never know. You never know, old Uncle Eric.
But you
what
know,
I was going to say
but
something.
you know,
Oh.
but you know, in the '60s and '70s, in Turkey, Turkey used to be known for hashish as well, high quality hashish. And what happened was, a lot of idiot Americans, particularly white Americans, used to go over there to Turkey because they heard about the hashish. They would try to start transferring it, smuggling it back to the States. And at that time, when hashish was sold on the open market, at least according to this documentary that I saw, you could do it there all day long if you want to, no problem. It was on sale in the open market. But if you got caught trying to smuggle it out, um, they would put you in jail, and you go to hell on earth in jail. That movie, for example, if anybody's familiar with the movie Midnight Express,
I've seen that movie. That's the
yeah,
movie when they
in
smoking a
the
bunch of weed.
in the '70s, they were doing hashish, and the white boy that was made that was the lead star. What he did was he got caught trying to smuggle some of it out, and he tried going through the U.S. embassy and everything, and they told him, said, "Hey, listen, you're in Turkey, you're in Turkish law, and you knew that you weren't supposed to smuggle it out." So pretty much they told him, "Hey, you're on your own, depending on what the Turkish courts tell you." Diplomacy didn't work. He ended up going to a Turkish prison, one of the most notorious ones, where he was bastinadoed or beat with a stick or a cane on his feet, and then he had to deal with his fellow prisoners. Now, the shit I didn't, what I excuse my language, what I didn't like about the ending of that movie was this, because this young man was a white American man, right? What he did was, according to the story at the end, he commandeered a Turkish prison guard uniform, and he managed to walk out because, of course, he hadn't shaved. His hair was long, and he walked out. He got to the American embassy, and then the airlifted him out, and they made it seem as though he was some type of a hero, you know, because here it is, an American who got away with breaking the law because the Turkish law system and prison system was so harsh slash barbaric. I don't like seeing things like that because for me, as someone living stateside and born there, um, and being in the military, especially after being in the military and seeing that, knowing that a couple of buddies of mine that I met after they had to have an extended stay in deployment in Okinawa, Japan, because they got stupid one night. They went out, they got drunk, and they got a taxi. They beat the taxi driver in the head and stole the taxi. This is the stupid shit that they did, and so they ended up basically being in jail in Okinawa, Japan for a year. And then I met them, once they came back from deployment. I was stationed in Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, and they happened to come to my unit, my infantry unit, and they told me the story.
Is James still live? Where did James go?
Yo, Eric, big up, Eric. By the way, I just want to say, Eric, you were in the war.
Yeah.
You were in the military, huh?
Yeah, I was.
I think we were talking about that last time. You were in the Operation Desert Storm.
No, I wasn't in Desert Storm. At that time, I was a Marine security guard here where I live now in Helsinki, Finland.
That's crazy, but
I was on embassy duty. They don't take people off of embassy duty to send them into combat.
Hey
That's
guys.
crazy.
It's a one line of duty in the U.S. Marine Corps anyway, because it's Marines that are security guards. They go on embassy duty in embassies, consulates, and legations throughout the world, and we stand post there. And our job is to provide internal security for everybody who works within the embassy compound. That is our American diplomats as well as the local nationals who work there in the embassy.
Yo, Eric, when you were in Kuwait, do you remember anything in Kuwait?
I remember Kuwait was I tell you one of my fondest and yet one of my most disturbing how can I say occurrences for me in Kuwait. I remember um, when I heard the first prayer call from the minarets. Okay, because there was a mosque nearby the American embassy, and I heard what did he say? Allahu Akbar. But you know how they draw it out. They're poetic when they do the call for prayer in the morning.
Yeah.
And I heard the prayer call in the morning, and it shook me out of my sleep. And I wondered, hey, what the hell is that? Because not realizing that Kuwait, was a predominantly Muslim
What are
country.
y'all talking about?
Okay. And so I heard that. I woke up, I went to the window to listen for it again, and I heard the call again. And then I saw the minarets, and I put the pieces together. I put two and two together and realized, okay, I'm in Kuwait here, Arab slash Muslim country, predominantly Muslim country, and
Man,
I was at a prayer call from the minaret there.
Eric, you're kind of cutting off just a little bit, but
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
No, I just want to say, in the last time I went to Kuwait, it was pretty dope because, waking up in the morning and going outside and seeing everyone Arabic, it was a trip, man. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It was a trip, and then I had to start speaking Arabic, So
yeah,
I swear, bro, it was fun, It was a different experience, but at the same time, it's like I had to adapt really quick because I forgot I was in the Middle East, because I go to my cousins over there in Kuwait. But did you go inside the towns? Did you go see the towns? Did you go see the people? And stuff?
Kuwait City. Yeah, I mean, I had to go there because I was the mess NCO, which means that I was the one that was responsible for buying our food. We had a housekeeper, and the housekeeper and I. First, I go to the bank, of course, and I saw a brother there in the bank. Okay, he was, I guess maybe he was one shade darker brown than me. He had afro, he had short afro, and I went to him, and I did my banking with him. I mean, he was the banker that I saw each and every time I went there, to withdraw money to go do the shopping. And I remember he used to say to me, he said, you know what? He would say, you're East African, aren't you? Perhaps you are Egyptian, da, 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 da. And I said, well, no, well, actually, I'm American. But he says, yeah, but where do you really come from? You're Egyptian, aren't you? East African. And I said, well, is that my brother? I don't know. He said, well, you look like it. But anyway, have a good day. I said, have a good day. And that's something that stuck in my mind. I thought about it because here it is. This brother, he's a banker. He doesn't know me from Adam. But he looked in my face and said, hey, you look as well.
Yo, Valley,
You're Egyptian.
The Valley, there's people on the chat that wants to get in.
But yeah, I mean, I went out to the town. I mean, I saw the gold soups. The gold soups drove me crazy because I couldn't understand how it is, in Kuwait City, where the gold soup was, how it is that these people could, have their equivalent to siesta or whatever it is in the middle of the day, and then they open up at night. But when they close in the middle of the day, then there are no bars over the place.
No,
just
no,
closed the door. They just closed the doors.
we can't, because it's our religion. But you can do that in like Qatar and UAE. But over there in the Middle East, especially where we're from, in Kuwait and Qatar and UAE, no one goes outside in the morning. Everyone goes outside at night. And people who have jobs, it's really rare that people have jobs, especially the citizens over there. So.
Well, it's damn hot during the day. I understand why they don't go out during the day when the humidity is damn near 90 degrees every day. And in August, when I got there, the temperature was 38 degrees centigrade already. You know, and that was the normal temperature, man. Shit, you kidding me? And the thing about it was, it was like it didn't hurt me so bad because I remember the first time when I went to deployment in Okinawa, Japan. We left in we would leave in what was it? I think it was July, between July and no. It was even later in the year than that. It would be like August, September. And he said, and I remember my gunnery sergeant, company gunnery sergeant, he said, now the weather is totally different. The humidity is much higher, and when you get off the plane, when you step, down the steps, to disembark from the plane, you're going to feel heat in your face. Like you're going to feel heat wave in your face. And that's exactly what I felt. And so when I got to Kuwait, it reminded me of that. Because
Eric,
when I first arrived in Kuwait, heat wave in the face.
That good, Eric, because you're kind of it's kind of like echoey. So sometimes I hear you, sometimes I don't. But when I got into Kuwait, because I went there like a couple years ago, and right when I got off the airplane, on the doors to get inside to the what's it called to the airport, feel the hot, man. You feel it. I know what you mean. It was really hot. But you also went to Japan, huh? I bet Japan was pretty cool. I have never been to Japan, and I think.
Well, see, the thing about it, I didn't go to mainland Japan because I was stationed in Okinawa, Japan, right? And Okinawa is like on the southern tip of Japan, and it's where Marines occupied that landmass, during World War II, actually. And so we were stationed there. The official Japanese government in Tokyo, the diplomats, they got together and said, okay, well, your Marines can be stationed here in Okinawa, on the southern tip of Japan, but not mainland. And people there in Okinawa, they consider themselves to be Okinawa. They said, yeah, in Tokyo, Hiroshima, and those cities there, those are Japanese. We over here, we are Okinawa. We live here in the southern region of Japan. So I guess it's almost like the difference between the indigenous people and the majority city folks, like that. That's how the Okinawan people saw themselves. But anyway, that heat though and high humidity was very much the same like it was in Kuwait. And I mean,
man, when I was Eric, when I was in Kuwait, I was getting like I went in the summertime, which no one goes in the summertime, but I went there because the flights were really cheap. You get what I mean? I would pay for really cheap, fly over there to go see my cousins over there, and my neighbor, our neighbor, we don't like him, because he's rude. He's like some rude ass guy. Because our whole street in Kuwait, everyone knows us. We're all friendly with each other. But this neighbor guy is just a douche, Especially in Kuwait, everyone knows each other. Everyone knows by last name because it's a really small country. You get what I mean? So one day it was 120 degrees. I don't know. It's probably like 60 Celsius or whatever. It was really, really hot. And I got some eggs and I threw it at the guy's car, like 6 of them. And it cooked, bro.
It's fried on the hood of his car, huh?
It cooked, man. I was surprised.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy was a douche. One time we were having like a get together and we had all my cousins and all of them come to my aunt's house, and And my cousin parked. One of my cousins came and parked the car next to where he lived. This man came outside and starts yelling, bro. This guy, and in our culture, you know, we don't do that. It's embarrassing. So this guy comes outside, he starts yelling, and my aunt goes outside and he starts yelling at my aunt. And me and my cousin see it, and we start like getting into arguing. We were about to like fuck him up. Excuse me, but we were just pissed, you know, because you don't talk to a woman like that because where we're from. You don't talk to women like that. So we were hella pissed, man. And then my uncle, he's like a big time sheriff over there. Because sheriffs is not like here in America. Over there is different. It's a military police.
Right. Yeah.
He comes out, man, and he was fucking pissed, and he socks the guy. He socks him, and the guy falls because he was talking about his wife. You know, he was talking mad shit about my aunt, bro. I swear to God, once my uncle came out, I call him my uncle. I don't know if it's uncle in America, but he's my aunt's husband. Once my uncle comes out, bro, he starts shaking, bro. He was shaking.
Oh, I could imagine. Imagine so. He got knocked on his ass. That's anywhere in the world, man. I mean, when you running your mouth like that, you talking about somebody else. You you talking about a man's wife, and he comes out there and jacks your jaw. Yeah, you feel that. It don't matter. It don't matter where in the world you live. All it matters is that one man jack another man's jaw, and that man who got his jaw jacked feels it.
The thing about the Middle East, man, you know, you can get away with everything, right? It's not like in America, you know. Like in the Middle East, you know, you're the man, right? So you get in trouble, you have to handle it by yourself. Yeah.
Right.
In America, it's not like that. There's no such thing as assault over there. There is no such thing over there as assault. You get in a fight, you get in a fight. No one died. All right, go home. Everyone separate. That's it. But you know who gets away the most? I do, because I have an American citizen, and they're scared of Americans. You know, they're like, oh, I don't want trouble. One time, me, my cousins, and my cousin's friends, we were all hanging out, and we were at this park. It was right next to this one of the biggest malls in the Middle East.
Right.
We were just chilling, right? And we got in an argument with some other dudes, and we got into a fight. All of us, everyone, you know, in the Middle East, once someone gets in a fight, that's your cousin, you jump in, no matter what.
Right.
Jump in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we all got into a fight. They take us to the police station.
Mm-hmm.
They all start talking to us. Hey, what happened? Because someone got stabbed. So they were worried, you know. Yeah. And then we went to the police station. All of us go there, and they saw me, and they were like, "Oh, this guy's an American citizen." And then they took me to the back. They started treating me good. They were giving me tea. They were like treating me like so nice, like a king. And then they were like, "Who's your family?" And then I told my uncle.
Hey, that's American Kuwait. That's bilateral diplomacy for you there.
For real, man. You can get away with everything. In Kuwait, check this out. All right, let's say I get pulled over, right?
Yeah.
This officer pulls me over. I tell him, sometimes he'll ask you, who's your family member? What's your family name?
Right.
And then I tell him my family name. Sometimes he'll let me go. He wouldn't care. He'll just be like, all right, just go.
Right.
It's not like in America, you know? Or sometimes you ask the officer, who's your family name? Because everyone's family has like a top leader.
A status, yes. Mm-hmm.
So everyone's family, like their cousin could be like a sheikh. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you can get away with a lot of shit over there. Like I have a buddy that like got away with some crazy ass shit. I can't even say it on here.
Yeah, because I remember when when I was there, because I was there in '88, from '88 to 88 to late 1990, and then I came over here to September. But when I was there, I remember seeing the boys. I guess they probably were like high school age boys. I seen them with their rag top Mustangs, brand new Mustangs, and all kind of other cars and whatnot. The first time I actually seen a Ferrari up close was at the International Intercontinental Hotel in Kuwait City, Kuwait, across the street from the American Embassy compound. And it was also, I think it was like the T-top version of the Ferrari. We take the two parts off left and right off the roof of the car. And so I got to look inside and everything, and I was really fascinated
Yeah.
with the vision of that car, because it was the first time I had seen one. I seen them in pictures in magazines, car magazines, but to see one up close like that, I looked at it, I checked it
Let,
out.
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Kuwait and Dubai and Qatar. All of them, all these countries, they have Ferraris, Lamborghinis.
Oh yeah, like it ain't nothing.
Yeah, but let me tell you something else. The best cars in the Middle East are Mustangs, Camaros, Nissan Skylines, like the 60s Skylines or 70s Skylines. Those are their favorite cars. They don't care about Ferraris because it's like a normal thing over there. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, those are normal. But they love American muscle. That's their favorite.
Oh, American muscle cars, yeah. Yeah, 'cause I saw quite a few. I think that the boys, because it was a large group of boys, large group of boys, and I guess they had their chaperones because there were men there too, um, that were keeping watch over the boys there. But the boys, yeah, they would drive down the strip there, between the embassy and of course the Persian Gulf at the beach, and there at the beach I saw them all in cars and whatnot. And, I was like, wow. I'm looking, I'm like, what a life to be, to be in high school and know you're gonna have a ragtop Mustang. You know what I'm saying? And know you're gonna be able to drive it down the strip along the beach. But the thing about it is that the separation of the, the males and the females. When I checked that out, I said, okay, I said that must be part of part of the culture here, because
Eric, I can't really hear you that well. Did you say the separation of man and female?
yeah, men and women, boys and girls, because at this beach, it was all guys there, it was all men and boys there, well, no women there, not even the older men's wives were there.
Yeah, because in our society where we're from, men and women are separated, but there are women in the beach too, but they don't go swimming and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But it's just because in our culture, women is more protected than anything, because we care about women more than anything in our culture. So we protect them more than anything. But some people do it too much. Like people in the UK and like in Afghanis, they go overboard. Women should be respected as much as. But even in the Middle East, bro, these people, they're worse too. They're not. I'm not saying they're perfect. You know what I mean? But at the same time, when you go to someone's house, you don't enter their house. There's like usually a man cave where people go in. Only men go in. They just chill, drink tea, talk about stuff, politics, Islam and stuff like that, and then they like eat and leave. That's it. That's how we live. That's our culture. We don't go around throwing parties and having someone get drunk and stuff like that. I'm not saying there isn't. There's probably like secret parties, but it's illegal where we're from. And people look down upon you when you start drinking and stuff like that. They don't like it.
Yeah, because I've been to a secret party or two in Kuwait. As a matter of fact, I was dating an American school teacher, and she was friends with a Kuwaiti man. He was an arms dealer, and he had a large compound. And, so he invited her and myself and two other friends. We went to his place. It wasn't really a party. It was more like, how can I say it? It's more like a get together.
Wait, Eric, you keep cutting off, my friend. I swear. But Menelated, I just want to say, they have their own things. Imagine house over there you can't buy for $1 million. They have their own pools, private pools, and then sometimes the beaches are only reserved for women, so only women can go there and swim.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that was the first time that I had experienced that, because the thing about it was it was, how can I say, it was really no big deal to me, but then at the same time it's the first time that I had seen, you know, a scene like that where it was just, men and boys. Some boys were driving, like I said, they were driving their drag top Mustangs and Corvettes and whatnot along the beach, on the strip along the beach there, between the beach and the embassy compound there, that road there. And I was like, wow, okay, so, they do their thing, I guess, at the beach first or whatever, or one side of the beach and the women do their thing on the other side of the beach or whatever. I didn't understand how that worked. I just know what I saw. You know, I was, and I was, and it was just, it was fascinating to me, because to see these young boys, these young high school boys driving ragtop Mustangs, convertible top Mustangs, Corvettes, up and down the road. I was like, wow, I mean, yeah, we do that. We do that in probably in some places, the beaches in California, or the beaches, Miami Beach in Florida, that type of thing, showing off.
Man, when I go there, I will open up my cam and I'll show you all of you guys some crazy ass shit. The craziest car I ever seen, there's actually two of them, or three. It was a LaFerrari. There was another car. It was a Mercedes, and it's like a $5 million Mercedes or $4 million Mercedes. It was a classic.
Damn.
It was a really nice Mercedes.
Like a limousine, like long limousine style Mercedes, or what?
No. It was an SL.
Okay.
It was an SL. The doors, there's like a butterfly doors.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
But it was a classic. It was a 60s or 70s. No, it was probably 60s or 40s.
It was collector's. It was collector's model. Yeah.
And then I saw another car that I've seen was a Kenseg. It's like an American supercar. Kensagan or something. But don't forget, like, there's people over there, and I'll show you guys some crazy ass shit when I go there, because I'm gonna go there maybe in a year or a couple months, and I'll pull it up. I'll pull up on chat, because over there. Over there, we're always like, we're not going outside every day. We're just chilling inside, going to people's houses and stuff like that. I'll show you guys like some crazy ass shit that you guys never seen in your life. Like I'll show you guys probably like lions and cheetahs and all this stuff over there.
Yeah.
Monkeys, chimps. Even though chimps are illegal to own, but over there's no laws like that.
Yeah, I mean, they got money like that. How prominent is the Sabah family in Kuwait now? Because in the 80s, when I went there, I used to hear everybody talking about, and especially the diplomats that worked at the embassy in Kuwait, talking about the Sabah family. We had, and there were, like, how can I say, like diplomatic meetings, state meetings where, like, a high official in the government, he would be in the Sabah family, and he would come and visit our ambassador and whatnot. And it would be like, how can I say? It wasn't really so formal for all of us. It was more formal for the ambassador and his wife, for example. They would meet with this particular government official and whatnot, and then the ambassador would have talks with the government official. After that, we would have a big feast. We have a big meal, and it would be more of a formal party atmosphere. But at that time, I remember hearing about the Sabah family being quite prominent there. But that, like I said, that was back in the late '80s.
For me, I can't really talk about Sabah family because my family's from there. You get what I mean? I can't say the negative things about it. I can say
Right.
all this negative shit about Saudi Arabia as long as I want. Every day I can talk about Qatar. I can talk about UAE because I'm never gonna go there. You know what I mean? They're
Right.
trash to me. UAE is like trash. Like Dubai is trash to me. I don't like those countries because you're not free. In Kuwait, there's Shia people who are free, who can talk. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
They're together if they're in Kuwait.
Oh, okay.
Only in Kuwait where Shias and Sunnis get together and they can work together. But in Saudi Arabia, you're Shia, you're gonna be oppressed. And in Dubai, you're Shia, you'll be oppressed unless you have money. But over there in Kuwait, everyone is like set, you know, everyone's good with each other and everything like that. In Kuwait, everyone has cousins who are Sunni, everyone has cousins who are Shia. Most people,
Right.
you know what I mean? Because Kuwait is a majority of Sunnis and Shias of the Middle Eastern countries like Qatar and Dubai and Saudi Arabia.
They have
So,
the most prominent mix of Sunni and Shia.
yeah, so that's why I like Sheikh Sabah. I know there's some bad things I don't like about him. You get what I mean? I haven't met him yet. Even though I can meet him,
right?
I probably won't want to meet him because I will get invited to like parties, and I probably won't want to go,
right?
Because I have my own thing about him. I don't like. You get what I mean? I don't want to meet this guy, even though I can meet his princes because they usually throw parties, and then like Arabians, you know, they all go hang out with each other. Huge parties. I'm not talking about like little kid parties. I'm talking about people like 500 people, 600 people of all royal families, stuff like that. So the thing is, when you drive down Sheikh Sabah Street, all these houses are his and his family. All these big ass mansions in Sheikh Sabah Street, that's his family's. That's his family, the princes, his cousins, and all that. That's why they're fucking huge. And over there in Kuwait, their real estate is expensive, and their houses are not made out of wood. They're made out of bricks. So bricks cost way more than wood.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, man. So when I go there, I'll show you guys some crazy shit. Like I'm gonna go there because I want to go see my cousins. I'm not going to Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia is weird. But I'll go to Kuwait. I'll show you guys Kuwait. I might go to Egypt. I might maybe go to Qatar, chill a little bit. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll go to Morocco. I'll go to all these countries because usually when I go there, I don't pay for anything. Everything is paid for me. Everything. My friends will spoil the shit out of me. They'll take me everywhere. Any country I want to go. Hey, let's go to France. They'll just take me. Let's go to Italy. They'll just take me. Let's go Germany. They'll just take me. And let's go to like the Middle Eastern countries over there, like Egypt. We'll just go and we'll have fun for a week. Let's go to Thailand. And I don't have to pay for anything. That's the coolest thing about it, because I'm the one who's the guest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, I remember one time I made the mistake of admiring a piece of art that we went to. I don't know if this is one of the Sabah family members or not, but I remember we went over to this gentleman's compound. Beautiful place, lovely inside. But anyhow, there was this it was like a round plate design, right? And this thing was gold, okay. And what happened was I was warned beforehand that when you go in, you're gonna see some amazing stuff. Don't stare at stuff. You know, you can have a glance at stuff, but when you're glancing, you keep moving. You know, it's like your head's on a swivel. You look, you see stuff, then you take your eyes off it.
Well, yeah.
Because they say
it goes back to respect. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like no one wants you to go looking at their families. You can say hi. You can say salam alaikum, but
yeah. But the thing about it was, when you're looking at the Hey, what's up, Vellemy? Yeah, when you
Go
look
on,
at
go on,
their,
go on, man.
when you look
Yeah,
at their,
man said, all the people them that's looking to jump on, yeah, come jump on,
okay,
man.
well, I mean, jump on if they want. It's only me and Muhammad in here now, and you.
No, because Veli was kind of busy. You get what I mean, Eric? So
Yeah, but yeah, but what they said was this also is that if you look at something, if you start to stare at something, right, or you glance at something too intensely, they'll offer it to you, and that's what happened. Now, I don't know if the man was being facetious or not, but I know that he wasn't looking at me with a wry smile. He was like, "Wow, well, oh, do you like that? Would you like to have that?" I'm like, no, sir, no, sir. I'm sorry.
bro,
I'm trying to be fair. I was just admiring it. It's something I've never seen before. That
Eric,
type of thing. This
Eric,
is what.
Eric, I was the one time I saw a celebrity. I saw like a crazy celebrity in the Middle East in Kuwait. He's like a Kuwaiti celebrity, and
Right.
my cousin was like, "Yo, go say hi to him." So I was like, "I don't even
Send
know
it
this
to
guy in the
Moms.
first place. I don't even know this guy in the first place." So I went up to him, right? And I was like, "Hey, what's up? Can I take a picture with you?" He's like, "Get the fuck out of here!" But he's known to be like this crazy celebrity, like.
Right. Yeah.
It was hella funny. My
Wow.
cousin, my cousin set me up, because he thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Everybody hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go
What's
on, go on.
happening, Walter? How are you?
I'm okay. How are you guys?
Oh, pretty good.
Good,
Pretty
good.
good.
That's good. All right.
Go on,
So,
go on. What you saying,
just
man?
just enjoying Friday.
Yeah. We were talking about. Well, actually, Muhammad and I, we were talking about visiting Kuwait because I was stationed in Kuwait for a year and a half in the late '80s as a Marine security guard um, at the American Embassy there on at the American Embassy compound, so embassy building there. And Muhammad said that he has family that lives there in Kuwait, and that he's been to visit them. We would just talk about what we see, the sights, the sounds, and our experiences there.
Yeah, I'm telling him about our culture,
Don't know much.
Wait,
Don't know much about Kuwait. Is that it's full of oil and Saddam took it over one time. That's about all I know about Kuwait.
yeah, in the war in the '90s. But I just wanted to
Oh,
say, I want to tell Veli
Yeah,
that
exactly.
when I
Saddam, yeah.
um, when I was in Kuwait, I was talking to my aunt, and I told her, I was like, "Hey, what happened when Iraq invaded Kuwait?" And because I don't know, I wasn't born in Kuwait. I was born in Iraq. I was born in Basra, the border of
Right.
Iraq and Kuwait, because that's where my dad's from. My mom, she's from Kuwait. My brothers are from there. But then I asked my aunt, I was like, "What happened when Iraq invaded Kuwait?" She told me they took over the country in 30 minutes, and they
Mhm.
changed everyone's license plate, and they were executing people in the street. They took the whole country in 30 minutes or 40 minutes.
Well, does not have really what I would consider being a Western formal army
Well, I,
because
I thought I thought I thought it was funny. You get what I mean? Because they took the whole
yeah,
country
yeah,
in like 30 minutes. You get what I mean?
yeah. That's,
Yo.
Well, it was obviously planned. I mean, Saddam
oh
probably
yeah,
knew he was going to do, and did it.
oh
You
yeah.
know,
Saddam when he went, I'm sure when he went into Kuwait City when they first stormed up in there with tanks and everything, and at the embassy gate there, that his Revolutionary Guard was with him. When they did that. But I saw some pictures. I saw some pictures from the Gulf War, and I saw some of what they call the volunteer fighting force. These men were not in the greatest of shape. These men looked to be in they looked to be in their 40s and some in their early 50s. I mean, these were not fighting age men, and their weapons were shit. Uh,
Yeah,
uh,
Iraq. Let me tell you something, Eric, about Iraq. Okay, I'll tell you something. This is real. This is real history. Okay.
yeah.
Every single country in the world, every single country in the Middle East
Hmm.
was scared of Iraq. Every country, every
Why?
country, because I don't know, bro. It's just Iraqi people. They have like this thing about them. They're just crazy. You know what I mean? Every single country in the Middle East used to bow down to Iraq. That's like Saudi Arabia,
Let me ask Water a few questions, man.
Yeah.
Yo. Wagwan, yo, Water, you there, fam?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yo. So I saw, I didn't get to read all the debate, but I saw you and Kemo debating about this Hebrew Israelite Christianity thing. What's the difference between a Hebrew Israelite and a Christian?
Well, I mean, the Hebrew Israelites, from what I'm listening to and what I'm hearing from, is they're considering themselves as the chosen race, and that everybody else is, outside of them. They also, it seems like they want to keep it for themselves. When we know that the message is not that in the New Testament, that's basically it. I mean, when someone tries to hold hostage a religion, a faith, when the when the master said that the faith is for everybody, not just for one people. So that's what I get. That's what I don't understand. And there's another thing is the Hebrew Israelites it's just been recently created. I mean, I think it was only created 100 years ago. And it's a bad sign when something is created 1900 years after the word. It's not. It's like it's based on totally a different philosophy. So you're listening to this philosophy and you're going, that's not in the New Testament. That's not in the New Testament. That's not in the New Testament. And it's all wrong.
Yeah, these men don't seem to be pious or very much men of faith to me. Now, I don't like judging people like that because I know I'm fallible as well. Even though I'm a man of faith, I'm a theist. But their demeanor is hostile, man. It's hostile towards other people. At least in the States, they're very hostile towards people. I mean, they shout at people. They make people feel as though they are nothing, as though they are lesser human beings than themselves. When they're out there and they preach, and and if you don't and if you're a white person, oh, stand by. They might snatch you up. I've seen them. I mean, a white woman was talking with them, right? She disagreed with something that they were saying, something they were preaching, and they said, "Oh, you white, you white boy, what do you know about this? You know nothing of this. You are, if you know, if things were correct and true in the Hebrew Israelites, if you ran this country, you would be a slave. This, that, and the other." And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. These people are claiming an ancient faith, and this is how they act. This is how they represent the faith. This is how they talk to people.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
did you all talk about the two creations part already? I missed it.
No, we didn't say nothing about the creations.
No,
Oh,
we were
okay.
talking about. Belly asked Walter what's the difference between Christians and Hebrew Israelites.
Oh, okay. And the difference
And
is
for what?
what?
Yeah, and the difference is that
The
they're very
philosophy.
militant. Yeah, from what I've seen, their philosophy is very militant. Uh, it's militant, especially against white folks, but against anybody in general who disagrees with their doctrine. Full stop. From what I've seen, at least on YouTube, seeing them out on the street preaching, um, they have, how can I say, they have gathered around people, like surrounded them and whatnot, in a very threatening manner, preaching at them, not really preaching at them, but more so shouting at them. Anybody who disagrees with anything they say, you know, they become very hostile, and very threatening. Um, I mean, this is what I've seen of
I
them.
find it's more of a division than trying to bring people together. I mean, especially when you try to focus it all on a color of a person. It has
Yeah,
nothing to do with Christianity. Christ's message has nothing. It never had anything to do with the color of a person's skin. It had to do with trying to find a common ground to get to love and peace and forgiveness. If you read that, that's what's written in the New Testament. You can read the New Testament 100 times, and that's all that's written there. There's no smoke and mirrors. There's nothing. It's
Hey,
just
Walter.
about that.
The Hebrew, when they
You're
first went to
breaking up.
Africa, that, like,
Excuse
and the
me?
Hebrew Israelites doing what the Catholics done when they first went to Africa. Then is that because you're saying that they're making it about country?
It's very possible, because the Catholic Church did do some atrocities over the, they took the message to a different place, which they're paying their dues now for. People took advantage of the word. When Christianity first started, the books weren't around. They were being controlled by the church. They were being controlled by everything. As soon as the printing press was invented, here comes the word. And you know what? It absolutely has nothing to do with what you guys have been doing. And that's what probably,
But when you look at the whole term, calling something pagan, it's basically saying, hey, what you believe
pagan.
is different than mine, and what you believe is bad, and I'm going to call it. I'm going to give
we
it this
we
word
as
pagan.
we as Christians were once pagans. Most of us were Gentiles. We were Romans. We were
No,
Greeks.
but by saying pagan, meaning you had a different belief. It's not, you weren't pagan. People
What we
who
were,
were
we had a
Christian
different,
called you pagan.
we had a different belief back in the day before Christ went out into the world with his apostles. We were Romans, Greeks, you name it. We were Gentile. We were everything.
No,
and when the message,
are you understanding what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that, okay, when Christianity or Judaism was there, the opposite of that, outside of that, is called pagan. It doesn't mean you were pagan. It means that once they instituted it, they're looking at you now and saying, okay, you're not what I am, so I'm going to call that pagan. You see what I'm saying? People
you
weren't
could
walking
say
around
that.
saying, I'm pagan. Hey, I'm a pagan. They were called pagan.
Obviously,
Right. So
it's
what I'm
just us
saying is that,
representing what the people.
what I'm saying is that, it's it
I have no problem calling myself.
it sounds like it's just nuance, and I'm being picky on nuance, but it impacts
in the time of Christ, they were called.
Listen. It impacts how you perceive or understand the people. It's, for instance,
we could always go with the words of.
If I said that, is this the same thing when the people went and got the slaves, right? People speak like that all the time, but people didn't go and get slaves. People went and enslaved. The people there weren't slaves.
We could always use the words in the New Testament, non-believers. Okay, there you go. They use that in the New Testament, the non-believer. The non-believer is the one who doesn't believe in the God of Christ. Simple as that for us Christians. It's not that it's bad. It's just separating
I was more so
us. The same
speaking
way
of
when
the mindset of labeling other people.
Yeah, but if you're talking, you have to label because people know who you are. Like, for instance, with Jews, when the Jews who didn't believe Christ is the Messiah.
Pagans aren't pagans. They're just
they are believers of other gods. Fine, they are believers of other gods. Okay, fine. Short pagan to say other gods. Okay.
Well, see, it sounds like I'm being nitpicky, but if you were on the other side, you would say, why are you labeling me this? I'm not a pagan. I just don't believe in your God. See what I'm saying? I don't walk around calling myself a pagan.
I'm sorry. You don't believe in our God. But what I'm saying is that when Judaism came out and Christianity started at the same moment, they had to distinguish between two peoples. You had the people who were returning, who were Jews, who were switching over to Christianity, and you had to distinguish them. And that's whether they first started being called Christians. The same way is that we were changing, so the non-believers or the people that believed in other gods like Zeus and Apollo and all those guys, were being brought to Christ. So they were preaching. The apostles were going out into the world preaching, "Hey, listen, guys, there's a resurrection, the life, the dead. Christ is the living God, come in the flesh to bring us to Him." So all these people were going out. These apostles, they were going all over the world. They were told by Christ to go out into the world and preach the resurrection.
I'm just highlighting that because of the question that Vellemy asked you was, isn't it the same is what the Hebrews are doing now? And what I'm saying is that
of the day,
I'm saying that to
Hebrews
me,
were pagans.
the judgmental position of I am here, I am righteous, I'm doing the right thing, and I can now label you, and I can tell you that it's the same mindset. That's all I was
Yeah, but
saying. It's the same
I never
mindset.
said the Hebrew. I never said the Hebrew Israelites were pagans. I said they're following a false
Yeah,
philosophy.
I'm not
they're not
saying
like
you're
you
not
say,
following me.
like what Mel said. They're not. She's not saying that they've carried out like because I wasn't saying that they've carried out the same actions, innit? Because the Hebrew Israelites in America have not got the same power as the
Like we
Catholic
have a
Church
book,
did.
and if you're, I'm sorry, we have a book. It's called the New Testament, and their philosophy is there. So if you want to bring Christ into that, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, like the LDS, like the like all the people that supposedly follow the New Testament, these people, they're all say, oh, we follow Christ, but they have to follow, what he was, who he was, and what he did.
I'm
Now, if
not
you're
saying
not
that
doing
you
what
were
he did,
calling
then we say to them,
that you're calling Hebrew Israelites
that
pagans.
philosophy is wrong.
I'm saying that
So
it's
where do
the
we get the
same
pagan from?
mindset, right? That you're looking at the Hebrew Israelites as if they are having an aggressive mindset, as if
That wasn't
their
me.
way is the
That
right
was
way. Okay, so I'm just speaking
Eric's.
in general. So don't. Okay, I'm just saying that you're
What do you
saying
want me to say to
that
that? I don't
it was
understand.
said that you can listen to the comment and then you can just comment. It's not a direct. I'm not. It's not
Okay.
only me and you speaking. I'm just saying that from what I heard, right? My position is that it could look as if the Hebrew Israelites have a very aggressive, dogmatic mindset that their way is the right way, and it's their right, their God-given right to change the people's minds to, by the hook or the crook, with might, I'm going to let them know that this is the right way, right? And Vellemy asked the question, well, would you say that that's the same way in which Christianity, by way of Catholicism, was introduced to the people? And I'm saying very much so. They very much said, you guys are this bad stuff. Your gods are bad. You have idols. That's bad. This is bad, bad, bad. This is good. And they changed it. It's the same mindset. Their delivery may be different, but it's the same mindset that you have the right to tell someone else their God is wrong. Their way of life is wrong. Your way of life is right. Yeah.
Yeah, Melanie,
Yo,
I'm here, but I'm in the background. So anyone
So
chat,
much
I'll
noise.
come up when anyone's finished.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right, so
afternoon, then,
Ayo,
afternoon.
what's going on, Jacob? Let me ask you a question, yeah, because obviously, first of all, as a Christian, so what's the difference between a Hebrew Israelite and a Christian? Or any one of you can go first, but both of you can give an answer, though, yeah?
Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah, afternoon, ready. Yeah, the difference between the Hebrew Israelite and a Christian. Christians believe that, for example, they believe in hell. They believe that Mary never had sex to consume Christ, and they believe that the New Testament and the Old Testament is for the whole world. Where us as Hebrew Israelites, we believe the Bible is our book with the evidence in Exodus 19 and what's it, Matthew chapter 20. Matthew 15, chapter 24 in the New Testament as well, that shows that the Bible and God's word is for the Israelites only, and we believe that we don't believe in hell. We believe in reincarnation. That's there. Ezra in the Apocrypha. Yeah. I mean, I could say a lot more in it, but that's. We don't believe that Jesus didn't have a dad. We believe that Joseph is the biological father of Christ. Yeah, I mean, I could say a lot more in it, but I'll try to be short.
Okay. All right. Yeah, big up,
Check,
brother
check.
Jacob. Welcome, my brother.
What
Yeah,
up? What
man.
up?
If you want to give your, like I say, the same sort of question, man, what's the difference between a Christian and a Hebrew Israelite?
Cool. A Hebrew Israelite is centered around a bloodline, the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, there's no such thing as the tribe of Christianity, nowhere in the Bible. And if you go to Revelation and look at the gates of the kingdom, there's 12 gates with the names of the children of Israel on them. So Christianity is something that is made up. The whole Bible is predicated among Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah. Afternoon, got to Jacob. Yeah. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. So like, well, there's a Christian guy on the
It's
panel, man. I
about
don't
to
know if
get good.
you
It's
wanted
about
to
to
have
get
a,
good.
yeah, like I don't know if you wanted to have a little chat with
Like I said, a
Walter or
made
whatever.
up
Hey,
cult.
can I ask a
There's
question?
nothing
Hey, can I ask
more
a
to say.
question? Can I ask a question? Hey, Walter, Walter, what was you saying about you're saying that Adam and Eve weren't the first man?
Well, when I read the book of Genesis, I saw two creation stories where God created everything, and then there's the second thing. There's like Him creating the first man and woman in His image. Do you understand? So there was maybe for me there was maybe I don't know. I'm just saying this. It was just like this story doesn't make sense.
Well,
But
what he's saying, I actually looked it
God
up.
create.
I actually looked it up, and it says that in the beginning, no, there
Cut me
were
off
more
again. Huh?
differences between the two creation stories in the book of Genesis than similarities. Two key similarities is that both stories are that God created the whole universe and the earth started in started as completely barren. However, the first story, God creates plants, land, rivers, sea animals, land animals, etc. before He creates humans. In the second story, God creates humans out of dry earth before He creates rivers, plants, animals, etc. Also, the deception of God is starkly different. In the first story, God seems benevolent. Always after creating something, God notes how good it was. And it says in parentheses Genesis 1:11. He is also pleased that his creation that he rests and blessed the seventh day as holy. Conversely, God seems almost cruel and exacting in the second creation story. He is called Lord God and more formidable, a king-like title in the second story. What on the first story he is called simply God, which is in Genesis 2 and 5, and Genesis
But where's she
and in
reading
Genesis
from?
1 and 2. So it basically sounds like
Yeah,
it's two different
and
gods.
also when you look
What is this talking
and when you
about?
look at Adam and Eve, when you look at the story of Adam and Eve, they had Cain and Abel. And then when
Uh-huh.
Cain when Cain was it Cain or was it when Cain killed his brother, I believe, there was a mark
Yeah.
put on him so that no other people would touch him. And where did these people come from? So it's like it's like there was already people in existence, so that the mark was put on him, so that nobody would try to kill him. So there could be it's really. Well, that's just Genesis. I mean, we're a Christian. I'm a Christian. Genesis is for those who want to try to figure it out. For me,
What?
Christianity means Christ. That's it.
So you don't even give
But
a shit about the Old
why am I
Testament.
going to?
So
Why do I have
yeah,
to go to Genesis for?
yeah. So
What's
no,
So you
Genesis
don't
for?
care about the Old Testament at all?
Not really.
So,
Not
so,
now
so
that the new
you're not a young
covenant is
Earth
here.
Oh
creationist.
Why would
shit.
I? Why would I?
Hey,
Why would I? I'm not. Why would I look into Old Testament when Christ is the new covenant?
yeah,
The New
but
Testament,
he comes to affirm.
the apostles.
But he
Can I
came to
talk, or
affirm.
is
But he
people?
came to affirm.
Billy, it doesn't.
Listen. He came to affirm what Moses taught. Number one. So, at
He
the
came
very
to
least,
Moses taught of the New Testament that the
at the
Messiah
very
would come.
right.
That's what Moses taught.
Listen. At the very least, you should know. You should know it, right? But cool. But what I was going to say the second thing. So you're not a young Earth creationist, yeah? You rely on science to date the universe, yeah? Or sorry.
Oh well, I personally, but I don't believe in young. And I believe that the creation began at the consciousness. For me, that's when creation started.
Yeah. So I'm saying you
Without
don't believe
consciousness,
humanity
you
is
don't.
2,000 years old.
And to me, consciousness happened. What is it?
You don't
10,000 years ago. So it's not a question if I don't believe. It doesn't matter if
So
I
is the
believe or
rabbit?
not. What's the point?
Wait, hold on. So is a chimp not conscious?
A chimp is not conscious like a human.
Yeah, but is it conscious or not conscious?
It's alive. Does it know
Is
it's
it
alive?
conscious or not conscious?
Not as a human. What's so hard?
Because it's not the answer to the. I'm asking you a very direct question. Is it conscious
Okay,
or is it not
human
conscious?
beings have consciousness. We know we are alive. We know we are going to die. We know good and evil. Does an animal know these things? Simple as that.
That isn't the definition of conscious.
That's the question. Why are you limiting
That isn't
conscious or not conscious?
I'll forget it.
What
All
does
right,
that
cool,
mean?
man. All right, cool. You're just dumb. All right, don't worry. Fair.
I'm dumb. You're dumb because it's not as simple as just is it conscious or not conscious? Like, what is that?
Is it
Is a dog conscious or not conscious?
Listen.
Is a bird conscious or not conscious?
Listen. Did you teach yourself the word
Dolphin?
conscious or did you learn it from somewhere? Did you learn the word conscious from somewhere, or is it just something intrinsic that you've understood your whole fucking life from your baby to
So now
now?
we're going to
No,
try
you
to go
learned
with
the word.
the definition.
Wait,
So you
stop
want to go
talking.
with the
Stop talking.
definition of what
Stop
conscience is.
talking and listen.
For me, conscience
Stop
is to
talking
know that
and
you're
listen.
alive.
Listen for a moment. Listen for a moment. Yeah.
Okay,
A
Jellica Genius,
definition.
continue.
A definition is something where there's a consensus being reached on an understanding, right? So by definition, yeah, is a chimp conscious? I'll help you out. Yes, a chimp is conscious. Yes, a chimp. It displays signs of consciousness. And the chimp definitely predates humanity, and it's definitely older than 6,000 years old. Or
Okay,
the current iteration of-
genius.
Hold on,
So
hold on,
then,
hold on, hold on, hold
okay,
on.
let's say
Hold on,
genius.
man.
You're
The
right.
current,
You're
hold
right.
on,
Okay,
man.
genius.
You
You're
don't agree,
right.
so
Consciousness
let
is
me just
everything.
stop.
Consciousness
This
is everything. Genius. No, it's fine. I don't mind.
guy's addicted.
We want to change the fine.
You guys
Consciousness
addicted. All right,
is
all right, man.
everything.
Yeah,
So
you
what is
you
a
don't want
human?
yeah,
What
you
is
get
a
you
human?
get
What is
you
a
don't want
human?
to argue. Listen, you don't want to argue in reality. That's
So that
fine.
way I
So
could use the right term since you
let
don't
me
understand what I'm
speak
trying to
for a
say.
moment. Let me just speak for a moment. Then. Like if you don't agree with me, you've already said you're not going to answer the question. So if you're not going to answer it, just shut up for a minute. Innit? You know what I mean? But like I'm saying, we know for a fact, yeah, or we have evidence to support the theory that chimps predate the current iteration of humans, i.e., Homo sapiens sapiens. Yeah,
Like
we
I
know
care.
that. Right, cool. So, so consciousness. So, if you said at the beginning of consciousness, yeah, is when you believe. I guess that's the only time you believe time starts. Everything that predates that is atemporal, as far as you're concerned. Well, we have evidence to suggest that consciousness definitely predates what you consider is your own brand of consciousness, your human six
What else are you going to say?
senses and existential consciousness. I'm saying that's that we have
What
evidence.
else are you going to say? You're trying to
No,
tell
I'm
me
saying you're not a logical person. You're not a
I
logical
see
guy.
humans. Wait,
You're
wait.
not a
No,
logical
you're
guy.
not you're not logical. You see humans in
Hey,
front of
Dave.
you. You see humans in front of you, and you're trying to compare us and make us look out to be animals. But it's right in front of you. But you're an atheist, so you don't want to listen.
So Walter, listen. I just looked up the Bible, right? And I saw in Genesis 1:26, right? It says God said, let us no, not 26. Oh shit. No, yeah, God 20. God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion. Let them have dominion over the fish of the seas, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing. And it said, 27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him, male and female created he them. Right. Then when I went to Genesis, that's Genesis 1:26, 26 and 27. But then when I went to Genesis 2, that's when he created Adam and Eve. So what Wagwan? Yo, that's when he
So
formed the
and what's your confusion?
I'll tell you where you kind of went wrong. Well,
Okay,
you
go ahead.
on the right spot. Yeah. And Genesis, the first chapter you just read, Genesis 1:26, he made man. And Genesis 2, he formed man. And if you go to 7, it says he formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, right? But of knowledge and understanding. That's all that's saying. And when it goes to says,
But hey, go to
let us
Jacob,
make
yeah,
man.
and Walter. Why?
Go ahead.
So Adam and Eve was special, right? Because that's what I was trying to break it down. Because I've listened to some Hebrew stuff, and I was trying to break it down, but you could break it down even more. Like,
If it's not technical, if it's not a technical description, why wouldn't you just believe? Like, so you're saying that there's two conflicting or contradictory pieces of evidence here, yeah, or
No,
two
you're
different
saying that.
evidences.
I'm saying what the Bible says.
Hold on. Or there's a divergence, yeah, of opinion, at least, yeah. So some people can believe it one way, some people can believe Adam and Eve. If that doesn't constitute any type of fact, yeah, or consistent evidence, so why wouldn't you believe in the theory of evolution, given that there's far more literature and evidence supporting that theory than this bullshit two creation theory that you lot are coming up with?
It's not a two creation theory. And number one, I mean, I believe what I believe in, and you believe in what you want to believe in, right? So asking me why
I got
I do
evidence
this and that,
for my
I'm not
beliefs.
concerned with all that.
I got evidence.
But could you explain though, God of
I
Jacob,
have evidence, but you don't
the two
consider it as
creations?
evidence.
Yeah,
That's
because it's
not my
not.
problem. That's your problem.
It's not evidence.
That's according to you.
Well, the reason why also in Genesis, there's a thing there's in Genesis also that shows that there's that Adam and Eve were just they were just beings. They were just two beings in paradise. They could live forever.
Hey, God, Jacob, don't let him move off the point. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? What was your evidence?
I'm just saying. We're talking about the story of Genesis. Okay, there's no evidence. What do you want now?
No, provide
Okay,
it.
there's no evidence. Bye.
Magic. Is magic your evidence?
Okay, but why are we bringing? First of all, you're the one who's bringing up Genesis. I'm giving you answers. You don't want to believe. Don't believe it. I don't understand.
I didn't say I don't believe it. I said there's a divergence of opinion.
Okay, there's no evidence. There's no evidence. Okay, now
No
what?
one's
What do you want to do? Okay, finish the conversation over.
No one's talking to you. No one's talking to you. Hey, God and Jacob, yeah. If there's a divergence of opinion, yeah. If there's, so we agree on our core tenet, God created the earth, and then we move off on two different principles of did certain humans predate Adam and Eve, or Adam and Eve the primogenitors, whatever. I'm asking you if there's such a fundamental conflict, even that, yeah, then technically shouldn't we go on? And then a lot of people, a lot of theists, they discount the evolution and they dismiss it as a theory. They say it's just a theory. But yours has a fundamental contradiction and flaw in it, yeah, even amongst believers. So isn't yours like sort of more of a porous theory than even something like evolution?
Yeah, I'm going to answer this again for the second time. The Bible for me is evident. Whether you agree or not, that's not my problem. That's your problem.
But what's your criteria for evidence then?
My criteria is the Bible.
No, what's the criteria for evidence? What passes as good evidence? Like, how is it not just
listen. I believe in you trying to win an argument that I'm not even arguing because I don't really care. I believe, I have faith in the Bible. That's enough for me. It might not be enough.
So you and Walter both.
And guess what? I don't care.
Okay, you and Walter, any probing, you both resort to. I don't care. You don't have to believe if you don't want to.
I don't care about what James Jones thinks.
But James, you don't realize that as a Christian, you move to the New Testament. You're bringing back Genesis, like for a Christian. What's the point?
No, I'm sorry. No, Walter, I was the one that brought back. I was the one that brought it back because we were talking about it in the chat.
Up to a Christian.
It was in the chat. We were talking about it in the chat, and someone else
with me.
No, Walter. People in the chat were discussing it, and I said that I wanted to when I wanted to come back on, that I had looked up the scripture and everything. I wanted to talk about the two creations. People are interested in it because this is something that people didn't hear. So I would really, even if I don't believe it to be true, I would really like to hear how God of Jacob explains like the type of people that in the first creation and the second creation. Are those the same kind of people?
But I understand. I understand. But we have Christ. We have Christ. We have Christ who came and said that God created everything. He didn't tell us, like he didn't sit down and write a new notebook of.
Hey Walter, why do you dismiss Moses? So, Moses, he who spoke to God. Why would you dismiss him like that, man? That's really.
James, I can back you on.
Why do you even care as an atheist if I?
I'm just saying because obviously that's I'm not gonna lie, that's very unchristian. Like these people have paved the way for you, man. These people protected God's chosen people
because Christ said before Moses, I was.
Right, but the thing about it is, James.
Can I even finish a sentence?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
You go on for a monologue for 5 minutes. I can't talk for 2 seconds. I say something.
So go ahead.
All right. So when you read another one, okay. You know what?
He just want to know. He's gonna speak after you. Just okay. So a yell after you.
Yeah, after him. Sure. Okay. So all I'm saying is when you read the New Testament, you have the Christ, who is the Word.
Hey, man, turn the other cheek.
The Word of God.
James, you wildin'. You see, he only when you want to troll, it's okay. But when I was trolling earlier, you had a problem with it. See,
I was trolling.
Now you have some victims. Now you have some victims. Go ahead.
But let me talk, and then make fun of me after. Can't you at least give me 2 minutes to make, and then you can make all the fun you want?
No, but just literally the first word of your sentence is usually quite comical. But carry on.
Okay. So when Christ came, as the Word of God, he said he was God. So for us as Christians, he quoted old scripture that he was the Messiah coming. So he's bringing the new covenant to be sent out into the world. We're not going to go back to Genesis now and start trying to figure out what the Jews were doing for the last 5,000 years. We are told to go out into the world and love each other, forgive, okay, and try to live in peace. That's all. That's the new covenant. And now James and everybody wants us to bring us all to the Jewish history between God and the chosen to get us to the point of what they were chosen for.
Oh
They were
my!
chosen so that the Messiah,
So you're an anti-Semite.
the Messiah, so
So
the Messiah was chosen. The Messiah is to come from the chosen race, so that the chosen people could go out into the world and preach the word of God. It's that
Okay, look,
simple.
go ahead. Ayo's supposed to go. Go ahead, Ayo. Go ahead. Give him the business.
Walter is an anti-Semite. That's what he just told us. If anyone's paying attention, Walter is anti-Semitic, and he doesn't think he doesn't.
James, let Ayo go.
A lot of credit coming from an atheist.
Go ahead, Ayo.
James, I wanted to back you on what you're saying about how Christ did preach Moses. I'm going to go into Matthew 8 verse 4. And Jesus saith unto him, See thou tell no man, but go thy way, show thyself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded unto for a testimony unto them. So yeah, you're right, James. But yeah, I'm going to go now. That's what I wanted to say because the line's busy, innit?
Yeah, that's that. I mean, because I mean, as a person who doesn't follow the Bible, I would say, Walter, I've never.
That's the beginning
saying,
of the movement.
Guys, no, but I'm saying you dismissing the Old Testament.
But I'm just saying you dismissing. It's not a question of dismissing. You guys just
okay, but I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what I heard you say. Right? Yeah, you could tell me your position is different, but what I heard you say, like if I'm not a follower of this Bible, right, and I'm listening to you, I would get the impression that I got to just start at Matthew, and I'm good. You see what I'm saying? Like if I start reading at Matthew, I'm good. And I know
you gotta
that
go to the end. You got to go to the end of the story. There's the
no,
end.
but hold on. So Matthew to Revelation,
chapter 27.
Matthew.
No.
I listen.
Matthew, the Gospel. Each one is a different book.
Listen, I understand Matthew,
Gospel
Mark, Luke, John.
Gospel of Luke, Gospel of John.
Yes,
I understand. Books.
Listen, I understand that part. But what I'm saying is that when I speak to, I'm saying that.
Melanated.
Huh?
Let me offer a little pushback to Walter real quick, because he keeps saying he's saying stuff that's not biblical in a sense. So he keeps talking about this new covenant that's in the New Testament. But
Walter's a heretic.
Yo, just listen.
8, right? And I'm just going to read it for myself. He says, "For finding fault with them, he saith, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah." That don't say everybody else. This is in the New Testament. And if you go to Hebrews 9 and 15, it's going to echo the same thing. And we have to stay in the New Testament because that's where they stay at. If you go to Hebrews 9 and 15, it says, "And for this cause, he is the mediator of a new testament, that by means of therefore the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament."
So you want me to
just for the people who don't know the Bible, just for people who don't know the Bible, God of Jacob, is Hebrews in the New Testament or the Old Testament? I was just saying for people who don't know the Bible,
is in the so-called New
They
Testament.
want to go to the Old Testament. I will go to the New Testament. John 3, start at 3, where Jesus says to go out into the world.
Eat that up too. I'll pause.
Okay.
So Hebrews is in the New Testament?
Hebrews is in the New Testament.
Yes, Hebrews in the New Testament, and John is in the part. Okay, so you have here John 3. Jesus answered and said to them, "Truly, truly, I say unto you, unless one is born again, he is no John 3. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go. Should I start? No, I'll just read from 6:12. If I told you earthly things, you do not believe, then how shall you believe when I tell you heavenly things? And no one has ascended into heaven but he who has descended from heaven, even the Son of Man. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even the Son of Man will be lifted up, that whoever believes may in him have eternal life. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. For God did not send the Son into the world to judge the world, but that the world should be saved through him. He who believes in him is not judged. He who does not believe has been judged already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. And this is the judgment, that the light had come into the world. So here we have the gospel saying that he is sent to the world. Israel is
So
not just the
God,
world. There's
God
a
of
big
Jacob,
world.
God of Jacob. Can I do the alley oop and then you do the slam dunk? All right,
I'm here,
God of
but
Jacob, can you please get the scripture where God is talking about who the world is, please?
Oh my
I'll
God! So
let
you guys are gonna go into the old? That doesn't make sense.
Where's the scripture who the world is?
Where did
Please
where did the
read to
apostles go? Where did the
Walter who
apostles
the
go out?
world is, Jacob.
Where did the apostles go? Where did the apostles go? They weren't circulating in Israel.
No, you
Guys,
gotta know who the world is.
stop.
I need
No,
Jacob to
that's not
find
how
that
it
scripture
works.
who the world
You go
is.
by the it said Jesus says go out
No,
of
because you read the
Israel,
scripture.
not go
So
into
God so
Israel.
loved the world. You read the scripture.
That he gave the only
Listen,
begotten
listen,
Son, that whomever
listen.
believes in
Listen
him.
to the
You
scripture. Listen
guys,
to the. Oh my
you
God, you
guys
gotta listen.
are
We just listened to you
what
read
scripture?
to us. Listen. Go ahead, Jacob.
hold on. Let me go to it. Right, hold on.
There's so when he reads the scripture, you can't just say, oh, you gotta look at the context, because you just read a scripture about, so for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son,
Yeah. So now
that
the world is only one
whosoever
people.
believeth on him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Oh, look, James
Yes.
Jones. What?
Wow.
Oh, look at that, James
You have
Jones.
a new
Yeah.
definition for the world.
New? It's not a new. If you call the Bible a new book.
It said the world. I don't understand
Okay.
what's so hard to
All right.
understand. Sent to the world. Sent to the world. Oh, what is the world? Let's go to the
No,
definition.
this guy is the
Oh,
number one.
this is the
This guy
world.
is the number one heretic. Yeah, he's been all he wants to do is talk about Islam. The second the spotlight gets on him, I've heard. So what about 10 times? So what?
This is
We
the
don't believe
atheist
in that.
crap that
We
is going
don't
to come
agree
at
with
me.
that.
When
This
I'm
guy,
giving you guys, I'm quoting you scripture verbatim. It's right here. I
you're a
can give you
heretic,
more
man.
stuff. I'm not
You're
going
a
to
proper
sit here and
heretic. Look at you,
we
bro.
all
Look
know
at you in
what
your
we
lonely
all
little,
know.
in your lonely little. I'm the only one who understands
Okay, let me ask you a
Christianity
question,
world,
James.
bro.
Since
Get
you
out
know
of
so
here,
much,
bro.
delicate genius,
Get out of here with
what
your
were the
bullshit.
Jewish people chosen
About
for?
how dare you disrespect
What
Muslims?
are, if
How
you
dare
know
you
so much,
disrespect them when
what
you follow some
if you
idiot
know so
religion?
much, if you
You
know so
follow
much, what are the chosen
some
people for?
individualistic
What did God
Christianity,
choose?
bro. This guy,
Listen,
this guy,
what did God choose
oh boy's an idiot.
why are the Jews
Hey, go to
chosen?
Jacob. Don't let
Why?
him disrespect the Old Testament.
Can someone tell me why the
Jump
Jewish
on
people are
second.
chosen instead of just blabbing away? Since you know
And
so
first,
much, why are they chosen?
God made the world, and then
Come on, say
God
something.
made
Now
no
you don't know the
individual
question.
people that
Oh, you
Adam
don't have
wasn't
any
named,
answers no
bro.
more.
I do know
You don't
Adam
have
and
no
Eve.
answers, delicate
They
genius.
special. They was on film the most.
So the atheist who
God
thinks
only wrote
he knows
Adam and
everything
Eve. He
doesn't know
didn't write a
anything.
script for everybody else.
Oh yeah. I'm such a funny guy. You're a waste of time.
Walter, you heretic, man. Don't ever disrespect Muslims, fam. At least they can respond logically.
The Muslim, there's the point of the Muslim again, fried. The Muslims say that Jesus did not rise from the dead, was never resurrected on the third day. That's heresy, idiot. Don't you get it?
It's heresy to you,
For
you
us,
moron.
for us
It's
as
heresy to you,
Christians,
you moron, because you're a
600. Listen,
mixed
a
Christian.
man. Guys,
You're
a
a pick a
Muslim,
mixed Christian.
a
You pick
man.
what you like.
James
You
Jones,
pick
try it
what you
again.
like.
Figure it out, and then I'll tell you.
I said you're a pick a
Jesus
mixed
came first.
Christian.
Jesus
Everyone's a
Christ came
heretic to
first.
you.
Christ came first. 600 years later, Muhammad came. For 600 years, people are believing in the
I
resurrection
don't
of
care
death.
anymore, boo. You're shit.
Okay? And then Muhammad said, no, it's all a lie. So us as Christians say, what? Who told you this? Oh, some angel I spoke to in a cave. For us, that's like, come on, man, I need more than that. Okay? Tell us. That's all we do. We don't have to go on anything else but that one point about Christ. Christ died and resurrected from the dead after 3 days, like he prophesies in the New Testament. New Testament, there's constantly him prophesying that he will die, and on the third day he will raise again. Now, 600 years pass, and this guy comes and says, oh, no. That's all a lie. Now, what do you want us Christians to say? Oh, well, Christ is bullshit? No, we go against that narrative. We say, no, no, we can't go with you guys. I'm sorry. It's wrong. But Muhammad has authority. By who? Oh, authority of Allah. Prove it. Oh, the Quran. Prove the Quran is authority of the Bible. At least with Jesus we have him quoted in the Old Testament scriptures as the Messiah to come. He himself is quoting himself in the the Old Testament. He's like, in the scriptures, the New Testament, you see Christ quoting Old Testament scripture about himself, which Muhammad doesn't even do. Muhammad doesn't even quote himself. If I was Muhammad, I'd say, Jesus said on John chapter 5, or John chapter, there will be one who will come, and that is me. He didn't even do that.
Walter.
So you guys, you're clueless.
Walter. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Walter. You know when in John 3:16 where it said Christ came for the world, the term world, it comes from the word ecumen. It doesn't mean the metaphysical planet. It means a word called ecumen. The word ecumen means one singular ethnic group of people, and that's the Israelites.
We still here?
It's not talking about.
Check. If you want to believe, but constantly, I could pick up verses everywhere in the Old Testament that the Jews were chosen to go out into the world to bring all man to God, not just one race, but all man.
No, but where does it say that in the Testament?
You cannot hog God. God is for everybody.
No, God is not for everyone.
How can you say that? How can you say that God is not for everybody? That makes no sense. He is the God of everything.
To you, because you're
How can he not be
someone
for
else.
everybody?
That's why it doesn't make sense to you.
It doesn't make sense to me. It makes very much sense to me. If God is a loving God, wouldn't he love everybody?
Hear this. Hear this. Well, the word answer that. Yeah, he would love everyone because he created them. Yeah, he would.
So then why can't I believe in the God of Abraham, Moses?
You can.
Jacob,
I'm not saying you can't. You can believe in God.
So then
I'm not saying that if you're not. I'm not saying. Hear this.
Why do you have a problem with me saying that the way to God is through love, forgiveness, and peace? Why do you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with you saying that.
So then why are we in conflict here then?
I'm not in conflict with you.
So then beautiful. So the world is perfect.
Yeah. Planet Earth is perfect. Yeah.
All right, we're cool then.
Yeah. And in terms of Islam, I don't believe in Islam. So let's rule out. Let's eliminate it. And Muhammad, Islam, all of that's stone worship. So we both agree on that. I'm sure.
Well, James could answer you for that one.
Okay, cool. But yeah. Like hear this. If you research the word ecumen, you're gonna see that when it talks about in John 3:16 in the world, that's what it means. That doesn't mean that everyone in the world. That it means talk about the world of the Israelites. For example, you have the world of fashion, you have the world of football, yeah, you have the world of politics. It's talking about that term.
Look, I would have to disagree with you because, like I said, when you read all the scriptures from chapter 1 to chapter 27, it says that God is being sent to the world. How can you judge a world that didn't even know about God?
No, the Israelites knew about God because Israelites are.
Okay, so then you as an Israelite, if you are a true Israelite, have to go out into the world and preach God to me, and say that God loves you. You as an Israelite are chosen to go out into the world and preach love and forgiveness. If you are really a true Israelite, then you have to go out into the world and bring us to God.
The only Israelites. They're doing that to Israelites.
If he says he's really following the Messiah, then it's his job to say to me, God loves you. And he died on the cross for you.
I said God loves you.
So then what are you worried about then?
Nothing.
So then why are you fighting me about this word? Word means this, word means world. Sorry, the world means this, the world means that.
Because he's saying
If your job as a Hebrew Israelite is to go out into the world, you're going into the world for what?
To
the
preach the word
people, to
From
the
this city.
Israelites. That's like you're not listening. He's saying, telling you what world means.
What is the message of the Hebrew Israelites? Isn't it not Jesus Christ?
Yeah, to have Jesus Christ as their king. And what did Christ say? He
So
said,
Jesus
do
Christ
God's
is our king,
commandments.
right? So Jesus Christ is our king. He is our king in heaven,
For
right?
the Israelites only.
Only for the Israelites. So when I die, he's not my king.
No, but I mean, how could I? Put it this way: you can honor him as your king, but he's not your.
But he doesn't want to be my king. So Christ is going to say, "I don't want to be your king because I'm only the king of this guy on the side over here."
No, he will adopt you and say you're someone else's Adam, and part of the law is to love those of Adam.
And you believe this is godlike?
What's godlike?
God is going to separate his people, and even people that love, forgive, are kind, because I don't belong to a race that I don't even remember 6,000 years ago.
No, God said, "Love the stranger." In other words, love those who are not Israelites.
So I really don't understand. I think you're in a conflict because you're saying to me one thing, that God is loving, forgiving, wants us to bring us into his fold, and yet in the other sense, you're saying, no, he's not going to be your king. I really don't understand.
Hear this, Walter. Christ is the ethnic king of the Israelites only. Those who are not Israelites, they can accept Christ as their king. But
the Messiah, the Messiah, okay, that they're waiting for, the way the Jews saw it was that he was going to come as a soldier, and he was going to take over the world with them behind. Okay, but that's not what it was. He came to take his people, put them behind, and go out into the world and bring us all to God. That is the reason why you are chosen. You are chosen to bring me to love and forgiveness, not hate and judgment. Judgment is only for God. That's all I'm saying. I don't want you to hate anybody. I don't want to hate anybody. I don't want to. That's it. I don't want to. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So you're missing is like, like there's a parable how God left Jesus left the gold to one and to the other and the other one, and people were using it to one just took it and buried it, and the others were trying to use it to make more out of it. Well, you're like the guy who took the 3 coins and just buried it, and then when the king came, he goes, "Well, what are you buried it for? What am I going to do with that?" At least the others were going out trying to do something with it.
No. I disagree.
That's the parable. The parable means that he gives you the power to go out into the world. That's what he gives his Jews, the chosen people. That you go out in that world and you get me those, bring people to God so that they love, they forgive, they stop hating.
Into the family. Here is Walter, into the ecumen. The ecumen means a singular ethnic group of people who are the Israelites. It's not the
why wouldn't Jesus say that? The New Testament is right there. Why didn't Christ just say? Why didn't Christ? You again with the Matthew 5:6, where Jesus says to the woman, "I do not." The apostles were with him. Here's how the story goes in Matthew. The apostles were with him, and they said the girl was talking to Jesus. She said, "Oh, Master, 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 Master." And the apostles said to Christ, "Leave her, let her go." And Jesus said, He made a teaching out of it. So he goes up to the girl while the apostles are watching. "Why should I give you anything?" Because the food was come to the people of Israel, not to the dogs, right?
Thank you.
So they're amazing, right? They're like, wow. And then the girl says, "But even the dogs have the crumbs of the floor." And then he says, "What amazing faith you have." And in that moment, the child was cured. He was showing the apostles, it's not about, who you are. It's what you believe. She had faith in Christ. And he cured her daughter at the second. And he said to his apostles, "Look at this woman's faith. How amazing it is."
Walter, I know the story.
And the apostles are the chosen. They're waiting for Christ. But she had more faith than all of them. And
No,
then you
it didn't mean
continue,
that she had
and you continue
than
down.
no.
Listen, and you continue down the chapter, and Christ was feeding, curing. He never said, "I'm only curing the Jews." I'm only curing. He cured. When he fed, the thousands.
I am not, but
one
sent
more
unto
thing.
the
We're
lost
talking
sheep
on
of
the
the
same
house of
chapter here.
Israel.
We're on the same chapter here. When he fed with the loaf of bread and the 2 fish, the multiples, the 5,000 people, did the people who were not Jewish not get fish?
It
Or
doesn't
loaves of
say.
bread?
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. It just says
But
people.
why wouldn't it
doesn't
say it? So how does God know who's getting the fish and who's getting the? There was obviously other types of people there.
It
Why
doesn't
did
say.
he not say no?
Walter, it doesn't say. It just says
Here's another
people.
thing. Here's another one. The Roman came to Christ. His daughter was sick. Another one. The Roman, a Gentile, came to Christ and said, Lord,
A Gentile is an Israelite. The word Gentile means
Roman.
it
Okay, the
means same
Roman.
time
Fine.
slot as the
A
Israelite.
Roman soldier came to Christ and said to him, Lord, my daughter's very sick. She is dying. And Jesus was about to go and he said, no, you don't have to go with me. Just say the word, because I know when I tell my soldiers something, they're going to do it. And the guy said, turned around again to his flock, the Jews, and said, this guy, look at this guy. Yes, look at the faith this man has. And in that second, his daughter was cured. That wasn't just. He's showing. Get with the message. Stop being hard-headed. Get with the message.
People that were not Israelites, it doesn't mean that he came for people. Doesn't mean that he came for everybody.
Oh my God, I can't help you here. If you're gonna stick with what people are telling you, I can't help
No,
you.
no. Walter,
God is
I
about
go
love.
to
I'm telling you right
Matthew
now. God,
15, chapter verse 24. Jesus Christ said, I am not but sent unto the Israelites only.
No, because you don't understand that in order the scriptures to be fulfilled, he has to stay in Israel.
No,
because or else the Jews would say at that time, will say, oh, he's not fulfilling scripture. He's going to the Gentiles. Because the scriptures, the Romans, you're saying the Israelites, but in the Bible it means something else.
No, go. No, hear this.
Do not go into the Gentiles. Do not go into the Gentiles. So do not go into Israel.
No,
That's what the New Testament is saying.
Walter.
The New Testament is saying, do not go to the Gentiles.
Walter. If you go on Google, you search and search the word Gentile. The word Gentile means gentilis in Latin. Gentilis means the same ethnic stock as the Israelites. It means the same people. That's what it means. It means same clan.
Listen, I'm telling you what it says in the New Testament. You're telling me the meaning in the Old, the Latin, and change it.
No, but you have to know the meaning of the words in Latin because
I'm telling you that. Are you saying the Roman soldier was a Gentile?
It depends. It depends what.
So now it depends
what it says. But if
the woman that was with Matthew, was she a Gentile or what was she? The one that with the dogs, the crumbs on the floor.
She was a Canaanite woman.
So she was a Canaanite, William. But yet Christ came to the
Israelites only.
Okay, so then after the death and resurrection, it's what?
Israelites only.
No, it's fulfillment of scripture, and now the chosen race goes out to the world.
No,
you're reading it. You're reading. Look, you can't start at Matthew 1 of the birth of Christ and say, "Oh, look, he's born. He's going to stay a child for 2 years." It doesn't work that way. You got to read the book. It starts. He's fulfilling his prophecy that is mentioned in the Old Testament. He's doing what the Messiah must do. Okay, he's going to be rejected as the prophecies are saying. He has to stay on point. Yeah. He has to stay on point. Absolutely. He's coming to the Messiah. They reject him.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
Again, they reject him on point as prophecy. His apostles run and scatter on point with prophecy. When he resurrects from the dead, on point, starting the new covenant.
The new covenant is the old covenant.
He has to. No, it's. Okay, believe as you wish. Believe as you wish. I can't help you, man. Believe as you wish, my friend.
Now, I'm not believing as I wish. I go by the Bible. I go by the Bible, Walter. The new covenant is the old covenant, because what it was when Christ was bringing the old covenant, it was new to the Israelites because they weren't following it. So it was new. So as an Israelite now, I'm following the old covenant, and it became new to me when I became an Israelite. That's what it's talking about. Because I didn't know what the covenant was before. Now I know what the covenant was. It was new to me when I first found out the covenant. And the covenant is the commandments.
What happened?
I have no idea. Or morning out there in DC.
You said what?
And I said morning out there in DC. Or afternoon.
Yeah, I was listening to y'all, and everything just got quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of finished with what I was saying. You know, I tried to talk as short as possible.
I can't go through this whole daggone video, man. But I don't know. I think that when you are accustomed to hearing things a certain kind of way, you know, your acceptance or whatever, your understanding of things, and then you're presented with a different
check.
A different understanding. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. I just want to say, as I have to go, I want to say to Walter, I see you on the comments talking about women, and I want to say that you should debate Isa, and inshallah, Isa becomes victorious. But Walter, you have to debate someone who was Christian, who converted to Islam in order for you to get the best answers. So, Walter, at the end of the day, you know, the Virgin Mary was Jesus' mother. And so basically, you know, you should
And Joseph
respect
was his
the
biological
Virgin Mary.
father.
You should respect the Virgin Mary. She is holy. So I don't know, because Walter was talking, you know, saying, "Oh, Islam treats women bad," but yeah, I'm gonna deuce out.
Another thing you got to understand about Walter, and with most Christians, 9 times out of 10, they are going to give you commentary. They're not going to open that book, and they're not going to pull the scripture. They're going to summarize most of the stuff.
And yeah, exactly, Jacob. And the thing is, that this is how the heathens are. You know what I mean? Adam's other people. This is how they are. It's like, remember the guys that said, I'm going on something that my own beliefs or something. I'm thinking about it. What's the word, Jacob? I'm there quoting the Bible. I'm quoting the New Testament. Remember, I gave James Jones the Matthew part. I'll go by. We think about it. You know how it is. We go by the Bible.
Right, and exactly. And every time I'm dealing with a Christian, I always stay in the New Testament mainly. Why? Because they always say, well, the New Testament, the New Testament,
Yeah,
the New Testament.
I know.
And
And
I
the thing
say,
is,
fine, I will just cut you up in this New Testament. If you notice earlier when I brought up the scriptures of who the new covenant was for, Israel and Judah, North and Southern Kingdom, he said nothing. When I went to 9 and 15, Hebrews 9 and 15, he said nothing. Because you can't get around certain scriptures in the New Testament.
exactly.
So they rather give commentary of what it's supposed to mean versus what the scriptures actually say. Christ said out of his own mouth, "I'm not sent but into the lost sheep of the house of Israel."
Frank, this is what I quoted to him, Matthew 15, verse 24.
Right. And look, and when you go to to James, Jesus' brother, he opens up the letter addressing who? The 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, and he said,
Greetings.
brethren.
Right? So He tried, and then I always ask the Christian, you know, they believe in the New Testament, New Testament, New Testament. 12 gates to this kingdom. What gate are you going through?
Yeah, in it. No, in it.
What gate are you going through? There's 12 of them. And it's in the New Testament. You got to show me the Christian gate. And I bet you $1 million you won't find it in the scriptures.
Exactly.
So I couldn't get on, but he was saying some stuff that was commentary, and I don't deal with commentary. We got to jump right to the scriptures and get it in. You know, 1 Thessalonians 5:21 says what? Prove all things.
Yes.
Isaiah
Yes.
8:20 to the law and to the testimony. If it come not from this what book, there's no light in it. So he was just giving Christian commentary.
Like the word says in it. Resist the devil and he shall flee in it, and he fled.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, the new either side of the book, you know, it's just not happening for them. And the fact of the matter is this: the earth is kind of waking up to who these Israelites are. And for so long, he's been brought up in Christianity, the religion of Christianity, which doesn't exist in the Bible.
Exactly.
And when people are starting to wake up and actually learn this book, they in trouble. And that's the problem he having with right now is me and you ain't supposed to know these scriptures. We supposed to know. We supposed to know it, the Christianity version, the way the white. And that's his problem. But I see he's back. I think. Yeah, so that's just one question he has to ask me. I want to know what gate is Walter going through, and I want to know why James didn't address his letter to everybody, the 12 tribes. So those are a couple questions I want to open up with, and then he keep talking about this whole world thing. If you go to, I think it's Hebrews 11, the first chapter or the second verse, it says worlds plural. Right? So there's some stuff he just gotta. I don't think he's sound in scripture, and he shouldn't be because it was never addressed to him.
I remember I was
So
saying
is there more than one world?
Right. If you look at the context, he says, "For he created the worlds." You know what he has to understand is when it says that for God so loved the world, that world he was talking about, and verse 14 kind of gives the context to what he's talking about. He said,
come on, Walter, you gotta answer these questions, Walter. Don't run.
Yeah,
no, that's how it is, Melanie. The Bible says, "Resist the devil, and he shall flee."
Oh Lord, come on, Walter. I mean, there's nothing wrong with learning and growing and getting a new understanding, or just having something else to challenge, or having something else to go back into studying and so forth.
No, he was brought up on Jimmy Swagger, and that's where his stumbling block is, and Billy Graham and all them people to whom the Bible was never addressed to.
I used to watch TD Jakes. I ain't gonna lie.
TD Snakes.
I used to watch TD Jakes. Well, I really like TD Jakes. I used to like I'm trying to think of who's a television pastor that I actually like, because I never liked Creflo Dollar either.
You like the feel good pastor? What's that white guy name?
No. You done messed up right there. Who? No. He sound like he a car salesman or something.
He did not let no black person in his church when it flooded down there.
Yeah, Houston, I heard.
Yeah. I used to like Juanita Bynum. I ain't gonna lie, boy. She just
Juanita Bynum was out there though, man.
She just made. I'm just saying though, but that's part of her testimony. She would tell you she was really, really out there.
She was in men, women, all kinds.
And when she tell you that you mean while she was in the church or before she was in the church?
Before, and a couple of times she slipped up while in.
Okay, well, I mean that's before, right? No,
yeah.
No, like if a person was before and they read all of this stuff and repent.
I'm a pause because I don't know the true story. This is third party information. So
okay. But I'm saying like just out of curiosity, like if somebody they just had like very things that were anti following the way of God, right? And then they heard the message, they repented, and they started making these changes in their life. Isn't that what it's really all about? Or should they be like, well, you know what? I was so effed up. I just can't even. It make no sense to me even trying.
Yeah, you correct. 1 Corinthians 4:5 says, I think, judge not until the end. So, yeah, she can repent. We always can repent.
Yeah, because I mean, my female pastor, she used to sell drugs. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Plug?
Like,
How you got a
yeah.
pastor that's the plug?
No, she used to be. Yeah, she used to be in the streets like that, like selling drugs and carrying stuff and doing all that kind of stuff, you know. And um you hear like interesting things when people tell their previous lives, you know. And
I
what
mean,
they said that
there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I used to be with the camps, but you know, the camps are different. You get what I'm saying? Like it wasn't how it is when I was coming up. So it's you know, you get to a certain stage where you can kind of fend for your own. But the
but
camp is good coming up.
when people come to the camp, right? I'm sure they have different things that they're involved in that the camp kind of gives them the support to change from those things, right?
Correct. But how long must you stay in that camp? After you gain the knowledge or whatever, you're not bound to that camp. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, it's people people have these natures about them because it's literally the same thing with church, you know, like your church will throw shade on you for quote unquote leaving the church, not
Church is one of
forgetting
the
that you're
greatest
supposed to be the church.
institutions in America.
What happened?
Yo,
Yo,
go on. What are you saying, man?
Yeah, certainly, really.
Yeah, man.
where your boy at, Velley?
Which one?
Walter, man. What you call it? God of Jacob start asking him some questions and he ducked out.
You saying, run, Christian, run, Christian, run.
Come on, man. You ain't representing the New Testament like that. You supposed to be all in Colossians and some Ephesians up on them, and you know what I'm saying?
Every book in the New Testament Walter go
Speed him
to, I
down.
go to it.
Oh, them go. Yeah, Walter, yeah.
And the thing is, Melanie, I really didn't want to debate because I'm into my Sabbath right now, and I don't like debating during my Sabbath as well.
Let me ask you. You guys hear me now?
Oh, it's evening time for you, huh?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys hear me now? Yeah.
Oh,
Because
okay.
my phone.
Yeah.
Hello. People hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Because someone called me and the phone cut out. Yeah. So I just have another. Do you guys do you believe in the Acts gospel, or is that?
Yeah, I believe in the whole Bible, the Apocrypha as
Okay,
well.
so if I quote you something on Acts, would you say it's okay, right?
Of course.
Okay. It goes over here. It says, "For thus the Lord has commanded us: I have placed you as a light for the Gentiles, that you should bring salvation to the ends of the earth." And when the Gentiles heard this, they began rejoicing and glorified at the word of the Lord. And as many as had been appointed to eternal life believed. And the word spread throughout the whole region. But the Jews aroused the devout women. There was a part where the Jews became jealous. But you see right there, they're being told to go out. See here, but when the Jews saw that the crowd they were filled with jealously and began contradicting the things spoken by Paul and were blaspheming. And Paul and Barnabas spoke out boldly and said, "It was necessary that the word of God should be spoken to you first. Since you are repudiated it and judged yourself unworthy of the eternal life, behold, we are turned into the Gentiles. So you see, it had to be spoken to them first, and then moved on.
No, but
Because a lot of them were rejecting.
What the issue is, you don't want to Google what the word Gentiles means. That's where we're stuck.
But
aren't the Gentiles like the Hebrews that rejected God?
No, what is
no.
That's who they are. Yeah.
No, they're not. The
That's
Gentiles.
what I'm telling you. That's what. Listen, Walter.
I've
if you're trying to get an understanding, right? If you're trying to get an understanding of where they're coming from, at least just understand where they're coming from. You don't have to accept it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like that would take away from it.
If someone tells you the sky is green and it's blue, are you just gonna have to accept it? I don't understand.
No, but
I just said not accept it. I literally just said not accept it, and you said we just gotta accept it.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
I'm saying that if somebody tells me the sky is green, I'm gonna ask them, well, do you have on different shades or whatever? I can get an understanding of why they see the sky as green.
But Walter, may I ask, why is it that you don't want to research what the word Gentile is? Because this is where, this is where the problem is.
But I've already researched this, and it's not just as a group of Jewish people.
No, but
Gentiles was meant that people didn't believe in God.
But that's not the answer to the question. The question is, why is it that you don't want to research what the word Gentile means?
I will go research it when I get off my phone, and I'll go on because right now I can't do unless I go to my computer, but then it's gonna take 3 hours because it's an old one. So I'll get to it. I'm pretty sure it says what I say, what I know it is.
I'll go in it because I want to get my trouble.
What were those questions? My earpiece is like really messing up. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We also know that if he believes in the New Testament, we know where Paul was going, Saint Paul. So even he was going all over Europe. So there,
right, and I'm glad you
cannot be that he was just going to one group of people.
Cool. I'm glad you went to Acts because go to Acts.
We also have the part where about the circumcision and the uncircumcision and eating of food and not eating of food. Right. So there's a lot of things that Saint Paul was doing that only can't say Gentiles. So who would we call them, Ariel? What am I going to call them?
They're Hebrews, but they rejected God.
No. The people you say Gentiles are not. They're Jews, but they're not really Israelites.
No, they're biological Israelites.
No, because I need to know who are the people in Rome that were killing Christians and changing. Who are these people? They're not Gentiles. I need to know. What do you call them?
Hold on, Walter. Can
They were Italians.
Hold on, Walter.
So I say Italians then.
You can say Romans. You can say Romans. Yeah, I mean,
and they're so when Paul was preaching to them, they were becoming.
No, but when Paul was preaching to the Israelites that were in Rome.
Oh, so he said, guys, hey, not you, no, you guys.
Yes.
So he could tell from their faces that they were Israelites and Romans. There was a big crowd.
Yeah, because the Israelites are black and the Romans were white.
Well, there it is. There it is. How can you go wrong with that? Okay.
So go ahead, God of Jacob. I want to hear the questions that you had for him when he had left.
Okay. Anyway, guys, I gotta go. See you guys.
All right, peace, AL.
Yeah, first, I just want to address Acts because he did go to Acts, right? And I just want to go, and this is Paul. I want to go to Acts 26:7, and I'll read it real quick. I'll start at verse 6. And this is Paul because he went to Acts, and it says, "And now I stand and am judged for the hope of the promise made of God unto our fathers." This is verse 7. This is Paul. Acts, you went to this. "Unto which promise our 12 tribes, instantly serving God day and night, hope to come. For which hope's sake, King Agrippa, I am accused of the Jews." So he was telling King Agrippa he's out here doing the work on behalf of the 12 tribes. But you went to Acts. So back to the questions I was trying to ask him. What gate are you going through? The kingdom of heaven has 12
But
gates.
Paul already explained that he is following the prophecy. He has to go to the Jews first and then move on, and that it was rejected. So I don't understand. I mean, you can't read one verse.
Hold
You
on.
got to read it in
Slow down,
context.
brother. You like to go off.
What chapter are you talking about?
I went to Acts, the 26, like you went to, but you keep saying they were rejected, right? Did all Israel reject them?
Not all of Israel, but there's a lot of Israel that did reject.
Who rejected them? The Bible tells you. You said you into the New Testament, right? The New Testament tells you who rejected them.
Who's the Israelites, no?
Hold on, you a New Testament guy, right?
Yeah.
So the Bible tells you who rejected them. I'll tell you who rejected them.
It says
I'll
the
read it out
Jews,
the Bible.
but
Hold on, let me read it out the Bible. This
yeah.
is Mark of the New Testament.
So now we're going from Acts to Mark.
Hold on, you just said they rejected them, and I'm trying to everything you say. I want to back up with the Bible, not commentary, right? So let's do that. This is Mark, and we can go back to Acts. This is Mark 8:31. It says, and he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected. Now let's see who's going to reject them. Be rejected of the elders, and who else? You can finish reading that. The chief priests, and who else? I'll let you finish that.
What verse?
Mark 8:31. It says,
Mark.
and he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected of the elders and of the chief priests and of the scribes and be killed in 3 days and risen again. So all of Israel didn't reject him, right? This from the New Testament.
Yeah, I'm reading it. And he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected by the elders and the chief priests and the scribes and be killed and after 3 days rise
That's who
again.
rejected
And
him.
he
Not
was,
all Israel. Leadership rejected him.
but that's not how Paul puts it. There are people that rejected him. Even the apostles ran away at the cross.
We
But
got to
that's
go
why
to
you got to
scripture.
read it.
You
That's
see
why
how
you're
I'm
trying
going
to.
to scripture and you're going to
Yeah, but
commentary.
but he doesn't say. He says that the scribes, they're the ones who are going to reject him. But that's the people also. There's
Fine.
other
Now
people
let's
didn't
go.
believe
That's
him.
not. It
Are you
tells
saying?
who
Are you saying?
rejected.
So when the Jews when the people that rejected Christ went to war with the Romans, or those weren't the people that rejected him?
Do you believe in the script? Do you believe what I just read?
No, I could read something else where it says different.
Please
that
do
there was
that.
also people
I
that
said
suffered.
let's go there. I don't do commentary.
I gave you the Acts, and in Acts it doesn't say the chief priests.
So are you saying that the Bible is wrong? The part that he read?
No, it's because he's trying to say that there weren't people that the only the scribes and the priests didn't reject Christ. I was
Listen,
nobody
I'm
except the
only
Christ and the
going
priest.
off
That's
what
impossible.
you said the Jews rejected him. You blanket a statement. You blanketed that whole statement, like the whole everybody rejected him.
But even Jesus said,
now,
"I will."
Hold on.
Okay, I'll go to another verse in
I'll
Luke or
chase you
Mark.
around the book wherever you want to go. But you said that, and the Bible tells you.
I don't know what your point is trying to say here. So it wasn't one; it was the other. What's
the
your
point is, one, you don't know the Bible. Number two is all Israel
I don't know the Bible. I don't need to know the Bible to know.
Tells you who rejected him.
I know what the message is. You guys are using the Bible to try to make the message only for you.
Is, what gate are you going through?
I'm going to the gate to Christ's gate. That's the gate I'm going through.
For that scripture.
You know, John 3:16. What do you want?
Christ gate scripture.
3:16. John 3:16.
And it's going to say Christ gate.
It's going to say, "Whoever believes in me, shall receive eternal life."
Going through, brother?
What gate are you talking about?
The kingdom of heaven in Revelation 21:12.
Why are you going to Revelation? Are we talking about?
Question and then you cut me off. In Revelation 21:12, there's going to be 12 gates in this new kingdom with the 12 names of the children of Israel on them. Where is the Christian gate? Where is Walter's gate?
What are you talking about, Christian gate?
You heard me.
Christian gates means people that believe in Christ. Revelation is dreams of John. Half people don't even know what it means.
Yeah, including.
So what are you talking about?
Now, what gate are you going?
You're basically what you're basically doing is you're making the scripture of John look null and void.
Christian commentary.
In Revelation.
Now,
give me the verse of Revelation so I could figure it out for you.
I'll move on from that.
Give me the Revelation. Give me the verse of Revelation so that I could figure it out for you.
Revelation 21:12. It ain't that hard.
Revelation 21:12.
I
It's
think,
like
and I'm not. Hold on, let me go to it. Matter of
they're
fact,
using
I'm
the
gonna
Bible to
put that in.
separate people. Incredible.
It's incredible. You're right. It's
And I
incredible.
saw a new heaven.
Uh-huh.
That's the one?
That's the only
Okay, he's
one
having
I
a
know.
dream. He's having a dream, right?
No, you're having a
And I
dream.
saw the new heaven and
The
a new
dream is
earth.
to think you got a Christian gate, but go on, read.
Okay. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth. You keep on saying this Christian. Is it written Christian in the Bible? Yes or no?
Get to the point.
Is Christian written in the
I'm
Bible?
not trying to go there yet. I just want to get this gate thing, and then we can
Well,
move
we're
on
going to
to
get
the
to
next
Christian because I want you to tell me it's not written in the Bible.
I'll tell you right after you stop stalling and get to this.
And
then
I saw heaven and the earth, for the first heaven and the first earth passed away, and there is no longer any sea. And I saw in the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, made ready as a bride.
Get to the point, verse 12.
I got to see what it's about.
Okay.
And he shall wipe away, okay. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, behold, the tabernacle is among men, and he shall dwell amongst them. Oh, all men. Wow. And they shall be his people, and God himself shall be among them. God is among the men. No Hebrews, no nothing, no 12 gates. And he shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall no longer be any death, and there shall be no longer be any mourning or cry or pain. The first thing hath passed away. And he who sits at the throne said, behold, I am marking all things new. And he said, write for these words, my faithful and true. And he said to me, it is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give to the one and who thirsts. I will give to the one who thirsts. Again, no telling who it is, just everybody. Okay? Then he overcame shall inherit. He who overcomes shall be inherit these things, and I will be God, and he will be my son. But for the cowardly, and unbelieving and abnormal and murderer and immoral person and sorcerers and adulterers and all liars, their part will be in the lake that burns with the fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Okay? So again, you forgot all about this part when you...
Walter, I'll read it because you're playing games.
No, I am reading it in context. You want to pull one verse and say, oh, these 12 gates mean this. But right now, I just read a whole verse where God, the dream is about everybody. But you want to just stick to this one verse?
Walter, let me get to the point.
Let's continue reading, because I'm not a one-verse wonder. I like to read in context. So far, I see that there's going to be people that are going to be there that are not going to do 12 gates. They didn't say, oh, start, and the 12 gates start, and these are the people. No, we're going like to the middle of the verse.
Take a breath, Walter. Calm down.
And one of the, and words with fire and brimstone, okay. And one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls full of the seven last plagues came out and spoke and say, come here and I shall show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb. And he carried me away in the spirit to the great and high mountain and showed me the holy city, Jerusalem, coming down of heaven from God. Having the glory of God, her brilliance was like a very costly stone, as a stone of crystal clear jasper. It had a great and high wall, with 12 gates, and on the gates 12 angels, and the names were written on them that they are those of the 12 tribes of the sons of Israel. There were 3 gates on the east and 3 gates on the north, 3 gates on the north, and the wall of the city had 12 foundation stones. I mean, really. And the city is laid out. Continue reading, sorry. And the foundation story, and on them there were 12 names of the 12 apostles. 12 apostles. 12 apostles of the Lamb. And the one who spoke with me had a gold measuring rod to measure the city and its gates. Where am I going again? Am I past it or still on it? Hello? Hello?
We still here?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Did I pass it yet? Because I passed the 12 gates. Is there any more after the 12 gates?
I'm going to go out and come back in because I don't know if I'm stacking up. What was this?
Unless it's me who's staticking up. Because I don't hear Eric.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so it's him who's staticking up. Is it me, Eric, who's staticking up, or him?
No, I think it was. I think it was. What is it?
My battery's also dying, so I don't got too much time. The 5th section and the 6th day of burning. 11
Yeah,
Judah, 12 times.
he went out. He's coming back in, I think.
And the city had need of the sun. I really don't see it. So he just said 12 gates and there'll be the 12 apostles. So I don't understand. He's probably going to tell me the apostles are the 12 tribes of Israel.
Well, I don't know. Have to ask
No,
I just want to say a couple things. Walter, you must understand this, Walter. In my belief system, Christians, Jews go to heaven. That's number one, I should tell you. Number two.
Yeah, so this is in Christianity.
Women must be one of your priorities to help, no matter what. Yo, big up God of Jacob, bro. I
Hey,
see you out
Walter.
there.
What's up, dude? Walter.
Yes.
Who is the new covenant for?
But I read the 12 gates, so I don't understand. There's
12
no.
gates. Now,
There's
you
no.
did? I couldn't hear you. What gate you going through?
Well, it says here the 12 apostles were the ones who were holding the gates, so it could probably go through the one of Paul. I don't know.
Anyways, Walter, I
John?
want to say you don't have to prove anything, bro. If you believe in your religion,
I'm not
go
proving
for it.
anything. I'm not proving, guys. My face is strong. I know who I am.
Okay,
I'm trying to show something to these guys.
I know.
And they don't want to listen. They want to
Yo,
hold God
big
to
up Velley,
themselves.
big up Asa, the great intellectual
Walter.
that will beat everyone in any intellectual
Yes, I'm
debate.
hearing you.
All right, see you guys.
Walter.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Walter. Who is the new covenant for?
Well, the covenant was for the rest. It came to the apostles and to us, to the new the new people who accepted Christ as Lord and Savior. There it is. New
So the
covenant.
Bible lying.
Bible's lying. Okay.
Is the Bible lying? Because Hebrews 8:8 tell you who the new covenant is for, right?
Hebrews, which Hebrews?
It's only one Hebrews. Hebrews 8.
No, Hebrews 8.
Uh-huh.
Hebrews 8. Chapter.
Hebrews 8:8. Let's start there. I think that's where I'm at. Let's go there.
Hebrews 8. Okay.
I'll read it. I'll read it.
There is, for finding fault with them, he said, behold, the days are coming, saith the Lord, when I will effect a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
Hold it right there. Hold it right there. Does that say
Yeah.
everybody?
Oh, yeah, okay, Israel and Judah. Yeah, okay. So, that doesn't mean nothing right now? It's just
It don't
half
mean
of
nothing?
Well, it's only one verse. I mean, there's a whole scripture here.
Okay, keep going.
All right. Now, like the covenant which I made with thee, Father, on the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, for they did not continue in my covenant, and I did not care for them, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, saith the Lord, I will put my laws into their hearts, and I will write them upon their hearts. And I will be their God, and they will be my people. And they shall not teach everyone his fellow, and they will and they shall not teach everyone his fellow citizen and everyone whose brother saying, know the Lord, for all shall know me. See, and they will not teach that.
Right. So who is the new covenant
Okay,
for?
but I didn't finish. Okay,
Finish. It ain't gonna
look,
change.
watch. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And they shall not teach everyone his fellow citizen and everyone his brother, saying, know the Lord, for all shall know me, from the last to the greatest of them. For I will be merciful to their iniquities, and I will remember their sins no more. When he said this, a new covenant, he had made the first obsolete, but whether it becoming obsolete and growing old is ready to disappear. So what does that mean? It means he's making a new
Now
covenant.
listen, you got to stop talking sometimes. You.
Okay.
Now
put
now,
words in that scripture.
Let me get something out. Now we established in this couple verses that the new covenant is for what? Judah and Israel. Can we agree on that?
But that's not how you read scripture,
Can
man.
we
You
agree
have to
on that?
continue reading.
Can we agree on
The
that?
first one, the first, yes,
Walter, you
Abraham.
got to answer some. You can't keep giving commentary. Does the scripture says, "I will make a new covenant
Yes,
with the
okay,
house
it
of Israel
does.
and the house of..." Yes or no?
Yes,
Right. So the new covenant is with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. Right.
yes,
And verse 12 says, "For I will be merciful to their
yes.
unrighteousness and their sins." What is sin according to the Bible?
Yeah, this is fulfilling. This is a scripture from the
What
Old
is
Testament.
sin according to the Bible?
Sin, what takes us away from God.
Huh?
Sin, people do bad
I said
things.
according to the Bible.
Sin is when we do bad things. It's against, going against God. Sin.
Are you sure?
Okay, what is sin then?
I'm just asking you. You said.
Well, you're obviously saying I'm not sure. So then, what is sin if the sin is not, going against God?
We are in the New Testament, right?
Yes, we're in the New Testament, but it's quoting Old Testament
Okay.
scripture.
I'll tell you what sin is.
Yeah.
This is 1 John 3 and 4, right?
Yes.
I'll read it. It says, "Whosoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law. For sin is the transgression of the law." Walter,
Yes.
who was the law given to?
The law is given to everybody.
You got to show me. Pull that scripture. Pull the everybody law.
The law is the new covenant with Christ. It's given to everybody. Why are we going to the Old
house
Testament?
of Israel and the house of Judah. We just established that.
No, you established one verse and
Who
saying
did
that
Moses give the law to? Who did Moses give the law to?
Moses gave the law to the Jews on the
He
thing.
didn't give
That's
them to
how
the
it started.
Jews. The
Why are
Jews
we going
is
to the
one
Old
of
Testament?
12. He gave them to 12
Israel,
tribes.
Hebrew. It don't matter.
It does matter. Truth matters.
You're making a Bible out of one verses everywhere. I still have 3 pages to read here, and you only read me one thing. I don't understand how you could say that.
I know you
and then
don't understand. Now you're getting it.
Watch this. Watch chapter 9. Now watch chapter 9 how it starts. Now, even the first
Hold
covenant
on,
had
Walter.
regulations.
You keep running away from my questions, Walter.
No, look.
Who was
I
the
can't.
law
My battery's gonna die. My battery's gonna die.
Of course it
This
is.
is all I gotta say. This is all I'm gonna say. This is all I'm gonna say.
I'll mute.
You cannot read the Bible from. You have to start at chapter 1 and go to chapter 29, whatever it is. You cannot pick a story from one verse. You have to read it and understand it. You guys are creating your own religion out of one verse wonders. That doesn't make sense. Okay, you're taking.
Walter, can I ask you one more question?
Oh, it says that.
You just been
talking.
talking.
It says this. Oh, let's go back to
giving
opposite.
commentary.
Oh, let's go to there. It's all there in the New Testament. What I was quoting, what you told me to quote was Old Testament scripture.
You, brother. You ain't ready. You're a lightweight.
That doesn't destroy me, guys. Listen,
hey,
God has been.
Walter, you gotta let
God has been part of God.
You're nervous.
I gotta go. My battery's gonna die.
Questions.
Christ has been a part of me since I was born. You don't get it.
No,
you cannot take him away from me.
It was never given to you to get. That's.
There you go. You're wrong. It's for everybody.
Walter,
and anybody who's listened to me, for the 3 people who are listening to me out there, it's for everybody.
You know how to share a conversation, Walter. I know this cut.
There's nothing to share. You're a false preacher.
I know these scriptures cutting you. It hurts, right? And
your religion was started. Your religion was started 100 years ago.
What religion?
Your faith was started 100 years ago.
What religion?
The Hebrew Israelites.
That's not a religion. That's a people. You read the Bible, don't you?
I read what you guys are a new religion just started 100 years ago by some person named Frank Cherry, I believe.
Religion, it's a bloodline.
You don't even realize that.
It's a bloodline.
Walter, it's not a religion, don't you get it? It's their people.
Well, here comes the,
it's people. Israel is a people.
It's a people, but there's a religion called Hebrew Israelites.
You stole their religion.
Called Hebrew Israelites.
How do we distinguish between Hebrew Israelites, Jews, Christians? They call
Jews
themselves
are Israelites.
Hebrew Israelites. Okay, now the Jewish people call themselves Israelites.
There's no such thing as the tribe of Jewish.
There you go.
Show me that. Show me the tribe of Jewish.
Why they're called Jewish?
I could show you a whole nation. I could show you a whole nation. I could show you a whole nation in Israel.
Show me the tribe
that proves that there's Jews.
When they got taken into captivity, They lost their
I mean,
houses.
God
House
is
of
God. God put
Benjamin
them.
and house
God
of
put them.
this,
God
and they
put them
become
right there in
Jews.
the heart of the earth, Israel, so that you can't deny
Walter,
them.
I'm a mute and let you finish lying to the people.
You know,
No.
God put Israel right in front of all of us, so that nobody could say they don't exist. It was never there. It never happened. There it is in front of you. Because I'm pretty sure if God would have wiped them all out, all you guys would deny they existed.
Walter,
That's how
are you
sad this
denying
is.
that Christianity is a made-up religion?
Christianity is not a made-up religion. It's right there. It's New Testament. It's right in front of you. You can read it any day you want.
You cannot substantiate any of the authors of the New Testament.
Wait a minute. You're wait a minute. Now you're a Muslim, right? You're
Yeah.
Islamist, right?
Yeah.
Your prophet told me that my religion is a lie. So why would you believe me?
My prophet said what?
Your prophet Muhammad said that my faith is a lie. That Christ
a
never
lie.
resurrected from the dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Christ never resurrected from the
Yeah.
dead. There was a,
Yeah, he was
a
never
switcheroo made.
he was never dead. He was never dead.
Right. So why should I
But it's a
believe?
made-up
Why should I
religion.
believe a prophet who came so-called? Why should I believe a guy who came 600 years after, telling 600 years of Christians that we've been smoked out by God?
Whether you believe it or not,
Because he
your
heard a
religion
voice in a cave.
is a made-up thing, bro. No one died and come
You
back
could
from the
keep
dead.
on
It's a lie.
saying it. You could keep on saying, but I could say Islam is a made-up thing. I've seen thousands of Gnostic Gospels with half of the stuff that is written, what Muhammad wrote inside the Quran.
What is made up? What is made up in Islam? What's made up?
The verses you could catch them in old Jewish scripture, in the Old Testament, and then a lot of the stuff that it's been
That
plagiarized
doesn't
by
prove
Muhammad.
Plagiarism doesn't prove that it's a lie.
So Muhammad's saying that Christianity is bull doesn't prove nothing. We can
Didn't
go
say
on the same
Christianity is
page here.
bull.
We can go on the same page.
There's Christians that we agree with.
Don't make a difference.
Yeah, it does.
What Christians do
Your
you agree
version
with?
of Christianity is bull.
You don't agree with any Christians. Okay?
Of course we do.
For you to be a Christian to be a Christian, he has to believe in the resurrection of
That's
Christ.
a lie. That's
Do
a
you
lie.
believe in the resurrection of how why? Really? Have you read the New Testament?
Not
How
all
many times
Christians
Christ
believe
said
in
he's
the
gonna...
resurrection. And the 4 books of the
No
Testament.
Christians believe in the resurrection.
Listen,
No
Walter,
Christians.
who decided that
Holy
the 4
mackerel.
books that you read should be the New
Might as well burn the
Testament?
Bible.
And at what date did they decide that? Answer that.
First of all, the Bible is a collection of books that have been around almost 50 years after Christ. 50
But the
to 9,
version that you read, the 4 books that you read, when was it decided? When was it decided to omit all other books apart from those 4 books?
God, listen to me. The Bible
At what
was put
point was that
together.
decided?
You know, what does it matter? They're all things put together.
What do you mean?
And when we go
of course
to
it matters. Of course it matters.
No, it
You
doesn't
literally
matter
dropped
because I could
2/3 of your
go to
reading
St. Paul's
material
writings
overnight.
What are you telling me? They burnt all the Qurans to create one. What are you talking
No,
about?
they didn't. Listen to me,
Don't tell me
Walter.
stories. Listen to me.
Bro.
Listen. No, you listen.
You're having
are trying to
difficulty
bring all
because you've inherited the culture of a different race of people. You've assimilated it, and you culturally appropriated the knowledge of the Middle East, and you're using it for your people. You're not related to them even.
We as Christians go to the source. We try to get to the earliest possible source.
What's the source?
Not like Muhammad, who was
What's the
copying Gnostic
source?
Gospels
What's
down
the source?
700 years.
What's the
The
source?
writings of St. Paul, the writings of St. Paul, the writings of John, the writings of John, the writings of Matthew, the writings of Luke, the writings. Don't you see the New Testament? Haven't you seen it? There's like a whole bunch of books.
Are you crazy? Even the Gospel of John itself says that this is written by the unknown scribe.
90 years after
the
Christ.
unknown scribe. They don't know who wrote John.
Guys, they've got P2 written down to almost 90 years after Christ. It's even closer to Christ than Muhammad who was like 700 years after Christ. And I'm going to believe Muhammad? I got a guy walking around, calls himself apostle, St. Paul, saying Christ existed, Christ resurrected, and I'm going to believe Muhammad 700 years later? 600 years later?
Are you going to believe a crackhead that lives next door to you? Or are you going to go to the university down the road?
Wow. Do you believe a guy who said he saw an angel in the cave and he got the words? Huh? Who is Muhammad? Who is Muhammad? Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of God. Prove me that Muhammad is the prophet of
I don't know if you've noticed, but there's this massive religion followed by all these people.
What does that mean? What does that
And these
mean? That means
people
nothing.
previously didn't know about the God of Israel. They
Oh,
didn't know
so
about
that's how we get.
Yahweh.
So
They didn't know
there's a
about
billion.
Jesus. And Muhammad brought that information to them. They didn't know about there being only one God.
Exactly.
Muhammad,
Muhammad
peace be
brought
upon
a
him,
religion, a wannabe,
brought the religion
apostle
of Yahweh and Jesus and Moses to
all
most of the
wrong.
world. How can he
All
not be a
wrong.
prophet when that is
Because
the
it's all
definition of being
wrong.
a prophet? That is the definition of being a prophet. That he spread the
Muhammad
word
said,
to the whole
how?
world.
What world?
What do you mean how?
What did he preach? What did he
That
preach
there's
to the
only
whole
one
world?
God.
We've been Christian here for the last 100 years, 200 years. What world?
Walter, you're not feeling right, bruv. You're not well.
No, but I want to know. 200 years ago, you wasn't like thousands, millions
Walter,
of
you're not
Muslims
well. The
up north here.
definition of the word prophet is that he's bringing the word of God to half the world's population.
How do you prove?
How can you deny?
Listen to me. Because number one, Christ was perfect. He never made a sin. And Muhammad wasn't perfect. He committed adultery with his wives. He committed adultery with his wives. He wasn't
What did
even
David
of the
do?
Jewish
What did
line.
Adam do? What did everyone do?
Also, wait a minute. But no.
Was Jesus the only perfect one? Was Jesus
He's
the only
Son of
perfect one?
God. Hello.
Is he the only perfect
He's the
one?
Son of God.
Is he the only perfect one?
Son of God.
Is he the only perfect one out of all the prophets? So why use him as the fucking benchmark then? Why using him as the benchmark? You're measuring Muhammad against the Son of God. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Why would I listen
Why would you measure
Yeah,
a
do
mere
you know what?
man?
While you two are shouting at each other, the
Why
funny
would I
thing about this
listen?
whole thing is you're
Why
both
would I
wrong.
listen? Why would I listen? Why would I listen to a
Ultra, have I
person
made a claim,
who was
Ultra?
a
I've not made
sinner
no claims.
over God?
I'm saying, what
Why
is the
would I
definition
listen?
of the word
Why?
prophet? You can't say
listen
that
to
he's
me.
not a prophet.
Say it again. You just don't want to listen. Why would I listen to the mortal man when I could be listening to the Son of God?
I don't need to answer that because there's millions of people around the world doing that. There's millions of people around the world listening to Muhammad. So you're just one person. You're just one person. Who cares what you do?
Don't even speak Arabic.
Don't matter.
Walter, I just want to say, bro, if you're gonna debate someone about Islam, debate someone who was Christian that became Muslim. So
Listen,
big
he's
up
coming in here. He's telling me that my
will
book
beat everyone in the world. Big up Vellemy. Big up Ultra.
I'm not going to agree with a Muslim. That's only natural. So
no one's asking you to agree. We're saying to you that the Hebrew Israelites are saying that this is the book of their people. It documents their movements and their customs and their culture. You've come along and you said, no, this is our religion from God and blah, 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 blah. Bruv, you're wrong.
But again, the Hebrew
You're wrong.
Israelites.
They're right. You're wrong. What are you going to do?
Do you see what I'm saying? He's even picking.
You're wrong.
So they believe that Christ resurrected from the dead. Do you believe that?
Yeah, some of them do believe
they're
that.
right.
But the original ones,
most Hebrew
Israelites
Israelites believe in the
they went
resurrection.
astray. They've gone astray. They've gone astray.
Going astray. Man, I
But
missed
they
that.
have. But they have gone astray.
Yo, I believe in them. I believe them. Now you don't. They've gone astray.
We don't follow Paul. We follow James.
We don't follow James.
We follow James. You follow Paul.
Don't follow Luke.
We follow James, the brother of Jesus.
We don't have only. Listen. We don't.
Why would you follow
Not gonna lie, in the Caribbean, we follow the leader, follow the leader.
We don't follow only one prophet who said he heard voices. We follow number of apostles who say Christ existed and disciples. The witness of the Bible is to Christ. The witness of the Quran is to Muhammad.
How many of the 1 minute, Walter? How many of the four people that wrote Gospels actually witnessed the crucifixion?
I don't know.
Where's the account?
I was there.
Where's the account in the Bible saying
how many people
there and watched my Lord be nailed to the cross? They done the left hand first. They done the right hand second. Where's this account? Where is it?
Where's the account of Muhammad? Other witnesses seeing Muhammad talk to an angel.
What are you talking about?
I want to know. Muhammad, God.
I mean, that's evident. There's evidence.
God.
There's evidence.
Where?
There
What do you mean?
is?
The guy's got prophecies that he's telling you the future. If the angel didn't
Where?
tell him, who told him?
What prophecies?
Muhammad's got more prophecies than Nostradamus, bruv. What are you talking about?
Where?
What planet
What
are
are
you
you
living on?
talking about? You're
Muhammad's
just
got
saying
more
that out of
prophecies
nowhere.
than Nostradamus, bruv.
Name me one that he got right.
I don't need to name you. Go and do your own research. If you're not ready to come out here and talk.
Wait a minute. You're believing in a man who said he has all kinds of these prophecies, and you don't even know one that he at least.
I don't need to tell you them. I know them. I don't need to tell you them.
You know them. So
Yeah,
give me
Con,
one.
to be
Because
fair,
you're
Con,
trying
you just
to.
made a claim about prophecies. You're gonna have to back it up or shut the hell up.
What do you want? Muhammad's prophecies that came true.
No, the best one. The best one.
You want one?
The best.
You
No,
want
no,
one?
no,
At
not
least
one.
one.
The
Let's
best
start
one.
with one.
All right, Walter. In the Quran, there's a prophecy, or is it the Hadith? There's a prophecy. Yeah, I
It can't
correct
be
myself.
hadith. Hadiths can't count sometimes.
1 minute.
I
There
want a
is an
Quran.
account.
Quran is the word of God.
There is an account of a statement that the Prophet Muhammad made, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which is a hadith. Yeah, is a statement of his own speaking. Yeah, he said that there will come a time where the barefoot Arab that dwells in the desert will compete and be the leader in the building of skyscrapers and tall buildings.
What? Tall buildings and skyscrapers. That's what it says.
And the Arabs didn't
I
have
gotta see
that.
this verse.
They lived in tents. They did not have construction abilities. Prophet Muhammad
give me
predicted
the
that they
verse.
would
I want to go.
compete with the world leaders.
But you got to read me the verse. You got to read me the verse.
Is that what you want?
Jesus said, "And I will die, and in 3 days I will rise again." Quoted directed verbatim from Christ in the New Testament. Verbatim from Muhammad that in blah, 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 whatever year, I don't know, skyscrapers, because there's all kinds of skyscrapers. So, verbatim. I'd like to see the chapter and verse.
All right, let me get my glasses. My internet's thing.
If my battery dies out, guys, I'm sorry. Huh? I'm like at the tiny red here.
1 sec. I've got to put on my thing, my hotspot for my tablet. It should be here. 1 sec. I've got it here. Okay. Tall buildings in the Arab world. Skyscrapers, prophecy, beginning and end times. Okay, cool. Beg your pardon. Yeah.
Am I still on?
Yeah, you there? All right, cool. Can you hear me, Walter? Walter, you still there? Can you hear me? Walter,
I can't hear anything.
can anyone hear me?
Breaking up. Let me go to
Can you hear me?
to the chat because because my thing is dying over here, so I could hear this. Wait.
Ultra, who's thinking? Who's cutting out? Is it me or him?
Yeah, he's cutting out, man.
Oh.
He's still cutting out still. So what going? Yeah, man. Like
Yeah,
so,
man. I'm good.
Yeah. So how you know the Hebrews are right and the Christians are wrong?
Who you asking me?
Yeah, we get that information from, man.
Well, it's easy to explain why the Christians are wrong, isn't it? That's the easy part.
Why is that?
Well, you don't agree?
Well, I think they're all wrong. I think Islam's wrong, Christianity's wrong, Judaism's wrong.
Right. So that's one thing we're agreeing on. The Christians are wrong, right?
Yep.
Right. So then all we got to do is prove that the Hebrews are right.
No. Well, I believe it's wrong.
You believe the Hebrews are wrong?
Yep.
Okay. So when we look at the Bible, you can see that it's a document, isn't it? It's explaining. Yeah.
So I could say
from a
one thing
lineage
that
of leaders.
There's no story in the Bible that's been artifactually verified.
What do you mean, like with actual physical proof?
Mm-hmm.
What time is Vellemy like Carl's show starting? I'm getting rearing up to kind of get my self ready. What time?
You say, nah, mate. It's been on all day, mate.
No, I've not heard enough arguments, man. Where's all the retards and
It's been on all day, man. It's wait, you know what it is like? You're saying that it's just like, yeah, just come in. You get me?
Yeah, come. Let's
Take
stir
a
the
seat.
pot. I need to go sleep for a bit and then I'll come back later. Make sure there's some right degenerate. I can't here, thank God. He's one of the degenerates. So can we fill the panel up with more?
Why do you say God? Why don't you just say Allah?
Because the word God is whether I call God Waheguru, whether I call God, whether I call it Allah, it doesn't make no difference. It's just a word. You're fixated with words. Like to me, God is God, whether I call him Allah or Waheguru or what, it doesn't make no. That's why you don't get confused.
Can you call God Krishna as well?
If I want to call God Krishna, fair enough, that's fine.
Is that fine?
Because you're caught up with labels. That's the problem.
Is Allah a
with,
label? Is Allah a label or is God a label?
Let me say the problem with a lot of the Abrahamics, especially Islam, you get caught up with words and just generally like you don't really understand. When I say in the Guru Granth Sahib we have Allah in there, we have lots of other words for God. You get confused that
Yeah, but in the Bible they have lots of words for gods as well.
Yeah, but but when we say it, Muslims go crazy. Oh, Raj, I can't believe you said Allah. That means you believe in Islam. No, it just means that the word for God, whether it's Allah, it doesn't make no difference to me. I use the word Waheguru because that's the word that the Sikhism taught me. But if I was to call God Allah, what's the big deal?
Hey, Khan, have you read the whole Quran?
No.
No.
Oh no.
You.
So no. But that by that definition, yeah, does that mean that you're really a Muslim? Yeah.
Is that a definition?
Do you know what's so sad? Pakistani speaks more Muslim than you.
Listen. I'm saying by that definition, innit? Like of not reading the Quran.
You mean?
Yeah, not.
Oh, so that's the defining factor. Is that what you're saying? Whether you're a Muslim or not, you have the defining factor.
But listen, let me tell you the reason. Let me tell you the reason behind it. Yeah. Obviously, I'm not taking shots at you or nothing. I'll just tell you the reason why.
No, but I want you to. Like, it's a Kyle show, isn't it?
But I'm gonna tell you still. But,
come bring it.
Basically, why I said that, is because when anyone speaks to James SC, they say he can't criticize the Quran because he hasn't read it. So I'm saying, how can you believe in it? I'm saying that. How can you?
I've heard a lot of people say that to him. I've heard a lot of people say that.
Bare people said that to him.
Yeah, I've heard it loads of times.
Not just one person. There, bare people said that to him. You can't criticize Islam because he's not.
Especially the number one Muslim, Pakistani spect.
But if by that definition, that means that if you've not read the whole Quran, you shouldn't even be able to promote Islam then.
Can you bring that? Do you need to stir the pot? Can you bring?
To be honest.
Oh, so can you bring that little beloved, that little mohib, little munchkin on you? He's a little prick. Let's stir the pot up a bit. Bring that little degenerate on. He's always chatting about me and acting like he's like my goddamn Baba or something.
He's always nice to me though, Raj. He likes me.
Who does?
Beloved.
Beloved is that little weird little Bengali guy that looks like a munchkin. You know the guy. He goes speaking.
Mohib.
Mohib, yeah, that little weirdo.
The one who got banned from Speaker's Corner.
No, remember there's a little guy here that sometimes raps like he's out of some Indian Bollywood movie and has this kind of like weird hairstyle and stuff. It looks like Shah Rukh
That's
Khan
the
on crack.
fucking.
It looks like Shah
That's a
Rukh Khan on
fucking
crack.
definition, isn't it?
Yeah. You must
Explanation.
have seen him. Yeah, he's a nutcase, that little guy. Bring him on. If it's a,
Mad,
can I
isn't
say
it?
Pakistani spec today without you going mad, Veli?
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
but wait. But listen. One thing, like I'm trying to say, what we're not gonna try and do, yeah, is like I was saying, it's not gonna be a right. I'm just gonna jump on and just start dissing this one and dissing that one. They're not
Why
even there
not?
to say nothing back. No, but if they're not there to say nothing back, like they have to at least be in the comments
No,
or
but that's
about to
your
get
rule, though.
to reply.
Respect
Nah, but
that
I'm saying,
that you can him when he's not there. Don't mind.
yeah. All right, cool, man.
Oh yeah, so
He's a fucking big like.
can we do a show
That's
next
what
time? Yeah, not today, but let's go through some words in Turkish. I'm gonna get who was his?
Oh, I found another one, Raj. I found another one.
Which one?
I was watching this program on YouTube called The Best Ever Food Review Show, and the guy was showing the Sikhs that cook food for charity and whatever. And they had a big grill. They had a big grill that they were cooking the bread on, and the woman referred to it as a tava.
Yeah, tava. Yeah, tava.
Yeah, that means the same thing in Turkish.
All right, yeah. So it's definitely
Or pan. Even a frying pan, we call it a tava.
Yeah, so either it's
So how many words have we found now?
There's
About
loads,
3 or
man.
4.
Yeah, there'll be. I guarantee if you sat down and like really went through words.
But why is it only with your lot I can find it, Raj? I can't find it with anyone.
Because what's happened is that when they went into, so the Turks went into India, and so the part that they kind of stopped at was the Punjab. So you had the Turks going through here, and so the Turks kind of resided within the Punjab. That's why the Punjabi language has a lot of Farsi, has a lot of Turkish, has a lot of Iranian words, or obviously and Persian and stuff like that within it. So I guarantee you, like there's another kind of like a experiment they've done with an Iranian and a Punjabi, and they were going through words, and they couldn't recognize them. So I know Ganda. What do you say for what's Ganda? Have you ever heard of Ganda?
What is it? Tell me.
It's rubbish. What's the word for rubbish in Turkish?
No, that's not Turkish.
That's an Iranian word. So when I said it, what's his name? What's that guy's name? Banksy. Oh, that means Ganda. So right now we know there's 2 words. What's the word that I said last? Oh, I said sharabi.
Sharabi, yeah.
Sharabi. Alki, yeah.
Yeah. Wino.
Yeah, wino, yeah, wino. So whenever I say big R, there's sharabi.
Your mate Dave, left a message on my YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, what did he say?
Batman Dave.
Batman Dave saying that he's being sectioned, and I'll grass them up to the police or something.
What?
I'm like, obviously you're chatting shit in it because you can't be typing YouTube messages while you're being sectioned. Yeah, obviously.
Well, this the age of the phone, you know. This the age of the phone. He could be.
Yeah.
He could have a minuscule phone typing as he's now being kind of like sedated. How do we know? Yeah, so yeah, he's gone a bit crazy, that boy. Some people have gone mad recently. I don't know what's happened. He's gone a bit mad as well. He needs to calm down. Yeah. So there's quite a few words. So what about Emily?
Huh?
I'm talking to Khan. That means that's another word for a wino, like somebody who's like. So I call. So whenever I call big R, I say big R. There should I be Emily? So sharabi means like a wino, and Emily means like a proper drunk. You know when you see on the streets that are walking about like can't stand. Yeah. We'll go through. We'll do a show next time on. I don't know where. We go through loads of work.
You know that they
big up.
But all this friendliness between Raj and Kanye is like, nah, fuck all that, man. This needs to be beef section.
No, but the problem is.
Should I say one more thing? Should I say one more thing, Raj? They done a test between Turkish and Native American, and they had over 200 similar words.
Yeah, that's weird, man. For such a distance.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. So what's going on, bro? I ain't got too long yet. I just wanted to ask you a question. I heard a minute ago, like 10 minutes ago, you was talking to Walter about do them prophecies mean shit to you? Like, do they make you believe?
Yeah.
Like the tall building one.
Yeah.
But do you not see where there's an issue there?
Yeah.
In like Muslims could just build tall buildings because the prophet predicted it.
You got to remember, bro, the man's a prophet. If he starts making all these predictions that don't come true, then they're hit and miss.
Yeah, but Khan, do you
wait. Hey, Khan, how many prophecies has he made that hasn't come true yet? Because this is like an everlasting thing, isn't it?
No,
these prophecies are going to be lasting for the fucking whole until Earth, until the fucking sun goes into supernova and the Earth explodes and all that shit. Yeah, then that's the only time that you're going to say, oh yeah, well, this is the end of the prophecy and so. But
hey, do you believe? So Khan, 1 minute, Khan, do you believe in it? Do you believe in the Tower of Babel in the Quran or the thingy?
In the
Bible. In the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, so when he's talking about tall buildings, this wasn't something that no one had heard about in the 6th century. People knew about tall buildings.
That's right.
Not only that, Raj, you're missing my point. My point is, they know that their prophet is predicted.
Wait,
For
James,
example,
was the pyramids of Giza built before the prophet was alive?
Yeah, of course, around 3,000 years before.
Just take a minute and let that sink in, innit? I'm going back on mute, man. Fuck.
Known. That's not what's important. That he couldn't have known there was such thing as a full building. I don't even think.
1 minute, James. Are you trying to say that it's unsubstantiatable?
No, man. You should let me finish. I'm saying if I told you, I believe something to be true, and the thing that I believe to be true, the person who told me that also said, tomorrow I'm gonna wear a red t-shirt. You don't think there's a conflict of interest in there if I wear a red t-shirt tomorrow? In fact, I already believe that everything he says true is gonna happen. Everything he says is gonna happen is gonna come true. Then one of the things he said is, tomorrow I'm gonna wear a red t-shirt.
Being who? I being himself, or I being?
Okay, one more time.
You're saying a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes, and not only that,
let me explain how this is true. 1 minute, James.
Hold on. Not only that, they have autonomy as to whether or not this gets fulfilled or not. I.e., if they so choose, those Muslims could say, we're not building a tall building. How about we all, just to test to see if our prophet's telling the truth, none buildings being built, but they're not going to do that, are they?
I said, let me give you an exact real life example, though. Hold on. Let me give you. There's a prophecy by Prophet Muhammad. Hold on, buddy. There's a prophecy called Ghazwat al-Hind from Prophet Muhammad, which is that India would be invaded and will be made Muslim by the end times. Now, this prophecy has been used by the invaders of like the Turks and the Mughals in order to invade India. So they were doing like a self-fulfilled prophecy because they were told it was going to happen. And even in Pakistan now, the reason why there's a lot of tension, they still use that prophecy that India will be conquered because Prophet Muhammad said it. So they're trying to fulfill a prophecy.
Yeah. But let's get something straight.
Hold on a sec, yeah, because Ultra made a point, that no one let sink in. That I'm gonna make it again, I waited till there was a moment of silence as well, so we can all let it sink in. Like, Ultra, you still there? Because it was your point, like I don't want to
punished him. God punished him.
For it. But alright, obviously, he might be talking to Mrs. Ultra or something, innit? But so, the point that Ultra made was at the time of the prophecies, the pyramids of Giza was already built.
Yeah, for 3,000 years.
No one is. You're Mr. Belly. I don't know if you've been paying attention. I think why Art Khan, do you actually believe that is a credible reason for believing someone's a prophet? Is because man that already believe in my man have the choice about whether or not to build the buildings. So if they build the buildings, already believing everything he says comes to be true, there's a clear conflict of interest. There's another phrase I'm looking for, but I can't think of it. But there's a clear conflict here now, or there is a there.
But James,
but it makes it not metaphysical and spiritual.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but he's not saying that they're going to build some buildings. He's saying that they're going to rival the world in buildings, even though everyone's got a head start on them.
No, but bruv, it doesn't matter, bruv. America, let's say they don't mind, for example, someone else having a taller building than them. They mind someone having more nuclear weapons than them. So if the prophet said Saudi Arabia will have the greatest arsenal the world has ever seen, and it managed to come to pass given all of their setbacks and the fact that they're far more primitive culturally than Americans,
I'd be like, yeah, that's some prophetic shit. If it's building the tallest building, that's not hard. Someone could build the tallest building tomorrow, and the Saudis will just build another taller one because they're prophet, because it's in their book, and they want to make it look like. Do you get what I mean? Like,
No, but the prophecy's been fulfilled. They don't need to do it anymore.
This
But it's a weak prophecy, though. Very weak.
Very weak. It's
Yeah.
very
Okay.
it's
That's
not
just
even
one. That was just an example of one.
Yeah, I know there's another prophecy that women and men. Hold on, women and men, yeah, women are going to behave like men, and men are going to behave like women. But the people could have seen that thousands of years ago. I bet millions of people have said that in the past. It's not. You have to have something very
That's a weak
specific.
prophecy, though. That's a weak prophecy, though. That's
Yeah,
not
weak as well. So you need something very
strong one?
specific
Wait,
to
hold
say.
on. Let's stop picking bones. What's the strong one? Go on, Con.
Yeah, the strong one.
I don't know. Like, do you want me to Google it or something?
Yeah, Google
No,
it.
no, stop. You cited a prophecy to show that
Google it.
Muhammad was a prophet. Walter, with his whack self, come up with the stupidest one. Jesus said he was going to come back alive, and he came back alive, like completely unverifiable. Yeah, even your building one was better than his bullshit ass example. Yeah, but if you don't have an actual strong one, then why do you make the claim that he was a prophet?
What I'm saying is, when you look at what the definition of what a prophet is, yeah, Muhammad fulfills that. So whether you believe him or not, in him or not, you can still say he's a prophet because he spread the word of God. Whether or not there's a real God is it's not the point, isn't it? The point is he's a prophet of God. He spread the word of God.
I'm going to drop out so you can bring Rob Speaker's Corner in it, because I think Rob needs to kind of like destroy you, Khan.
Murder.
Sorry, dude.
Bobby,
I'm going to give him a space. I'll come back later.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
me and Khan are both believe in God, so I kind of feel sorry for him in a way. So I might have to defend
Why
him.
you feel sorry for me like they're winning?
No, because we're the God crew and they're the atheist crew. So in a way, even my enemy, like you understand, like if I was even siding with Raspek the other day. Because,
Oh, you mean you're sympathetic?
yeah, because we both believe in God.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah? We
Raj
both
and
believe in
Ras.
God. So these guys
Ras and Raj.
are trying to do like atheist dawa.
England, Dave and Dan, but
England, Dave and Dan, did it?
DID.
Yeah.
You, Dave, England, Dan. Oh, shit.
I have to say that, you know, like on here, I only feel unity with Khan on this channel and with respect. Otherwise, I hate these guys. I'm only joking.
It's a perfect environment.
It's a good environment because we got one thing in common, which is that we believe in
Banksy
God.
and Raj love Raspek more than any member of gang. There's not one member of gang that loves Raspek more than Raj and Banksy.
That is true. Well, I don't know about Banksy.
No, definitely, because every show or every time man jumps on, man makes a comparison to something Raspek done.
Yeah, we have to, man. We have to.
Apart from Vellemy, well,
they love that.
He's like the kind of like I mean he's like if he goes away I'll be upset because I need to always bash Raspek. It's kind of like my daily thing.
No, you need to always bash over Raspek.
Yeah. Oh, don't say that. It's a bit salty. Calm down, man. I haven't done that today yet. I have to wait.
Oh no!
Waiting for him to email a good pick because he normally emails me a pick.
Hey, Rod, stop, please, man.
Well, you're the one that mentioned it. Don't go in the gutter if you don't want me to go in the gutter with you.
No, just leave me in the gutter by myself, please. Yeah?
Oh, the other prophecy that's a self-fulfilling prophecy is that with Israel and the Temple Mount. So there's a prophecy that the Temple Mount, the Jews will go to Israel and they will destroy the mosque and build the Temple Mount. Now, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy as well, because Trump and everybody and Bush has been trying everything they can in order for that to actually come to fruition. Yeah. So that's another self-fulfilling prophecy. Can you not see if somebody has a prophecy and you have power, you can make that prophecy kind of come true if you have enough clout and enough power. Can you not see that, Con?
Yeah.
So if they say, the tall buildings are, the rest of the world are going to build tall buildings and blah, 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 then Saudi Arabia or any of these countries, if they've got enough political power, can make that come true, can't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not really a good indicator of. I mean, the prophecy needs to be something that you can't really influence.
I thought the point that man was making was that Man was going to tell us some prophecies that came true.
No, he told me, does the prophecies make you believe more? And I said, yeah. And he said, yeah, but it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
No, but I thought Walter was getting you to show us prophecies that came true. And then James said, well, forget about that. Just show us the strongest one. And then you said about the tall buildings in it.
No, I didn't say it was the
Yeah,
strongest
but
one.
I can't. I'm assuming that.
Yeah, you did, Khan. I said to you, I want the strongest, the best one.
Lying, bro.
You said tall
I
buildings.
didn't.
I was laughing while I was on
I
mute.
didn't say it was the strongest one. I didn't say it was the strongest one.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. You're lying.
I asked you for the strongest one.
Yeah,
I asked you for the strongest one.
liar.
Look, okay,
liar.
Ad hominems now, yeah? Trying to wiggle out of it, yeah? Cool.
No, chopped off your left leg, yeah? He chopped off your left leg, yeah, and was laughing while you was bleeding there, and then he went on mute, and then when you said something else...
Well, somebody in the chat then give a proper example, because Munda's saying that that's not a good one. But what give us a good prophecy then?
No, there's no prophecies, bro. Listen, it's nonsense.
Oh, no.
And I think James just, he laid it out, bro. Listen to me. You can't talk to me about tall buildings if there was no tall structures in the fucking world. If there were any tall structures in the world, hashtag the pyramids, yeah, then saying that there's going to be tall fucking structures is a dickhead thing, bro. It's a listen. Listen, I'm tired, bro. Fuck this. It's Vellemy Carl, and I'm fucking tired of you religiously. All of you just talk shit, yeah? Then I'm just going to put it out. You talk shit, and I'm tired of it. No, fuck this, man. I'm done. Listen, all these religious people, they think they know this thing, and their things, but no, bro, listen, you're talking shit. You don't know. Shut the hell up. I get it. You believe it. You want to believe it. Makes you happy. Your life's great. Shut up. Shut up. It's dumb, bro. It's dumb. Prophet Muhammad said that there's going to be tall buildings. Bro, there were tall buildings already. Shut up. Give me something else.
And you do believe in that?
The prophecy is that there will be the world leaders in buildings.
Yeah, but you do know that you believe in the Tower of Babel as well.
And find me another prophecy.
You shut up. You come out with a fucking prophecy saying Jamaicans are going to beat the world in tall buildings, yeah? Is that going to make Jamaicans want to run out and start building
I'm not
buildings?
going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what you're talking about. All I want is a prophecy. I want a good prophecy. That's all I want.
He's a liar.
Yo,
ain't no Jamaicans going to start running out, spending millions to build tall buildings just because
of course they will. If the Jamaican, if Marcus
lie.
Garvey made a prophecy and it was a
Oh
religion,
my God,
so
you're taking
Marcus
it there.
Wait. So if Marcus Garvey was Prophet Muhammad to Jamaicans, yeah, and there was a prophet called Garveyism or whatever, yeah, and he said Jamaicans are going to be building the tallest buildings, and people was following Garvey's word to a T, so they had to live their life like him, and they had to act like him, whatever, and be as whatever he said, do whatever he's laid out that God said that you have to do. Then of course they're going to try and build a fucking tall building. Why do you think they're not going to? Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, and another prophecy is when he said that we said, Khan. Another prophecy is when he said, all right, so
it's prophesied that they're going to build it, so that's going to be in their head every day. When it's going to be prophesied that we're going to be the two buildings. How are we going to build the two buildings?
Yeah, and there's another prophecy that there'll be 72 sects, and I've realized there's now 72 sects. Like, can you not see? If you said there's going to be 72 sects, yeah, then there'll be.
So you're saying that they can make it so there's 72 sects and stop at 72?
Yeah, they could. They just don't recognize any other sects, and I've seen it. I mean, I think there's actually almost like maybe for me, it sounds like there's like 1,000 sects within Islam, but they've stopped at 72 because that was a prophecy. But if you really look at the amount of differences between each group,
so there's actually 72 sects now. Then.
Yeah, I mean that's the minimum. That's the prophecy. There'll be 72 sects. Yeah. So they haven't gone past that. So they always say.
But there's also the prophecy of the defeat of the Byzantines and that they will make a comeback within X amount of years, and it happened. That's like me saying America's global imperialism will end, and then they'll come back after X amount of years, and I get it right. And you're like, oh no,
I get it, Khan. Basically, what you're saying, Khan, just get over it, bro. It's all garbage.
Hold on one
sec. Get over it, man. I'm done with all this nonsense.
One sec. You're just dumb anyway. I'm talking
Of
to
course,
James.
yeah, but I
You're
don't
dumb. You
fucking,
know
I
some
don't deny
buses,
that I'm a
man.
fucking dummy, bro.
You're
I don't
dumbo.
deny that I'm a
Get
dummy.
out of
I don't
here.
deny
You're
that my
comedy. You're a
intelligence
comedian.
is lacking.
Comedian.
I don't deny these things, Khan.
Don't
But what I'm
speak
saying
then.
is, you're talking shit, bro.
Oh, fuck
Oh
off.
no.
You're full of shit, Ultra. Go fuck yourself, man. I dare
God.
you.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not gonna
Oh
lie, I'm
no.
in prick
Yeah,
mode.
you
I am
know
in
what? You
prick
know what,
Yeah,
mode.
Khan? I
no.
agree with Ultra. You know,
Prick.
I agree with
Is it,
Ultra.
James, is it a self-fulfilling prophecy when they predicted the rebound of the Byzantine Empire? Because they had no control over the Byzantines.
Yeah, it sounds like a lucky guess to me.
So
Oh,
I'll give you. Hold on. I'll give you another prophecy. Yeah. So listen to this prophecy. He said. So Prophet
no,
Muhammad
but
said
we want
before
one that
the.
we can
Oh,
analyze.
one minute. Yeah. So this is a prophecy. He says before the battle of Badr, he showed exactly where each of his enemies' chiefs would be killed. They all died in the exact location stated. Now that could be a self-fulfilling
Then
prophecy
people
again,
can move the bodies
because yeah, not only that, if they were told by the prophet that they're going to die in that place, maybe they'll just go to that place and fight to the death.
and die.
And die. So they would have. It's just
Now, how many people willingly died to make a prophecy come true? Are you saying?
I'm saying that. I'm not saying they did do that. I'm saying that there's a problem with it. You can nitpick it. You need to find a prophecy which is concrete, and that one can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because
Are you taking the piss? Are you actually taking the piss, bro? Throughout history, religious people have been fucking murdering each other to make their shit the supreme and make it really happen. Don't piss me off. Are you trying to upset my feelings? Nah.
No,
I'm calling time on this nonsense. This is Vellemy Carl. Yeah. Fuck this. It's all bullshit. Let it go.
He's actually become ultra
Let it go.
demon.
Let it go. Trust me.
He's become
He's
ultra
become Venom.
demon today. Ultra
He's
demon.
Venom.
Yeah, he's
Ultra
gone mad.
Venom.
Venom. Yeah, Ultra Venom.
Yeah, so here's another
You know
one.
what it
Yeah.
is? Can't. Listen, on a level, I am being a prick. I'm being a facetious prick, yeah. But
Don't worry
I'm not
about
going to lie to you, Con. If I'm honest, I hear you. You love the prophet. You love everything he says. You need your shit to be true and all the rest. And I get that, bro. To be honest, I'm just being a bit of a cunt. However, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, just reevaluate it from an objective standpoint. Now, you're going to say, oh, I am, or I can, or I do, but you don't. Your thinking's immediately skewed because your shit shapes your entire worldview. It's so difficult for you to step out of it.
How does it?
Huh?
We're having a conversation. James
About
is
prophecies.
saying
I'll
that's
ask
a
you for your
self-fulfilling
strongest prophecy.
prophecy.
Wait,
So I'll
hold-
bring
do
you
you agree,
another.
though?
No one answered you.
All right, so
You
here's
said that
another.
and you dipped.
Hold on.
You said
Hey,
that and you dipped. I was talking to James.
Con, here's another one, yeah? Another prophecy. He said, this Prophet Muhammad said his daughter Fatima would be the first of his family to die after him, which happened. Like, can you not see how that could have easily been a self-fulfilling prophecy? If he said
What
his
you're saying
daughter...
is that people willingly died to fulfill a prophecy.
Yes.
Muhammad didn't look like a
People
man.
that are very religious, yeah. So if you was to have the daughter, yeah, he's got. I'm not sure how many daughters, and he was saying the first one to die would have been Fatima. Then they could have easily. I'm not saying that's what they did, but it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy there.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a prophecy fulfilled if that person deliberately did that.
No, we're not talking about
And we don't know
deliberately.
if the people that died were aware of the fact that they were prophesied
Right, so
to
here's
die.
another prophecy.
We don't know that.
Right, so here's another prophecy. Prophet Muhammad said that he would kill one of his enemies of the Muslims, Ubay ibn Khalaf, which he achieved at the Battle of Uhud. So he said he was going to kill someone, and he killed him.
Right.
Is that a prophecy, or is that him just saying, "I'm going to kill that man"?
Doesn't it
I'm
sound
going to
like
get him. But that's what's listed as a prophecy. Yeah, it's the
For
kind
me,
of.
it is a prophecy. It is a prophecy, actually.
Oh, fuck's sake. Is that man like TNT? I just slid in like, yeah, I'm here, bitches. No.
Oh, he's just
Oh, shit. Yo,
I was trying to sneak in, and then he's just saying,
Yeah, man.
Right, I need to cheat, yeah. Spare the pot of it.
Hey, Raj. Hey, Raj. Hold on. Wait, Raj, before you go, Raj, before you go, you see, after the first guru, yeah, see, when he passed, Sikhism was never the same. It was never the same. You see, if the first guru, you see, if every motherfucker on the planet stuck to his shit, we'd live in the closest thing to a utopia. Yeah?
Oh, you should be an audacity.
Listen, no, listen. everything is fucked up in the world. Everything's shit. And do you know why? It's because my thing's better than your thing, and your thing's better than my thing, and I like hot water, but I like cold water, and I like lukewarm water. It's all fucking nonsense. With human beings, cut the fuckery. If your shit is so great, why do you want to kill people?
Yeah. Khan,
You want to kill me. You want to kill me right now.
I don't want to kill you, Ultra.
Zulu. Listen, yeah. I'm gonna let Ultra bully the Bible today, innit, man?
Oh no! Oh no!
I saw the title in it. I wanted to come and support
Ultra,
Christianity, but
according to sorry, go ahead.
Oh, can't. I'm going here. Stay strong. Don't let them.
Don't bend, man.
Ultra knows I'm a hardcore Christian. There's no verse you can pull at me.
I'll let these demons destroy you.
I'll have to marry his wife and bring up children as my own.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want you to bring up my. If I wouldn't want you to bring up my fucking children as your. Are you dumb? If you kill me, I want my wife to poison your food. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? How are you gonna fucking murder Ultra and then hit up my wife? That's a disrespect, bro. Keep that shit down. Listen, hear what I'm saying? If you murder Ultra, my wife is gonna poison your food, blood. My wife's gonna put crushed glass in your food. Hear what I'm saying? If you murder Ultra, you're done for. And I'm not gonna lie to you, Khan.
Who invented this thing about crushed glass?
I don't know, some spiteful wife.
Crazy.
Like,
crushed
glass.
glass.
Listen to what I'm saying. You see that rule there? I'm not gonna lie. Whether it's Islamically or not, if you believe that that's a good thing, you need to go fuck yourself. Let me tell you why. You can't murder, man. Take my children's father away from them, and then think that cozying up to my wife, their mom,
listen.
Is a good thing, bro. It's an idiot thing, that blood.
They forget all about you, mate.
If the woman is married, it's supposed to. I don't know, what kind of.
Would they have to kill the woman or the children? I don't know.
If the woman is married, you can't take
as well.
You can't take the woman if she's married.
That's nice of God, isn't it?
It's not nice of God. It's called the brutality of reality. It's called war.
That's nice of God.
Hold on. It's called going to war in that environment in the Old Testament. That's what it's called.
Bro, you can't go to war. You can't go to war.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Yeah, because they always put human stipulations and say, yeah, but it's just what the humans are doing. Like God don't make the rules for what the humans do.
Yeah, it's all.
Hello, Vellemy. How are you, Vellemy?
Well, I mean,
we're slide in, Fuck
it. When the lion kills the cubs that are not his own, is that evil or is that nature?
That's evil,
bro. Oi, witness. Let me ask you a question.
You can be evil, witness.
Hold on, Zulu. Witness. Big up yourself, my bro. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. You see, if me and you got into a problem, and you decided, you know what, Ultra, I've had enough of your facetious, annoying prickery. And we get into it, and then somehow, like I'm able to overpower you. I'll box you in the right place, and you drop down and die. Yeah, is it right for me to then run up into your yard and tell your wife, "Oh, by the way, I fucked up, witness. Your kids are now mine. You're mine. Get over it." Is that right?
Well, the woman won't be yours if she's mine. If she was mine,
are you witness, Zulu? Are you witness?
I thought you asked me.
In response to your question, I would say that is immoral. That is bad.
Do you know what?
That's how the Bible is immoral.
You haven't answered my question about the lion. You haven't answered my question about the lion.
Is your name witness?
Hold on. Is the lion evil, Ultra, for killing the cubs that are not his own?
I don't think.
Was it nature?
No. Listen, you can't compare animals to human beings. What separates us? Well, I mean, you can, in the sense that we've got red blood cells and all that stuff. But animals don't have this fucking self-righteous sense of morality and God concepts, bro. All they give a shit about is, I'm hungry, I need to shit. That's it.
Wait, you know the funny thing,
and I need to fuck.
Ultra, you know the funny thing, though, not all lions kill cubs. Most of them do, but there are some lions who choose not to kill the cubs.
Those are deviants. Those are deviants.
Witness, isn't that if the queen lioness joins forces with him to overthrow the king, then he spares her cub? That's how it is.
It's just that in this generation we're too soft. We look back at these times and we're like, why would they do that? Oh, we're too soft.
If the lioness joins forces with the new king, like the new lion, then he spares the Cubs.
Probably,
Apparently.
yeah, I guess
I
so,
don't
yeah.
know. I don't know
I'm
about
still
that.
trying
See,
to. I'm still trying to understand though, how 3 white Americans were responsible for creating the Seventh-day Adventist Church, but somehow a black person who calls himself an Israelite also calls himself
3
a
white
Seventh-day
Americans.
Adventist. Yeah.
You want to
3
throw
is the
digs?
magic
Okay.
number.
You want
Yeah.
fine? That's
No,
fine.
you know what I want to know,
You want to throw
Witness?
digs?
How is it possible that years ago someone invented a religion called the Jehovah's Witness that predicted the end of the world, and they were all supposed to kill themselves just before the end of the world so they could go to heaven? Apparently, that's how you go to heaven. And
He's
for
not a
some
Jehovah's
reason,
Witness.
years later, no, I'm just asking. Years later, this religion's still going. I don't understand that. How is that possible? They're supposed to be killing themselves to go heaven, yet they're still alive.
Where did they say that? I'd like to know that. I've
The
known of
original
a
Jehovah
cult.
Witness, the original Jehovah Witness cult was a death cult, and all the
Oh.
original members killed themselves. I think maybe the leader didn't go through with it and just started off with a new bunch of people. Like, but he
Really?
convinced them all to kill themselves. Yeah. Mad
Weird.
thing.
Yeah, I've seen other
Mad.
cults that have done the same thing as well, which is confusing. I don't
Heaven's
get it.
Gate.
Yeah, and I was reading about the Seventh-day Adventists. They have 28 fundamental beliefs. I
I've
struggle
got the
to
book
find.
right now, the 28
I struggle
fundamentals.
to
I've
find
got the book.
anything there about Hebrew Israelites. And the
Wow.
founders of
Well,
the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Joseph Bates, James White, Ellen G. White. I've struggled to find any books from them claiming to be descendants of Israelites. So I don't know how that works out.
well, you need to understand I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. First of all, I'm a Christian. Second of all, when I say I'm a Hebrew, I'm not saying I follow the doctrine of ISUPK or any of these modern camps. I'm claiming that I have ancestry that goes back to Abraham and Jacob, due
But
to the
can you
historical
prove that?
evidence
Can you
of the
prove that though?
migrations.
Can you prove that?
I'm giving you ways that I prove this through
No, I mean
looking at the
genetically.
through looking at the historical migrations of the Hebrews after 70 AD and before 70 AD, looking at the depictions of the Hebrew Israelites in archaeology, what they look like us, Negroes,
Who's
Bantus.
up?
When you look at the Bantu, hold on, let me finish. When you look at the Bantu spiritual system, which is the only monotheistic African spiritual system in all of Africa, you see that the
Really?
connections with the migrations of the Jews clearly indicate that the Bantus are living descendants of the Shemitic Hebrews. That is my angle. I use historical evidence. I use scientific evidence to prove that I'm a Hebrew. But my belief system is Christianity. There
Have
we
you
go.
said that you are a descendant of the tribe called Dan?
Gad. G-A-D.
Gad, sorry. G-A-D,
Yes.
Gad. Yeah. But the 3 founders don't talk about being descendants of any tribe.
Because Christianity isn't about race, isn't about skin color or heritage. Christianity, if you are a descendant of Adam, you have a claim to grace by Christ. So being a Hebrew Israelite is different to being a Christian. So if you're black, you're going to heaven, and Jesus is coming to make white people your slaves. And I'm not Hebrew Israelite. So
Not all of them say that. Not all of them say that.
You can't come at me with, oh, your founders were white, because that doesn't mean anything to me. That's not going to affect me.
Well, it is actually. It will affect, because as you've admitted here, you said that you're an Israelite and you were talking to Khan and you were talking about their Bantu features, as you said. So you've attributed a race to the Israelites. You've then stipulated that you are part of a tribe, Gad, as you've told us. And at the same time, you've also said that you're a Seventh-day Adventist. So I'm simply looking at what the founders of the Seventh-day Adventist said.
Well, I
their
learned I was
28
an
fundamental
Israelite.
beliefs. Their 28
Well, I learned
fundamental beliefs.
by the SDAs. I learned I was an
Sorry?
Israelite by Seventh-day Adventism. I learned
Sorry?
some of Seventh-day Adventism actually triggered me to even know that I'm Israelite. Because prior to that, I thought the Hebrews were white and olive-skinned, and I would argue against Hebrew Israelites and people that would propose such a thing. So Seventh-day Adventism made me actually understand that the Israelites were actually black.
Where does it say that in their 28 fundamental beliefs?
Well, the 28 fundamental beliefs are fundamental beliefs of the spiritual system, not about race and identity. So you're not going to find Israelites are black in a spiritual system fundamentally
book. You're not going to, because that's not the main
Precisely.
crux of the belief.
Exactly.
But the cause
part
of the belief isn't about race.
The part about race that you've brought in, that you were talking to Khan about, when you were talking about your Bantu features and their Bantu features, where does that come from? Because as you've just pointed out to us, it doesn't come from the 28 fundamental beliefs of the Seventh-day Adventists. So where are you getting that from?
He's saying his religion and his race is separate.
That's what I'm saying. Witness, you're trying to amalgamate nationality and religion. I'm telling you, my religion, my belief system is the Seventh-day, but my identity, my nationality is from a descendant of the tribe of Gad.
But
That is my ancestry.
But you make an effort to follow the laws of the Old Testament.
Make an effort to follow Christianity.
The laws that were given to the
like
Israelites.
Christ, a Christ follower.
You make an effort to defend and to follow the laws that were given to Moses by God, and then Moses told the Israelites about them. Isn't that the laws that you do your best to follow?
I do my best to. That is my goal. And the laws happen to be a part of that.
Zulu, do you believe that Jesus died and rose again on the third day?
100%.
Okay. So you're a Christian then, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I'm a Christian.
Yeah, but come on, that's no big deal. Israelites believe that as well.
Oh, is it what
Hebrew Israelites? Witness think white man's the devil. They're obviously making up their.
Do Hebrew Israelites believe in Jesus? Am I just being dumb?
Israelites.
No, some of them don't.
You see, now you've admitted to it. Not all of them believe the same thing. Some of them do believe in it, and some of them don't.
But I'm
saying
Hebrew Israelite.
Okay, do you the 613 commandments?
Oh my
What is your opinion on them? Because you've clearly defended those commandments, which are spiritual.
Answer the question, Zulu. It's a fair question.
Witness, I've defended those commandments because I follow Yeshua.
Those commandments were given to who, Zulu?
Those commandments are eternal.
Who were they given to when Moses came down the mountain? Okay. And you've just told us that you are part of the tribe of who? Gad. And are Gad Israelites?
Yes.
Yes. So you do also adhere to the spirituality that is spoken about in the Old Testament.
The race of Yeshua. Which is a concept. This is a concept you may not understand if you would like me to explain.
I'm just trying to understand how that works, that spirituality in the Old Testament works with the spirituality of the Seventh-day Adventists, because they don't mention it in the 28 fundamental beliefs.
They don't mention the 10 commandments.
They don't talk about belonging to a tribe of Israelites. Spiritually.
Because like I explained to you, the concept of there being a race and identity is irrelevant when it comes to the spiritual realm, because ultimately we are just beings.
You said race. So are you saying that you can only be an Israelite if you're black?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite.
He just said he's not saying that. He just said he's not saying that.
Yeah, he's saying they were originally black, but obviously some of them are white now, isn't it? But
I'm saying, oh my gosh!
What are you saying?
Witness, let me elaborate, or let me give you my belief system, my understanding, so no one can. Okay. So when it comes to being an Israelite is come from Israel, which is Jacob. You come from Jacob. So if someone says they're Israelite, they're saying they come from Jacob. There is a spiritual Israelite who can be adopted into the tribe by believing and keeping the commandments of that the Israelites follow. We see this many times in the Bible where foreigners and Gentiles have accepted the faith and have joined into the fold and have been called children of Abraham, even though by biologically they're not children of Abraham. I'm claiming to be both. I'm claiming to be a physical descendant of Abraham by blood, DNA, by ancestry, and a spiritual follower of his belief system. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, I just need to clarify. So a follower of the spiritual system of whose deity again?
Abraham's deity, or the deity of the Israelites, Yahuwah.
Okay, the deity of Abraham, which is spoken about in the Old Testament.
Yes, and in the New.
Abraham's story and his encounter with God and the discussions he has with God, that's all in the Old Testament.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, when we come into the realm of the Seventh-day Adventists, and we look at the people like Joseph Bates, James White, Ellen G. White, when you follow that, you're following it from a spiritual perspective as well.
Only.
No, I'm asking,
Only
are you
from a
following,
spiritual
are you,
perspective. There's no
yeah.
as well.
Okay, so the Seventh-day Adventist Church, you are following from a spiritual perspective. And as you mentioned, the Old Testament, Abraham and the deity that Abraham followed, you're also following that from a spiritual perspective.
It's like one and the same.
It's one and the same. Yep.
Yeah.
And then when you talk about, and then when you talk about the tribe, as you've mentioned, that you follow,
Yes.
you say genetically.
Yes, from an historical standpoint, I'm from the I'm an Ngani tribes, which consists of the Zulu, Xhosa, and the Bele. They come from the tribe of Gad, one of the descendants of Gad, historically, through the migrations of the Nile River.
Because you see, this is where it starts getting murky, because if you go into Revelations 21:12, and it talks about heaven, and it talks about the gates, and it mentions the various gates that will be named,
Tribes.
and then it will have the tribes. The tribe that
Yes,
you've mentioned,
I'm
Gad,
aware.
is mentioned in
Yes.
there. And so when it
But does
talks
it
about
not
it,
also
and when it
also
talks about
mention?
it when it talks about it in Revelations 21:12, it's talking about it from a spiritual perspective.
But does it not
Just
only? Does it
quickly,
not
sorry to
only?
interrupt,
Does it
guys.
not
Khan,
also?
I just spoke to my wife. I said to her, if Khan killed me, like, and he wanted to link you and raise my kids, like, what's the score? She told me to tell him to go fuck himself. So yeah, just
That's
let that
out of
sink in.
order. That is out of order.
Okay, so to respond to what they read in the same chapter, or if not this chapter after, does it not also say that in the heaven there is a multitude which cannot be numbered from people of every nation, every tongue, and every kindred, all in paradise? So we see this isn't an issue in the heavenly sanctuary, because all those that are saved are from many nations, many tongues, many peoples, many races. So this is why I say
never
to
brought
you,
in race, though. This whole thing, I never brought in race. I was talking about the theology. You're the one who brought in the Bantu thing that you discussed with Khan.
no, because you mentioned, or you tried to throw a dig about
No,
white.
no, you made an
this
assumption.
and-
You made it. I never said anything about race. I didn't
So
mention
the first
white
thing you
or
said,
black.
Witness, when you came in, is you're a Seventh-day Adventist and you follow a white, 3 members who founded it who are white, and you're Israelite. Da, 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 da. So you obviously came in with an agenda. Obviously,
No.
be honest.
What do you mean I came in with an agenda? Of course I came in with an agenda. You dumb. This is Belly Vision. This is Vellemy Kyle. Of course there's an agenda.
Just dismantled it.
What the hell you think you're
I've
doing
just
here? You think you're here for
Yeah,
a change?
Juju. Are you dumb, bro? Are you
You tried to
dumb?
frame me to be a racist Hebrew Israelite, but I told you I'm
No,
not
now
many times.
you're having a period on the panel, and you go gather your tampons somewhere else. What I was getting
I'm not
at,
having a period. I'm not having a period. I'm just laying out. I'm laying out your hypocrisy.
yeah,
And how you are
what
unable.
hypocrisy? You're the one who's
You're
taking
unable.
spiritual
You
system.
are unable.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
Keep on leaking on the panel. Keep on leaking on the panel. As I
Whoa,
was saying,
I witness. I gotta leave, yeah, but fucking big up yourself, my brother. Yeah, in a bit.
This has been
I'm
a
not
week
getting
for
upset, by
witness,
the way,
innit?
guys. I'm genuinely
This
not
been
getting
witnesses
upset.
week,
I'm just finding it hilarious. I'm finding it hilarious.
as
Just
I was,
pre the first thing he said when he
yeah,
came in. Just pre what he said.
Yeah, don't worry. You've done a good job. We'll buy you the maxi pads later on. Anyway, like I
Your
was saying.
obsession with period blood is very
True.
worrying.
Anyway, as I was saying, spiritually, I simply mentioned spiritually the 3 main founders. I just mentioned that spiritually, they never talked about associating themselves with any tribe. That's all I mentioned.
Because they're not Israelites. They're Gentiles.
They're Gentiles.
What's hard about that?
They're Gentiles, but you follow a spiritual system which they founded.
It's not. They didn't found the belief in Yeshua. What they did is called a reformation. For example, Martin Luther didn't found the belief system in Yeshua. He reformed it from Catholicism to its original understanding or original state. It's more of a reformation, not a founding. I wouldn't call it a founding. Yes, the label was founded. The label was founded by these individuals, but the actual ideology and the actual fundamentals are found all over the scripture and are more ancient than the doctrine of Seventh-day Adventism. So it's more of a reformation. I would
All
say.
I'm saying is that spiritually, the Seventh-day Adventist Church does not say anything or promote anyone spiritually going down the path of viewing themselves as an Israelite. That's all I'm saying.
Because it's not about race. I don't know.
So how can you, Zulu? You were saying that being a 7-day Adventist led you to becoming a Hebrew Israelite, didn't you? Not a Hebrew Israelite, but
Because of the individuals within the Seventh Adventist faith who I have spoken to, who have led me to this information. By actually going to the British Museum myself and seeing the images of the Israelites and also doing research, finding out that I'm an Israelite. Not because I joined the camp and I think the white man is the devil. I actually did historical
You keep
research.
saying that. Nobody has brought that up. You keep bringing that up.
You keep mentioning the race, how white they are. I don't think you understand that doesn't mean anything to me.
But Zulu, why don't you do the 23andMe test and have done with it?
Well, the
It's only
DNA
£100.
test will only show me where my DNA is distributed in today in this present time. It won't show me my It won't show me my distribution 2,000 years ago in Israel or in Egypt or in Ethiopia.
It does show you that as well.
What it will show me is if I look up my haplogroup E1B1A, if I look up my haplogroup E1B1A, the B1A EMP2, ironically has an ancient presence. I quote, an ancient presence in the Middle East. I wonder why my ancestors had an ancient presence in the Middle East, according to, I don't know why. Maybe they just popped out of nowhere, right?
But if you ain't had the test, how do you know that you're part of that E1 whatever?
Huh? What?
Well, I'm saying if you haven't had the test done, how do you know that you're E1B1? A.
Well, if you are from the members of the Bantu tribe, and I'm also a descendant of the Zulu people, then I would be classed as E1B1A. And plus, I don't want to give my DNA away to some government organization so that they can on me and do all sorts of garbage. My DNA is priceless, so I'm not going to do that. I mean,
yeah. Well, why don't you get your dad to do it, and then they'll only have half your DNA?
Nah, I don't think anyone should. I don't think anyone should give their. I don't think anyone should give their DNA away to anybody.
I was joking.
Personally,
I was joking. That was a joke.
Because next thing you know, you'll be seeing people that look like you, be like, "Oh, this guy looks like me," and you'd be walking around like, "What the hell?"
Zulu, if your mum gave birth to you in a hospital, especially one in the UK, they've got your DNA in record, blood. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, they probably already got my DNA in many ways, but why give them more ammo?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why give them one sample, bro? They've got you. That's it. Done for you.
I mean, I've taken vaccinations. I mean, I've been to the dentist. There's probably many ways they've got some sort of information on my DNA, but hey, I don't support it personally, and I don't even believe it's accurate as well in terms of knowing where I'm from. So, yeah, it's a waste of time. Complete waste of time.
So listen, whose book's got the most immoral stuff in it?
I don't.
Your book.
I mean, it's subjective. It's subjective.
I don't have a book.
Kama Sutra.
Because Ultra, the same thing I'll show you in my book, you'll say tomorrow, and I will say it's just the. No, because Ultra, this is the thing, right? I could show you something in my book, yeah, and I would say this is God's perfect plan or moral, and you will say that's evil. You know what I'm saying? So
give me an example of that. Give me an example of something you think.
Also, for example, the flood.
I might think is
the
not.
flood. Is the flood immoral?
Yeah, of course it was. He wiped out
there we
everyone
go.
and shit still fucked
This
up.
is what I'm talking about.
Well, ask this question: is it Ultra? Do you think it is immoral for a stepfather to have sex with his stepdaughter?
Oh, here we go.
Immoral. I'm gonna. All right, listen. Let me wait. No. My knee-jerk reaction is yes, right? But it's because, there's no, it's only because, of the mum. I'm thinking about the woman, the mother. Yeah, I think it would be immoral, not because there's no DNA, and provided she's of age, right? There's nothing immoral about it, the actual act. However, the fact that you'd be disrespecting the same daughter you're sleeping with, the fact you'd be disrespecting the mum, is where I have the problem. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
I think that's the
I,
morality
I,
bit. It's
I
like I
would
said,
say that psychologically that child can become your daughter.
no. See, that's
Maybe
the
not,
thing. When we're saying
maybe
child, I
not
don't like that.
physically.
I made clear that the person has to be of age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, now they become of age, but I'm saying like if I've been someone's stepdad from they've been 3 years old or 6 years old, by the
Yeah,
time
that's
they're
nasty.
an
Yeah,
adult,
that's nasty.
yeah,
That's
I
nasty.
don't agree with you breaking that relationship and saying, okay, now we get to fuck. No.
Yeah, that's nasty. 100%. That's nasty because
I can't
And
from that
Ultra, what do you
age,
think of a law that says if you're in a household, you have a brother, Ultra, there are two of you, and your brother is married,
Rapid fire.
and then that brother dies, then it's then your duty to marry that wife and impregnate her on behalf of your brother. What do you think about that?
It's nature.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
that I
nonsense.
agree with
Why would
that.
I do that? That's a nonsense.
I agree with that. Well,
That's
so
a
someone
nonsense.
else is gonna marry him.
Why can't
See, can't
Someone
agree,
else
but
is marrying
also
her.
it's subjective.
Why can't I just Why
There
can't
we
I
go.
just look after her? Why can't I just look after her and not marry her and not have sex with her? How about that?
Oh, you mean if she's ugly?
No, not. It's not about if she looks like.
Yeah, because if she
Just how about
was
I don't
hot
marry her?
ultra, I don't think you'd want to do that, would you? If she was hot ultra, I mean, it would be. You won't be saying
You're
what? Yeah,
forgetting, bro. Listen, I'm already married.
yeah, but we're talking about duties of helping out other people, and
No, but
it's
how?
also the
What if
culture as
you're?
well.
Wait,
What
hang on. You
if?
guys are being
What if
dumb. Why
Mrs.
can't I help her
Ultra,
without marrying her?
That's an African culture as well, you know. That practice
What
of
if
taking
Mrs.
the
Ultra?
brother's wife.
What if Mrs.
I don't
Ultra
care
has?
if it's African. I think it's wrong. I don't care if it's African. I think it's wrong.
Well, what you think is wrong isn't objective. Like I
Yeah,
said, it's
so you
subjective.
can't play the African thing with me. If I think something's wrong in Africa, I'll say it's wrong. I'm not going to say, oh, because I'm African.
So do I.
I'm going to give them a pass. It doesn't make
But why is it wrong? But why do you think it's wrong?
It's like the guy said, it's subjective.
So you're
What's the
saying,
reasoning behind your subjective view?
yeah,
That's
you're
what
saying
it's
because you
asking. Why do
already
you
got
think
a
it's wrong?
wife, it's wrong because it'll be your second wife.
No,
Is that
listen
what
to
you
the
No,
mean?
I'm saying
terminology.
can't listen. Why can't you just look after your brother's wife without marrying her? What the fuck, man?
It's in the Zulu culture. And I'm
No,
sure it's in
listen,
your
listen to
culture.
me. No,
Witness.
listen. No, listen to me.
Asking
Listen
that
to me.
woman to live the rest of her life without sex is wrong.
Jesus Christ, I'm not
Yes.
talking about that. Why can't she get it from someone else? Meet someone. Move on. Jeez.
Because then
Because they want to
your
keep the
brother's
bloodline
children,
going. They want
then
to
your
keep the
brother's
brother's
children will be
bloodline.
raised by another man.
Yeah, what's
They
wrong
want to
with
keep
that?
the brother's
There's
bloodline
loads of
going.
stepdads out there, bro. What's the matter with you?
But genetically, they're the same as if they were your children. There's no difference with your
Exactly.
brother's
Yes,
children
there is a difference.
and
It's
your
all
children.
nature, Khan. They don't understand it's nature.
Your brother's
So when
children are your
lions
children,
and
bro.
animals do it,
Yeah.
when animals do it, it's not moral. It's
What, are
not
you
immoral. But when
comparing
humans do it,
Israelites to lions? Are you comparing Israelites to lions?
Well, isn't
no, I'm
that
not
their
comparing
banner?
Israelites to lions, but I'm
So
saying be
stop
consistent
bringing
with
up the
this.
animals things. The
No,
animals
but
are
witness, all I'm
completely different from
saying,
human
all I'm
beings.
saying, witness. But witness, all I'm saying is let's be consistent. From you and Ultra's perspective, I'm assuming humans are higher than animals, right? Are they
Yeah.
in your perspective?
Yes.
I can't, maybe not to you then, but to Ultra, is humans
I
higher than
said
animals?
yes.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm okay. That's fine. Maybe not you, but Ultra, are humans higher than animals?
Yeah, define higher.
There we go.
Define higher.
You see, now we have to
Okay.
define. You see?
Higher is
Do you
this.
see why I asked
Spaghetti
that question,
bolognese,
Witness?
lasagna.
There we go.
Lasagna is obviously higher.
I don't know. I don't know
Spaghetti
what you're talking
bolognese.
about. No. I didn't say something about
Yes, you know,
lasagna. I said just so we're on the same page. When you are saying the word higher, what exactly do you mean? Do you mean intelligence? Do you mean the size of my dick?
Consciousness,
What?
in consciousness, in experience, everything. Are we higher
No,
than
to be honest,
animals?
lions live in safari, like in real wildlife. I've never been on safari, so the lion is beating me in that aspect. But do I
So
have the ability
whatever a
to
lion
make up
does
like?
cannot be seen as immoral, right? Whatever a lion does can't be seen as immoral, just like whatever a
No,
human
because
does can't be seen as immoral.
are you
So
dumb?
there is
If I
no
walk up to you and murder
morality.
you, that's immoral.
So there is no morality. So what's wrong with taking the brother's wife?
What are you talking
In your
about? I
perspective,
just said if I walked up to you and murdered you for no reason, that's immoral.
Are you saying that's what
you
animals
gotta
do?
be consistent, man. You gotta be consistent. I don't believe that there's no morality. I obviously believe we're higher than animals and there's morality.
Would you
But I'm
marry
just
your
bringing
brother's
that
wife,
question there to show you.
Lulu?
But
Would
you
you
know
marry
the
your
funny
brother's wife?
thing. You know the funny thing about that law. that law's not in the New Testament. So the covenant changed that.
Let me say
No, it's
something.
not. Nothing changed.
If my
Nothing,
brother
witness. So
died,
what? Just
yeah.
because it's not. Oh my gosh.
Is
My brother
give me
died.
a verse, give me a chapter and verse in the New Testament that uses that same law.
So does it have to repeat itself to
I just
show
asked
that
a
what it said
simple question.
before?
Is
No,
it
but
in
witness, I'm answering your question, witness. Just because it says something in the Old Testament, it doesn't have to repeat itself in the New Testament to validate what it said in the Old Testament. That's an
is it,
illogical
I'm just
way of
asking a
analyzing
simple
it.
question. Is it promoted in the New Testament?
It's not about being promoted. It's about it's already been said and it's agreed on and it's done. Well, what more do you want? You want it to repeat itself every single edition? Okay, yes, you can marry brother, sister. Okay, yes, you can marry brother, sister. Okay, no, it said it once, and that's what they're supposed to do. That's the culture.
We're
And
talking
even in
about
Jesus' time, they were
consistency.
probably doing the same
We're
thing.
talking about consistency. It's consistently mentioned in the Old Testament. Why is it not consistently mentioned a lot in the New Testament? That's all I'm asking.
Because the Old Testament is the foundation, it's the laws, it's the commandments. These are set. Why does it need to repeat itself in the New Testament? The New Testament is just it's literally in Jesus' time. They were keeping the same commandments, keeping the same laws, even in Jesus' time.
Why was it not mentioned in the New
References,
Testament, though?
the verses in the Old Testament are even mentioned in the New Testament and referenced by Jesus himself
I'm
many
talking about
times.
that specific one. It's consistently mentioned in the Old
But there's
Testament.
many that are
Why?
not mentioned.
Why
That
is
doesn't
it
mean they're
not
not true.
consistently mentioned in the New Testament? That's all I'm asking.
It doesn't have to be consistently mentioned for it to be validated or true. It can be mentioned once and be true. There's many things in the Old Testament or laws in the Old Testament that are not again reiterated in the New Testament. It doesn't
And why
mean the
is that?
ones that are not.
Why is that?
Because what's said is said. Does that not make any sense to you? Do I have to repeat one law 5 times for it to be true? Or can I say it once and that's what you do?
When the law is mentioned in the Old Testament, we are told about
Come
the
on,
people
man.
who are adhering to the law. Are you telling me that in the New Testament, all the Gospels there, that no Israelite chose to adhere to those laws again?
In the New Testament, in Yeshua's time, in 2,000 years ago, the same laws, the Mosaic laws that the Israelites were keeping in the wilderness, the same laws throughout the Old Testament are the very same laws that the people in Jesus's time would have kept.
Why were
and
they
are
not
keeping, because
mentioned?
when you
Why
read,
was that law not mentioned in the New Testament?
what do you mean not that specific law?
Yeah, we were not told about
But
somebody
the
else
New
doing
Testament
it.
isn't the law, isn't the book of laws. It's the book. It's the New Testament, a documentation of the laws by his disciples. It's not a book of laws. The book of law is the Torah. That's why Torah means law. To get a book of law in the New Testament, like I don't
But the people in the
understand
New
that.
Testament, the people in the New Testament are the same people in the Old Testament. Are they not Israelites?
They're the
and they're
same. The
following-
books are not the
so
same.
why are we not shown them following that particular law in the New Testament?
Because the New Testament is a documentation of Yeshua's life by the perspective of his disciples. The Old Testament law, where all the laws are mentioned, is the book stipulating the laws. It's the book of that. That's what the book is. So of the law in a document. Jesus' life is not the book of the law. That's
No,
Jesus' life.
It's not the book of the law. I told you. We are told stories of particular people who followed that law in the Old
Goodness
Testament.
gracious.
I'm simply asking you, why does it not appear again in the New
But
Testament?
that passage you're speaking about is mentioned in the book of the law, witness. It's mentioned in Leviticus and when the law is first introduced about marrying your brother's wife. And then it's later on used, or that example is later on lived through all the other stories in the Old Testament. But that law is in the Torah.
And so
Not every law in the Torah is mentioned.
So you're saying that they were following it in the New Testament as well. All those people were following that law in the New Testament. Can you show me
Just
where?
like all the other laws, just like when they almost stoned that woman,
Cool,
right?
good. Can you please provide
Just like
me
when
with
they
the
wanted to crucify Jesus, right? Because he committed blasphemy, right?
Good. Could you please give me the chapter and the verse where they were still following
that specific law?
I'd like to learn some more. Yes, please.
But I've just told you, witness, that specific law is not mentioned in the New Testament because the New Testament isn't a book of laws. I just told you that. Do you not hear me?
The New Testament, does that not tie in with what they call a covenant, the new covenant?
The New Testament is the documentation of, by the perspective of the apostles. It's not a book of laws that says don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do. It's not that. It's literally an auto. It's literally an autobiography.
So the things that Jesus said in the New Testament are not to be taken seriously, then, since they're.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So what are the things that Jesus said then? What are they? I'm asking you a simple question. The things that Jesus said in the New Testament, how are they supposed to be?
It's the good news, the gospel. It means the good news.
What does that mean? Can you
please?
It's
the salvation. He's come to give us salvation.
Salvation through what? The good news.
Through grace.
What is the good news?
The good news is that all those who believe in Yeshua will have eternal life.
Is that
and
a law?
All those have disbelief. That is a promise.
That is a promise. It's not a law.
It came with a promise. You can't play games with me, bro.
So it's a promise.
So
it's a new testament. It's a new covenant, but it's now a promise. It's now a promise.
Let's be honest, witness. You know that the Gospels, you know the Gospels isn't the Torah. Like, why would you even ask me that question, bro? Know that.
I'm asking you about what Jesus said. The things that Jesus said, how do you view them? And you said you view them as a promise. All those teachings.
It's promises. If you do this promises. Have you not read any of Jesus's? I don't know. Have you not read the Gospels?
Who was Jesus? Who was Jesus?
Maybe you haven't.
Who was Jesus?
Son of God.
Was he God on earth? Was he God on earth?
Yeah. Yes.
He's Emmanuel, so he was God on earth. And according to you, God on earth was saying things which were not law, but were just promises.
No, he made the law already. What? I don't know when you're saying things that are not law. Jesus told you, and I repeat, he says this, the two greatest commandments is love the Lord God with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind and all your strength. And the second greatest commandment is to love thy neighbor as you love yourself. All of these commandments hang all the prophets and all the law. So he's basically telling you everything that was said before up into these two commandments. Love the Lord God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love thy neighbor yourself. That's the law.
He said a lot of things. He said a lot of things in Matthew as well.
That's the law. Like,
yeah, but all those things he said, all those, I asked you, you still haven't addressed it. All those things he said in Matthew.
Understand what I'm saying, Winners?
What were those things? You just said that he was God on earth. He said a lot of things to people. And now you're saying that all those things he said are not laws, they're just promises.
He came with a promise for eternal life.
So all those things he said to people were just promises.
A promise is not valid, or promise is not finishing the power of a promise. I don't understand. Do you have a problem with promises?
So what, in your opinion, is a promise?
A promise is, if you do this, this will happen. If you believe in me, you will have life eternally from Jesus' own mouth. That's a promise. I don't know. Do you know English? Do you believe that's a promise as well, or do you think that's something else? Because to me, that's a promise.
The first time I have ever heard a Christian say that the teachings of Jesus were just promises is right now from you.
When you say just, you see, you like to twist people's words. Just.
You said it's a promise. I've never heard anyone say that the things that Jesus said were promises. To some people, Jesus was a prophet. To some people, Jesus was the Son of God. To a lot of people, Jesus was God on earth, and he said a lot of things. But to you, the bulk of the things he said were promises. They weren't laws. They weren't. It wasn't a new covenant.
Of eternal
it wasn't a fulfillment of a law. Nothing.
Did I say it wasn't a new covenant? Why are you putting words in my mouth? This is hilarious.
You said it was promised.
Continue.
We're debating the word that you used. You said promise.
But furthermore, is a covenant not a promise? Hold on, witness. Is a covenant not a promise? Gracious. Look where we're going. Is a covenant not?
Is a covenant a promise? Is that what you're saying? I want to get. Are you saying that a covenant is a promise? I'm learning from you. You're the.
No, hold on. Forget what I'm saying. Finish what you're saying.
You're saying that a covenant is a promise.
Forget what I was saying. Finish.
No. We're sticking to what you said. You said a covenant is a promise.
Forget what I said. Continue what you're saying.
Why are you turning back from what you said? You said that
I'm not turning back. I'm apologizing for interrupting you. Finish what you're saying.
So we're agreed. You said that a covenant is a promise.
Finish what you're saying.
Now I'm asking you. You've said that.
And I'm waiting for you to finish what you were saying.
No, I've finished. I'm asking you to respond. I've asked.
I don't think you're saying any of this before when I was interrupting you.
You said that a covenant is a promise.
Listen, witness, just finish what you're saying, bro. Like I'll speak after, and I don't.
I've finished. You said a
Okay, so you
covenant.
finished saying what you're saying. Okay, so I'll respond to what I want to respond to. Okay, so
you respond to what you want to respond to. Respond to what I just said. A covenant is a promise. That's what you said.
A covenant is an agreement. If you do this,
now you change it. Get the fuck out of here. You changed it. Oh man, you keep flip flopping.
A covenant is an agreement. That comes with a promise. An agreement that comes with a.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
So wait, hold on, witness. If I say if you do this, you will have this. Is that not a promise?
Oh man, I think it's best.
I don't know why that's not.
I think it's best that we end it now.
So wait, hold on. Can you give me an example in a sentence? Can you give me in a sentence an example of a promise?
Zulu, it was a pleasure talking to you. It's always a pleasure.
A promise, making things up. Can you give me an example of a promise?
You never made anything up. You said that a covenant is a promise. So
No. Forget what I said. I'm talking about. Jesus. No. Forget that. I'm talking about Jesus coming with a promise, and you're saying, "Oh, you've never heard this before. It's the first time." So, what is a promise then? Is that not? What is a promise?
Zulu. Thank you for.
You know I'm right. I'm right.
Yeah. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
You know I'm right.
I've learned from you that a covenant is a promise.
Is that what I said though? Come on.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, the truth.
Always a pleasure.
Listen, I'm an experienced veteran. You shouldn't have come with those questions. You know who this is, bro.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's done.
So when are you going to become an Israelite?
And follow a Middle Eastern god? I don't know. I'm still thinking.
Is our DNA not Middle Eastern according to mainstream science?
Our DNA is Middle Eastern. Did you say that?
Do you want me to screen share you E1B1A having an ancient Middle Eastern presence?
Listen, I'm the wrong person to talk to. I know that there are black people in various parts of the world. The question is, and I've always said this to you, how do you know that you descend from them? Because I can talk to you about nomadic tribes in Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines who are black-skinned, but I don't descend from them.
But phenotype.
But they're black. I traveled all the way to Fiji in the South Pacific, and they're black people, but I know I'm not a Fijian.
But witness, it's not about skin color, it's about phenotype. I specifically said the images I saw of the Israelites in the British Museum look like we are Bantu Africans. You are South African are Bantu Africans. Israelites look like us. Not
the phenotypes that those people have. Do they tie in with genes, genetics?
But the genes and genetics point to that region, like I've expressed to you about E1B1A and EMP2. Based on the mainstream science, we civilization, which then came from the Levant region, which is where
it have the power to alter our skin color and make it black, brown, white, whatever, right?
Well, it's our natural disposition to have black skin.
Yeah, but you can be black, but not be the same as those black people. You do understand that?
I am agreeing with you. This is why I said phenotype.
Okay,
it's not about skin color.
So good. So I don't dispute that they probably are black people in the Middle East. The question is now, since we moved on to this, how do you know that you descend from those black Middle Easterns?
Because we are the living descendants of those people that were there due to the historical migration of them traveling from that.
Zulu, that's a statement.
Due to them.
That's a statement.
It's a fact. Like I said, Witness, listen, you have my hangouts. I can all of the university papers, all of the DNA studies, all of the mentions of them going into Egypt, going into Africa after 70 AD, first, for example. I can show you the information. I'm not going to come at you with Deuteronomy 28. I'm showing you information.
I don't dispute that they might have done that. How do you know that
I am from them? Okay.
How do you know?
I can only deduct that based off all the evidence, all the factors. Obviously I cannot know. It's like saying that you're even African.
Thank you, Zulu. Thank you for that admission. You
Even
were
though I
a
was born there.
and
You
a
know what I mean?
scholar.
So,
Thank you for that admission. You
but
can never know.
but witness,
Thank
would you at least say, let's say I showed you the information and you could say that way it would come from Israelite people?
Because you're trying to say that the Israelites then migrated into Africa and then into the western part and to the central part and then into the southern part. That's what you're saying.
Yes. That's what the evidence is saying.
So you have evidence that the Israelites went all the way down to southern Africa.
Bro, this is like
no. I'm asking you.
like
I'm asking you. You have evidence.
Yes, 100%.
What is the evidence? What is the evidence?
We've got the Lamp who even mainstream, people have acknowledged now that these guys are descendants of the Israelites, and not only, but they have a closer DNA to the ancient Israelites, living Ashkenazi, all these white European Jews. The Lemba tribe has the closest connection to the Israelites than any of these people. Furthermore,
does the Lemba tribe have documentation saying that their ancestors came from the Middle East?
Well, they have tribal. They weren't illiterate, just like many of the southern tribes in Africa. They didn't have, but they have ancient stories of them traveling from Israel down to Yemen and then crossing the river into Ethiopia and then going down into southern Africa. The stories.
So the Lembe tribe
Yo, Veli, Shakara's at the back door, Veli. Veli, if you can hear me,
here we go.
Shakara's at the back door.
He wants to come.
Ultra.
He wants to come
Why
with
you
his
being quiet?
Afro. Goodness gracious. He's going to ask me about
problem?
Kulu, even though I've looked into the Kulu, and he's a one. Guess what, witness? Guess what, witness? The national god of the Zulu people, Kulu, is omniscient and omnipresent. Pray to
Why
God.
are you telling me this? I ain't got no problem with Zulus or their belief system. I'm not criticizing.
But people are saying in the chat he's a Zulu Israelite. He doesn't know what he is. But all of those things seem to kind of say the same thing. I find that very ironic.
Zulu, trust me. Ignore the chat. Ignore the chat. Just deal with me. I don't look at the chat. I've got people there who say stupid things about me. So just stay with both. Just focus on me. Ignore the chat. Block them or don't look at it. So I'm curious. This Lembe people. So you're saying orally they talk about their people or ancestors migrating from the Middle East through the Yemen, through North Africa, and then coming down to the southern part. That's what you're saying. The Lembe. Yes. How do you spell that? Lembe.
Lemba. Lemba. Lemba.
Lemba. This is new. Okay, so these people actually talk about this. All right, this is interesting.
And that's just made to go into images of the Israelites, migration patterns, and even just looking at the Negro people and saying and deducting where they call us Negroes or Bantus. The Bantu expansion, not only there's many expansions. The main one is the West African expansion, right? But prior to the West African expansion, we now, which is basically in Northeast Africa, in Egypt. They say we originated in that region. But not only did we originate or migrate from that region, but prior to that region, also have our DNA distributed in the Middle East. The same DNA, not looking black or whatever. The DNA distributed all over the.
I'm not gonna say.
You understand what I'm saying?
Because I already believed long before talking to you. I already believed that there are black people in other parts of the world, even Chinese, black Chinese. But it was the part about them. The problem is it can never be proven because it's an oral history. The Lembe can never.
And the language as well.
They can never 100% prove that. But I'm not saying they're lying, because I believe people migrate from place to place. But it's going to be difficult. It'll just be an oral thing. Because I've even heard.
Let's be honest with this. Sorry, go on.
Because I'll be honest, there are other tribes in West Africa where certain people in the Yoruba or the Igbo, they say the same thing about their ancestry, their people migrating from outside of Africa into Africa and then ending up in what we call Nigeria and all that. So I don't know for sure, but I'm saying their technique, they can't prove it 100%. So it almost becomes like fairy tale. But I'm not going to disrespect those who say it, but I'll definitely check up on these Lemba people to see if they they have this because this
And
is new to me.
you're familiar with the Igbo, right? And the Yoruba, right?
Yeah, I know about some
You
of their
see, we
claims.
all have our own, right? I wonder why the
Some,
Bantus are all speaking about this. I
some
wonder
of them,
why.
but I think maybe culturally they were affected by people like yourself or Americans,
Well,
and that's why they.
you should ask Leo Africanus in the 18th cemented that there were so many Jews in West Africa, and if you look up the Timbuktu, there were so many Hebrew scripts in West Africa. So I mean that we are the original Hebrew.
Yeah. That's fine. This particular discussion we're having is not a debate or Vellemy Kyle. This is just two men talking. But I'll take a break because I
I'll
think
send you the information. Definitely.
Shakara might have something to say. Good afternoon. No, good evening, Shakara.
Yeah, good evening, witness. You good?
I'm absolutely fine. Thank you very much for asking.
Good. And
Yeah, hello, Shakara.
hello, Shakara. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Shakara.
Yeah, what about Ocha?
There you go. Come on.
All day
Big up
Minister
yourself, my man.
Ocha of the funky
Come on.
variety.
Come on.
Minister of funkiness.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
Yeah. So man had a question, innit?
Man's got answers. Come on. Man's got an answer.
Well, I'm not sure if you got the answer for this, so I got to ask the Zulu a question still.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So yeah, I want to
Bring it
know about Nokulbuane. Forgive me if my pronunciation is incorrect, right? And when Nokulbuane features into the Zulu cosmology.
Can you spell that for me, please?
So Nokulbuane is, I forgot how to spell it now. 1 second. It is not N-O. It's N-O. I think it's K-H.
Okay.
U-L-B-U-W-A-N-E. I think. Yeah. I could be. In fact, let me actually search this. Let me go to my computer and search if I got the right spelling for this.
Goddess of rain, nature, fertility, and is regarded as the Mother Earth.
That's the one.
She's believed to be capable of changing into different types of animals. The name Nokul is she who chooses the state of an animal. Okay.
So well, I'm surprised. If is this like a new name to you?
I'm aware of the pantheon, but I'm also aware that it's often changed, just like how in Kemet, yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, I was gonna say, tell us more about the pantheon then. What are you aware of in relation to the pantheon?
Well, in the Zulu tradition, Umkulu is the supreme being.
Yeah.
In the Zulu tradition, but in order to communicate to Umkulu, it has to be through the ancestors. And in order for us to communicate to the ancestors, you have to go to the shamans, who then give you the rituals and the rites in order for you to communicate. So it's like a chain of communication. It's almost like a religion of some sort. Someone don't like the term, but it is what it is.
Am I correct in saying that ancestors are referred to as Amalodzi in Zulu?
Yes.
Say it for me. So I can improve my.
I mean, I'm not an expert in the Zulu religions because I'm a Christian, but I only know what I know from going to the villages and also being told this when I was young and all this. You know what I mean? I only know what I know, and I've also done some research into it to conclude that it has some monotheistic traits in it, especially the attributes of Umkulu.
No,
being the Most High God.
I mean, I'm not overly passionate about whether it's monotheistic or not, but I do get what you mean. You know what I'm saying? The one God concept is definitely there in Nkulu. But the funny thing is that Nkulu is the name for the supreme creator, but also the progenitor, the original ancestor. And
yes.
Nokulbuane being the female counterpart, yeah, to Nkulu, yeah. And then I'm Lozi, the ancestors, as you said, and then the what you call shaman is called Sangoma, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then, because the reason why I was asking all that is if you're saying that there's the Zulu people, where did the Zulu get all that from then?
Well, the origin of the Zulu tribe is the Nguni tribe, and then from the Nguni tribe, the migration pattern leads to Egypt.
Did you say
But
Nungani?
now specifically Nguni, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm pronouncing it Ngoni.
Nguni. I'll say yeah.
Yeah, Ngoni, Ngoni. Yeah. All right.
Are you from South Africa?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Your pronunciation isn't bad.
Oh, well, give thanks, you know. I try, you know. But yeah. No, I know that there are when it comes to Southern African languages, like there's a lot of pronunciation is quite specific, because sometimes people that are used to West African pronunciations impose West African pronunciation on Southern Africa, and it doesn't quite
there's more clicking.
Yeah, and then like I was at a thing where the word are you familiar that there's a word that's called umbakoto, which is what does it mean again? Yeah, I forgot what it means. But so I was out somewhere and the brother pronounced it umbokoto, and a couple of the Zulu sisters laughed at him and had to correct him, innit? But
I would have liked this.
like a West African thing, innit? You get me? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
I mean, there's many languages that are similar. Words that are similar in the language, but I would say more or less in terms of the southern regions, I would say the Shona people have a more similarity to West Africans, especially because their main deity is called Mari.
Mwari, yeah.
And then the West African one is Oludumare. So there's a more similarity with the African from what I've learned.
Right. But this is what I'm trying to get, because like in a sense of the fact that it's not unusual for groups on the continent to have origin from the Nile Valley, or histories that tell of such because of migration patterns around the continent. I'm always confused as to how the Nile Valley becomes Hebrew, but that's another story. But the fact of because there's also migrations to the Nile Valley as well, yeah.
Yes.
And then from the Nile Valley at different points in history. You see what I'm saying? So I know, for example, the Zulu from the Nile Valley, they're said to have gone to like Central Africa, so Central East Africa, so like what they call Great Lakes, yeah,
Swaziland,
them regions there, and then have gone to South Africa or further down south, and these kinds of things, yeah. So I'm
where
saying
they encountered the bush people.
But yeah, with the Khoi and the San.
Khoi San
people. What's it called? So and so my thing is like, if that's all the case, like how so you're saying that a lot of this stuff comes from what? The Nguni?
Nguni tribe are the ancestors of the Xhosa and the Bele and the Zulu.
Yes, and so the language system is similar, yeah. So
it's Nguni, yeah.
Right. So are you saying that all this Nkulu and Nokubuwane comes from that? From the
possibly. Parents? I mean, the belief system might have been an ancestral belief system from the Nguni people, or could have been further developed when they went further down into South Africa. But I would assume that they would have had, if not the same or similar belief system as the ancestors. The same thing?
Yeah, I would. So then, would the argument then be that the Nguni people are also the tribe of Dan?
Egyptian. Tribe of Dan.
Yeah, you said something about tribe of Dan, innit? Like the Zulu people.
Tribe of Gad. Gad.
Gad. Yeah. So
they're described as being a warrior race in the Bible.
Yeah, I know.
With the spear and shield, men of the wild.
Quite taken. But I'm saying that would the Nguni people be also a tribe of Gad?
As a matter of fact, Nguni is mentioned in First Chronicles as a descendant of Gad in the chronologic order of Gad. The name Nguni is mentioned as one of the descendants. It's spelled spelled Guni without the N, so it's missing the N.
In Chronicles,
it's actually a descendant of. And do you want me to actually get you the passage?
Yeah, please. Chapter and verse is important. You know what I mean?
Okay. You can just type in descendants of God. Let me get the specific verse.
I, son of Abdiel, the son of Guni, was head of the family.
Yeah.
That's a man though, isn't it?
That's a man who gave birth to tribes, many tribes after him. Each man can have what 10 kids in those times. So imagine if each of those descendants having kids, walking around and all sorts of. I mean, look at the 12 tribes of Israel. You know what I mean? It came from one man.
Let me check the before. Their relatives by families were Michael, Meshulam, Sheba, Jorai, Jacan, Zia, and Eber, 7 in all. These were the sons of Abihail, son of Huri, son of Jaroah, the son of Giled, the son of Michael, the son of Jeshishai, the son of Jado, or Jado, the son of Buz, Ahi, son of Abdiel, the son of Guni, was head of their family. And the Gadites lived in Gilead, in Bashan, and its outlying villages, and on all the pasture lands of Sharon, as far as they extended. And you're saying that the Guni mentioned here is the Unguni people.
Yes.
Okay, so then the question still remains: how did the Unguni people get to Nkulu and Nokulbuane and
Kemet
and all these things?
It's because of Kemet.
Because of Kemet.
What we need to understand.
Oh,
what we need to understand is
they went to Kemet and got the pagan thing, and they developed something out of that.
Well, Shaka, I mean, after Exodus, the Israelites went into Egypt many times. And not only did they go into Egypt many times, but before, I'm not even going to use 70 AD. Before 70 AD, when the Babylonians came in, Israelites went away and scattered around. When the Assyrians came in, Israelites ran away and scattered around. So the tribe of Gad left Israel many years ago and went into Egypt. When these guys went into Egypt and then further went down into Africa, they've adopted...
Should all of that history be true? I don't have necessarily a problem with the story, like, you know what I'm saying, if it can be historically validated. But then, because if we study history, there are various migrations from Kemet, the Nile Valley, I should say the Nile Valley,
Yes.
So now why would we then say that the people them, the Unguni people them, are not? Why are we saying that they're descendants of Hebrews in the Nile Valley and just not the descendants of the indigenous people of the Nile Valley?
The people of the Nile Valley were they always the same? Because remember, in the different dynasties, people were moving further down to the south.
The Nile Valley has various groups of people within it.
This is what I'm saying, Shaka.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying that, but if we're talking about migration, what is differentiating, the people then that we're now calling it Unguni, from the indigenous peoples that were there already, like, if that makes sense. Yeah. So you've got various.
So you're saying, is it not possible that the Nguni are the indigenous Nile Valley people?
Yeah.
Well, how many years would you have to be there for you to be indigenous? I guess that's what the question I could pose.
I'm talking about. Well, that's a good question. I consider indigenous to not have to have been like they're the original people, or parts of the original people. So history would suggest that over thousands of years, migrations, trade relationships, and so on and so forth, the peoples of the Nile Valley, up and down the Nile, are pretty well integrated with each other. There's evidence, for example, of the fact that the civilization that we refer to as Kemet, is actually the culmination of a lot of the peoples south, moving north in it. And so at different points,
Nubia,
over history, so from what they call Nubia or Kush, and even as far down as Ethiopia. And then there's also from the west, like Libya and them kind of things, there people migrated towards. There's evidence of people migrating towards what we call Kemet. Yeah, so Kemet is an amalgamation of a whole heap of different African civilization coming together. All right,
I agree.
and in the midst of all of that, these people obviously procreate, yeah, and all these things.
Yes.
And then you get migrations from the Nile Valley, yeah. So I'm saying that so it wasn't so assuming that the Hebrew, yeah, because I'm not necessarily a feminist to be the case, but assuming that the Hebrew are one of the groups, yeah, that migrated from the Nile Valley. How do we know? Because that they would not have been the only group. So how do we know that the Nguni people are distinctly Hebrew and not a part of
Egyptian?
Or Nile Valley origin. Let's use the term Nilotic for want of a better term of the Nile.
Well, that's a good because you've just brought it to my remembrance. That as a matter of fact, the same E1B1 trait was found in one of the pharaohs in Kemet, and not only was that same DNA found in one of the, but I think it's a pharaoh Tutankhamun. According to the DNA research, has a very, I think it's 92% similar DNA to Southern Africans. So we can clearly see that there was an influx of DNA mixing even amongst the royal lineage of the pharaoh. There could have been some Shemitic blood mixed into the Egyptians or even the pharaoh's lineage to suggest that why there would maybe possibly be some people in the Nile Valley civilization that originate from the Levant region. Not only because of that, because of the mixing, but also because the Israelites were constantly coming into Kemet every time they were being conquered and taken over. You would have a community of Hebrews in Kemet over a long period of time, and some of them may have assimilated into the Kemetic culture. So this Nile Valley civilization could be seen as Egyptians, because as we know in the scripture, the Hebrews looked like Egyptians. Canaanites, when they saw the Israelites come back into Israel when they buried Jacob, the Israelites were Egyptians, because in their eyes they saw Israelites and they looked like Egyptians. Paul, which is 3,000 years later or 2,000 years later, is referenced as looking like an Egyptian. So we've got people all over the Bible who are Israelites that look like Egyptians. So these Nile Valley civilization people could have a similar culture, which is why we have in the African Bantu traditions some pantheon in there, as well as some monotheistic traits with the omnipresent, like an amalgamation of the Kemetic and the monotheistic beliefs, which is only found in the Bantu belief systems. For example, Mari is a supreme being who's all-knowing, all-powerful. He knows everything, the beginning, the end, everything. He creates everything. These traits seem very similar to the Abrahamic God, and I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah, but I think that if you're going to look at the supreme being among all traditions, you're going to find some similarities in that respect. But if the people that we're calling Hebrew assimilated into the culture of Kemet, then when that would suggest that when they migrated from Kemet, what they carried with them was the Kemetu culture, and not the Hebrew culture. Because if we're not saying that they went there and they preserved a distinct cultural identity and these kinds of things. We're saying, if you're saying that they assimilated, then it would suggest that when they moved, what they carried with them was the Kemetu culture, spiritual system and all. Yeah. So that this is what I'm saying.
Not leaving any remnants, Chaka. What about the remnants of the previous? Well, the remnants of the previous past could be present.
So you're saying that if anywhere you see a one God concept in Africa, that's a remnant of Hebrew civilization or culture?
Well, I mean, the Abrahamic faiths are notably called the first monotheistic belief systems, right? Unless you can show me another.
That depends, because like for example, it's a difficult one, because the question of monotheism and polytheism, in my humble estimation, is a uniquely Eurocentric question. Like, I don't know if everybody around the world has a debate around polytheism or monotheism, And also, I think that polytheism is a label imposed upon African spiritual systems by European anthropologists. I don't think I've not come across an indigenous African culture that fits the term polytheism, if that makes sense. Like, how would you say polytheism in Yoruba or Tree or Zulu? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I agree. You know what, Shaq? I agree with you. I would propose that they're henotheistic. Have you heard of that concept?
I have. It's similar to pantheistic. Yeah, but I have heard, I am familiar with the term heno.
And I would possibly believe that myself, henotheism, because in the scriptures it says, "Don't ye know that ye are God?" Doesn't distinguish the concept of there being the most high, the highest power, but this power is power.
But that's the point. I'm saying that what you've just described is actually pretty pervasive across African spiritual cosmology,
which is also Hebrew.
Yeah,
see,
but I'm not saying that it's not Hebrew. You know, what I am saying is
Hebrews are African. Shaka, do you agree with that? Hebrews are African.
Not necessarily, but that's the point.
So being in Canaan is not African.
No, here I'm saying the point I'm making. The point. Well, what I'm inquiring about at the moment is because all that you would prove by that is that the Hebrew concept was similar to the concept of the people of Kemet, because the people of Kemet have the same concept, supreme deity, right, and variations, right, all that kind of stuff, So that's so why would we presume that the presence of that similar kind of cosmological concept means that it comes from the Hebrew? That's what I'm asking.
I see what
so I'm
saying.
not even saying that the Hebrews weren't there, right? Just I'm saying that I'm just saying that.
What you're saying, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, so that alone isn't enough, but this is why I put everything together: my grade system, DNA, mentions from historical people like Leo Africanus, Josephus, and you put all of those together. That's investigative research. You put them all together to come to an hypothesis. That is the hypothesis. Not only use the scripture. I know people say, "Oh, that's the Bible," but the Bible is an historical document. The Bible talks about the migrations of the Israelites also, as well as the sources outside of the Bible. For example, in Zephaniah, it talks about there being Ethiopia. And if anyone knows what's beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, it's the rest of Africa. So, which is before Jesus' time, which is well in the Old Testament, it's walking around in Africa in small communities. This is possibly because of Solomon's mines, when Solomon made a treaty or deal or connections with Ethiopians, allowing him passage into Africa, starting mines and having little communities of Israelites in Africa. So you see that people aren't just fixed on one point or one location in the world. You can have people from the same tribe in other places of the world, even in that time.
Yeah, of course. But I
like the Olmecs. I'm sure you're familiar with the Olmecs, Shaka, and how they're possibly Egyptians, right?
Yeah, I've heard some of the evidence. I'm not necessarily convinced by that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But yeah, I've heard about some of that. I think there's more people argue that they come from West Africa, which again, I think that the Olmec. I think there's an overplaying of that argument as well, even to be quite frank with you. And there's a lot of debate going on in Afrocentric historical circles around this at the minute. The extent to which the Olmecs are from Africa or from a more ancient people that migrated to that part of the world, if that makes sense. Not really overly passionate either way about it. But my thing at the moment, because if I was to look at, say, for example, the spiritual system of what we know of it, of the people of Kemet, and which we know a lot of that comes from the people of what we call Nubia, and then we look at the spiritual systems like of the Zulu and of the the people in the Bakongo region, and even we talk about in terms of Mwari, because when we're dealing with Mwari, we also have to deal with the Vadzimo, or Mudzimo, Mukuro, the ancestors, and I'm forgetting the name for, like, there's a for in Shona for spirit in terms of nature, but It's gone out my head. But all them systems, and then we compare that to the Orisha of the Ifa or the Abosom of the Ashanti and then kind of things there. It would appear that the Kemetu culture and spirituality
100%, I agree.
is more it's likened to more those things than what we get from the quote unquote Abrahamic religions, in it. So in that sense, if we're going to look at it from a cultural perspective, that there's more links, there's more matches between those two things than there is with the Hebrew.
But this is where the cultural exchange comes into play, because as much as the similarities between the bands and the Kemetic spiritual systems, we all, even during the time of the Israelites, for example, Egyptian gods, the names of the Egyptian gods are also mentioned in the scriptures, and we've also got archaeological evidence. For example, in Hezekiah's seal actually uses an ankh in the seal. So there was cultural exchange even during the time of the Hebrews. That's not to say that Hebrews worshipped the Kemetic gods, of course not, but exchange. So
But you just
these
said,
Bantu people.
But you just said that they assimilated. If they assimilated to the culture, then it suggests that at least some of them would have been worshiping the same God.
Yeah, I mean, they what ordained them to do. They were obviously worshiping beings that their ancestors didn't worship, which is what is right. But that doesn't mean that was what they were worshiping prior to entering into Kemet, because they obviously were not. So they obviously assimilated and adopted some of the traditions. But funny enough, Shaka, some of the Hebrew traditions are still in the Zulu and West African traditions. For example, in the Zulu traditions, we have a festival of the first fruits. We drain the blood before we eat the animal. We have a form of a Sabbath. And many of our rituals and our spiritual practices, such as circumcision and the concept of the way we do as well, is very similar, if to the practices of the Hebrews. This is why, Shaka, when the missionaries came into the Zulu lands, the Christian missionaries, when they came into, they were quoting in their letters, in their writings, that in order for you to understand the Zulu traditions, you would have to read the Old Testament, because they are much of the Hebrews. This is Christian missionaries.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I'm all right. Have you ever heard of Per and Min?
Pardon?
Have you ever heard of Per and Min?
No, explain, bro. I haven't heard.
Right, so Per and Min is an ancient Nile Valley celebration, of the deity Min. Min is an ancient deity associated with fertility. And I could be wrong, but I'm relatively 80% sure that when we're talking about Per and Min, we're talking about pre-dynastic. You know what I'm saying? Kemet. All right. So this is ancient.
Okay.
And the Per and Min was a first fruit celebration, because obviously it's dealing with land and fertility and these kinds of things.
Okay.
All right. So I'm saying that this would have been long before there was anything called Hebrews. Yeah. We're talking about pre-dynastic Kemet, right? All right. So harvest ceremonies and celebrations are very old as far as African culture is concerned. Yeah.
And so circumcision.
Yeah, I would agree. But this is the point. What most people say, most Hebrews that I come across, when they see circumcision somewhere, they assume that the Hebrews brought it there, which to me doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Right? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. Like, you assume that only one group of people in the world was dealing with circumcision. Like, and it could be that case, but I think the evidence would suggest otherwise, right? So there's that element to it. Yeah. Then now, it still begs the question. Like if we're saying that to understand the Zulu culture, you have to read the Bible. Like, where am I gonna find Nokubuane, for example, in scripture?
This is after scripture, so you won't find it there.
So this is after scripture.
The Zulu people aren't even older than the Hebrew tradition. I mean, obviously they're not, because the Zulu traditions they go back to the 16th century.
Yeah, so you're saying that the Zulu culture derives from the original Hebrew culture, right?
It's a mix of the Hebrew culture and the Kemetic culture. It's that same amalgamated group that were in the Nile Valley. That's my claim.
It's the same amalgamated group. So then they're not all Hebrews then?
No, they're all Hebrews, of course, because we are remember, it's all the factors, Chaka. The DNA, it's all the factors. not just one. It's all
No,
the
but I'm not
factors.
saying that, but they can't all be Hebrew. If it's an amalgamated group, then it's not just the Hebrew. So are you saying that the Hebrews went into Kemet, they didn't mix with anybody, and
No, of course they did.
right. So I'm saying that the people then that traveled from Kemet, assuming everything that you're saying as far as history, yeah, and migration is correct.
Okay.
What's it called? The people
Okay.
that traveled from the Nile Valley, one would not have just been Hebrew, yeah, and two would not have just been carrying Hebrew culture, like pure unadulterated Hebrew culture. They would have been carrying the genes of other peoples of Kemet and the culture, the dominant cultural characteristics that evolved out of
The same
culture of the Nile.
same genes that they had before they went into Kemet in the first place. This is why they look the same, even from the time of Joseph all the way to the time of Paul.
No,
like Egyptians. They look like Egyptians. You see,
right.
all over the Bible.
The Hebrews look the same as the Kemet, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So that's all good. I'm not really going to challenge that. But I'm
So
saying,
to be honest with you, Shaka, we not the same people, obviously, because they have a different lineage. But
yes.
if they've mixed, it's like saying Jamaican and West African. It's the same person. But
yeah,
just
no,
from a different.
yeah. But the point is that what you're saying is that the people them are Hebrew. Yeah. So if the Zulu, people are Hebrew, yeah, like because we're not saying that we didn't say that they're a mix of Hebrew and they share relationship to the Dinka and whoever else, yeah, is in, like, let's say Sudan today, yeah, or there's some people that are in Kenya that are said to be descendants of, or Somalia that are said to be descendants of the ancient people of Kemet, right? So it would suggest that if they were mixing with the people, that the Hebrews that came into the Nile Valley, mixed with the peoples of the Nile Valley, and if they migrate from there, then those people that migrate were not exclusively just Hebrew. Then they were at best a mix of Hebrews and some other people.
Yes.
Right. And so, which also means that they carried the history and the culture of the Hebrews as well as whoever else was there.
Yes, because the Hebrews weren't exclusive. They allowed other people as long as they were circumcised.
Why?
Yeah.
Why are the Unguni people then being referred
attributed to the Israelites?
Right, the Hebrews, and specifically the tribe of Dan. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying?
Gad.
Sorry, Gad. Sorry, Gad.
Yeah.
Thank you for the correction. Yeah, why is it just Gad? Like, because it wasn't like, we're not saying that the people of Gad, the tribe of Gad, were just mixing with each other. They just procreated with other people in the tribe of Gad. We're saying that the Gad people them, yeah, did find Oman and Osman, yeah, among the rest of the people them, and the rest of the people them did find wife and husband among the Gad people them. Is it? So
this is the thing, Shaka. To answer your question, in the Hebrew culture, when it comes to mixing with different peoples from different nations, it's usually the mother's lineage that would be of a foreign nation. For example, all over the scriptures, we've got Canaanite wives, Egyptian wives, from all sorts of wives from other nations. But it's never usually the man that's from another nation having a child with a woman that is Hebrew. So if this amalgamation, all the things I'm saying are true, based on the trend, the lineage, the father's lineage would still be an Israelite, if anything.
So you're saying that the tribe of, well, the Hebrews in general, not even the tribe of Gad, the man them was prolific, yeah? You know what I'm saying? They took wives from all about the place. But the woman them only took husbands from the men of the tribe of Gad.
I would say unlikely that they, but I wouldn't say they only went to the tribe of God. Obviously, you know, people do what they want in it. We can't regulate every single person. But the majority of the individuals that were mixing in the Hebrew culture would have been the man to a foreign woman. Hebrew man to a foreign woman.
That then, because it's paternalistic, we're dealing, sorry, patrilineal system that we're dealing with. Those children would have been born understanding themselves as Hebrews from the tribe of Gad, and they would have carried that forward with them from the Nile Valley to the Great Lakes region to Southern Africa.
Like I said, Shaka, I can show you information, or even like offline, I can send you some books and stuff, images from the museum. I can send you a lot. Like emptiness. I can show you what I'm saying.
I'm sure you've come across information that convinces you of your argument. I'm not disputing that. But yeah, it's an ongoing conversation, isn't it? I just thought when you were speaking, because I have some knowledge of the Zulu spiritual system, I was wondering how to factor that into your argument. You know what I'm saying? That's I'm not even changing.
Yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah, you're into the African. You're Pan-Africanist, right?
Yes, sir.
So where does that? Where do the borders of what you would call a Pan-African? How far do they extend? Like, where do you stop and say, okay, this is not African?
I'm less concerned with the borders of what we call African than the people that we call African. However, I know this is a passionate topic for a whole heap of people that are Abrahamic, in particular Muslims and Hebrews. To be honest with you, I don't find the Christians are as about it. but yeah, I'm not. When it comes to if Africa needs borders, I'm quite happy with what we designate as Africa today. So
really,
yeah, definitely. I'm not overly passionate. Like if one wants to call Saudi Arabia and Israel Africa, okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
But hold on. Why is that not like your default setting though?
Because it doesn't have to be. So if I look at the people of Kemet, for example, in fact the Nile Valley in general, and like how they related to each other and how they related to the people east, of Kemet, like you see evidence of them relating to those people as distinctly foreigners, Lo the woeful, the miserable Asiatics, is one phrase, that comes. I'm forgetting the source, so forgive me, but they're talking about people east of Kemet, right?
Kemet,
and these are people that came in and invaded periodically and them kind of things.
The Hiscos,
Kemet, all that kind of stuff. So Kemet had invasions for over 1,000 years, before it was finally.
You said, just to stop you, you said foreign, right? Foreign people, right?
Yeah, definite. Yeah.
So that would that consist of the Canaan people? Because that Canaan was a providence of Kemet, so they would have been familiar with people from Canaan, right?
I'm to be honest with you, I can't answer that question. I'm not an expert in terms of how biblical history lines up with Kemetic history. So I'd have to research that in terms of Canaan. And
okay.
But what I can say is that I am fully aware of the presence of African people or indigenous Nile Valley people in regions of like Southern Arabia and where we call Israel today at different points in time. I am aware of the fact that Aksum had an empire that stretched across the borders of what we now call Ethiopia. So I don't have a problem with the African presence in that part of the world, but I challenge the argument that especially in the period of time that we're talking about, it seems evident to me that the dominant people in those lands were not indigenous Africans for these periods of time. And if we're looking at so from 525 BC, like black rule or indigenous African rule in Kemet basically ended. So
Hellenization.
Right. Well, yeah. So we're dealing with the period of the Greeks and the Romans. So that 525 BC, it was Greeks and Romans. That were ruling Kemet, right? And that is a time of so is it prior to Jesus and during Jesus and after Jesus, So all of that time, that black rule was not on the throne, It was outsiders, foreign outside invaders who were not black, You know what I'm saying? Like who were ruling the thing. So the blackness, as far as that part of the world, as far as the history that I've studied so far, a lot of the migrations from Kemet took place in that period. So people migrated south into what we call Sudan today, and people migrated west, and south and southwest. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of things there, right? So a lot of the migration took place then. So we have accounts for where a lot of those black people went. right? This is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
The people east of that, for the most part, I'm not denying that there were black people there, but for the most part, from my reading of history, were not black. Yeah, and
It wasn't everyone's time. If
yeah,
you disagree or believe in it.
yeah, I do. If you go back far enough, yeah. But this period of time, there were various kinds of people on the planet. We're talking about 2,000 years ago, right? You know, just over 2,000 years ago. So I'm saying, yeah. So like, you know, Arabia, Israel, them places there. You know what I'm saying? You know, because so we're dealing with people like the Persians, and you know what I'm saying. And the Persians come from what we call Iraq, yeah, and Iran today, right? And they were one of the invaders who invaded Kemet. So they traveled from where they were to come into Kemet, right? That's what I'm saying. So they didn't meet a sea of black people, you know, all the way through Arabia and Israel, and then got to Kemet, what's it called? And there were still black people. No, like, you know what I'm saying? These people, you know, met people that look more similar to them on their way as well, right? That's what I'm saying. So by the time we get to this period in history, that part east of Kemet was not as black as some people try to make out, although there were black people there.
Okay. So when it comes to you mentioned how in the Hellenist period, even the people that were ruling Kemet weren't black because of the Hellenization and so on, which I agree. But you obviously know that doesn't diminish the indigenous populace; it just makes them move to other places.
Yeah,
which is ironically the same thing we see in Israel.
Yeah, so there is migration. There's also the suppression, and so that the Greeks had a way of kind of, and other people like sorry, the names are slipping me. But some of them they kind of colonized the culture of Kemet. So they didn't destroy it completely. They just kind of repainted it in their own image. You see what I'm saying? In that kind of
like Serapis and all these other
kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So all them kind of things. So they didn't do away with everything, but you can see, and so that's where you get things like the Coptic faith coming into play. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So this is a mixture of what was there indigenously and the influence of the Greeks. Yeah, and you know what I'm saying, and all these people that were, you know, interrelating with each other. Then you get the influence of and the development of Zoroastrianism, and you know, and all these things, which is incidentally, which is interesting in the sense of the fact that when you say about the Hebrews and it being the first monotheistic, but some people regard the Zoroastrian tradition to be the first monotheistic.
But how old are the Zoroastrianism tradition? Because for my studies, surely they came around during the time of Babylon, during the time of.
You're probably correct. You're probably correct.
Which is nowhere near before Israel or the Israelite.
No, I know. I'm just saying. There are historians who consider the Zoroastrian tradition to be the first, because you and I both, you will know as well as I will, that the history of the Hebrews is, you know, sketchy, especially when it comes to Kemet, like, because with all this presence of a strong presence of Hebrews and Kemet, like, there's very little to no records that substantiate and validate the story as far as Kemet is concerned, in spite of the fact that as far as an ancient civilization, no civilization documented its history as well and as consistently as Kemet did. So yeah.
Are we using the Egyptologists' findings, or are we using exterior findings from people who can validate what the...
We are using some of the Egyptologists' findings.
There we go.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily an indictment. That some of the things that the Egyptologists said was correct, and some of it was incorrect. It's just about
how do we validate that, Shaka? Because these are the same people that changed the noses, that changed the look of the Egyptians.
Of course. But there are enough African-centered scholars now, who are doing independent research on certain things. So unless you're telling me that, because the history is there, so like we can say there could be an argument for the fact that the Egyptologists got it completely wrong, and this is where the Hebrews are documented in Kemet. Like, I'm willing to be open to the argument. Like, if somebody can show me where, you know, words like Hebrew or
well, I mean, there's evidence now that the Hebrews were in Kemet. I'm not saying Exodus. I mean, there's some evidences for the Exodus, but obviously you would have to interpret that, or at least there. I don't want to say there's at least probabilistically, lead towards that happening. But in terms of the Israelites going into Egypt at any other time, there's many evidence of that. For example, you've got the
Oh,
Shasu.
yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. I'm
familiar with the Shasu of Yahoo, right?
Say again?
You're familiar with the Shasu of Yahoo, right?
Yeah, I've come across it. I haven't gone into it, but yeah, I've apparently there's some there's a word in there that people
The
translate as
Tetragrammaton and the people of bondage.
Yeah.
That's what Shasu means.
Yeah, but my thing is that because obviously it's not enough to say like with the narrative that is given in terms of the Hebrews' plight in Egypt, it's not enough to say they might not have been there during the Exodus, but they would have been there during another period of time. Like that's possible, especially because a lot, like historically speaking, a lot of what people call Hebrews are likened to other groups of people, like the like the Hyksos and then kind of things there. Yeah, it makes sense, right? But the narrative is that was it Joseph was the first to go into Kemet. Am I correct in saying it was Joseph?
I mean, out of the Hebrew people to walk into Kemet, or just like to start the Exodus?
No. So prior to the Exodus,
the first person to walk into Egypt that was a Hebrew was Abraham. But he didn't stay in Egypt. Do you mean like stay in Egypt?
Stayed there though. He was one of who stayed.
Yeah. Joseph. Yeah, you'll be right. Yeah, Joseph. Yeah.
Joseph, right? What's it called? And then so from Joseph up until Moses. Yeah. How many? What period of time is that again?
Oh, you mean like in terms of according to the Egyptian dynasties?
No. Well, whatever. So in according to the Bible, what was the period of time between Joseph, who went into Kemet or Egypt, and Moses, who left?
I can't give you the exact number or the generations, but I know that it's a couple of hundred years. Also, I can give you this though, Shaka, in terms of the Egyptian dynasty, where it would have been in. It's actually not Ramesses II, like Hollywood and mainstream media likes to propose. This is why it shows that it's inaccurate. The actual date for the Hebrews being in Exodus, I can show you the university lectures and archaeologists proclaiming this. It would have been during the time of Pharaoh Ahmose. Pharaoh Ahmose doesn't have a successor.
Right, but bro, Pharaoh Ahmose, coincides with the period of the Hykso invasion, and Pharaoh.
It's before the Hykso. Is it before?
No, well, so I imagine there's a couple of Ahmose,
I'm talking about the first, like the one before the Hyksos, because I don't believe the Hebrews are the Hyksos. I think they're separate people.
Yeah. So Ahmose the first, whose wife was Ahmose Nefertari, I believe.
Yeah.
Let me stop because I may be mixing up.
It might be Dudamos as well. Hold on, let me just get the. I wish I could screen share my. Veli, are you there by any chance? Because I can just screen share the information. It'll be way more effective. I don't think he's there. But like I said, I can obviously send you this stuff on Hangouts or wherever.
It's an ongoing conversation, isn't it? It's an ongoing conversation, you know what I'm saying?
Because archaeology, as you know, archaeology is changing every decade. I mean, are you familiar with the Tel Dan?
Pardon me?
Are you familiar with the Tel Dan, for example?
No.
It was archaeological finding in Israel proving King David's existence. Because like many other people, like Moses, they'll say there's no evidence that this and this happened. There's no evidence that this person existed. But then 2020 or 2018, they'll find something. Okay, now he existed. So it's always changing. We could be saying for the past 40 years there's no evidence for Exodus, but then now they're finding something. Oh, now Exodus existed. So I don't want to determine.
I hear you, bro. I'm just saying that as from memory, if we're dealing with the period of Ahmose the first, that is the period when the Hyksos were dominant in Kemet, and Ahmose comes in and kicks the Hyksos out. Now this is important because a lot of the African-centered historians have said when they're talking about the Exodus, the only historical event that lines up with it is the expelling of the Hyksos from Kemet. yeah, during the time of.
Do you know why? Do you know why they say that, Shaka?
So it's interesting that you're the
Okay.
first Hebrew that I've ever heard say that it wasn't Ramesses, it was Utmost. I'm not saying that this is new information as far as Hebrews are concerned.
Okay.
I don't listen to Hebrews a whole heap, right? So, but I'm just saying that it's the first time I've come across a Hebrew saying that it wasn't Ramesses, it was Utmost, yeah. But I'm saying that that makes sense to me from a historical perspective, if because of the Hyksos, you get me? Example. So now we have to validate if it is that period of time, the idea that these people were enslaved, in Kemet for that length of time, and that Moses was about in them time there, that the right throw down, you know what I'm saying, and turn into snake and all them something there, right? All them something they have to, you know what I'm saying, we have to be validated historically. So,
No problem. No, like I said, no problem, bro. And I'm willing to send you the information, send you the lecture that shows all the information, the accurate dates, and the reason why they even changed it to do the Mose or the other theory, which is like we said, Achmose, is because they're backtracking, because they're looking at the evidence from Joshua, which comes after Moses, and they're saying, okay, Canaan was destroyed by Joshua and his army, right? According to the biblical narrative. So we see that there's a destruction in Canaan at this date. So if the destruction of Canaan is at this date, and they're saying Ramesses and Exodus was at this date, and the Ramesses and Exodus date is after the one that the Joshua date is, it can't be true. So what they started to do is they started to backtrack and say, okay, it has to be before the destruction of Canaan. So now, where is this Exodus? So they're looking for all the dynasties, trying to see which one it is. They find out by looking at Moses and by looking at Achmoses, they see that it fits in terms of not having the successor, in terms of the plague poems during that time, because let's not forget there were poems of there being 12 plagues in Kemet. So obviously people will say that's not nothing to do with Exodus, but if it's during the same time as Exodus, that would make sense. And then you've also got letters of servants that had Shemitic names, Hebrew names. There's even constructions of Hebrew buildings or style buildings in certain regions in Kemet. For example, in Exodus, it mentions the actual places where the Israelites were building. It says they were building in Pithom and they were building in Ramesses. These locations are actually in Avarius. And in this location, according to modern archaeology, modern historicity, they found Shemitic bodies in these locations that were working as slaves or servants for the Kemetic people. This is modern. They won't say it's the Israelites, because in their understanding, the Israelites are not black. So they have to tie the Israelites to the Hyksos. This is why I wanted to say earlier when you mentioned the Hyksos. The reason why they say that it's the Hyksos is because Shemitic people can't be black, Shaka. They have to look like Asians. They have to look like Asiatics. This is why they will tie it to the Hyksos, because the Hyksos, as we know, are not black, according to the inscriptions and everything.
No, yeah, but the only problem with what you're saying is that when you look at the history as documented by the people of Kemet, under Utmost the First, they document these people called Hyksos, and these things, and the expelling of these people called Hyksos who were invaders. So they weren't enslaved.
I agree.
They were invaders to the land, right? What's it called? And they were expelled from the land because of their invasions, and there's history.
This is why they're not the Hebrews,
right? Pardon me?
This is why the Hyksos are not the Hebrews.
But I'm saying that if we're gonna have a story around the same time, if the people of Kemet, could have documented the all right, okay, cool. Yeah, if the people of Kemet could document the expelling of the Hyksos, then they could certainly document the exodus of Moses and the splitting of the Red Sea and the rod with throwdown and the plague and the pestilence and the holy picnic, the firstborn son with it dead and all them something there, right? All these.
Well, the poem is documented. The poem of the 12 plagues is in Kemet.
Yeah, bro, but and there are numerous and I am familiar with this document, and I'm not an expert on it, so I'm not going to.
Around the same time as Achmose, ironically.
No, yeah, I'm familiar with the existence of what it is that you're talking about. Again, I'm not an expert on that particular document, so I won't speak on it too tough, except to say that I'm aware of a number of different interpretations of it, especially because when we're dealing with Kemet, right, we're dealing with history, but then we're also dealing with sacred text, and there's a whole symbolism, in the Medjugorje as is documented. You see what I'm saying? But like one document with the plagues and stuff like that, there's a whole heap of other history that is documented in relatively strong detail, like about the politics of the situation, the economics, and even the military expeditions of Ahmose the First following the expelling of the Hebrew, the Hyksos, right? That's what I'm saying. There's a whole heap of things, yeah, that if all of this stuff happened at the same time, how come there's so much information about one thing
for the Hyksos?
And
That's a good point, Shaka.
The rest of it, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? So that's all my thing is. But you know what though? You see that lecture that you're talking about? I beg you, just fling it in the back.
100%, bro. After I watched that, bro, like I changed my whole mind of Ten Commandments movie, Ramesses, bro. It made me start looking more into history and understanding where they actually fit in.
Yeah.
And it's actually amazing. This is mainstream. It's not even like a black guy saying this, or it's a white guy mainstream sitting there saying, "Listen, there's some new evidence we're uncovering. We've got it all wrong. It's not Ramesses. It's way before." Which makes sense now because it matches with Joshua and the conquest of Canaan. So they're shifting everything. This is why when people say, "Oh, there's no evidence for so and so," they're finding things all the time. They just figured out David existed 5 years ago.
This white guy,
you know what I mean? So it's like,
remember his name, the white guy,
David Rahol. David Rahol.
Is he an Ashkenazi Jew?
No, he's atheist. He's not even a believer in any God.
But Jews can be atheists, you know. There's a lot of atheist Jews out there still.
He's not a Jew. He's British. He's like a British guy. He's not a Jew. You'll see him. He's not a Jew or anything.
So
I know why. That's a good point, Shaka, because the Jews want to shift it into make it. Yeah, that's a good point. But he's not a Jew. He's not a Jew.
Have you posted it? So you shared your thing. Is this your screen?
Yeah, this is my screen. This is the information I wanted to show you earlier about the Bantus.
Oh no, yeah, but this is not news. Like in a sense of the fact that, but I think the only thing that we have here is the fact that like for example, African linguists have identified a long time that Sumer, the ancient languages of
Sumerians, yes,
the languages spoken there are Bantu languages. Yeah, there's no
And guess where the Hebrews come from, Shaka? They come from Samaria. Abraham.
But that doesn't so then we'll have to validate that Hebrew is a Bantu language. Now people say that Bantu is Hebrew, which would be fallacious because
how would that be fallacious?
Because okay, the reason why is because you're putting the child before the parent. Yeah, the Bantu.
Can you explain?
Because so to say that Bantu is Hebrew. Yeah, that Bantu is an umbrella term for various languages. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
So the Hebrew is a language. You know what I'm saying? Like, are there various different?
Which is older than the Bantu people.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Because the Bantu people come from another people, right?
I would say that I wouldn't say they come from another people. I would say that the Bantu people are an amalgamation of various different people, from what we understand.
There we go.
But even the term Bantu is problematic to some degree, depending on your usage. In relation to language family, it might make sense. In relation to lineage or DNA or people group, it doesn't add up as much, except for when you put it into a European anthropological lens. It would try to break up the different peoples of the African continent. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that the fact of Bantu languages existing in that area of the world is completely plausible because of migration and traveling of African people. Hebrew, to say that Bantu is a Hebrew language, one would have to now show the various different languages that are called Bantu and their connection with the Hebrew, and them kind of things there. When you look at things like the Chiluba language in Congo, there are correlations with the language of the Kemetu, the Nile Valley, and these things. When Wolof in West Africa, there are connections with the you know what I'm saying? So I don't know where this argument comes from in the sense of the fact that the people that speak Hebrew, like, is there a Hebrew language family tree? Wait there. Or is there just one Hebrew language that evolves over time?
Is there a Hebrew language tree?
Is Arabic is Arabic a Hebrew language?
No.
Right. So but there's definitely a relationship between Arabic and Hebrew as language.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
What's it called? Right. So I'm saying that if we don't call Arabic a Hebrew language, then why are we calling Bantu languages Hebrew?
Because the Bantu, because this is the thing. I understand what you're saying. How can the child come for the parent? It makes sense now. Because what you're saying is the Bantu people are older than the Hebrews. So how can the Bantu languages be a Hebrew language?
Yeah.
But that's the first thing we have to resolve. Are the Bantu people older than the Hebrews, or are the Bantu people from the Hebrews? Because that's the stance I'm claiming.
Yeah, no, we can go into it. The fact is that I should actually correct myself, because from my understanding, what linguists are saying about the language of Suma, is that it's Proto-Bantu. So it's not even classical Bantu, but it's Proto-Bantu, as in it's Bantu before Bantu, right? You know what I'm saying?
So the Sumerians, Africans.
I think there's evidence to suggest that some of them were, there's definitely a strong African presence in Sumer. You know what I'm saying in that regard. I'm not like so. Again,
So that means would you not consider the Sumerian practices as part of your Pan-African?
It depends, So, for example, it's like asking me, were there Africans in England? Yeah, they were, but because the presence doesn't necessarily mean that they're practicing and they're existing within an African cultural lens. You see what I'm saying? Like there's African America. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, Africans can be anywhere. It's dependent. It's more dependent upon whether the cultural framework governing the thing at the time is African or not. You know what I'm saying? So that's
well. This is the image I saw in the British Museum. I don't know if you can see it clearly. Can you see it clearly?
Yeah, I've seen this image before. I've seen it before.
So this is what I saw face to face, and that looks like an African, and the hair, everything. That's a Hebrew, according to mainstream archaeology, history, and there's many images that consistently look like this. By the way,
yes,
this
sir.
looks like an African, and the guy on the left is an Assyrian. That doesn't look like an African. That looks like an Asian. So when you say the Hebrews are not African,
no, I didn't say that they're not African. I'm saying that I believe there were Africans among them. I think people overplay the argument. Just like because people say that the Arabs were African, and there's.
Well, I mean, wasn't Abyssinia in Yemen? Most of Abyssinia.
There's definitely African presence among all of these people. Whether they and the funny thing is that the whole name, if we go by the title of Semitic, it's the name suggests that these groups of people are made up of different people, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not denying that the African presence that was there and the African influence on the civilizations, but the idea that these civilizations, these groups, these cultures were purely and exclusively African, I think that's an overstatement. You know what I'm saying?
Would you at least say the progenitors of these tribes?
I think there is good reason to say that the original peoples of those lands, were African people. I'm not sure about if the original people of the cultural designation would be considered exclusively African. I'm not sure about that. You know what I'm saying? But we live and we learn in it. So where there is evidence for all these things.
I mean, the fact that you're open is just making me more appreciative, because some people would just be like, "Oh, get that white man thing away from me," this and that and that. But you're actually open to,
in the sense of the fact that history is history and knowledge is knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So we take those very it. At the same time, I think that there's a destructive overemphasis on these proofs, whereas to the neglect of so much of the African history that took place, that's taken place all over the continent and all over the world in terms of how African culture has evolved. That is not being given any notoriety because everyone's focused on trying to prove that we're Hebrews and Arabs, right? And these things.
I see what you're saying. We're not appreciating the other part of our heritage.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then,
Yeah.
I don't want to be the Hebrew.
I agree with you, Shaka. That is true. That is true.
At the same time, I like as an Ashanti or a Yoruba or a Zulu, or a Shona or Kikongo, sorry, man don't have to have derived from the Hebrews or the Arabs to have validation and validity in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, for
that
me,
is true.
You get me? My Ashanti ancestry is enough. Like, man, don't need to link Ashanti to Hebrew and these things. To, you know what I'm saying? You know, now if
But
it
can all of them be right? I guess that goes now into theology. So now we escape
all of them
ancestry
can't
now
be
into
right.
theology.
All of them can't be right. What? Sorry,
There
what
we
do you mean
go.
can all of them can all of them be right? What do you mean? Sorry.
As in, like, which of these deities? Like, I understand, like, in terms of on a.
Yeah,
Sorry,
like,
go on.
yeah, all the deities can be right, innit? Like, I'm not really. Well, I say that, except in as much as they go against the laws of nature, all of the deities can be right. But even if they go against the laws of nature, I don't have a problem with people having their own culture and them kind of things. There, like, you know, there's nothing wrong with being an Arab, or a Hebrew inherently. You know what I'm saying? You know, all these people have a right to exist, and that's
So-
it. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Okay, so obviously, so you're not into, like, the theology debates then, from
but I'm more interested in it in the sense of the fact that the extent to which Abrahamic traditions are expansionist and judgmental in relation to other spiritual systems that they find, when we put that in the African context, it results in a diminishment, a degradation, and ultimately a rejection of our original spiritual systems. Yeah, and I think that is destructive. Yeah, to a large degree. And I don't think that if the Hebrews have a spiritual system, it is necessarily superior to that which they encounter when they come into Africa, and you know, encounter. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's not superior to that. You know what I'm saying? No, they're
So you're saying they all could be true within their own perspective. So you don't believe in objective truth.
I believe that objective truth is the laws of nature. Yeah, how we as human beings factor that into developing cultures is relative to, you know, how, you know, the circumstances within which we develop those cultures. So, for example, like one of the things that we always used to say when I was coming up in the movement is the idea that the idea of Adam coming before Eve don't make no sense because it's woman that give birth to everything, innit? You know what I'm saying? So,
But it's man that puts seed in woman. So if the Adam and Eve story but hold on a second. If the man can't come before the woman, neither can.
I disagree with the idea that it's man that puts seed in woman. There is a no, it's not. Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. The man doesn't put a seed in the woman. The woman has something within her, and the man has something within him that when they meet, yes, it germinates into life, right? Just what I'm saying. So it's not that the man doesn't just put some without what is already in the woman. There's nothing that the man can put there that's going to bring life. Yeah, and it's the woman's body within which that
incubates
life,
the life that came from the father's
loins.
loins.
The life doesn't come from the father. The life is the result of the combination of the energies of the mother and the father. There is something in the mother, when. So, bro, this is biology 101. There is when the man emits, the germ of life into the woman, yes. What happens after that, bro?
The cell fusion.
The soul fusion.
And then cell fusion. They call it cell fusion.
All right, yeah. So what's cell fusion?
The sperm meets the egg, it becomes a cell and it grows and it develops organs.
The sperm cell has to penetrate the ovum in the woman.
Right, but
that becomes the point of conception, right?
But this is what I'm trying to say. So you know what you said though. You know that's funny, yeah, because the language kind of gives it away, right? What you said is the sperm meets the egg.
The sperm penetrates the egg.
Right, but what is that? What if we were to look in nature, yeah, what would we liken an egg to? If we're dealing with plant life.
So
what would we liken an egg to?
Yeah, so if we're dealing with plants, what would we
seed? It would be the soil. It would be the soil. You put the seed in the soil and it grows.
Right. So the egg would be likened to the seed. The soil would be likened to the womb.
No, that's not true. The egg is the soil. The seed is the sperm. That's more better.
The soil is fertile and the seed is potent. Yes, and the seed is healthy, and the soil is in fact how can I say, if it's nurtured, that is, if it is warm, if it is moist, right? You drop the seed in there. If the seed is potent, right? Meaning that if the seed is not dried out, it's not spent or rotten or anything like that, okay? That seed, right, is going to grow, it's going to go into the soil, and the roots from that seed is going to go into the soil and then come up. Yes.
But I'm saying that it's not that. So the soil is what keeps the plant alive because of its fertility. Yes, it gets its nutrients from the soil.
But you don't have a plant without the seed, though, Shakara.
But isn't that what I'm saying? I'm saying that if
Shaka, wouldn't it be more better to say the man and woman coexisting are necessary, both of them together are necessary, instead of to say, oh, the woman she has all the energy and the, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it make more sense?
What I said was, we always used to say that it doesn't make sense that Adam comes first, because as far as human life, all human life comes through the woman. Yeah, it comes through the woman, right? That's right. So the point.
Wow.
What I've been saying,
well, it's expressed through the woman because the embryo.
Shaka, that
embryo
sentence is invalid, bro. It comes from the man and the woman. Come on, man.
But you still have to combine the two, though.
Deep what it is, I said, it's not that it would be incorrect to say that man plants seed in woman. When the man emits the germ of life in the woman, it meets something that's already in the woman, and it is the combination of those two things.
The ovum, yes, but it's still penetration of the ovum by the sperm.
What
Exactly.
I'm a bit confused about what. I'm confused by what it is that you're debating with me on, because I'm not denying that.
I mean, yes, they come together, but what I'm saying is this. Okay, if you look biologically speaking, I mean, there's physical evidence of this showing how this takes place. The process is speeded up. For example, if you have a child that is grown, how could I say, in vitro or through a test tube, okay, you can put sperm and ovum together. That sperm is going to penetrate the ovum, and then you could plant it. Then you could put all of it back inside the womb of the woman, and the physical presentation of that is the embryos divide and split, divide and split, divide and split as human life forms.
That's what I'm debating, because that none of what you said has been in question. What I'm saying is, it's a combination of what comes from the man and what comes from the woman that
I agree
of life, right? So we're not dealing with a situation in which man is the primary what's it called, defining factor in whether life manifests itself. It is the combination of the energies of the man and the combination of the energies of the woman that bring forth life.
I agree.
Right. So
we agree then, Shaka.
Right.
I agree. I wouldn't argue with you on that. I'd be insane to argue that.
But it's just the way you made it sound, bro. It sounded like you're saying like the man just put something, but the woman has everything in there, and it's like you were making one component sound better or stronger than the other component.
I said it's incorrect to say man plants seed in woman. Yeah, it's an incorrect statement to make. Yeah, the man doesn't plant no seed in the woman. The man emits something into the woman, and it meets what the woman already has. There's already something in the woman that
seed is only a biblical.
But that thing that came out of the man was already in the man's both sides. So they were both, whatever was in each other was both there, like on both sides.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. So that is the point I'm making. That is exactly the point I'm making. I was using an example of why we were saying from a nature-based perspective that this story doesn't make any sense, right? You know what I'm saying? It was a thing that people used to say when I was young, innit? Right?
Have you looked deeply into stem cells? Because if you actually read that passage, it says God took the rib out of Adam, and the only areas where you can take stem cells, which is the building blocks for any living cell, is from either the spine or the ribs or any of the fluid within it.
That's from the marrow, right?
I'm sure you can.
So I find it ironic how God used the rib in combination with the soil to formulate Eve, which is the building blocks for any living cell in your body.
I'm sure
I just find that ironic.
I'm sure you can find an argument to support that. And then on the other side, people will use mitochondrial DNA
There's no evidence for that, though, Shaka.
There is
in
evidence
humans
for mitochondrial DNA. What are you talking about? There is evidence for
that we all
mitochondrial.
came from a woman.
Yes, there
Come
is
on, bro.
evidence
Let's
for
be
that.
real, bro. Let's be real.
Mitochondrial DNA. Come on, Zulu. Come on, man.
Okay,
There's
so Eric,
scientific
there's
evidence for
evidence
that.
that we all came from a woman. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we
What?
do.
No, what I'm saying.
I hope you did, bro. I certainly came from a woman.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, I came from a woman, but my father's mother's father, they didn't come from anybody. They came straight from God, and then that one person, made it. You know what I mean? It wasn't. Do you think we've always just come here from one man and woman since the beginning, or do you think?
I don't believe in Adam and Eve. So yeah. And
how were humans created, Shaka?
This is the point. It's like the African cosmology is not overly concerned with the specifics of how humanity was created in that kind of sense. The mythology is mythology, in it, right? So the idea that, for example, if I deal with, let's say, the Kikuyu, who are now reside in Kenya, they deal with Kikuyu and Mumbi, yeah, as their mother and father of the nation. They don't try to claim that it's the mother and father of all humanity for all time, and these kinds of things. So man don't know who the first man and who the first woman was.
Me myself, I don't think the Adam and Eve.
So then, what about Kemet? Kemet has the idea.
Is there any evidence to support that there was just one man and one woman?
This is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, yeah, because
I don't think
when they look at the haplo,
I don't think the parable is literal, Zulu. I mean,
well, there is Eric, what you perceive as literal or a myth or whatever doesn't actually go away from what the people that wrote it, though, because the people that wrote it didn't think it was allegory.
I'm not saying that it's myths, but I'm saying that I think that it's metaphorical. I think it's figurative.
Because the same people that wrote that book of Genesis that mentions Adam and Eve is the same Adam and Eve that's also mentioned in other tribes and peoples, like the Sumerians, who mentions Aduma.
Okay,
in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
That proves that the parable about Adam and Eve is literal.
It is literal. And even modern science is saying that there was an archaic Adam. There was a historical Adam which gave birth to the Homo sapien, or gave birth to the E1 B1 haplogroup, which is the original haplogroup of all peoples today.
From his rib.
So even mainstream science is saying that there must have been.
Wait. But that shows that there was a different. Obviously, there was the different sapiens before the Homo sapiens, isn't it? So
obviously, we trash that, God. We'll trash that, obviously, because I don't believe in no Homo erectus. You know what I'm saying?
There's no such thing as Australopithecus and all them sort of things, yeah.
Well, they're looking at monkey bones and saying that's human. So
when it comes to African cosmology, you will find no stories that attempt to give a literal explanation as to how humanity was created. Like,
what about the Egyptian ones?
They're not literal.
But you're interpreting that, Shaka, as in the modern day. You're looking back at the stories saying it's not literal.
No, there is no evidence of anything of these stories, and these are civilizations that had science. Yeah, they were scientific. Yeah, the idea that because, for example, there is no first man and woman like in the Kemetu stories. Yeah.
What?
There's no first man and woman. There's nobody who said this is the first man, this is the first woman.
Are the ancestors not the gods?
But then you have to ask yourself, Shakara, where did human life begin? How? I mean,
yeah, bro, man can ask that. It's a good question. But the idea that it began with one man and one woman is not an idea that I found in any African cosmology in a literal sense. There you will find the archetypes of divinities and concepts and principles. So you get Nun and Nunet, Hu and Huket, and others, yeah, who like Nun and Nunet are primordial waters, and when they combine, they manifest matter. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so these are all concepts, right? You know what I'm saying? And they have scientific
Well, can we say this? Can we say this though? Can we say that the parable, the story about Adam and Eve, can we say that it hasn't been proven now, but that in fact it won't be proven later? I mean, archaeology
bro. To be quite
DNA testing and all this type of stuff. I mean, it's proving new stuff all the time.
yeah, okay. So we're dealing with hypotheticals at the moment. If there
In
was,
other words, what I'm saying is this:
Allow Chaka
it's not just,
to speak. Allow him to speak.
yeah, bro.
simply because there's not existential evidence now does not mean that there is not evidence. It just means that the evidence hasn't been discovered. That's
Yeah,
what
bro.
archaeologists have been doing over decades, over
Yeah,
centuries.
that argument could extend to any field of research
Of
eternally.
course,
Right. So I'm saying,
there's always a possibility.
yeah. So, but yeah,
There's always
fine,
a possibility, right?
I'm saying that if incontrovertible evidence comes that the Adam and Eve actually did exist in the physical realm and were created in the same way that the Bible says that they were created, and that evidence was conclusive, man would accept the evidence. Yeah, like I don't have any evidence to that degree at the moment.
That's the point. We can't. What we can say is this. Okay, all right. There's no physical DNA evidence.
No, but bro, we cannot.
There is physical DNA evidence, though. That's wrong.
We cannot.
Or is there? Is there?
Yes.
We can also.
It's not, Eric. I'm telling you, it's not a parable. It's real.
But what I'm saying is that I mean, is there physical evidence to prove what you're talking
Listen,
about?
Eric, I'll send you some stuff, bro. They even did a recreation. Not Geo did a recreation of what the historical Adam would have looked like based off all the human genome, and he looked like me and you, literally. Not even like kind of like, it literally looked like us, literally. So people are saying different to what you guys are saying. The so-called scientists are saying different.
Nah, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
There are.
So scientists are saying that okay, then in fact that the Adam and Eve parable is literally true. Then there's existential
No,
evidence.
they'll twist it by saying the historical Adam was the first Homo sapien, and then the mitochondrial Eve. They'll twist certain narratives and certain things because obviously they don't want to prove God in the Bible. But if you were to strap away the interpretations and look at the data actually is in line with what the scripture is saying.
Yeah, bro. I'm just saying that these are
okay. Then all right, then fine. You have to.
And by the way, you said that there's no first man or creation of first man in Egypt, but when you look at the god Atum, who masturbated with his hand to create humanity.
Yes, bro. This is symbolic, bro. See what I'm saying? Like, this is symbolic.
But you see what I mean? Like, you're saying the one thing, you're saying it's all scientific, Shaka, but then they have temples, they sacrifice to these gods.
Bro.
You know what I mean? Like,
I never made the claim that the civilization of Kemet was exclusively scientific. It was spiritual. It was symbolic. They had allegories just like every other civilization. Yeah, and these things. This is so I'm differentiating between the literal and the symbolic. When you talk about the deities and how they are depicted and the stories associated with them, there you will find instances, of actual historical events being attached to some of the stories at certain periods of time. But for the most part, we're dealing with symbolism and allegory. When we're talking about Asa, there are some who say that a person called Asa did exist, but the story associated with Asa is largely allegorical. You know what I'm saying? Right? So these things can merge, but we can differentiate between the two. What I am saying is there's not a narrative in ancient Kemet that purports to be presenting this is the first human being who ever lived. I've not come across that before. I've not come across it.
So then the stories that mention humans' creation in the creation myths, are you saying that they don't mention the name of the first being?
No.
Is that what you're claiming?
They mention the names of the first, let's say, principles to bring beings into creation. Yeah.
Okay.
And associate with that. So like Noon, that what's it called? In one version of a story, Noon gives birth to Ptah. Later on down in the history, and then Ptah becomes the creator who creates all everything else. Yeah. Then in another part of the story, Noon gives birth to Ra. Yeah. So my point is but Ra is not considered to be, so like for example, in we were talking about the Zulu before, yeah. The Zulu, for the Zulu, Unkulunkulu is at once the supreme creator and also the Yeah, the progenitor, the supreme ancestor. Yeah.
Yes.
There's a relationship between ancestorship and the supreme creator in that
So
regard.
is it not possible that the ancestors of the Egyptians, is it not possible that the gods of the Egyptians were actually ancestors that they deified over a period of time?
Say that again.
So there is it not possible that the ancestors,
Yes,
just like with the Viking mythology, they would deify their ancestors, like Odin.
That happens all the time. Yeah, that happens all the time. That's what I'm saying. So
that means Ra was the actual person at some point, right?
I'm saying Ra could have been an actual person. Yeah.
Okay.
Asar could have been an actual person. It might not. They might not have been named Asar, but the narratives of that life may have been deified under the name Asar. Yeah. The same goes for Osset. Yeah. And these kinds of things. The same goes for Shango and Ogun and Oshun. Yeah. There are some people who suggest that a lot of the stories associated with them are actual stories of actual living people and ancestors. But nobody argues that the first human being who ever lived was named Asar and he had a wife called Osset. That's not an argument I've seen in Kemetu text.
Okay, so out of these gods, because I'm trying to come up with a theory here, yeah? Out of these gods, who's the most supreme and who's the most ancient?
Who is the most supreme? It's a good question. I don't know who the most ancient is because people are still researching that. I think the oldest on historical records as far as divinity is concerned, I think, is Ma'at. Ma'at is said to derive from ancient Nubia. So this is prior to even the existence of Kemet as a civilization.
And what's the nature of Ma'at?
Ma'at is likened to the laws of the universe. So balance, truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, order, that kind of thing.
Sounds very similar to some other concepts.
But this is one day,
why I asked that question. The reason why I asked that question.
Let me read something, yeah, because obviously, like Shakara said, yeah, the Egyptian story, yeah, is myth, yeah, where they said they will tell you that it's a myth or whatever. But obviously, you're trying to say that the Bible story is factual and it's the truth. That's how the world was created. And I don't know, how old are you trying to say humanity is?
Well, see, that's the thing.
I personally believe I don't buy the fact that we've been on this planet for more than 10,000 years, and I don't believe the world is millions of years old. I think it's all propaganda to push an evolutionary model because evolution needs time. So in order for evolution to be true, they'd have to extend the period of our existence on this planet and the period of the existence of the Earth. I would suggest that the Earth.
And this is
humankind has evolved as humankind, not from.
There's no such thing as evolution. Human beings have de-evolved, Eric. We were more in a better state physically.
You're saying that
this is what I'm saying.
10,000 years old.
Is that human beings, as human beings, started as human beings, we have evolved. Okay, we don't look as we look.
Wait. Let me read something out. Yeah, this is gonna help us all. Yeah. So the origin of Homo sapiens, Australopithecus, Ornithischians, equals the first bipedal hominoid found in East Africa. Yeah, 3.0 to 3.2 MYBP. Later forms became more slender, Homo habilis, and Homo erectus came later.
Homo erectus. Do you want me to show you an image of what they look like? And you tell me if that's where you came from. You want to pull up the Homo erectus? Really, Vellemy? Really, bro? Because if I was to screen share what they look like,
that's funny. You're saying that the world is 10,000 years old. But there's I swear there's buildings in Africa that's older than 10,000 years.
That's what they tell us, all right?
So who built them? Who built them?
That's if you buy carbon dating. That's if you buy carbon dating.
All right, Zulu.
Because carbon dating isn't even accurate.
Oh, okay. Tell me something, Zulu.
Homo sapiens are believed to have originated. Wait, listen. Listen. Let me finish reading, man. Homo sapiens are believed to have originated 100,000 to 200,000 years ago. So I don't know what you're talking about. 10,000 years ago.
100,000 years ago.
Mm.
Why don't we pull up what they say? Why don't we
I'm
pull up what they say? Hold on. Why don't we pull up what they say? They looked like 100,000 years ago, and we'll see if that's what you believe, bro. Because I don't look like no chimp.
Can I just say, Zulu? Yeah, are you saying that the Earth is no more than 10,000 years, or just that humanity is no more than 10,000 years? Clarify that point.
I would say that it's okay. At the very least, Chaka, or the very most, I should say, I would say it's not as old as what they're telling us it is.
Okay, what proof do you have?
My proof is because prior to this evolutionary model, the age of the Earth and the age of humanity was not as big as what they're proposing today.
Yeah, that's what we're about the Bible, bro.
Huh?
And what proof do you have of this?
Even before
what
we were
proof
going by
would
the
you
Bible,
accept?
Chaka.
No. What proof would you accept? Yeah, that would make you know that what's the truth and what is the actual truth in it. What proof would you accept? Because, like you're saying, there's proof out there, yeah, that man can take you to or we can show you to, but it's like, what are you going to accept in it?
Well, like I said, I don't think anyone can really know the exact date. But what I do know is because of the agenda of evolution, which takes time, and we've seen that they've changed the age of the Earth. If you look at what the age of the Earth was 100 years ago, it was way less to what they're proposing today. And if you look 100 years before then, it was way less to what. So they're obviously increasing the age of the Earth to push an agenda because mainstream science wants to push evolution.
Well, wait a minute then. Okay, so what you're saying is this: there was no such thing as a woolly mammoth. There was no such thing as a saber-toothed tiger. There was no such thing as these old
They're being conflated.
ancient animal species. Is what you're saying? There's no possibility.
I'm not saying there's no. I'm not saying there's no such thing as Eric. I'm not saying there's no such thing as a saber tooth. Nor am I saying there's no such thing as a mammoth, a woolly mammoth. All I'm saying to you, Eric, is that in order for evolution to be valid, you would need a long period of time, which makes ironic sense to why they're increasing the age of the Earth.
But
to
point of the
accommodate
matter
that.
is this: do you have any proof? Do you have any proof to debunk this? Is what I'm asking.
Well, first of all, there's a missing link in the evolutionary model. So when you say saber-tooth and mammoth, these are just de-evolved, or these are just small superior beings to the. Hold on, Eric. These are just.
The point I'm making
more.
is this, Lou.
Eric,
I don't believe
Eric.
it's a missing link between the animal species and the human species. I believe the human species started out as human, and animal species started out as human. As animal. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is that in the state of human beings have evolved in their appearance, have they not?
No.
No, they haven't.
We have de-evolved. We have de-evolved. If you look at images of people, not even too long ago, right? Let's say 5,000 years ago, look at images of them. They were muscular, they were taller, they were stronger, they were smarter.
And what environment did they live in? And what environment did they live in? The environment that they live on was much more rugged than it is now, isn't it? Wasn't it?
We are becoming more sick.
More muscular.
We are becoming more lazy. We're becoming more. We're becoming less intelligent. You may think the technological advances we have today make us superior to our ancestors, but the technology that we have is killing. Hold on, the technology that we have today are killing the earth. The technology that they had was biodegradable and wasn't killing the earth. They were still able to build the pyramids. Hold on, they were still able to build the pyramids and do the great feats without destroying the earth. But we are doing these things while destroying the earth. So there's clearly a difference in intelligence.
Zulu, I agree with you on that part. But what I'm saying is this. During the evolution of the human species, back in the time when the earth was much more rugged, life was much more rugged, human beings had to be more rugged. They had to be more muscular, they had to be stronger than today. Because the ways of hunting food and even the way of cultivating the earth was much rougher then than it is now.
No, it was way less rougher. I don't know what you're talking about.
It was way less rougher. How?
The fruits we have today, Eric, don't even have seeds. Fruits used to have seeds. Try and eat a banana and show me the seeds. So nature, everything was a much more more accustomed environment to this synthetic environment we live in today.
Yeah, we made it synthetic. I agree with that. We did make it synthetic. But the fact of the matter is that What I'm saying is this: the reason why we have become softer, right? The reason why we become more lazy brain now is because we can afford to do so. We can do that. We have this type of environment that, in fact, is even conducive to it because we've been doing it for the past couple hundred years.
Which
Okay,
contributes to our de-evolution.
I mean, the point of the matter is this: I'm not saying that we're altogether more advanced today than we were back in those times, because obviously we're not. Because if we were, the world wouldn't be on fire like it is right now with all these little proxy wars going on all over the place, just as little proxy wars were going on eons ago. Okay, we're still doing the same stupid shit.
Nothing is new under the sun.
And in some cases, we're doing even worse. So we're going backwards. So I would agree with you on that. But different environment and different circumstances, okay, that is conducive to how humanity was formed.
I don't think you
You
understand
live
what I'm
based,
saying.
you live
You're
based on
agreeing with
your
what I'm
environment.
saying without agreeing. Let me show you how you're agreeing.
No, what
You've
I'm
just
saying is
admitted.
that you live
Hold
according
on,
to your environment
Eric.
that you
Allow
live
me
in.
to
You adjust
respond.
to that.
Eric,
You
allow me to
adapt to
respond,
that,
though.
don't you?
Eric, allow me to respond. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
You
Okay, go
just
ahead.
said because we're subject to harsher environments, we had a more muscular and more healthier mental and physical, right? That's basically what you're trying to say, right? But if we were under an environment that enabled us to have a more healthier and mental and physical strength, and we were in that environment for a very long time, right? Then today we should still be like how they were. But what we see is we're not like how they were. We're worse than how they were. The expectancy rate is lowering. The cancer rate is increasing. Everything about the human biology is becoming more synthetic. This is why they're trying to bring in transhumanism with the AI and we're realizing that the body is giving way and it's failing. This is why they are
Think about
trying
this
to
though.
merge us with the machines so that
Were
we
we
can
not?
be eternal.
Yeah, but were we not fallible then? Were we
No,
not
we
fallible
were
then?
made. We
Were we not
were how we
fallible
were.
then? Were we not human and
No,
fallible
back
then?
then. And when I say back then, I mean the closer you get to our creation, we were the way we were created, how we were supposed to function. Everything our body did was the way it was supposed to work.
Yeah, but we
But
were
everything our
fallible
body
in
does
the
now,
mean. We were fallible in the.
is a
We were
de-evolved
fallible
version
in the
of what
way
was
that we lived
before.
then. We are fallible in the way we live now because our thinking is fallible. It is not perfect, Zulu. It wasn't perfect then. It's not perfect now. How we think about how we choose.
We're going in circles. We're going in circles.
What I'm saying is this, okay? We weren't perfect human beings back then, Zulu. We weren't. We were human. We weren't perfect. Okay? If we were perfect, we wouldn't have needed to be created by a creator. Okay? Straight up and down. Okay? You could take it back religiously and biblically, or you could take it back scientifically. The fact of the matter is we were fallible human beings then. Okay? And in some aspects we lived better then than we live now. Some aspects we live better now than we lived back then. Okay? The fact of the matter is human thinking is fallible. And therefore we do fallible things. We take steps forward and we take steps back because we are fallible beings. We're fallible in our thinking. We're fallible in our attitude, in our imagination, and how we fit things, such as this new technology that can destroy us if it gets out of hand, such as 5G technology and AI. Isn't it so? Or were we perfect human beings back in the day and we became ever more imperfect as time went on? Is that what you're arguing?
I'm arguing that all we've ever done since the beginning is de-evolved. It's been a constant decline in health and in mentality from the beginning. That's simple. That's simple.
Yeah, we still
And
live.
all the data is
Yeah, we
proving
still
me
live,
right.
yes. Yeah, we still live, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
God
we
is so
still
much
live,
more.
but are we
We
really
still live
living?
by
But
the grace of God, yeah?
Eric, hold on. Eric, we live, but are we really living? Are you free?
Are you free? Meaning what? When you say
Can you
free,
say that you're functioning right now, your cognitive function, can you say it's 100%? And this goes to anyone.
no. And back then it
There
wasn't
we go.
100% either. And back then it
Compared
wasn't
to,
100% either. We
as
were not
compared to what?
we were not perfect beings,
As
man.
compared to what it would have been for our ancestors.
How far back you going, man?
Our ancestors were not perfect beings.
There's people even theorizing that they built the pyramids by using telekinesis, by moving things with their minds. We're not on that level. We've clearly changed or
Okay.
de-evolved.
Is there evidence for it? Is there definitive evidence for that we use telekinesis to build the pyramids?
Well, we don't use 100% of our brains, do we? According to science,
No, we
right?
don't.
All right. Well, we did
what do you
have
think?
more.
Is
We
there
did have
definitive
more
evidence that we use 100% of our brains back
So if we
then?
did have more control of our brain in the past, does that not mean we've de-evolved?
Yeah, perhaps so.
Thank
But
you.
what I'm asking
Thank
you,
you.
what I'm asking you,
Perhaps so.
what I'm asking you is this: did we use 100% of
I
our
would
brains back
argue,
then?
Zulu,
Do you
that
have any
as
proof
we
of that?
got closer to God, we devolved. That's my argument.
As we got closer to God.
Mm.
I don't know about that one.
Think about it.
Nah, I don't agree with that still.
Okay. All right. Pause. Telekinesis, yeah? If you saw someone performing that today, what would you say? What would you say?
I would say that they're gifted.
You would say they're gifted.
Or they're in tune with something that's been locked off.
So if you saw someone, hold on, let's just remind ourselves what is telekinesis. So that I'm not chatting shit.
Moving things with your mind, moving objects with your mind or matter.
Excellent, cool. So if I took you somewhere now or whenever, and you saw someone performing telekinesis, your first reaction is gonna be that they're gifted.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. Jokes aside, if I saw someone moving,
Please do be honest.
I'll be honest with you, sis. If I saw someone moving something in their mind, first of all, I would probably think it's a devil thing.
There you go.
But then, like, I would ask them questions. No, hold on. I'd ask them questions, and I'm trying to get to understand the thing. And it could be that they've unlocked something that was locked off. You know,
and that's the thing. You can't assume that somebody's demonic because this person
But
happens to be
the thing is that there is
telekinesis,
Beric, but
not everybody
demons
else can.
do that though. Beric, the magicians and demonology.
Yeah, you
people
see,
do
that's
that
the
though.
word I was waiting for you to use,
But the
because
point,
that's the point. Wait, Eric, wait.
Okay, but the point of the matter is that you can't assume that everyone does this, though.
So you're not gonna wait.
That's what I'm saying. You can't assume that everyone. Some people are gifted. Why? Okay, then you're gonna say that children that are musical virtuosos that they're evil too because they can use their minds and play music at 6 or 7 years old that 20 and 30-year-old people can't do.
That's a massive conflation. I'm not saying that's
All right,
evil.
just
That's
pause a
intelligence.
minute, Eric. Just 1 minute, Eric. Just give me 30 seconds, man. Hold it in.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Zulu, back to yourself now, yeah? Because you mentioned the word magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you did say that you might think that they're performing magic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So were they in the past doing telekinesis, or were they performing magic?
I think the closer you are into the beginning, it may have been the telekinesis, but the further you departed away from God, it was magic. Because all magic is as a supernatural ability or a supernatural event outside of the authority of God. Whereas a miracle,
outside the authority of God.
So using demons or using witchcraft or black magic, that would be magic. In terms of there being a miracle.
So how do you differentiate? Okay. Exactly. I know that's going to come. Okay. So how do you differentiate that?
Well, it depends on the medium who's enacting the thing. Is the person doing it claiming that it's from God, or is the person doing it claiming that they're doing it through their higher self, or they're doing it through their spirit guides, or they're doing it through a being that came and spoke to them in a forest, told them to sacrifice a baby or get some blood from a chicken? You know what I mean? So you speak to the medium, the person enacting it.
But it can be argued that,
You know what I mean?
that the person could say that the median is that they're doing this. This is by the grace of God. People do a lot of evil shit by saying we're doing this by the grace of God too.
But then you know them by their fruits. If their deeds are contrary to what they claim, hate them. It's that simple. It's logic in it.
Okay, so then I go back to the question again. Do you have any proof that back in the day when the pyramids were being built, that telekinesis was being used. Do you have any evidence for this?
There's people hypothesizing it based on how they cannot figure out how it will.
That's hypothesis.
No, Eric. I never came here and said 100% they built the pyramids with. I clearly said it's been.
But I'm asking you. I'm not arguing. But see, Zulu, you take it as though I'm arguing against you. No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you. Okay, have you seen any evidence of this? Because I have not. So I'm asking you. Have you seen any evidence of it? So therefore,
yes, I've seen some evidence.
Okay, but fine. Let me see some data. You have any data?
If I can find it, I'll send it to you on your DMs.
Okay, cool. That'll work. That'll work. I can.
Okay.
I can wait for that. I can wait for that. If you say you got proofs, then fine. Let me see it.
Okay.
This is what I say. I say, show me your proofs, because in the end, when we talk about the issues that we talk about now, this is deep. This is not superficial stuff we're talking about now. This is serious business we're talking about. So
the closer you are to the original design, the more everything is working how it should have worked. But the further away you go away from it, then the less things start to work. Things start to shut down. You may lose your telekinesis. You may lose your mind reading abilities. You may lose your sensory abilities. It's just common sense. Over a long period of time of garbage.
But Zulu, wait. The evidence of it.
For example, your pineal gland is calcified right now. Your pineal gland is calcified. You can't even open it.
Yeah, but Zulu, you do know that there's people that still have those quote unquote gifts or whatever you want to call it, right?
I've never seen anyone today that do. I've seen Dynamo do some things, but I'm not sure.
But how can you? Hold on a second.
I've seen Dynamo do some things, but other people will say that he's a illusionist. You know what I'm saying? So
this is the point I'm making.
Zulu. Listen, yeah. Do you want to know what could show you what evolution is? Yeah. Remember when the first car, yeah, probably ask your mum and that, yeah, about the first car that they had, yeah, and then look at the latest car that's come out this year and see what the differences are. That's evolution, in it. So it's new designs, isn't it?
But someone had to manufacture it, right? Right. Someone had to manufacture it, right? Show me that in nature.
That's what in nature, yeah, the way that evolution works is that it adapts to the nature in it. So obviously the way that the man is evolving the car, he's making all the adaptations that's gonna make the changes to the car to make it work better in
but the car won't adapt itself, right?
So what you're saying? So you're saying that? What are you saying? That God is part of evolution?
I'm saying, just like the analogy you said with the car, they make new cars, right? Someone makes new cars.
No.
But the car itself doesn't become something that it was.
No. You started off with saying that there's no such thing as evolution. That's what you started off with. There's no such thing as evolution.
Biological evolution.
Humans are devolving. They're getting worse.
Mm-hmm. 100%. There's more mutations as the genome increases.
Yeah, but you gotta be
as the cells.
Wait. Sorry to cut in, man, but you know you got to check.
So you're devolving, yeah. When things are getting, humans have got more use of their body parts and whatever now, yeah, and things are devolving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna mute up for a bit.
Just like the car analogy, Vellemy, the car's rusting up now. It's getting rusty. It's not getting better unless someone makes a new one, right? Just like the car analogy, it just sits there.
So
you can either rust.
Wait.
Yeah,
I'm coming a bit. So Zulu, you believe that man is actually we're regressing, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the more we're away from nature, the more we are away from our original design in terms of what we're supposed to eat, breathe, do everything. In every factor, we're devolving. And this is why people are dying all left, right, and center and getting sick left, right, and center.
I can see some of that. I can see some of that. The fact of the matter is
Why do you
that
think? Why do you think in Kemet and in the Bible and all these other stories, people were living up to 900 and something years old?
wait a
But
minute.
wait.
If you look at people in the western half of the world now, as opposed to 200 years ago, people were more rigid. They lived a much more rigid lifestyle and lived older than they did.
That's not. Yeah, but bruv, that's not how
No,
evolution works.
That is
what?
Are you saying?
that is without living
All
with
right,
disease.
all right, all right, all right. Listen, are you saying that people in the 1900s live longer than they do now? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Well, if you're looking at westernized people who weren't even washing properly, were throwing buckets of poo out of the window, maybe. But if we're talking about other people like the Moors who were actually educating these same people, they weren't living up to 70 and dying. They were living way longer. As a matter of fact, most of the people that have exceeded the average lifespan were from African countries. There's people in Africa today that are 90 that are running.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, then Eric, give me 20 seconds, Eric, please. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what, mate? I heard you say about living to 900 years and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there proof of that, Bob?
People living to 100 years.
No, you said 900. What?
No, 900 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the condition were different to the conditions today, which they were according to the evidence, then they would have lived much longer and would have been bigger in terms of size.
Wait. Yeah. But what I'm asking you is there proof that people lived till 900 years?
Yes.
And what's the proof, Bob?
The proof is the elimination and the increase of the environment, things in the environment. So, for example, have you ever heard of oxygen? Hold on. Allow me to explain. Let me explain. You see what I'm saying? Have you ever heard of an oxygen chamber?
Yeah.
When you put someone in an oxygen chamber, what do? They increase the pressure of oxygen and they increase the measurement of oxygen in that environment. Just by doing that small experiment, the cells regenerated 3 times faster than normal. System was much more effective due to the pressure of the oxygen going into the lungs. Just by changing a smaller measurement in the environment in that chamber made the experiment. So imagine the whole Earth being 5 times more oxygen or whatever measurement it is back then. Imagine how they would have lived.
Yeah, all right. I've got a great imagination. I hear that, but I'm asking you, what is the proof? Because with my imagination, trust me, I can go places, man. I can do stuff with my imagination. You know what I'm saying to you? I can even write shit down. You get me? And write some wonderments. That's fine. But I'm asking you now, what is the proof of persons living up to 900 years old?
We're talking about a perfect environment before the de-evolution, before the decline.
Do you think that actually? Do you think
Eric,